Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello. Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Where's the surprise?
Why, little Miss Honey.
You promised a very special surprise for everybody today.
That's right, I did.
Then quick, please, quick, where is it?
Well, listen.
What's that?
Don't you know?
Did I?
Oh, you shouldn't have said that.
Why?
You made her angry. Uh-oh.
What now?
She said she's not angry.
Good.
She is furious.
Serious?
And that's angry times 32. Oh, excuse me, Tink. 33.
You said Tink. Oh, that's not Tinkerbell from Peter Pan.
It is indeed.
Oh, what'd she say?
She said it's about time.
Well, I'm sorry if I've hurt her feelings, but really I didn't expect such a wonderful surprise.
Oh, there, Tink. That should make you happy. Tink, did you hear?
What did she say?
She says, it's Boo Jinkle.
What's Boo Jinkle?
That's fairy talk for okay.
Oh, thank you, Tink. I think you're Boo Jinkle, too.
Haha. Well, now let me tell you why Tinkerbell is here. Shall I, Tink? All right. Walt Disney has just finished making a moving picture of Peter Pan.
Wonderful. What did she say now?
She said it's her scrumptic.
What's that?
Fairy talk for the very best.
Oh, it's scrumped.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I am, Tink. Tink wants me to tell you, too, that beginning next week, the Comic Weekly will carry the story of Peter Pan in Walt Disney's wonderful color drawing.
Oh, that's wonderful. I mean, scrumped.
Yes, I thought you'd think so. Oh, he is, Tink? Boo Jinkle, I'll tell her.
Tell me what?
Oh, you'll love this. A special guest is here.
Who?
Well, who would you like most to see?
Peter Pan himself.
Well, he's here.
He is?
Yes, you bet he is. Or should I say, the fellow who plays Peter Pan in Walt Disney's movie.
Tell me quick, who is it?
No one else but Bobby Driscoll.
Oh, he's wonderful. I mean, scrumpty. Where is he?
Turn your eyes and look, Miss Honey. I've lost my shadow, and that's not funny.
What, again?
Yep, again. And I want you to help me find it.
I'll be glad to, but where shall I look?
Look next week in the Comic Weekly. It's tucked away in it quite neat.
Oh, I'll be sure to look. And Captain Hook, will he be there, too?
Hook, that sneer-facious old pirate?
Hmm?
You never know where he might be.
Quite right, Miss Honey. You never know where I might be. Oh, no, the crocodile who ate my arm. Smee, help me, save me. Smee, where are you, Smee?
There he goes, a cowardly old frump.
I'm not a frump.
I'm sure we'll be seeing more of him.
Oh, he's fierce. That crocodile came just in time.
That's his principal virtue.
And will we see him in the comics, too?
You bet you will, Miss Honey. Hook, Smee, and his cutthroat crew.
And the crocodile, too?
And the crocodile, too. Boo Jinkle, Tink. And Tinkerbell, too.
Well, that should make everyone happy. And it's ter scrumptic of you, Bobby, to come and tell us about it. I've already seen a preview of the picture. It's wonderful. And you, as Peter Pan, should be very proud of yourself.
Well, thank you, and I know you'll all love Peter Pan when you see him in the comics in Walt Disney's wonderful colors. And I'll be listening to you, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, every Sunday.
Well, thank you, Bobby Driscoll.
Boo Jinkle, Tink. Tink says it's time to go or we'll never get to Never Never Land by nightfall. Well, so long. See you in the funny papers.
So long, Bobby.
Goodbye, Bobby, and thanks for coming.
Well, what do you say now?
Oh, that was the most wonderful surprise in the world. I just can't wait till next week to read Peter Pan and the Funnies.
Neither can I.
Now, would you please read today's Funny?
Puck the Comic Weekly? Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on page 1, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Today, Beetle is busy painting pipes and garbage cans and so forth on the army post where he's stationed. And we find him on top of the sergeant's headquarters painting away.
I just have to paint these pipes on the roof, and I'm through.
At that moment, somebody walks by the building and says, "Now, who left this ladder here?" He takes the ladder and carries it away. A second later, the sergeant comes around the corner. He sees Beetle's jacket spattered with red paint lying on the ground. He exclaims,
Hey, what's that? A jacket with blood on it.
He picks it up and hurries into his headquarters. And looking at the jacket, he exclaims,
Why, it has Bailey's serial number on it. I wonder if something has happened to him.
At that moment, on top of the roof, Beetle exclaims,
Darn it, somebody took away my ladder. How am I going to get down? Oh, I know. I'll call down this pipe. Maybe somebody will hear me. Hello down there.
Last picture, top row, the sergeant in his office hears Beetle's voice come out of the sink.
Hello down there.
Huh? Who's that?
First picture, bottom row, from the sink come the words,
This is Beetle.
The sergeant trembles in fear.
Bailey, where are you?
From the sink comes the voice,
I'm up above. Will you get me a ladder?
The sergeant, so horrified, his cap pops off.
You're up above?
At that moment, an officer in the next room, hearing the sergeant talking to himself, steps into the doorway and says,
Sergeant, who are you talking to? I'm talking to Bailey's ghost. Say something to the captain, Beetle.
But there's no answer.
I said say something.
The officer looks at the sergeant and shakes his head. At that moment, last picture, Beetle appears in the door.
Never mind, Sarge. I slid down the drain pipe.
The sergeant leaps into the officer's arms.
Bailey!
The officer looks at the jittery sergeant and says, I knew it was just a matter of time till he cracked up.
Oh, that was funny. The sergeant thought he was hearing Beetle's ghost when the voice came out of the sink.
Yes, especially since he'd seen Beetle's jacket with paint on it, and he thought for sure it was blood, and that Beetle had been killed and was up above in heaven.
Oh, that sergeant, he's some character.
Yes, he's some character. Now let's turn over to page 3 and Prince Val.
Oh, yes, I'm anxious to read Val because a very mysterious thing happened to Val last week.
A very mysterious thing indeed. He was in the cave of the Druid priest, who was a believer of a religion in the olden time.
And he didn't like it because Val had become a Christian.
So he gave Val a drink of some kind and told Val to look into the heavens. And then the Druid priest chanted some strange words, and all of a sudden the sky was filled with strange gods.
Do you think that they really appeared?
Well, let's read now and find what Val thinks of this. Here we go with Prince Val and the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. The sun slides behind the distant hills, and the chanting of the Druid ceases. Prince Valiant, half blind from the glaring rays, his head still spinning from the potent nectar, gazes in drugged bewilderment at the empty sky. Has he really seen the gods of old in all their glory go thundering across the heavens? He looks back at his companions, last picture top row. Thor stands white-faced and shaken in superstitious fear. But Helgi, that fat and jolly cynic, closes one eye in a wink and mutters something that sounds like hocus pocus. Next morning, Val and his friends say farewell to the priest and go on their way, first picture, second row. As he walks along, Val laughs as he remembers how Morgan Le Fay, the sorceress, had played the same trick on him long ago, and how wise Merlin explained how it was done. The drink the priest had given Val had made him groggy, and when Val looked into the sun, his eyes were blinded, and whatever the priest made Val think of, Val saw in the sun. All day they travel. That evening, last picture, second row, they come to a valley where a neat village seems to offer comfort for the coming night. But first picture, bottom row, when they enter, there is no warm welcome, only the chill feeling of hate and distrust. An armed man approaches them.
Which side are you on? The gods of old or the foreign god?
Val answers slowly. We're strangers here and know not your problem. We stay in the middle of the road. Val says this to make sure that the man doesn't think he's taking sides. This way, Val is sure he'll have an opportunity to visit the village and find out if there is any trouble here. So, wrapped in their cloaks, last picture, Val and his friends settle down under a tree for the night in the village square. From an ancient temple comes the chanting of a druid, while psalms are being sung in a newly built Christian chapel.
Why, that looks like two churches there in that village.
Yes, one is the newly built chapel of the Christians, which is the new religion that the missionaries brought into Val's kingdom.
And the other one is the Druids, which is an old religion like the priests which Val just visited. Is that right?
That's right. And the old Druids are angry that the new religion is being brought into their kingdom.
But they don't like the new church, do they?
No. And Val is trying to find out who the troublemakers are that have been killing the missionaries and the believers in the new religion.
I wonder if he'll find out here in this village.
Well, maybe we'll find out next week. Now, I'll bet you'd like to see what's happening in Dick's Adventures.
Oh, I would.
Then let's turn over the page to the last page of the first section.
And on the last page of the first section is Dick's Adventures.
Yep, Dick's Adventures. And Dick is in the early days of America when the English and the Americans were at war with each other.
And Dick was captured by the British, and he's a prisoner on one of their ships.
And the British have also captured a young Baltimore lawyer by the name of Francis Scott Key. And he's a prisoner on the same ship that Dick is.
And the British are planning to attack the town of Baltimore. I wonder if they really do attack
Well,
it.
let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick and his friends know that the surprise attack on Baltimore is to take place. They'd hoped they'd find some way to warn the Americans, but the opportunity doesn't come. And first picture, second row. Dick and his friends are forced to watch the attack on the American city begin at dawn. The British ships pound away at Fort McHenry, the last point of defense guarding the town of Baltimore. If it falls, the city will fall and be captured by the British. Dick turns to Francis Scott Key. Oh, can Fort McHenry hold out? Key replies, we'll know as long as our flag keeps flying. Dusk follows daylight, then turns into night, and still the merciless bombardment continues. In the glare of the light of the explosions, Dick sees the flag still flying. Then, last picture, second row, Dick sees Francis Scott Key writing furiously on scraps of paper. Dick looks over Key's shoulder, and first picture, bottom row, sees these words. Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched. Dick looks up in the glare of another explosion and sees the flag is still there. He looks back at the piece of paper that Key is scribbling on, and he sees another sentence take shape. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night. And Dick shouts, they never got past Fort McHenry to Baltimore. They never got past. They never got past. And then Dick looks around, last picture, and sees he's in his own room, in his own home, in the world of today. And he exclaims,
Gee, I just dreamed I was with Francis Scott Key when he wrote the Star-Spangled Banner.
Oh, was that the way the Star-Spangled Banner was written?
that's when and that's how it happened. Francis Scott Key saw the battle, and he wrote the poem.
Just like that. He saw the battle and wrote the poem. He was a genius, wasn't he?
Yes. And later, somebody put music to it, and then we made it our national anthem, our country song.
Oh, that was a wonderful story. I'm glad to have learned that.
I thought you'd be. Well, now look below Dick's Adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, I want to read that.
Well, I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, Rusty Riley.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty Riley had become frightened by a phone call from Mr. Miles to Tex. Knowing that it would mean trouble for him, he has decided to run away. He is hidden in one of the trucks that's moving Denver Dooley's carnival from one town to another. Rusty's friend Stovepipe discovered Rusty in the truck and has befriended Rusty by slipping him a couple of hamburgers and saying nothing to the driver about Rusty being there. They're now in Brownsdale, where the carnival is setting up for the next show. Last picture, top row, Stovepipe and Rusty are talking. Now look, Rusty, my boy. I don't know what you're up to, but if you're in trouble with the police...
Oh, no, Mr. Stovepipe. I haven't done anything wrong. It's not that kind of trouble.
Rusty goes on, first picture, bottom row.
It's my Uncle Rufus. He's trying to get me to help him get a lot of money from Mr. Miles. You see, he's my only living relative, and he says if I don't help him, he'll take me away.
Ah, yes. I think I see your predicament. But, my dear lad, how do you expect to live?
Well, I thought maybe I could get a job with Mr. Dooley's carnival.
Oh, my boy, Denver Dooley is very hard-boiled about boys who run away. But perhaps I can soften him up a bit when I tell him about your very touching and unselfish act in the matter of Mrs. Jones. Meanwhile, there's a shack over beyond those trees. You and your dog, Flip, go get some sleep.
Okay, Mr. Stovepipe. And thanks.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the grove, two suspicious-looking men are talking.
Now, listen, Specs, I know you're plenty sore at Dooley, but are you sure you want to go through with this? Listen, are you kidding? I've been waiting 2 years for him to bring his Connie to Brownsdale. Come on over to that shack, and I'll tell you just what to do.
Oh, those two men are going to the same shack that Stovepipe told Rusty to go to, aren't they?
I believe they are.
Well, it sounds like they're planning something evil against Denver Dooley.
Yes, it does.
Well, if Rusty's going to be in that shack, maybe he will hear what they're planning, and then he'll tell Mr. Dooley in time for Mr. Dooley to spoil their plans. Well, then surely Mr. Dooley would be nice to Rusty and let him stay with the carnival.
Well, let's hope so. We'll find out more about that next week. Now let's pick up the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
Oh, yes, because I know we'll find Dagwood and Blondie on the first page.
And you're right. Here they are.
What silly thing does Dagwood do today?
Well, we'll find out right now. Here we go on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim zam zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood is sick in bed. His neighbor, Herb Woodley, has come to the Bumstead house bearing a kettle of chicken soup that Mrs. Woodley had cooked for Dagwood. Last picture, top row, Blondie comes into Dagwood's bedroom and says,
Dagwood, look at the delicious pot of chicken soup Mrs. Woodley sent over.
And Dagwood answers, First picture, second row, from downstairs, there comes a shout.
Mama! Oh, that's right. I've got water boiling down on the stove.
So she sets the kettle of soup on the floor beside the bed and trots downstairs. Cookie asks,
Is there enough soup for us too, Mama?
Oh, yes, she sent plenty for all of us.
She trots to the kitchen, last picture, second row, and begins to put some mustard into some hot water that's in a kettle on the stove.
May we have our soup now, Mama?
Yes, but first I have to take care of Daddy.
First picture, third row, Blondie brings the kettle of hot mustard water into Dagwood's bedroom and sets it down on the floor beside the kettle of soup.
Here's your hot mustard foot bath, dear, to take away your chill.
Will you get me a large bath towel?
Blondie goes to the closet to get Dagwood a bath towel. Alexander asks,
Hey, do we get the soup now, Mom?
Yes, dear. I'll take Daddy the towel and bring down the soup.
Last picture, third row, the children are at the table, and Blondie has served them soup from the kettle which she brought down from Dagwood's bedroom. Alexander takes a big sip.
Ah!
Cookie exclaims,
Hey, that soup is terrible.
What?
she picks up the kettle and dashes upstairs. And second picture, bottom row, finds Dagwood sitting on the bed with his feet in the kettle of hot liquid. And Dagwood says,
This hot foot math is wonderful.
and last picture, Blondie exclaims,
It should be. It's Mrs. Woodley's chicken soup.
and Dagwood goes,
Oh, that's crazy, Dagwood, putting his feet in the soup.
Yes, this is one time when you could say that Dagwood was really in the soup.
Oh, that's very funny. Feet in the soup.
Yes. Well, I think Blondie should have been sensible enough not to trust Dagwood by putting those kettles right beside each other on the floor, because Dagwood is so bleary-eyed he couldn't tell which was which, and the kettles did look exactly
And I
alike.
guess that's why Blondie took the kettle that Dagwood didn't have his feet in.
Yes, I guess so. Well, now let's see what happens to Robin Hood.
I wonder if he will marry the maid Marian today.
Well, let's turn over the page now to find out. And look, there's Robin Hood on the very next page.
Last week was thrilling when King Richard came back and heard how Robin had been loyal to him, and he made Robin a knight.
That's right. He dubbed Robin Earl of Locksley, which was a very important title in those days.
And now Robin's troubles are over, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Now let's see if Robin marries the maid Marian the way you're wondering. Here we go with the story of Robin Hood. It's merry, merry England in days long ago. Time now for Robin Hood. So music, hi-ho! King Richard had returned to England, discovered the treachery of his brother Prince John and the Sheriff of Nottingham, and had punished them. And King Richard has then searched out Robin Hood and shown him his gratitude for the brave deeds that Robin had performed to help secure the king's freedom. And now in Sherwood Forest, King Richard stands before Robin, who is kneeling before him. And knighting Robin, the king says,
Now rise, Sir Robin, Earl of Locksley.
And then King Richard sees the maid Marian come forward from the little hut, and he exclaims,
By the bones of St. Edward, another outlaw.
Marian quickly asks if King Richard can give her any news of her father, who had gone with King Richard on his crusade. Last picture, top row, King Richard smiles. Your father awaits you at Huntington, where you are to marry the Earl of Locksley. A look of astonishment comes over Marian's face as she says to herself, Marry the Earl of... Then first picture, bottom row, she turns to Robin and asks him if he has nothing to say about whom she's to marry. And Robin answers, Well, who am I to question the dictates of my sovereign king? And King Richard chuckles,
Well said, my Earl of Locksley.
And then, realizing that Robin is the Earl of Locksley, Marian throws her arms around him, exclaiming, My Earl of Locksley. And last picture, as Robin's outlaws laugh with joy, the young lovers kiss. And so our story ends. England was merry again. The outlaw band returned to peaceful pursuits, and Robin and Maid Marian became one.
Is that the end?
That is the end, except that they lived happily ever after.
Oh, I love They Lived Happily Ever After stories, and I especially love the story of Robin Hood. It was wonderful.
Well, don't forget, in the same spot next week, another of these wonderful Walt Disney stories begins, and that one will be Peter Pan.
Well, I certainly won't forget that.
Now look across the page. There's Roy Rogers.
Yes, and last week, remember, Roy discovered a girl in the outlaws' hideout, and she led Roy into some tunnels in the hideout.
That's right, and down in the tunnels they found the girl's father locked in a dungeon.
But the outlaws have discovered that two of their men are dead, and that now Roy has escaped. I wonder if Roy will get out of there before the outlaws catch him.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-bi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-bi-yo! Down in the tunnel, Mr. Fargo's dog comes toward Brimstone. Roy shouts,
Careful, Brimstone.
Mr. Fargo quickly drops a rope over the dog and pulls him away from Brimstone, saying,
Lucky you didn't touch Butcher's collar. Those spikes contain a poison I devised to destroy the outlaws who tricked me into working for them. Come here, Butch, come here.
Roy now knows the secret of how the dog had killed the outlaws. Quickly they make plans. The girl is to smuggle her father out of the mission and take him home. Before they leave, Mr. Fargo points out some steps that lead to a secret panel in the Sphinx's office. And last picture, top row, Roy and Brimstone mount the steps and open the panel that leads to the Sphinx's office. They hear a voice saying,
I hope my boys capture the two lawmen. Only they could be responsible for the strange deaths.
Roy and Brimstone step into the office, first pick to bottom row. The Sphinx whirls around, sees Roy, has the drop on him, and exclaims,
The law dogs! And you know my secret, blast you!
Brimstone chortles,
Holy smoke! The Sphinx was talking to himself. No wonder he never talks in front of his men. He's got a baby voice. Hey, Roy, I hear the gang coming back.
The Sphinx makes a break to escape. Roy grabs him. No, you're not going anyplace. The Sphinx holds up his hands in resignation, saying,
For years I've carried a sheriff's slug in my throat. That's why I hate all peace officers.
Roy says, Never mind your life story. Now, this gun will be on you every second I'm behind this screen. Don't you try warning your men. Quickly, Roy and Brimstone hide behind the screen. A second later, the Sphinx's men come in. Last picture, one of them sees the Sphinx is mussed up and asks,
Hey, what happened to you, Sphinx?
The Sphinx makes a few quick gestures, and Gusty, another outlaw, says to himself,
Uh-oh. The boss is telling me that somebody with a gun is behind that screen.
Oh, Roy forgot that the Sphinx does all of his talking by sign language.
Yes, and now the outlaws know that Roy is hiding there.
Good heavens, what will happen to Roy?
Well, we'll find that out next week. Now, don't forget to tell all of your friends to listen next week when we begin reading Walt Disney's Peter Pan.
Oh, I'll be sure to tell everybody.
And now let's wish everybody Happy New Year! That's all the time I have, but before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello.
Hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm just fine, thank you. And you know what else I am?
Yes, I'm sure you're anxious to start reading Peter Pan today.
Yes, I am. I was so thrilled last week when I met Bobby Driscoll, who was in Walt Disney's movie of Peter Pan.
Yes, I thought you'd like that.
Oh, I did.
Well, then, my surprise made you happy, didn't it?
I should say so. Nothing could be more wonderful than to learn that we're going to read Peter Pan in the comics.
And for 25 weeks, too.
Ooh, I won't miss one of them. So could we hurry now, please, and read the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the first section, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Beetle and his pals are at the home of a very nice lady who has invited them for a Sunday afternoon feed. Beetle's pal, Killer Diller, says, Say, it was mighty nice of you to invite our company over this afternoon, Mrs. Van Dividend. Mrs. Van Dividend replies,
Oh, but I didn't expect so many. I always thought two was a company.
Then Beetle and some other soldiers sidle over, and Beetle croaks,
Can we help?
Oh, yes. I need more cookies from the bakery. And someone could take out this bag of garbage.
Killer answers, Well, Beetle's good with the garbage. I'll go get the cookies. A minute later, Beetle, with the sack of garbage in his hand, walks into the kitchen. A beautiful French maid looks up and says,
You are just in time.
Hey, what a classy joint.
and then looking at the pretty maid.
Even the KP is good looking.
Empty that bag in the silver tray and put it on the table in the library.
Beetle looks at the silver tray. Then it is garbage. He thinks she's crazy, but last picture top row empties the garbage on the silver tray.
This is the fanciest garbage pail I've ever seen.
Now, boys, would anybody care to play Pachisi?
First picture bottom row, Beetle has carried the silver tray with the garbage on it into the living room and set it on a table. One of the boys looks at the junk on the tray and exclaims,
Hey, this looks like garbage.
Another GI says contemptuously,
Quiet, you peasant. Ain't you never seen hors d'oeuvres before? Eat it.
And a moment later, Mrs. Van Dividend sees the GIs walking through the living room eating the garbage. She says to herself,
Oh, my, what appetites. I should have gotten more food.
A few minutes later, the door opens, and Killer, who has been to the bakery, comes into the kitchen. Beetle says,
Oh, Killer is back with the cookies.
The maid, startled, exclaims,
The cookies. But what did you put on the tray?
The garbage.
Oh, the garbage. Oh, my chop.
And last picture, the maid's in the living room. She sees Mrs. Van Dividend munching on the garbage and exclaims,
Madam, Hush, Nanette. Remember your social graces. Make the boys feel at home. Have an apricot.
Oh, that's one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
Yes, imagine those stupid GIs thinking that the garbage was hors d'oeuvres.
But why didn't Mrs. Van Dividend tell them?
Well, she felt that the boys liked the apple cores and the peelings from the fruit, so she thought she should eat them, too, to make the boys feel at home.
My, she certainly is polite.
Yes, she certainly is.
Is it time now for Peter Pan?
Well, since you're so eager, we'll go to Peter Pan right away. So let's turn over the page and go past Prince Val, who's still trying to find a way to bring peace to his kingdom. Turn over another page.
Oh, look, and there's Peter Pan on page 5.
Yes, Peter Pan. And we'll read that right away. So here we go with Peter Pan. Pirates, crocodiles, Peter by Pan. Whisk up music for Never Never Land. All this has happened before, and it will all happen again. This time it happened in London, in the home of the Darling family, where there were people who believed in Peter Pan. Upstairs in the nursery in the Darling house, the boys, Michael and John, are having a terrific time. They've rigged up the bed to look like a pirate ship with a sheet, broomstick, sail, and pirate flag. And they're having a fierce duel with wooden swords. One is pretending to be Captain Hook, the other pretending to be Peter Pan.
Blast you, Peter Pan! I'll slit your gizzard!
And then the door opens, and in comes Mother Darling, who stops astonished when she sees what's going on.
Michael! John! Wendy, bedtime.
And in the door comes their dog, Nana, a huge shaggy thing carrying a tray with a bottle and glasses on her head.
Here's Nana with your tonic.
Last picture, top row, Mrs. Darling straightens up the room.
Father and I are going to a party tonight, and you must be sound asleep before we leave.
And first picture, bottom row, she goes to the window to close it. Her daughter, Wendy, says,
Oh, don't lock it, Mother. He might come back.
He? Who might come back, dear?
And Wendy answers as she falls asleep,
Peter Pan. You see, I have something that Nana took away from him. His shadow.
Soon, all is quiet in the nursery, and Mr. and Mrs. Darling depart for their party. As they come down the steps of the house, Mrs. Darling says to her husband,
George, Wendy spoke about a shadow. Peter Pan's shadow.
Huh? Oh, goodness gracious. Sound the alarm. Call Scotland Yard.
And last picture, as they go down the street, Mr. Darling says impatiently,
Oh, really, Mary? Of all the childish fiddle-faddle, Peter Pan indeed. Poppycock.
but at that moment, on top of a nearby house, a figure of a small boy wearing a peaked cap with a feather in it looks at them below, and hearing Mr. Darling, the boy laughs.
Oh, I bet I know who that is on the rooftop. That's Peter.
You bet that's Peter Pan.
And I'll bet you I know what he's doing. He's waiting for them to leave so he can go into Wendy's room and look for his shadow.
And I'll bet you're right, and I'll bet next week we'll find out for sure.
Oh, I can't wait.
Neither can I. But now let's turn over the page.
Oh, and here on page 6 is Flash Gordon.
Yes, Flash Gordon, who's on the planet Venus, a prisoner of King Stang.
And King Stang had put Flash and Zarkov to work in the furnace room.
Yes, and the foreman, a huge man, had swung his whip to hit Flash and tipped over a vat of acid, which poured across the room.
But Flash quickly ran at that cruel man and pushed him out of the path of the acid and saved his life. I wonder if Flash is safe.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, sash-a-batash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash's quick thinking and daring action saves the life of the huge Venusian guard. Quickly rallying his men after his narrow escape, Quillier manages to bring the fire under control with chemi-spray apparatus. When all is calm again in the plant, the Venusian thinks back over the events of the last few minutes and wonders,
Why did that Earthman risk his life to save me? I had believed all Earthmen were as cruel as those who have enslaved us on Venus.
Last picture, top row, Quillier says to Flash,
I owe you my life. I hope to repay you someday.
Zarkov, Flash's friend, breaks in. Why, you can repay him now. Zarkov gestures meaningly to a vial of chemicals in his hand.
Just let Flash see Dale and give her this potion.
True to his word, Quillier arranges a meeting between Flash and Dale. First picture, bottom row, he arranges for Dale and Flash to meet in a storeroom outside the kitchen, where Dale has been preparing Stang's meals. Dale rushes into Flash's arms with a cry of joy. Flash slips the vial of chemical into Dale's hand as they embrace and whispers, Zarkov has made this sleeping potion from stolen chemicals. It is tasteless, but you can... Suddenly, a curtain is flung open, and last picture, standing in the doorway, is Queen Vicky. Quickly, Dale hides the vial as the Queen rages, So this is how our slaves spend their time. Quillier will pay for his laxity. Guards, seize these treacherous earthlings.
Oh, dear, why did the Queen have to be listening behind that curtain?
Isn't that awful? Just when Flash had found a friend to help him, this had to happen.
Yes, now who'll help Flash? What chance does he have?
Well, now let's not become too unhappy. Maybe something new will develop. We'll find that out next week. But now let's go across the page, past the Lone Ranger, turn over that page, and here on the last page of the first section is Dick's Adventures.
I just have a hunch today that Dick is going to begin a new adventure.
Well, let's read now and find out if your hunch is right. Here we go with Dick's Adventures in Dreamland. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Today, Dick is reading his American history again. He is reading of the days when America was still a young country, and of one of America's famous generals, General Jackson. Dick says to his dad,
Boy, oh boy, Dad, what a place New Orleans was during the War of 1812. Old Hickory, General Jackson was there, and so were pirates. Oh, boy. Oh, gosh, I'm sleepy.
And last picture, top row. By the magic of his dream, Dick is whisked back to the gayest and most colorful city in the New World, New Orleans, the Paris of America, near the mouth of the Mississippi. A city thronging with fun-loving French, Spaniards, Creoles, Americans, and pirates. The year is 1814. America and England are still at war. And everywhere you go, there is talk of the war between America and Great Britain. First picture, second row, Dick is at an outdoor cafe having dinner with Major Gabriel Villers, a man famous in the city of New Orleans. Gabriel says, so the British have burned Washington, huh? Name you. We expect them to attack us soon. But meanwhile, we laugh. Suddenly, last picture, second row, there's a great commotion. A young man, splendidly dressed, sweeps down the street, escorted by a bodyguard of well-armed ruffians. Here is the most charming, daring, handsome, and unscrupulous man in all Louisiana, the notorious pirate and smuggler, Jean Lafitte. Dick stares in amazement at the pirate chief, first picture, bottom row. Then hears Major Villers say, Dick, we had better leave. Why? Dick's answer comes an instant later. The pirates want all the tables nearby. Away, boy! And Dick finds himself seized by two pirates, pulled up out of his chair, and tossed out on the street. And the pirates take over.
Oh, those pirates are so rough.
Yes, they are. And Dick was so amazed seeing them, he didn't move fast enough.
But why does the major in uniform let those pirates treat him that way?
Well, I'm afraid the Major has had experience with those pirates before and knows that they're rough.
Well, things must be pretty bad down there if pirates rule the town.
Yes, they are. And next week, we'll see what else Dick learns about these pirates. Now, look at the bottom of the page. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, Rusty Riley was run away. I'm anxious to find out what happens to him.
Well, we'll find out in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, Rusty Riley.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty has run away because he has heard that his uncle, a mean man, was coming to get him. Rusty knew that his uncle would force him to help in some of his evil schemes. So Rusty has run away with the carnival. His friend Stovepipe, who's with the carnival, after hearing Rusty's story, has decided to help him. And today he tells Rusty, "Now, my boy, you and Flip go over into that shack and get some sleep. Now, you keep out of sight until I've talked with Denver Julie. If he catches a runaway boy around his carnival, he'll blow up."
Okay, Mr. Stovepipe, but I'm not running away because I did anything bad. I just want a job.
So Rusty and Flip go to the old shack hidden in the bushes. As Rusty steps in the doorway, he sees it's dark inside.
Golly, Flip, we haven't got a flashlight or anything. I guess we'll just have to feel around for a place to lie down.
Meanwhile, last picture top row, only a few yards away, two men who hate Denver Dooley, owner of the carnival, and who are hatching up a plan against him, are making their way toward the shack.
Yeah, this way, Beagle. There's an old shack in here where we can talk.
The other one replies,
Okay, Specs, but I think we're taking an awful chance. We both got a record. They'll throw the book at us if we get caught.
At that moment, inside the shack, first picture, bottom row, Rusty is looking for a place to hide.
Hey, here's some stairs, Flip. Come on, boy. Let's see what it's like upstairs.
No sooner does Rusty get upstairs than the two crooks come in. The man named Speck says,
Hey, there's a lantern over there in the corner. Light it, Beagle.
In the corner? Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, here it is. Okay.
As soon as the lantern is lit, Speck sits down, third picture, bottom row, and says,
Now listen, here's my plan. Dooley's never seen you, and I've changed enough so he won't know me. Now we start by getting a job with a Connie.
Yeah, good idea. Now, here he wants a lot of new concessions for the Midway. Guess we can still put on the old pitch.
And upstairs, Rusty, who is hiding with Flip, overhears what's being said and exclaims,
Oh, golly.
Ooh, Rusty knows now that those men are planning to do something bad to Mr. Dooley.
Yes, and if they knew that Rusty had heard their plans, you never know what they might do to him.
I wonder if they'll discover that Rusty's overheard their
Well,
plans.
we'll find that out next week. Now, let's pick up the first page of the second section.
Oh, and I know who we'll find there. Dagwood and Blondie.
You're right. Here we go on the first page of the second section with Dagwood and Blondie. But I'm a food, I'm a fum, zim zam zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie tells Dagwood that they're going to have a visitor, Mrs. Nellie Van Fleet, one of the leading society women in town. Dagwood exclaims, "Hooray! We're in society now!" So Dagwood and Blondie get everything ready to entertain Mrs. Van Fleet. We're in society now. We're in society now. Hi-ho, the merry-o. We're in society now. Blondie gets out her best silver tea service. Dagwood gets out fancy cakes and tea sandwiches. Blondie goes over the house with a dust mop and then tells Dagwood to shake the mop out while she straightens the sofa. At that moment, Mrs. Van Fleet comes up the walk. And just as she stops in front of the door opens and out comes a mop and shakes dust smack in her face. We're in society now! We're in society now! Hi-ho, the merry-o! We're in society now! A few minutes later, last picture, second row, the phone rings. Blondie answers it. Then she turns to Dagwood and tells him that it's Mrs. Van Fleet calling from the drugstore. She says that somebody shook a mop in her face. Oh, we're ruined! A moment later, Blondie hangs up the phone and tells Dagwood that everything is all right, that Mrs. Van Fleet has accepted her apologies and is coming back again. Oh, we're saved. We're in society now. We're in society now. Hi-ho, the merry-o. We're in society now. But by this time, Blondie wants to be sure Dagwood is out of the way so he won't cause any more trouble. So she sends him out in the yard to play with Alexander while she does the entertaining. But Blondie, how can I become a social lion if I'm locked up in the backyard? But Blondie doesn't answer. Alexander sees Dagwood come out into the backyard and says to him, last picture, third row,
Hey, you used the pole vault when you were young, didn't you, Pop?
why, sure, and I still can. Alexander's friend says,
Well, let's see a pole vault over the fence, Mr. Bumstead.
so Dagwood takes the pole, throws out his chest, runs at the fence, and up in the air he goes, and comes down on the other side. And first picture, bottom row, oh no! Lands on the shoulders of Mrs. Van Fleet, who happens to be passing by. Whoa, Nellie, whoa! Blondie looks out the window and stares in horror, for there's Dagwood sitting on the shoulders of Mrs. Van Fleet, who is galloping around the yard. And then she sees Dagwood tumble off, and Mrs. Van Fleet disappear down the road. Last picture, Dagwood, who was lying on the ground, shakes his head and moans, "Oh, she bucked like a bronco." And Blondie sighs, "Oh, well, I guess we weren't cut out to be society people." What did you think of that?
Oh, I think that's one of the funniest things I've seen in my life. Dagwood sitting on that woman's shoulders while she gallops around the yard.
I'm afraid Dagwood won't be in society now.
No, Dagwood won't be in society now.
All right. Well, now let's turn over the page and see if we can find anybody else in society.
Oh, look, on page 2 of the second section, there's Donald Duck, my favorite.
Oh, your social favorite. We'll read that right now, quick, fast. Here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeeze 'em, squiddly chicken jack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Donald has a new automatic furnace installed in his home. And after it's put into the basement, he goes into the living room and looks at his old pot-bellied iron stove and says,
Now, to get this old monstrosity out of here.
fourth picture, top row, he's put the old stove outside on the boy's sled.
There, set to go.
Last picture, top row, he calls his nephews.
Boy, come here.
His nephews, who are playing in the snow, gather around Donald as he points to the stove.
Haul this down to the city dump, boys.
Oh, gee, we were going to build a snowman.
First picture, bottom row, Donald says,
Look, when I get back from town, I don't want to see that stove here. Understand?
Okay.
Donald goes down to shop and then heads for home with his groceries. As he comes up the walk, third picture bottom row, he sees a big fat snowman in his front yard. Now, Donald is sure the boys couldn't have built a snowman and gone to the city dump in that short time.
Drat. Built a snowman instead of following orders. Well, I'll fix that.
He puts down his groceries and takes a run at the snowman and tackles it.
Ah!
Last picture, he looks through brilliant colored stars to see what hit him and sees under the snow where the snowman stood his old iron stove.
After all that
Oh, poor Donald.
Yes, poor Donald. If he hadn't lost his temper, he wouldn't have lost the good feeling he had in his head.
That's funny. The boys thought they'd fool Donald by making a snowman over the outside of the stove.
And it wasn't such a bad idea, was it?
No, because the stove is round and fat like a snowman.
Yes, and it would have worked if only Donald hadn't lost his temper.
Oh, that Donald. He's so funny.
Yes, he is. Now let's see what Roy Rogers is doing. So let's turn over page 3.
Oh, I know. Look, there on page 4, there's Roy Rogers. And he's in the outlaws' hideout, you remember? Trying to catch the outlaws.
Yes, and last week, Roy and Brimstone, his friend, found a secret passage that led to the Sphinx's office.
He's the leader of the outlaws.
And last week, Roy and Brimstone... Now let's see what Roy Rogers is doing. So let's turn over page 3.
And look, on page 4, there's Roy Rogers. And he's in the outlaws' hideout, you remember? Trying to catch the outlaws.
Yes, and last week, Roy and Brimstone, his friend, found a secret passage that led to the Sphinx's office.
He's the leader of the outlaws.
Yes, and Roy also discovered that the reason the Sphinx never talks is that he has a thin, high-pitched, baby voice.
And while they were in the office, the other outlaws started to come in, and so Roy and Brimstone hid behind the screen. But the Sphinx made signs to the other outlaws and tell them that Roy was behind the screen, and I wonder what'll happen now.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Sphinx stands in front of the screen behind which Roy and Brimstone are hiding. Quickly, he signals to his men that Roy is behind the screen. Gusty, one of the men, pulls his gun and says,
Okay, step out with your hands up, pronto.
From behind the screen, Roy answers, Too late, mister. I got a beat on your boss. If you shoot, the Sphinx dives first. This stops the outlaws for a moment. Brimstone suddenly has an idea and disappears into the secret tunnel. And then, out in front of the screen, Gusty lowers his gun and says,
Hey, what about this Sphinx?
The Sphinx answers,
Do as Roger says, Gusty. I don't aim to be plugged in the back.
Gusty, hearing the Sphinx's strange voice, exclaims,
Hey, the Sphinx talk. You never did that before.
And then, last picture top row, Roy steps out from behind the screen. All right, reach high, everybody. The Sphinx is ashamed of his baby voice, but he can talk when he has to. First picture bottom row, the Sphinx whirls around, gun in hand.
Get Brimstone Barlow behind that screen. I'll finish Roger.
But it's Roy who shoots the gun out of the Sphinx's hand. The outlaws reach for their guns, but Brimstone steps in the doorway behind it.
Leave them irons be. Yeah, I reckon you gunnies don't know all the secret plannels and passages in your robber roost.
Roy grins. Hey, nice going, Brimstone. Well, I guess this rounds up all that's left of the Sphinx's crew. A short time later, Roy and Brimstone are taking the bound outlaws to jail. Brimstone, who is riding along beside them, grins and says,
I see, gents. My guns are plugged so they can't kill. If Brimstone Barlow can reform, so can you, hombres.
Gusty answers,
Yeah. Well, how can we reform after our necks are stretched?
At that moment, last picture, a man runs out of the brush shouting,
Help! Help! Save me! Save me!
Roy exclaims, Uh-oh, that voice, I'd know it anywhere, and it always spells trouble.
Oh, wasn't it wonderful the way that Roy captured those outlaws?
Yes, and it was mighty clever of Brimstone to have sneaked around behind the outlaws and catch them from the rear.
You bet it was.
Now Roy has rounded up another band of outlaws.
I wonder who this fellow is that's coming running for help.
He looks familiar to me, and I think next week we'll find out who he is and exactly how much trouble it'll mean for Roy. But now that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go
All
now.
right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm just fine, thank you. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine, too. Well, now that the holidays are over and a new year has begun, I'll bet you're back at school determined to make this the best year you ever had.
Well, I'm going to try hard, so I hope it'll be the best.
Well, if you try, I'm sure it will.
Well, like I said, I certainly will try.
And I promise you, I'll do my best to have lots of good stories for you in the comics.
Well, there's one particular special one that you know I'm anxious to hear you read today.
Tell me, is it about a little boy who lost his shadow?
Peter Pan. So could you read the funnies now?
Puck the Comic Weekly? Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweetle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Today, Beetle is in the PX, which is the Army store, where GIs can buy almost anything they need. Beetle goes up to the counter.
A bottle of dark brown shoe polish, please.
Right. There you are, sir.
Beetle takes his bottle of polish, walks over to a table, sits down in a chair, and looks at his shoes.
It wouldn't hurt anything to touch 'em up right here.
He looks around for something to pour the shoe polish in so he can dip the dauber easily.
Here's a little dish I can pour some polish in.
At that moment at the ice cream counter, two GIs are getting a dish of ice cream. The waitress tells them they'll find a dish of chocolate syrup on one of the tables if they want a flavor. So the fellows walk over to the table beside Beetle. They see the bowl with Beetle's shoe polish in it, but think it's chocolate syrup, and they pour it on their ice cream, last picture, top row. Beetle, who has his back to them, singing gaily as he polishes his shoes, doesn't see what happens. One of the fellows takes a mouthful of what he thinks is ice cream with chocolate syrup on it, and then he says,
Hey, you know, this syrup has a funny taste. I can't quite place it.
That moment, Beetle turns around to dip the dauber in the polish. First picture, bottom row. He sees the bowl is empty.
Hey, who took my shoe polish?
The GI who had eaten the shoe polish goes,
Oh, that's it, shoe polish. Oh,
and he rolls around on the floor in agony. His friend turns to Beetle and says,
Now look what you did. You upset him.
Hey, I'm the one who should be upset. It's my shoe polish.
The waitress dashes over with a bottle of medicine and hands it to Beetle, who looks at the directions.
It says take entire bottle.
The GI looks at his pal, who is rolling around the floor in agony, and sees the bottle of shoe polish on the table. He thinks it's the medicine and hands it to his friend, who gulps it right down.
Hey, you feel better?
Yeah. I feel better already.
Beetle says,
Hey, don't you even want your medicine?
and the GI on the floor looks at the bottle he drank and sees he swallowed the rest of the shoe polish.
Oh, no!
He leaps to his feet and dives at Beetle.
Why, I'll fix you, you blithering idiot, you...
There. And then he walks off, leaving Beetle looking like an old tree after a wild storm. Beetle staggers to the counter. Yes, sir? What can I do for you, sir?
Another bottle of shoe polish.
What? Hey, what are you doing with this stuff? Drinking it?
That was really very funny. That man thinking the shoe polish was chocolate syrup.
Yes, and then when they got the bottles mixed up, he drank the shoe polish instead of the medicine.
Poor Beetle, he really has a terrible time of it, doesn't he?
Yes, he certainly does.
Oh, now is the time to read Peter Pan?
Well, just about. Let's turn over the page, go past little Iodine and Prince Valiant, who's trying to bring peace to his kingdom. Turn over another page, go past Buzz Sawyer on page 5. Turn over that page, over to page 6. And look, here's Flash Gordon. You'll want to read that, won't you?
Yes, because Flash is on the planet Venus, where he's been captured by that cruel King Stang.
And last week, you remember, he saved the life of Prelier, one of King Stang's men.
And then Prelier promised to help Flash, and he did.
Yes, he took Flash to a room where he could talk to Dale.
And Flash learned that Dale was the cook for King Stang now.
And that gave Flash an idea. He gave Dale some kind of magic potion to be put in King Stang's food.
But just then, Queen Vicky opened the curtain, and when she saw them together, she was furious, and so she called the guards. I wonder what'll happen to Flash now.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-rega-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash and Prelier are sent to the dungeons by Queen Vicky. But King Stang, who likes the Earth-style food that Dale has been cooking, sends Dale back to the kitchen to cook for him. Queen Vicky warns King Stang that Dale will poison them all. And the tyrannical Stang is soon to find that Vicky's fear was well-founded. For last picture top row, even though an armed guard watches her, at the first opportunity, Dale slips Zarkov's tasteless potion into the kettle of broth she is preparing for the king's table. First picture, bottom row, Dale brings King Stang the first course of the dinner she's prepared for him. Her nerves are taut as she carries the drugged broth to the table. She pours some out. Stang accepts a cupful, raises it to his lips, and then sets it down with a cold smile.
I'm sure the Queen misjudged you, young lady. You wouldn't wish to poison your host, would you? But perhaps you would like to sample this delicious broth.
Dale has no choice. Numb with terror, she gulps the steaming broth. Then, hurriedly fills all the cups on the royal table, knowing that she has only a few moments before the sleep potion will take effect. Last picture, one of the courtiers leaps to his feet.
I propose a toast in broth to our sagacious king.
With cheers and laughter, the diners empty their cups as Dale hurries out of the room, staggers, and falls in a faint outside the portal.
Oh, I wonder, was that broth poisoned?
I don't know. It may be. There's something unusual in it to put her to sleep.
Well, if it is, Dale will die, won't she?
Well, unless somebody gets a doctor quickly, she might.
Flash can't help her. He's in the dungeon. I wonder what'll happen.
Well, we'll find out next week. Now, let's go across the page to Peter Pan.
Oh, yes, Peter Pan. And you remember, he had lost his shadow in the nursery of the Darling house last week. You remember?
Yes, and Mr. and Mrs. Darling have gone off to a party, and all is quiet in the house. The children are asleep, but the window is open.
And now, I'll bet you Peter will come to get his shadow with Tinkerbell. Hurry and read, please.
Very well, here we go with Peter Pan. Pirates, crocodiles, Peter Pie Pan. Whisk up music for Never Never Land. All is quiet in the nursery of the Darling home in London, as a figure that casts no shadow floats down to the sill and then steps in through the open window. He's followed by another figure. It's Peter's constant companion, Tinkerbell. Peter whispers, "Hey, my shadow must be here, Tinkerbell. You look over there. I'll search this side." Tinkerbell darts about the room, looking one place and another for Peter's shadow, while Peter looks under the bed, behind the chairs, and in the children's toy trunk. First picture, bottom row, Tinkerbell sets up a big commotion. Peter rushes over and sees that she's pointing to the keyhole of a chest. Peter peeks in and exclaims, "Hey, Tink, you found it." Quickly, Peter opens the drawer. But as the dresser drawer is opened, the captive shadow darts out. Around the room it goes, and after it, Peter goes, up to the ceiling, down to the floor. But Peter lands on that last picture. "Ah, I gotcha!" Which wakes up Wendy, who exclaims, "Peter Pan!"
Oh, I love that Tinkerbell. She's so cute.
Yeah, so do I.
And Peter, he's such a nice fellow, too, and very unusual. He's the only person I have ever known in my life who's lost a shadow.
Oh, I lost mine once.
When?
One night when it was pitch black. I was in the middle of a forest, and I couldn't see my hand in front of my face.
Did you put it there?
I did, and I walked right into it. And the end of my nose has been flat ever since.
Oh, you're teasing me.
No, I'm not, honest.
Well, it's different losing your shadow in the dark. Peter lost his shadow in the daylight, and that, you must admit, is very unusual.
I do admit it, and I do agree with you. It's very unusual. And maybe next week we'll find out what interesting conversation Wendy and Peter have. Now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, and I know we'll find them on the first page of the second section.
And here they are, and here we go on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. It's late at night, way past Dagwood's bedtime, but he's deep in his chair reading a magazine. Blondie says to him,
Dagwood, aren't you coming to bed? It's real late.
Oh, this detective mystery story's too exciting to stop.
but Blondie takes him by the arm and leads him upstairs.
Well, now, look, I won't be able to sleep until I finish it and find out who murdered rich old Mrs. Van Slapley.
Finish your story in bed.
A little later, last picture, top row, they're all ready for bed. Dagwood and Blondie climb under the covers. Dagwood says,
Well, I'll kiss you good night, dear, so you can go right to sleep.
Yes, I'm terribly tired.
There.
Blondie rolls over and drops right off to sleep. And Dagwood continues to read his story.
Now, let's see. Where was I? Oh, yes, here. The black car with the Venetian blinds pulled up at the greenhouse with the blue blondes. Oh, no, blinds.
A half hour later, Blondie, buried in the pillow, sleeps on. And Dagwood, his face in his magazine, reads on.
Murder on the horse's right side, he said. Aha, said Senor Saki. She and no one else stole my horse. She's the only one who rides side saddle.
An hour later, Blondie, her face in her pillow, still sleeps. And Dagwood comes to the end of his story.
Call off your dogs, you fool, said Sergeant Lewis. She may be a horse thief, but she's no killer. The man you want is... Oh, no, somebody cut it out.
Second picture, second row, Dagwood yells,
Blondie! Who cut the last paragraph of my story out of the magazine?
Blondie wakens with a start, shakes the sleep out of her eyes, and says, last picture, second row,
The ending of your story must have been on the other side of a cupcake recipe I cut out and gave to Mrs. Woodley.
First picture, third row, the doorbell at the Woodley house rings. A moment later, Herb Woodley in his nightshirt opens the door, and Dagwood steps in.
Hey, Herb, I've got to have the cupcake recipe Blondie gave your wife today.
Oh, no. Cupcakes at 2 o'clock in the morning.
A few minutes later, they're in the kitchen. Herb has opened the recipe book.
Let's see. Here's the recipe. But it's glued in Tootsie's cooking scrapbook.
Oh, good. We can loosen it by steaming it.
15 minutes later, last picture, third row, Herb is still in his nightshirt, leaning against the wall, sound asleep, as Dagwood, holding the scrapbook over a kettle of steam, tries to loosen the recipe so he can see how his story ends.
Yeah, it's coming loose. Hooray! I'll solve the mystery so I can go to sleep.
First picture, bottom row, Dagwood peels the recipe out of the book, turns it over, and quickly reads. Then exclaims, "Look!" Herb wakes up.
Yeah?
It was the butler who killed rich old Mrs. Van Slapley. Herb goes,
And you woke me at 2 a.m. just to find that out? Why, you...
and he leaps at Dagwood, and you know the rest. Last picture, Dagwood is back in bed again, sound asleep, a happy smile on his face, a black eye on his eye, dreaming of his story. Blondie sits up, shakes her head, looks at Dagwood with disgust.
No use in me trying to go back to sleep. I'm wide awake for the night. Oh, that crazy Dagwood, waking Herb Woodley and Blondie up just to see how the end of the story came out.
Yes, and doesn't he look funny, with a big smile on his face and a black eye in his eye?
Yes, he does. He certainly is a funny fellow, but I love him.
Me too. Well, now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
Oh, look, there's Dick's Adventures. I'm anxious to read that.
And I'll read it in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on page 3 of the second section, Dick's Adventures.
Magic words for the music, please.
Say them with me, please. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for adventurous Dick. Dick is dreaming that he's in the early days of America. The year is 1814, and the city, New Orleans, one of the most famous cities in the South. He dreams that he's with Major Gabriel Villere, having dinner at a sidewalk cafe, when a group of pirates come down the street. Dick is told that the most handsome and dashing of the pirates is Jean Lafitte, the most daring, courageous, and powerful pirate of his time. When Major Villere sees them approaching, he gets to his feet and tells Dick to come along. Dick doesn't move fast enough, and a second later finds himself being lifted out of his chair by a couple of ruffians.
Out of the way, boy, move!
Hey, let go me, will you? Let go!
Last picture, top row, Major Villere comes to Dick's rescue. He let the boy go! Weapons flash. And for a moment, it looks like bloodshed, until first picture, second row, Lafitte himself steps forward. Hey, Pierre-Andre, that's enough. Put up your weapons. And then he turns to Dick and the Major. Forgive the too hardy loyalty of my men. You will honor me by being my guest, huh? Dick and the Major join Lafitte at his table. And when they are seated, the Major asks, Monsieur Lafitte, are you not afraid to show yourself so openly in New Orleans? General Jackson has put a price on your head. Lafitte smiles. My head, Major Villere, is at the disposal of those brave enough to take it. At this very instant, last picture, second row, one of Lafitte's men rushes up and reports,
General Jackson, he come with a regiment of soldiers to seize you.
First picture, bottom row, Lafitte signals his men to leave. Then bows to his guests. Gladly would I fight with the general, but I hesitate to attack the U.S. Army. Adieu. As the pirates hurry away, Major Villere says, Lafitte is a scoundrel, yet in his heart he loves America. He and his men could do much to help us against the British enemy. But Dick hardly hears what he's saying. For last picture, Dick is looking at a woman's gold locket that he found under Lafitte's chair.
Oh, I'm glad that Lafitte was nice to Dick and stopped his men from harming Dick.
So am I.
Well, Lafitte showed that he's afraid of General Jackson, didn't he?
Well, at least he has respect for the American army.
Oh, I wonder what that locket is that Dick found under Lafitte's chair.
Well, next week, maybe we'll find out about that. Now look at the bottom of the page. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, And Rusty Riley has run away and joined the carnival where his friend Stovepipe is.
Yes, and I'm glad he has, because if Rusty must run away, I'm very happy that he has a good friend like Stovepipe to keep an eye on him and to help him.
So am I, and you remember Stovepipe told Rusty to hide in an old shack, and so Rusty did. And while he was in the shack, he heard two evil men making plans to do something bad to Denver Dooley.
Yes, Dooley is the owner of the carnival.
I hope those two men don't find out that Rusty's upstairs and has heard what they were saying, or they're apt to hurt Rusty. Do you think that would happen?
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Quietly, Rusty listens as he hears the two men in the cabin below plotting. He hears the man named Speck say,
Now listen, Beagle. When Dooley gets here tomorrow, I'll talk him into hiring us for our old pitch. And once we're on the inside, we can wait for our chance to pull off the job.
Well, I don't know, Specs. We get caught, they'll throw the book at us.
Don't be so nervous. I used to weigh twice what I do now. And I had a mustache then. Nobody'll know me. And they never saw you before. So relax.
Well, okay, Specs, you're the boss. Only I ain't in no hurry to go back to jail.
Last picture, top row, Rusty says to himself, Golly, jail. They must be bad men. And they're planning to do something to Mr. Dooley. Oh, I wish I could see them, but they're just out of sight under the stairs. Next morning, first picture, bottom row, Rusty looks for Stovepipe. He finds him washing up for breakfast. Stovepipe exclaims,
Why, Rusty, my boy, what are you doing here? I thought I told you to wait in the shack till I came for you.
Yes, I know it, Mr. Stovepipe, but something happened. I just had to tell you right away.
Well, now look, my boy, Dooley arrived last night, and he'll be up any minute. Let's hie ourselves to a modest beanery and break our fast. Come along.
Yeah, but Well, okay, Mr. Stovepipe. A little while later, third picture, bottom row, Rusty and Stovepipe are having breakfast in a restaurant nearby.
Now then, Rusty, my lad, did you see a ghost? Or did the three bears come home and find you'd eaten their porridge?
Please, Mr. Stovepipe, I'm not kidding. Those men are planning to hurt Mr. Dooley, and they mean to start by getting a job running a concession with his carnival. And Rusty goes on, last picture. I tried to see him, but I couldn't. But all we need to do is to see who gets a job in a concession, and that's them.
Yes, my boy, ordinarily a logical conclusion. But I happen to know that Mr. Dooley means to add at least 6 new concessions.
Oh, gee. Well, how are we going to find out who they are, then?
I don't know, my boy. That's going to be a problem.
Oh, that will be a problem because Rusty doesn't know who they are or what they look like.
Well, now, how would you hope to catch those men?
Well, I know. I'd go to every one of the concessions and listen to the men's voices, and maybe I could tell from their voices who they were.
That's a very good idea. You're very clever.
Yes, I am, am I?
Yes, you are. Well, let's hope that Rusty does just that. And next week, we'll find out. Now, let's go over the page.
Oh, look, there's Donald Duck, my favorite.
And we won't waste a second. So here we go with your favorite Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeegem, squeegem, squiddly chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Today, Donald's 3 nephews, Huey, Louie, and Dewey, are going sliding. And second picture, they are at the foot of a snow-covered hill with 2 sleds and a long, long rope. They tie one end of the rope to one of the sleds and leave that sled at the foot of the hill. Then they start walking up the hill, uncoiling the rope as they go. At the top of the hill, they tie a pulley to a tree. And Dewey says,
Now pull the rope through the pulley.
So they run the rope through the pulley and tie it to the sled they brought with them to the top of the hill. Then Dewey exclaims,
Get it? As we slide down on this sled, it pulls the other sled up.
Huey says,
Yeah,
and Louie exclaims,
slick.
The boys all get on the sled, preparing to slide down. At that moment, Donald, carrying a pair of skis, comes up the hill, last picture, top row. Not seeing the sled at the bottom of the hill, he says,
Wow, 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 that's funny. A rope.
so he steps over the rope so one foot is on either side of it. First picture, bottom row, he says,
Wonder where it goes.
and with a rope between his legs, Donald starts up the hill. At that moment, down the hill come Louie, Huey, and Dewey on their sled.
Hiya, Uncle Donald.
And they shoot past Donald down the hill. And up the hill comes the empty sled that's tied to the rope. And since the rope is between Donald's legs, it hits Donald in the seat of his pants,
Hey!
tossing him up in the air and head under heels into the snow. And last picture, Huey, Louie, and Dewey run up and take one look at Donald's waving legs. And Dewey says,
Hey, how do you like that? Falls down before he even gets his skis on.
That was so funny.
Yes, it was. How foolish can you be? Who'd ever think of straddling a rope and walking uphill with it between your legs?
I wouldn't. I would look and see what the rope was tied to first.
So would I. Oh, that Donald, he's some character.
Yes, that Donald. He's some character.
Well, now let's go across the page, because there's Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes. And Roy and his friend Brimstone are taking the outlaws they captured to town to turn them over to the sheriff.
When suddenly somebody came up the road yelling for help.
And I'll bet you that means that Roy is starting a new adventure.
Well, let's find out right now. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy and his friend Brimstone are on their way to town with the captured outlaws. Help! Help! Save me! Help! Save me! Roy sees a man running toward them. Hey, great guns, that's my old friend, Doleful Hawkins. Hey, just a minute, Doleful. Calm down. Oh, Roy Rogers, am I glad to see you. Hey, you gotta help me. Roy dismounts and says to Brimstone, Hey, Brimstone, you deliver the Sphinx gang to the Pine City Sheriff. I'll be along after I see what's given Doleful the willies. Brimstone replies,
Okay, Roy. All right, come on, you ornery Al Hoots, and no funny stuff.
As the men ride off, last picture, top row, Roy leads Trigger and follows Doleful, who runs back down the road. Well, now, what's eating you, Doleful? You get attacked by an Indian war party? Hey, you don't know. You don't reckon a Paso Redskins will bother me, do you? Place is 10 times worse. They come around a bend in the road, and Roy sees Doleful's wagon tipped over, leaning against a tree at the edge of a steep cliff. Hey, what happened here? That's the ore wagon I drive for the Bratton Freight Line, Roy. Hauling ore down from the Tomahawk mine. Hey, look out! Look out! Roy looks up to see a huge boulder crashing down the hill. They quickly jump aside. Yeah, he's at it again. Tell you, he ain't human. Hey, you see what I mean? You don't know what I'm up against, Roy. Hey, over there. Now, easy there, Trigger. Easy. Roy draws his guns and looks up the hill and shouts, Hey, who's up there? Show your face or I'll come after you. Last picture, a young boy with a bow and arrow over his shoulder and a gun in each hand shouts down, Who dares challenge Tornado Tim Hawkins? Reach for the sky or I'll let you have it between the eyes.
Why, that's the strangest thing I've ever seen. That's just a little boy up on that cliff.
Yes, it is.
Well, what in the world is he trying to do?
Well, looks like he thinks he's a well-heeled outlaw and is trying to terrorize the countryside.
Well, Roy shouldn't have any trouble taking care of him.
Well, we'll find out if he does next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now, but be sure to meet me with our little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. comic weekly man, the jolly comic weekly man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly man, the jolly Comic Weekly man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine, thank you. How are you?
And I'm fine, too, thank you.
Well, everybody's just fine, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Now, what's uppermost in your mind today?
Oh, Peter Pan. And you know why?
Why?
Well, because last week Peter taught John and Wendy and Michael how to fly, and today is the day that they're to go back to Never Never Land, and I meant to see them fly through the air with the greatest of ease. So could we hurry up right away quick now and read the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me tweetle. Give us music for Bailey the Beetle. Today, Beetle and his friend Killer Diller, who loves the girls, are in town. Killer sees a beautiful girl approach. Killer waits till she's right beside him and then gives her the old wolf whistle. The girl gives Killer the back of her head and goes on down the street. Beetle says,
Hey, why don't you give up, Killer? You'll never get a date in this town. It'd be better off if you just got your mind off girls.
Well, all right. I'll try.
Then come on, let's play a game of pool.
Third picture, top row, they're in a pool hall. But every time a girl passes, Killer runs to the window and goes,
Hey, look, a dame, a dame.
Beetle says,
Oh, this isn't working. We'll have to go somewhere without windows.
Beetle tries many ways to get Killer where he can't see women, but no luck. Finally, first picture, bottom row, they find themselves in front of the Servicemen's Club. Beetle exclaims,
Hey, how about a nice swim at the club?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
and a moment later they're inside the club and see the place filled with beautiful bathing suits, filled with beautiful girls. And they see a sign which reads, Servicemen's Club, Bathing Beauty Contest. And Killer yells,
Wow, Beetle, you got the best ideas.
Beetle says disgustedly,
Oh, phooey, I give up.
and gives Killer a push. And into the pool he tumbles. And a second later, Killer comes sailing out the door. And a voice yells,
No swimming today.
and last picture, Beetle and Killer, soaking wet, sit on the sidewalk. Beetle says,
Ah, you're hopeless.
Just then, a beautiful girl comes down the street. And Killer says,
Oh, I wouldn't say that. I still have lots of hope.
Oh, that Killer. He's hopeless.
Yes, if he couldn't get a girl with his whistle when it was in good condition, I don't see how he can get one with that water soaked.
I don't either, unless some girl feels sorry for him because he's soaked.
You know, that could happen.
Yes, it could.
Well, I wish him luck. Now let's turn over the page, go past Little Iodine and Prince Val on page 3, turn over that page, and here on page 5 of the first section is Peter Pan. Pirates, crocodiles, Peter Pie Pan, whisk up music for Never Never Land. Peter Pan, the little man from Never Never Land, has come to the Darling household searching for his shadow, which he had lost in the nursery, which, of course, is the room of Michael, Wendy, and John. Peter found his shadow, and Wendy sewed it back on. And Peter taught the children how to fly. And now they're on their way out of the window with Peter's little friend, Tinkerbell. On the way to Never Never Land. As they go through the window, Peter shouts,
Come on, everybody. Here we go.
As they sail by overhead, Nana, the children's faithful dog, looks up in amazement at seeing the children flying over her. And she says, which means, go back to bed at once, you naughty children. But the children fly on. Last picture, top row, Tinkerbell flies by herself, still sulking jealously over Peter's attention to Wendy. And then, first picture, bottom row, up, up they go, past Big Ben, over the Tower of London, above the dome of St. Paul's, and then high over the Thames and up into the clouds. And then Peter points and says,
There it is, Wendy. Second star to the right, then straight on till morning.
and last picture, on they go toward the enchanting island of Never Neverland.
Ooh, there they go to Never Neverland.
Yes, over the clouds and over the bridge and over the tower, and away they go on their adventure to Never Neverland.
And next week, will we see Pirate Hook?
I have a hunch we might, so be sure to be there.
Oh, I will.
Now let's turn over the page and look on page 6. Under the little king, there's Uncle Remus.
Oh, and little Brer Rabbit, and I just love him.
So do I. And so here we go with Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
Brer Rabbit figures he's found a new way of playing Brer Cupid.
Yes, Brer Rabbit, who is very much in love with Molly Cottontail, is planning a new campaign to court her. He's writing a note which reads,
The arrow is straight, the word is true. Sure as shooting, I loves you.
Then Brer Rabbit wraps the note around an arrow, then gets ready to go off to serenade Molly Cottontail, saying,
And right in the middle of my serenade, I shoots the arrow up to Molly.
In the middle of the moonlight, Brer Rabbit, pushing a wheelbarrow, carrying a harp he has made especially to serenade Molly with, approaches Molly's house singing,
Oh, Cupid leads me here to you and says he'll tell me what to do.
He sets the harp on the ground, and then, standing before it, strikes a note, last picture, top row, and begins to sing.
Just listen to these words I sing, and pretty soon you'll want the ring.
First picture, bottom row, Brer Rabbit's voice wafts in through Molly's window. She takes a flower out of a dish nearby and says romantically,
When he finishes, I'll throw him this flower. I saw your pretty eyes. I knew your love was cut my size. And so I sing these words to thee. Don't turn your shoulder cold to me.
And then Brer Rabbit, finished with his song, aims the arrow with the poem wrapped around it at Molly's window.
Course you'll think that Brer Cupid shot this arrow.
And then lets fly with the arrow. Straight for the window it flies. Molly stares furiously at her broken window.
Well, I'll fix him.
And she throws the flower pot, and irons, pans, shoes, rolling pins at Brer Rabbit, who dashes down the road, last picture. And she shouts after him,
Can't you ever do anything sweet without making it sour?
and Uncle Remus says,
You can put too much heart in affairs of the heart.
Oh, poor Brer Rabbit.
Yeah.
After all of that romantic lovemaking, he didn't look to see if Molly's window was open.
and instead shot the arrow right into the window, shattering glass all over her face.
Poor Brer Rabbit. He tried so hard.
Yes, and poor Molly was all ready to be sweet to him and drop him a flower until that glass hit her in the face. Well, next time, maybe Brer Rabbit will catch her when she's on the porch.
I hope so.
Yes. Well, now look across the page. There's Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes, Roy Rogers, and he's in trouble.
Yes, because last week Roy was helping his friend Doleful Hawkins by capturing two tough characters who tried to get the drop on him. And then their boss, a man named Fancy Pharaoh, rode up and got the drop on Roy.
And now there are 3 men against Roy and Doleful, and those men all have guns. What's going to happen?
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-bi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-bi-yo! Fancy Pharaoh, leader of the crooks, faces Roy and Doleful with drawn guns.
Well, looks like I arrived just in time, Doleful Hawkins. You were forcing my men at gunpoint to fix your ore wagon.
Hey, boss, look out! But Fancy turns too late. Doleful's nephew Tim has doused him with a pail of water, and Roy has the drop on Pharaoh. Doleful laughs. Hey, Hey, for once, my ornery nephew did the right thing. Hey, nice work, Tim. Roy says to the thugs, all right, vamoose, gents. This fighting between your freight lines has got to stop or somebody's going to get hurt. The men mount up. And last picture top row, right off. Fancy Pharaoh says, Doleful's pal is right. Somebody's going to get hurt. I'll whip you and Creaky head for town. Drat that kid for dousing these new duds. Later, in Pine City, first picture bottom row, Roy and the boy, Tim and Doleful, rein in before the Bratton Freight Company, for whom Doleful has a contract hauling ore. Doleful says, like I said, Roy, Fancy Pharaoh's outfit is setting hornswoggled on my boss, Hank Bratton, out of the ore hauling contract we got with the Tomahawk Mine. Roy replies, well, let's talk to your boss, Doleful, see if we can't work something out. So Roy and Doleful go up the steps to the office. The boy, Tim, says,
Hey, I'm going out back and play Indian.
well, keep out of mischief now, Tim. I'm sick of your monkey shines. Roy and Doleful walk into the office and then stop in astonishment, where a man lies stretched out on the floor. Hey, great Scott, is this your boss? Doleful kneels beside the man. It was, Roy. He's dead. And last picture behind the building, Creaky and Bullwhip, Pharaoh's two men, are coming out the rear entrance. Bullwhip says, come on, let's go, Creaky. Rogers and Hawkins will be coming this way any second. Just then, Tim runs around the corner and, seeing the thugs, throws rocks at him.
Hey, head for the hills. Redskins coming.
And Creaky exclaims,
Say, stop that, you pesky little brat.
Oh, those two men, they beat Roy into town, and they're the ones who killed Doleful's boss, I know.
I'm sure you're right.
And just wait till Roy finds out that Tim saw those two crooks coming out of the back door. Then Roy will go after them, I'll bet you, and fix them good.
Well, next week we'll find out if he does. Now it's time to go to the very last page of the first section. So over the page we go, and here's Flash Gordon.
Oh, yes, and Flash is on the planet Venus, which was ruled by that cruel King Stang.
Yes, and Flash was a prisoner of King Stang. But after many troubles and dangerous adventures, Flash finally overcame the king. And now the king is Flash's prisoner.
I wonder what'll happen now.
Well, let's read and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Riga-riga-doon-doon, saskrimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Anxious to make peace on Venus, Flash offers a full pardon to the deposed tyrant Stang. But with the pardon goes a warning. Venus must be free, not only for its inhabitants, but also for visitors from Earth. Stang eagerly promises to cooperate. But already a plot is hatching in his crafty mind. Vicky, the former queen, is also pardoned and reunited with Stang, her husband. As she is brought to Stang, their first meaningful glance is a secret, unspoken pact to regain their power at any cost. Dale, warned by her woman's intuition, begs Flash not to give them their freedom. As Flash stands undecided for a moment, last picture top row, his friend, the treeman, Crelier, says,
Don't worry about Stang, Flash. This corps of loyal treemen I'm organizing can handle any emergency.
Flash decides to play safe and answers, Crelier, you better assign a couple of men to keep an eye on Stang and Vicky, just in case. Guards are put over Stang and Vicky. Stang enters his quarters. When the guard follows, Stang boldly offers the startled treeman a fabulous bride.
These gems are yours, if you will but deliver a message to my friends.
Greedily, the guard reaches for the bag of gems, snatches up the message, which contains instructions for an attack on Flash and Crelier. The message is delivered to the necessary people. It gives directions to launch an attack on Flash and Crelier during the meeting of the planetary delegates, which is already beginning the task of choosing a new leader in the great hall of the palace. Flash, last picture, steps to the rostrum to nominate Crelier, unaware of the mortal peril to himself and his candidate.
Oh, look, there stands Flash in front of all those people.
And he doesn't know that an attack is about to be made on him.
Oh, I just can't wait to see if it really will take place.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to. Next week we'll find out, though, for sure, if it does. Now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, and I know just where to find them. On the first page of the second section.
Well, you just spread out the first page of the second section, and I'll read Dagwood and Blondie in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie looks out the window.
Oh, my goodness. How terrible. It's starting to rain.
Dagwood says, what's so terrible about a little rain?
It means the children will have to play indoors. They nearly tear the house apart.
The last picture, top row, the door opens, and in come all the kids in the neighborhood.
Here they come. See what I mean?
First picture, second row, Dagwood says, don't worry, I'll take care of them. They merely need some supervised amusement, an adult mind to guide them.
Good luck.
Dagwood goes into the next room where the children are playing. Come, children, pull up chairs, and we'll play some nice games.
We don't want to play games. That's corny.
And the kids all dash at Dagwood, sweep him up, and carry him on their shoulders. Last picture, second row.
We want to play cops and robbers. I got him.
First picture, third row, they turn a chair upside down. No, stop it. Children, be nice. Stretch Dagwood out on it, almost breaking his back. Children, careful, my back, my neck, my feet. In time to the chair. Stop, my ankle.
Hey, he's the bad guy, and he's tied to the railroad track. Yeah, and here comes the train. Jugga, 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 doot, doot. Jugga, 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 doot, doot.
10 minutes later, the kids have taken Dagwood upstairs. Hey, no, stop, don't, let me go. And they toss him down the stairway. Hey!
Now he's going over Niagara Falls. Splash, splash, splash.
Last picture, third row, Blondie staggers down the hall and sees a vase drop from the mantelpiece in the living room.
Oh, mercy. The house is shaking as though there were an earthquake.
First picture, bottom row, the kids have tied a rope around Dagwood's feet and are hauling him up to the chandelier. No, please stop, let me go.
Hey, we're the posse and we caught him.
And Dagwood's daughter yells,
Okay, everybody, pull.
Hey, no, let me go, will you? At that moment, Blondie looks out the window and shouts,
Hooray! The rain has stopped.
Yay, we can play outdoors.
And out of the house the kids go.
Come on, out of sight we go. Yippee!
And last picture, Blondie goes into the living room and sees Dagwood hanging upside down from the chandelier, and she bends down and says to him,
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Oh, poor Dagwood.
Yes, poor Dagwood. What those children did to him.
He looks pretty worn out.
Yes, I think I'd rather have a truck run over me than have to deal with all of those children.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Well, I would.
Why?
Well, a truck is only one. But look at all those kids.
Oh, you're just teasing. I know you love children.
Yes, of course, I'm just teasing. I love children. Well, now let's turn over the page. And look, on page 3 of the second section, Dick's Adventures.
Oh, and I'm anxious to read this because you remember that Dick is in the early days of America when the English and the Americans were at war.
And he was in the city of New Orleans, and he and his friend, Major Villere, have been captured by the pirate Jean Lafitte.
And the pirates are taking Dick and his friend deep into the swamp. I wonder what will happen to them.
Well, let's read now and find out. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Noiselessly, a boat glides through the mysterious Louisiana bayou country, bearing 2 angry captives of the notorious pirate and smuggler, Jean Lafitte. It's the year 1814, and Dick and a companion have discovered a plot linking Lafitte with the British fleet that is at this moment waiting to attack New Orleans and the Americans. Smiling, Lafitte orders his 2 captives untied. Last picture, top row, the boat comes to a stop, and Dick and the Major are untied. They stare at huge alligators that are swimming around the boat. One of the pirates nods toward the alligators and grins.
I know you will not be so foolish as to attempt to escape.
First picture, second row, Major Villere demands,
Where are you taking us?
but he receives only a charming smile and no answer from the pirate's chief. And then they are on their way again. For hours, they continue along the strange, twisting bayous from which startled birds rise with harsh cries. Last picture, third row, they emerge into an open body of water Barataria Bay, fretted with hidden coves and inlets. And now Lafitte's boatmen head swiftly for shore. First picture, bottom row, Dick and the Major find themselves in a bustling town of pirates and smugglers. Here, Jean Lafitte rules in splendor like an all-powerful king. But last picture, prowling offshore, is a fleet of British men of war. Lafitte turns to Dick and the Major and says, "Tonight I am giving a banquet in honor of the officers who are hoping to persuade me to betray New Orleans. Yet perhaps I shall change my mind and betray them instead. You will attend as my guests, my prisoners, and as spies."
Oh, I'm so glad that Dick didn't try to escape through the swamp. Those alligators might have eaten them up.
Yes, they're mighty dangerous.
And just think, those pirates have a whole city of their own hidden away in the swamp. I'm glad that Lafitte is going to be kind to Dick and let him come to the banquet. I mean, I hope that means he isn't going to be mean to him anymore.
Well, we'll find out more about that next week. Now, look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, Rusty Riley. And Rusty is running away from Milestone Farm and his friend Tex to get away from his mean uncle.
And he's joined a carnival where his friend Stovepipe is.
And Rusty discovered two crooks were making plans to do something bad to the owner of the carnival.
Yes, but when Rusty overheard the men, it was in the dark, so he doesn't know what these crooks look like.
So then Rusty happened to meet the men in the daytime, and they asked him if he wanted a job, and so Rusty said, sure. And now he's going to work for these two crooks, and he doesn't know it, and that might get him into terrible trouble.
Well, let's read now and find out if he does. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty, who has been talking to Stovepipe, points out the man named Specs who has hired Rusty to work for him. Stovepipe says, well, so he calls himself the Great Necro, eh? Most interesting.
Well, why do you say that, Mr. Stovepipe? You know him?
Well, I cannot claim personal acquaintance with him, Dusty, and I could be wrong. But I believe that last season in the Deep South, he followed a small connie with which I had a temporary connection. But then he was just the slick card manipulator. Stovepipe goes on last picture, top row. If my memory serves me correctly, he was known as Specs. But look here, lad, you've got to live somewhere. I'm about to seek lodgings in the village. Suppose we share diggings, huh?
Oh, jeepers, I'd like to, Mr. Stovepipe. Just let me get my suitcase from that shack where I slept last night.
A few minutes later, Rusty is getting his suitcase out of the shack where he slept the night before and where he had heard the two mysterious crooks plotting in the darkness below.
Hey, golly, I'm glad Mr. Stovepipe asked me to stay with him. His shack is sure no bargain. Hey, I wonder what Flip's so curious about.
Then Rusty sees something on the floor and picks it up.
Jeepers, it's a piece of jewelry. A man's cufflink.
Third picture, bottom row. Carrying his suitcase, Rusty trots between the tents that are being set up. Specs, the man who hired him, calls,
Hey, where you going, kid? Not running out on your job, I hope.
Oh, no, sir, Mr. Necro. I'm just going into town to find a place to live.
Last picture, Specs hands Rusty a $1 bill.
Oh. Well, if you're going into town, you can do something for me. Here, take this buck and buy me a pair of cufflinks at the 5 and dime. I lost one of mine.
Huh? Yes, sir. Oh, sure.
Ooh, and now maybe Rusty will know that the cufflink he found in the shack was lost by that man named Specs, and then Rusty will know that Specs is one of the crooks.
Yes, especially since Rusty knows that Specs has lied about himself being a big, famous magician, when Stovepipe says he was just a man who used to do puny little card tricks.
Yes. Oh, I wonder what Rusty will do next.
Well, we'll have to wait until next week to find that out. Now, let's turn over the page and see what we shall see.
Oh, look. Here's my favorite, Donald Duckles.
Yes, and we'll read your favorite right now. Here we go with Donald Duckles. Say the magic words with me. Squeegem, squeegem, squiddly chicka chack. Let's have music to better quack quack. Donald has decided to try to make money in a new business. So today, he and his nephew Dewey set up a suitcase full of mirrors on a stand beside the sidewalk and put up a sign which reads,
Sale. Hand mirrors. $3.
And then Donald waits for people to come by and make their purchases. 2 hours go by, and Donald hasn't made a sale. Finally, his nephew Dewey tells him,
Hey, look, you can't sell plain mirrors. Hey, Uncle Donald, why don't you do this? We could do we could take them away and see? Excellent, son. Pure genius.
Donald takes out his paintbrush. And first picture, bottom row, Dewey looks at a sign and says,
Gee, Uncle Donald, that ought to work.
and we see the sign, which now reads,
Hand mirrors, designed exclusively for left-handed people. Only $3.
and Donald waits for left-handed people to come along and buy his mirrors. An hour later, Donald hasn't sold a mirror. He turns to Dewey.
Some idea. Still no sales. People are too smart to buy it.
Dewey cheerfully smiles.
I overlooked an angle, Uncle Donald. This is what we do. First, we take the... You see? Terrific. We'll try it.
Donald takes out his paintbrush, and a moment later sets up another sign which reads,
Special discount to right-handed people, only $2.
and by the time you get to the last picture, we hear Donald say,
Sold out.
and two ladies, each with a mirror in her hand, are going down the sidewalk, and one says, he doesn't know it, but I'm left-handed. And the other one answers, shh, so am I.
Oh, that Dewey, he's the one.
Yes, you bet he's the one. He figured out the way to help Donald sell all of his mirrors.
And that Donald Duckle, he's so funny.
You bet he is. Well, now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm just fine, too, thank you. How are you getting along in school since your Christmas vacation?
Oh, really quite well, thank you.
You getting a good mark in your history?
Yes, quite good, thank you.
Very well. Let me test you.
On what?
What famous American will have a birthday this week?
What's the date?
February 12th.
Oh, I know, because in our art class we made some cutouts of him.
Oh, you did?
Yes, see if you can guess.
Is it a man with a beard?
Yes, it is, you're right. Here's Abraham Lincoln.
Good for you. You're excellent in your history.
Yes, I am, aren't I?
And I think you should get a reward.
Well, will you please read me the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly? Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Today, one of the officers is talking to Beetle Sergeant.
Hey, Sarge, I think you're being too tough on the men. They might rebel.
The sergeant replies,
Ah, phooey. They're better off working than carousing around town.
A short distance away, Beetle and his pals are sweating their brains out digging a ditch. A little dog keeps pestering him. One of the soldiers says,
Hey, scram, Pooch. Sarge has a law against playing.
but instead of scramming, the dog grabs the fellow's cap. And away he goes.
Hey, he's got my cap.
And Beetle and his pals go after the dog. The dog runs around a building. Around the corner of the shack comes Beetle. Straight toward the sergeant he goes.
Hey, there he is.
Get him! I'll break his neck!
The sergeant thinks they're coming at him. His cap pops off. And away he runs, first picture, bottom row. With the dog behind him. And the soldiers behind the dog.
Tackle that dog. We're gonna string you up.
The sergeant doubles his speed and yells.
Hey, stop! Furloughs for everyone!
One of the soldiers yells.
Come here, you mangy, flea-bitten cur.
And the sergeant shouts.
Yeah, I admit it. I've been a heel. I'll change. I'll fight. Hey, they passed me.
And he sees Beetle grabbing the pup and the other soldiers gather around them. The sergeant says.
Hey, you were chasing that dog?
And Beetle thinks he's going to get into trouble again.
Hey, don't be sore, Sarge. We'll get back to work.
Last picture, the sergeant mops his brow in relief and answers.
No. Take the afternoon off. You've been working too hard.
And Beetle says.
If I didn't know better, I'd say he's been working too hard.
Wasn't that funny? The sergeant thought the men were mad at him for making them work so hard and were chasing him.
Yes, and everything that they yelled at the dog, the sergeant thought they were saying to him.
Yes, wasn't that funny?
Yes, it just goes to prove that when your conscience is bothering you, you think things are meant for you that aren't meant for you at all.
Yes, that's so true.
Yes, it's so true. Well, now I'll bet you'd like to find out whether Flash Gordon...
Oh, yes, I would, because Flash is in danger, but he doesn't know it.
Very well, then let's turn over the page, go past Little Iodine and Prince Valiant, turn over to page 4.
And there's Flash Gordon, and now we can find out what will happen.
Yes, now we'll find out. You remember last week, Flash was on the planet Venus, where he had overcome the tyrant, King Stang.
And instead of putting King Stang in jail, Flash let him go free, but had put a guard to watch him.
Yes, and Stang bribed the guard to deliver a message to Stang's friends.
And the message told Stang's friends to overpower Flash at a certain special big important meeting. And I'm worried because Flash doesn't know anything about this.
Well, let's read now and find out what happens. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-rega-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Trillier, Flash's friend, has called a meeting of the people on Venus for the purpose of selecting a new leader and a new government, now that Stang has been overcome. Stang, by his secret message, sends one of his henchmen, the evil scale man, Kaga, to block the election of Trillier, who is the leading candidate. However, when the balloting is over, Kaga is defeated, and Trillier has been elected. Suddenly, Stang himself appears on the scene and whips his followers into a frenzied attempt to seize power. Stang's first target is his old nemesis, Flash Gordon. He lets go at Flash with his ray gun. But in the excitement of the attack, Stang's blast misses its mark. At last picture top row, Flash is able to make his way to the electron beam controls. Tuning the beam on the rioters, he temporarily paralyzes their nerve centers. But when Flash checks up on the unconscious rebels, he's dismayed to find that somehow both Stang and Kaga have escaped. Dashing to a window, he is just in time to see the two ringleaders blast off in a jet flyer they have seized. Trillier leaps to the palace guns and fires wildly. But Flash calls a halt. No, it's no use. They're out of range. Look, I'll follow Stang and Kaga. You're needed here. The rebels will soon be regaining consciousness. 10 minutes later. Flash and Dale speed in pursuit of the fleeing tyrant and his henchmen. Flash says,
They're certain to head for the Scale Man's caverns inside the planet. Our job is to follow them. It's dangerous, but we have no choice.
Dale was right. Fly shouldn't have trusted King Stang. She told him. Remember last week, she told him.
That's right. She said her woman's intuition warned her not to trust Stang.
Yes, her woman's tuition. That's a feeling that a woman has, and Flash should have trusted Dale's tuition. And now look at the trouble he's in.
Well, after all...
He should have listened to her. She's a woman, and her tuition was right. But would he listen? No.
Yes, but after all, you...
Man, they just don't pay any attention to a woman when she's right.
Yes, but you much...
Now what'll happen to him?
Would you like to read Donald Duck? He's right across the page.
Oh, yes, my favorite, Donald Duck.
Fine. And here we go with your favorite, Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddy, chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Donald and his girlfriend Daisy are out for a drive in the country. Donald isn't quite sure where he is, so he says to Daisy,
You mind handing me the map in the glove compartment?
Daisy replies,
Well, you don't need it. I've been over this road, and I never forget.
Well, okay.
Daisy points ahead and says, third picture, top row.
Past that tree there, there'll be a... yes, turn right. Now, this is the grade I told you was coming. Apex Mountain, it's called.
And by the time you get to the last picture, top row, Daisy is saying,
Now, around the next turn's a bridge. We go a mile beyond.
second picture, bottom row, they're making another turn.
The road's not so good from here as I remember it. Now, next we come to a gate. Or was it a bridge? Oh, no, it was a tunnel? Maybe I better look at that.
And last picture, the car stands up to its hubs in a pig pen at the end of the road. Donald turns to Daisy disgustedly.
Okay. Now, let's have the map.
What was that you were saying a while ago about women always being right?
Well, this is different.
And why is it different?
Because with Dale it was her tuition, but with Daisy it was her memory.
And?
You can always trust a woman's tuition, but her memory, well, that's just a different thing.
Oh, it is? Why?
Because her tuition is something, well, it's just there when you're born. But your memory, well, what's in your memory is what you've learned. So there you can make a mistake.
Oh, I see. You can trust a woman's intuition, but not her memory.
Yes.
Well, what do you do about a woman's memory, then?
You just excuse it.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much for the lesson.
You're welcome. Now can we please read Peter Pan?
Yes, I'd be delighted to. Let's turn over the page.
And oh, look, there on page 7 is Peter Pan.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, last week you said that today we might see Captain Hook.
That's right, I did promise you. Well, there's nothing wrong with your memory.
No, there isn't.
Well, today we certainly will
Then
find...
please, quick read.
All right, here we go with Peter Pan. Pirates, crocodiles, Peter Pan, whisk up music for Never Never Land. Peter Pan, the little man from Never Never Land, came back to the Darling household, found his shadow, and has taught the 3 Darling children how to fly. And now they're on their way toward Neverland. Now let's look ahead. There's a big pirate ship, and on the deck is the elegant Captain Hook, the world's most famous crook. He's named Captain Hook because one arm was bitten off by a crocodile. And now, where once there was a hand with 5 fingers, there is one steel hook. The captain is studying a map, trying to figure out where Peter Pan maintains his hideout. He peers at the map and snarls,
"No blast, Peter Pan!"
And then he hears,
"Oh, Smee! Smee! What's that, Smee?"
Smee, the captain's man, runs to the railing. and looks over. He sees a crocodile stick its head up out of the water, looking for Captain Hook.
Well, I do believe it is a crocodile, Captain.
Oh, no. Not the crocodile. Chase him away, Smee. Chase him away.
Last picture, top row. Smee shouts down at the crocodile.
Shame on you, upsetting the poor captain. Shoo.
And the crocodile disappears under the water. First picture, bottom row, Hook snarls.
Oh, that cursed beast. Ever since Peter Pan fed him my hand, he's been hungry for the rest of me.
Yes, but he'd have had you by now, Captain, if he hadn't swallowed that alarm clock. When he's about, he warns you with his tick-tock.
Oh, blast Peter Pan. If only I could find his hideout.
At that moment, the lookout shouts.
Peter Pan, ahoy!
A grin appears on Hook's face.
What? Where away? 3 points off the starboard!
Last picture, Hook whips out a spyglass, looks to the heavens, and exclaims,
Swaggle me eyes. It is Pan. We've got him this time, Smee.
Oh, isn't that Captain Hook ferocious?
That he is.
What will he try to do? Shoot Peter Pan down out of the sky?
I'll bet you that's what he tries.
Oh, and the 3 darling children are flying around overhead, too. I hope he doesn't shoot them.
Well, I don't think he will. Next week, we'll see what really happens. But now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, and I know where we'll find them. In the first page of the second section.
Well, you get that spread out, and I'll read Dagwood and Blondie in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. The doorbell rings at the Bumstead house. Dagwood goes to open the door. He shouts, "Oh, Blondie, there's a man here from the photographers." Blondie trots to the door.
Oh, my goodness, I forgot. This is the day we're to have the family group picture taken.
Last picture, top row, the photographer is setting up his equipment. Blondie comes in leading Cookie.
Dagwood, I found Cookie. Now you rush out and find Alexander, quick.
First picture, second row, Dagwood dashes down the street, screaming at the top of his voice, "Alexander! Alexander! Alexander!" 10 minutes later, Dagwood comes in the house. "All right, I found Alexander. Now, where's Blondie?" And the photographer answers,
Oh, she went out looking for you.
and out the door, Dagwood and Alexander go. "Blondie! Blondie! Blondie!" Last picture, second row. Alexander shouts,
Hey, there they are, Pop.
Dagwood, catch the pups. I want them in the picture, too.
and Dagwood runs off in 6 different directions. First picture, third row, trying to catch the pups. "Hey, come back! Come back! Please, please, pretty please, with a dog biscuit on it!" A half hour later, Dagwood comes into the house carrying all the dogs. Blondie meets him at the door.
Come, dear. The photographer has his camera all set up and ready.
And 10 minutes later, the whole family, Blondie, Dagwood, Cookie, Alexander, and the 6 dogs, the 5 dogs. No, the 6 dogs, are all lined up before the photographer.
All right, hold it now. Everybody smile.
Everybody smiles. And then the picture is taken. And first picture, bottom row, away rush the dogs and the children.
Hey, thank goodness that's over. Yeah, now we can get back to our games.
Suddenly, the photographer looks at his camera.
Oh, silly me. I forgot to take the lens cap off my camera. We'll have to take it all over again.
And Dagwood goes, "What?" And last picture, down the street come 2 streaks. It's the photographer with Dagwood after him, brandishing the camera. "Please stand still a minute. I just want to take your picture."
Oh, I don't blame Dagwood for being mad. that after all that trouble.
I don't either. If Dagwood takes that photographer's picture with that camera, it'll be a bloody one, I'm afraid.
Yes, that's so funny the way that photographer's running with Dagwood after him.
Yes, it is. Well, now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
Oh, look, there's Dick's Adventures.
Oh, yes, and Dick is in the midst of a very interesting adventure because he's in the early days of America in the city of New Orleans at a time when the Americans and the British are at war.
And Dick and a friend of his, that's the major in the army, were captured by the pirate Jean Lafitte.
Yes, Lafitte has taken Dick and his friend the Major through the swamps and bayous to the pirate stronghold, a city at the edge of Barataria Bay.
And the captain of the pirates, Jean Lafitte, has told Dick that the British are coming to meet Lafitte that evening.
Yes, you see, the British have offered Lafitte 30,000 pounds of English money if Lafitte will help the British fight the Americans. And this is to be discussed at that meeting.
Well, I wonder why Lafitte has asked Dick to come to this particular party.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. The meeting with the British turns out to be a banquet given by Lafitte in honor of the British. Dick sees the British bring in a huge chest and set it down. Lafitte whispers to Dick, "Keep your ears open." Last picture, top row, Dick, whom the British think is Lafitte's friend, hears the British tell Lafitte of their plans to attack New Orleans. Then the chest is opened, and Dick sees it's filled with gold doubloons. The British offer this to Lafitte as a reward if he will help the British with his men and ships in the attack against the Americans. First picture, second row. Before the banquet ends, Dick sees his chance to escape. General Jackson must be warned of the impending attack. Dick slips out the banquet hall, makes his way to the prison, and in a quick surprise knocks out the guard. Now, to get the Major out. Then Dick unlocks the cell, releasing Major Villaire. Last picture, third row, the Major and Dick race toward a point in the bayou where Lafitte's boats are moored. First picture, bottom row, the guard comes to and shouts the alarm. "Help! Help! The prisoner has escaped!" While the pirates quickly spread out on a search, Dick and the Major, last picture, push away from shore in a boat and head for the swamps. Dick says,
They'll be after us in a minute, Major. Gosh, I hope we don't get lost in all these channels.
I hope that Dick can get to General Jackson and warn him in time.
Well, he can only do it if the Major and he can keep away from those pirates.
Yes, but that's not going to be easy because those pirates know all those swamps very well, and Dick doesn't know them at all. Do you think that he will ever get away safely?
I'm afraid we'll have to wait until next week to find that out. But now look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley. And we can find out some things about him right now if you're interested.
Oh, you know I'm interested because I just love Rusty, and he's in trouble.
Oh, yes, he is. He's run away and joined a carnival where he's been hired by two men who are crooks.
Rusty overheard the crooks plotting something bad against Mr. Dooley. Mr. Dooley is the owner of the carnival.
Yes, and then he found a cuff button in the shack where he had overheard the crooks in the first place.
And then one of the men who had hired Rusty for this job told Rusty that he'd lost the cuff button. I wonder if that'll make Rusty know that this is one of the men that he'd heard there in the dark.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Back at Milestone Farm, Tex is talking to Mr. Miles. Let's have the facts about Rusty, Tex. He wrote me saying he had to leave Milestone Farm because of his no-good uncle. That this uncle of his, Rufus, was out of jail. Yes, that's right, boss. That ornery coyote threatened to put him back in the orphan's home unless he put the bite on you for a lot of money. I think it must have nigh busted Rusty's heart to leave Milestone Farm. But he'd do anything to keep from making trouble for you. Third picture, top row, Mr. Miles shakes his head. Oh, poor lad. I couldn't love him more if he were my own... Where do you think he is, Tex? Well, boss, I kind of figured he went with a carnival that was playing where we was. But the carnival boss hasn't seen him. Last picture, top row. At that moment in the town near the carnival, Rusty and his friend, Mr. Stovepipe, have found lodgings. Well, well, my boy. We're all set in comfortable lodgings. And you are launched upon your career as assistant to the great Necro, the magician. Ah, but my boy, you seem worried.
Oh, yes, I am, Mr. Stovepipe. Last night when I slept in that shack near the carnival, well, I heard two men planning to do some kind of harm to Mr. Dooley, the owner of the show.
Stovepipe goes on, first picture, bottom row. If my memory serves me rightly, you didn't see the men. All you know, my boy, is that they're a new act with the Connie, and there are 6 or 8 new acts.
Yes, but Mr. Stovepipe, when I went to that shack to get my suitcase today, I found a man's cufflink on the floor. And just now, Mr. Necro gave me $1, and he asked me to buy him some cufflinks because he'd lost one of his.
Well, well, I see. Looks like he was one of the men you overheard in that shack.
What should I do, Mr. Stovepipe? Should I take the job as assistant in his magic act?
As I said, my boy, it looks like he was in the shack. That's not proof. Yes, I'd say take the job and keep your eyes open. Meanwhile, last picture, in the great Necro's dressing room at the carnival, his companion in crime is talking with him.
Hey, listen, Specs, I'm jittery about cracking Dooley's safe with our wreckage if anything went wrong.
The great Necro, who is really Specs, replies,
But I have no intention of doing anything so crude as cracking a safe. I intend to exploit a certain weakness of Dooley's to take him to the cleaners. And don't call me Specs.
Rusty really does suspect then that Mr. Necro is a crook.
Yes, he does.
But I wonder why Stovepipe wants Rusty to keep his job working with the crook.
Well, to keep his eyes open and to watch and see what happens.
Oh, well, maybe Rusty will find out what the crooks are up to, and he'll be able to stop them from doing anything bad to Mr. Dooley, and he'll become a hero.
That could happen, and we'll find that out as time goes along. But now look across the page. There's Roy Rogers on page 4.
Yes, and Roy Rogers and his friend Doleful Hawkins had come to Pine City to talk to Doleful Hawkins' boss.
And when they walked into the office, they found Doleful's boss on the floor dead.
And we saw those 2 crooks named Creaky and Bullwhip coming out of the back door of the building, and I am very sure that they're the ones that killed him.
And I'm sure you're right. And Doleful Hawkins' nephew, Tim, saw them come out, too, when he began to throw rocks at
I
him.
wonder what'll happen next.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Yip-bi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Yip-bi-yo. The boy Tim starts throwing rocks at the 2 outlaws. Bullwhip growls.
Hey, grab that kid, Creaky. If he blabs he saw us sneaking out of the Bratton freight office, we're sunk.
Quickly, Creaky grabs little Tim, who begins to kick and fight.
Hey, let me go, will you? Let me go.
The outlaws mount up and ride for the hills. Meanwhile, last picture, top row, Doleful and Roy come out of the office. Doleful says,
Whoever killed my boss, Hank Bratton, made a clean getaway, Roy. Hey, where's Tim, my pesky nephew?
Why, he said he's out here playing Indian. First picture, bottom row, a man comes out of the telegraph office.
Hey, this came for you from the Tomahawk Mine, Doleful. I want you up there to investigate some trouble.
Huh? I suppose Fancy Farrell's freight outfit's trying to horn in on our ore hauling contract again. Oh, there's some kind of trouble brewing.
Roy answers, second picture, bottom row. Well, you go on ahead, Doleful. I'll fetch the sheriff and help him round up Bratton's killer.
Okay, then. You find Tim and keep him out of mischief while I get back too, Roy.
Roy goes around behind the building. And there, he finds Tim's slingshot and tracks in the dust. Well, Tim's slingshot. And also tracks of 2 hombres. One with new boots. That could be Fancy Farrell's man, Creaky and Bullwhip. Meanwhile, last picture, Fancy Farrell, leader of the outlaws, rides to meet his men at their hideout.
All right, let's go, horse. I gotta tell the boys about decoying Hawkins to the mine with a phony message. When they bushwhack him,
The Bratton line is finished.
Oh, now the outlaws have the boy, and that message to Doleful was just a trick to separate him from Roy.
Yes, they're planning on putting Doleful out of the way so Fancy Pharaoh and his gang can get control of all business connected with hauling the ore.
Well, I wonder whether Roy will be able to trail those men and help Doleful and save him.
Well, that's something we'll have to wait until next week to find out. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow again with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, too. Oh, thank you for your Valentine.
Oh, and thank you very much for the one you sent me. Did you like it?
Like the one I sent you?
Oh, no, it was different.
Oh, you mean did I like the one... You mean like the one I sent you?
Yes, yes.
Oh, yes. I loved it. It was very clever. Cupid sliding down the cloud on a toboggan, aiming the arrow straight at me.
I'm glad you liked it because I made it myself.
You did?
Yes.
Why, I thought it was a famous artist who had made it.
You did?
Oh, yes.
It looks that good?
It certainly did.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. Now, what can I do for you?
Now, would you please read me the funny?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweetle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Today, Beetle is hard at work stacking bags of laundry at the army post where he's stationed. One of his officers shouts at him,
After you stack those laundry bags, you can sweep out the supply room.
Beetle grumbles.
He's drunk with power.
The officer walks out of the room. Then Beetle picks up an empty sack and says,
While he's gone, I'll crawl in this bag and get a swell nap before he finds me.
A short time later, the laundry truck pulls up to the back door. The truckman jumps out and starts tossing the laundry bags into the truck. Finally, last picture, top row, he picks up the last laundry bag.
Hey,
He tosses it into the truck.
this last one's heavy, Joe.
It hits the guy in the truck, knocking him over. First picture, bottom row. The truck drives along. Beetle, still in one of the laundry bags, sound asleep, snoring and whistling. One of the guys in front says,
Hey, do you hear a noise back there?
the driver answers,
Oh, these GIs wear their clothes so long the stuff can probably talk.
They pull up to the laundry. The laundryman looks at the load and says,
Hey, it looks like they sent everything but the kitchen sink.
they start to empty the sacks of laundry into a cart. Then they untie the sack that Beetle is sleeping in, turn it upside down, and out tumbles Beetle, still snoring. The laundryman takes one look at Beetle and says,
Take it back and tell them to send the kitchen sink.
A few minutes later, fourth picture, bottom row, the truck pulls up at the Army post again. The driver picks up the laundry sack containing Beetle and says to Beetle's officer,
We're returning this one. It didn't have a ticket.
and last picture, he dumps Beetle out onto the ground. The officer looks at Beetle, who still snores.
Too bad. He needs a good washing.
And the truck driver says,
He could use a little starch, too.
and Beetle goes,
Can you imagine that? Beetle's so sleepy, nothing makes him up.
that fellow sleeps. He really sleeps, doesn't he?
Yes, but that's dangerous.
Yes, it is sleeping that soundly.
Because if the house got on fire, he couldn't wake up in time to get out.
You've raised a very good point. Now, if your house ever catches on fire, be sure to yell loud as you can so that you wake everybody up and get help right away.
Oh, I would certainly do that. But there's something I would never do.
What's that?
I would never play with matches or try to light the stove unless my mother or someone grown up was right close beside me.
Well, that pleases me very much, because when you play with fire, you're playing with danger. And we don't want any child to be in danger, do we?
No, we don't.
Well, since you're so good and sensible about fire and matches, I'll do something nice for you right now. Would you like to read Peter Pan?
Oh, I certainly would.
Very well, then. Let's go over the page, past Little Iodine, cross the page, past Prince Valiant, turn over that page, and there on page 4 is Peter Pan.
And you remember that Peter had taught the Darling children how to fly, and they were all on their way to Neverland.
Yes, and down below on a ship in a cove, Captain Hook, the ferocious one-armed pirate, has looked through his spyglass and seen Peter approaching. And Captain Hook hates Peter Pan.
I wonder what he's going to do. Do you think he'll try to shoot Peter out of the sky?
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Peter Pan. Pirates, crocodiles, Peter Pan. Whisk up music for Never Never Land. Peter, who's flying through the air, heads for a little cloud and settles down on it. A second later, he's joined by Wendy, Michael, and John. Peter points ahead, and the Darling children look down and see a little island, which is Neverland. Peter says,
Well, there it is, Wendy.
Wendy exclaims, "Oh, Peter, it's just as I've dreamed it would be."
Yep, there's Mermaid Lagoon and the Indian camp.
Now down below on the ship, Captain Hook looks through his spyglass. He says to his man, Smee,
Ah, a pretty sight, Mr. Smee. We'll pot 'em like sitting ducks.
last picture top row, Hook's cutthroat crew gathers about him. They aim one of the ship's guns toward the cloud. Hook orders,
Double the powder and shorter the fuse. Range 42. Elevation 65. Steady now. Fire!
straight for the cloud the shot goes. First picture bottom row, Peter shouts, "Hey, look out!" The children jump aside just in time. The shot passes by. Peter turns to Tinkerbell. "Hey, quick, Tinkerbell. Take Wendy and the boys to the island. I'll stay here to draw Hook's fire." And away goes Tinkerbell, followed by the children. Wendy shouts, "Hey, Tinkerbell, not so fast." But Tinkerbell goes faster and faster toward Neverland. And last picture, the children are left far behind. Wendy shouts, "Hey, wait, Tinkerbell. We can't keep up with you." But the spiteful pixie has whizzed away, leaving Wendy and the boys to struggle helplessly in the sky above Neverland.
Oh, that wasn't nice of Tinkerbell to leave the children behind.
No, especially not in time of danger.
I don't like that Tinkerbell. Why does she act like that?
Well, Tinkerbell is jealous because Peter likes Wendy.
Well, that isn't nice of Tinkerbell at all, because after all, Wendy and Peter are just friends.
That's right.
I wonder whether the children will find their way down to Neverland, and will Peter be safe from Captain Hook and
Well,
his crew?
next week we'll find that out.
You know what I like to read now?
What?
Roy Rogers, because the outlaws captured that little boy Tim.
Oh, yes, they did. They'd followed Roy and Doleful Hawkins to town.
And they'd killed Doleful's boss, and they captured his nephew, Tim, that little boy.
Yes, yes. And then the leader of the crooks, Fancy Pharaoh, had sent a phony message to Doleful to trick him into coming to the mine office.
That's the office Doleful works for.
Yes, but no one at that office is there. And Fancy plans to capture Doleful and do away with him.
Do you think Roy'll be able to stop him from doing all these cruel things?
Well, let's read now and find out. Now, first, let's go across the page, turn over that page, then go past the Lone Ranger on page 6, and there, on page 7, under Barney Google, is Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now, here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. At the outlaws' hideout, Creaky and Bullwhip are having trouble with the boy Tim, who is mighty rambunctious. Fancy Pharaoh gallops up. Seeing the boy, he exclaims, "Blast it, what's Doleful Hawkins' nephew doing here? Are you two loco?" Creaky answers,
Well, we had to grab him, boss. He seen us sneaking out of the Bratton freight office. If he blabs, they'll know we killed Hank Bratton.
"What?" Last picture, top row, Pharaoh snaps. "Lock the kid in the shack till we take care of Hawkins. I'm decoying the old coot to the Tomahawk mine with a phony message. When we dry gulch him, the Bratton freight line is finished." First picture, bottom row, Roy is trailing the outlaws. Suddenly he sees something appear in the sky. He exclaims, "Hey, something just shot up in the air by those trees. Let's go, Trigger." In a few minutes, Roy is approaching the shack where the outlaws' hideaway is. He sees an arrow shoot out of the chimney. Hey, what's this? An arrow with a string and cloth tied to it. In a second, Roy is out of the saddle and running to the shack. Last picture, he breaks in the door. Tim Hawkins. Say, shooting those arrows out of the chimney was a smart way to attract attention, son.
Hey, Fancy Pharaoh and his polecats locked me in here, Roy. They're gonna bushwhack Uncle Doleful. We gotta save him.
Hooray! Hooray! Roy has come to the rescue, and now those outlaws will find out something.
Well, let's hope so.
Wasn't that a clever scheme of Tim's to shoot the arrows out of the chimney?
Yes, you bet it was. And it's good that Roy saw them before the outlaws did, too.
Yes, and now Tim can tell Roy what the outlaws are up to. But do you think that Roy will catch up to him in time to rescue them so awful?
Well, we'll have to wait until next week to find that out. But now, let's hop over to Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, and here they are on the first page of the second section.
All right. And here we go on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim zam zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood wakes up early in the morning, lifts his head, then lets it fall back on the pillow.
Blondie! Call my office. Tell him I won't be in today. I'm a sick man.
In a second, Blondie's in the bedroom beside him.
I've got every ache known to science. I got sharp pains and dull pains and shooting pains. I think I'm a goner.
Oh, you poor dear.
Last picture, top row, she puts her arms around Dagwood.
We'll make a hospital room out of this bedroom. First, we'll move the bed out of the draft.
What?
Come on, get out of bed. Now, push the bed across the room.
Yeah, but Blondie.
Dagwood, do you want to die of pneumonia?
No.
Then push the bed across the room.
Well, all right.
First picture, second row, Blondie says.
Now, Dagwood, go next door and borrow the Woodleys' heating pad and the electric vaporizer and their sickbed tray.
Well, all right.
5 minutes later, Dagwood's at the Woodley door. Herb Woodley is handing him the heating pad, sickbed tray, and the vaporizer. Herb says, "Yay, you look terrible, Dagwood." Dagwood stares at Herb in amazement. "Really?" Last picture, second row, Dagwood enters the house. Blondie hands him a piece of paper.
Now, Dagwood, run to the drugstore and get this list of things. And hurry, we've got to get you back in bed.
Am I that sick?
10 minutes later, first picture, third row, Dagwood is in the drugstore. The druggist reads the list that Blondie has made out, then turns to Dagwood sympathetically.
Be seated while I get these things for you. Oh, you'll need every ounce of strength you have to pull through this.
Dagwood sits down weakly. The girl behind the counter says,
Oh, the poor man.
10 minutes later, Dagwood at home comes upstairs. He heads for his bedroom, followed by Blondie, her arms full of medicine.
Now, Dagwood, get back in bed quickly while I prepare a hot mustard bath for you.
Last picture, third row, Dagwood is in bed again. Blondie enters carrying a big tub.
Here's your hot foot bath, dear.
Suddenly, Dagwood sits up. "I've had enough of this!" He leaps out of bed. First picture, bottom row, dashes around the room. "I'm the healthiest man on this street. I can whip my weight in wildcats." And 10 minutes later, all dressed up, Dagwood turns to Blondie as he fixes his tie. "Call up the boss and tell him I'll be down to work after all." Blondie folds her hands demurely and bats her pretty eyelashes.
Oh, Dagwood, I have a confession. I didn't call him in the first place. I knew you'd go in.
Last picture, Dagwood comes out of the house, a bright smile on his face as he goes down the walk. And he says proudly,
Huh. Nobody's going to make an invalid out of me.
Wasn't that the funniest thing you ever saw? First, Dagwood pretends to be dying.
Yes, and then when everybody tells him how awful he looks, he gets mad because they think he looks terribly sick.
And then he gets up out of bed and says he's not going to be sick, and he goes to work. Oh, what a man.
Yes, what a man. Well, now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
Oh, look, my favorite, Donald Duck.
Yes, your friend Donald Duckle, and I'll read him in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly, and on the second page of the second section, Donald Duck.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Say them with me, please. Squeege-em, squiddy ticket-jack. Let's have music to fit a quack-quack. It's breakfast time in the Donald Duck household. Donald looks so exhausted that his eyelids droop, his hair droops, and his ears droop. His nephew Dewey says,
Gee, what's the matter, Uncle Donald?
Oh, I walked in my sleep again 7 nights in a row.
Gee, that's tough.
The boys tell Donald they've got a scheme to stop him from sleepwalking, so that night they tuck Donald into bed. Dewey says,
Well, good night, Uncle Donald. Just relax. We'll take care of everything.
Donald yawns.
Good night.
No sooner is he gone to sleep than the boys see him sit up, hold out his arms, and begin to mumble, first picture, bottom row.
Now I walk, nice walk in the park.
The boys see he's about to walk in his sleep, so Dewey says,
Let's go. He's on his way.
Second picture, bottom row, the boys are outside the house. The door opens, and out walks Donald in his sleep. Dewey says,
Okay, men, this is it. Come on.
Third picture, bottom row, Louie aims a garden hose at Donald and turns on the water. They soak Donald. Donald turns around and walks back in the house, still in his sleep. They turn off the water. Dewey says,
Bart did it.
and Huey exclaims,
Yeah, he's going back to...
All of a sudden, last picture, out of the house comes Donald, still in his sleep, carrying an umbrella. Down the steps he comes, heading for a walk in the park. And the boys go...
Oh, wasn't that funny?
Yes, the boys thought they could cure Donald of his sleepwalking habit by squirting water at him.
Instead, Donald just goes in and gets an umbrella and comes out of the house again.
He's some fellow, that Donald.
Yes, he's some fellow, that Donald.
Well, now look across the page. There's another nice fellow.
Oh, yes, Dick. And he's having a wonderful adventure in the early days of America with a famous pirate.
Yes, the famous pirate Jean Lafitte.
And the British and the Americans are at war, and the British are trying to get Jean Lafitte to help fight the Americans. They even offered him lots of money if he would.
Yes, and Dick and the Major, his friend, were captured by the pirates and taken to their city in the swamplands. But Dick and the Major managed to escape from the place in a little boat.
Well, I wonder if they'll be able to get away, because Dick and the Major don't know that country at all. I wonder if they'll be able to find their way out.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for adventurous Dick. Dick and the Major make their way through the dense swamps in one small boat, seeking to find a way out of the swamp, hoping to get to General Jackson and inform him of the meeting between the English and the pirates. They find that they're lost. Try as they will, Dick and Billaire find themselves only plunging deeper into the bewildering maze of bayous. First picture, second row, at nightfall, they find themselves in an impenetrable forest of reeds and swamp growth. They decide to make camp on a small island. They build a fire, and for supper, prepare a wild fowl which Major Villaire has been lucky enough to trap. Last picture, second row, they've made themselves a crude bed and have fallen asleep for the night. So soundly do they sleep, they don't hear a boat draw up to the bank or figures moving toward them. And then they are rudely awakened.
Hey, what's the matter? Hey, let me go, will you?
Though they try to struggle, they find themselves captured by pirates, and Jean Lafitte himself faces them. First picture, bottom row. Ah, good morning, my friends. They are led to a boat, last picture. Lafitte gets into the boat and then says to them, "So you are going to General Jackson to tell him that I, Jean Lafitte, am a traitor who has promised to help the British attack New Orleans? Very well, mes amis. I shall go with you and tell him myself, even though he has been foolish enough to threaten to hang me if I come."
Oh, isn't that too bad?
Yes, the pirates caught up with Dick and the Major and have captured them.
Oh, it's too bad. But I can't quite understand this. Why is Lafitte going to go with them to see General Jackson?
That is kind of mysterious, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Well, I don't know. I can't figure this out myself. I'm afraid we'll have to wait until next week to find this out. But now, look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, and Rusty is with the carnival, and he's going to go to work in one of the sideshows helping a man who says he's a magician.
Yes, a man who calls himself the Great Necro.
And Rusty thinks that Necro might be one of the crooks who's planning to do something bad to Mr. Dooley.
And Stovepipe, Rusty's friend, has told him to keep the job with the Great Necro so Rusty can keep his eye on the crook. Now let's see what happens. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. As the sideshow is being set up where Rusty is to work, he watches the workmen. His friend Stovepipe gives him a final bit of advice. Life on a carnival lot is not exactly a bed of roses, Rusty. Now just keep your eyes open and your mouth shut. Rusty goes into the tent.
Good morning, Mr. Necro. Oh, here's the pair of cufflinks you asked me to buy. There's 20 cents change.
Oh, thanks, kid. Keep the change. Now get into your uniform. Last picture, top row. Rusty is all dressed up in a page's uniform. He says,
Hot dog, this is some outfit. I wonder what a magician's assistant's supposed to do.
Meanwhile, first picture, bottom row, outside another tent, Necro is talking to his friend, who is a fortune teller with the carnival, and who's partner to Specs in his crooked scheme.
Now look, Beagle. Dooley fancies himself as a poker player, and he's superstitious. Now, sooner or later, he'll bone a free reading from you. Make him think his fortune's so good he can't lose.
Beagle answers, "Yeah, I get it. And then you get him into a nice, friendly game."
Right. And with my cards plus my trick Specs, We'll own this carnival in a week. Okay, now you better get into your show duds. It's nearly opening time.
Meanwhile, inside the dressing room, Rusty is looking at Necro's dressing table.
Gee whiz, Mr. Necro must have forgot his glasses. Oh, no, these are different. These must be sunglasses.
Rusty tries the glasses on.
Hey, these don't seem like regular sunglasses. They're kind of purplish.
Last picture, Necro comes into the tent.
Well, kid, we'll have to hurry a bit. Hey, what are you doing to those glasses? Give them here. And don't touch them again.
I wonder what kind of glasses those are that Rusty tried on.
They must have something to do with Necro's evil scheme.
Necro said something about trick specs, but specs is another name for glasses, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And he said that by using them, he might be able to own the carnival in a week. I wonder if that could happen.
That's something we'll have to wait to find out. We'll learn more about that next week. But now it's time for Flash Gordon.
Oh, yes, and I'm anxious to see what's happening to Flash.
Very well, let's turn over the page. Go past Buzz Sawyer on page 4, turn over to page 5, and look, on page 6, there's Flash Gordon.
And you remember that Flash is on the planet Venus, and he had overcome that tyrant, King Stang, that was the ruler of the planet.
That's right, but in the midst of a big election, Stang slipped away when he saw his man couldn't be elected.
And Flash and Dale have gone after him in a rocket ship. I wonder whether they'll catch him.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rigga-digga-doon-doon, saskamattash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash and Dale are hot on the trail of Stang and Kaga, who are seeking to escape. Flash sees the rocket ship ahead of him disappear into the cavern world inside Venus. Boldly, Flash follows Stang into the forbidden cavern world. The guards think Flash is with the ruler rather than pursuing him and hold their fire. And then they discover their mistake. But it's too late to stop the thundering jet car. Last picture top row, the burst of fire from the guards is Kaga's first warning that Flash has followed him into his underground domain. Kaga swings his ship around, then looses a volley of flame blasts. But Flash's skillful maneuvers make his speeding craft an elusive target. First picture bottom row, Flash sees that Kaga's shots are coming closer. Quickly, Flash adjusts his ship's exhaust to make it pour out a heavy screen of smoke. His course hidden for the moment, Flash makes a sharp turn into one of the vast uncharted caverns. As the sound of pursuit dies, Flash spots a glimmer of light ahead. Approaching closer, they're amazed to see below them a weird crystal city of light. They decide to take a chance and land. And last picture, they are greeted eagerly by the city's glass people, a strange race of silicon eaters whose skin is like smooth pink glass. The leader of them, a beautiful woman, approaches. Thrill welcomes you to her city. But Flash is wary as he steps from his jet car. Are these people enemies of the tyrant Kaga or allies?
Wasn't that smart of Flash to make a thick smoke come out of his rocket ship?
Yes, that way no one could see where he was going.
Yes, and I hope that these people that he meets in this unusual city will be friendly to them. You think they will?
Well, that's something we'll have to find out next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Today is the birthday of a very famous man. Fine, thank you. George Washington, the father of our country.
Yes, and our first president. And believe it or not, by Ripley, which is in this paper, has an interesting fact about George Washington.
Oh, what is it?
George Washington never shook hands with anyone during the entire 2 terms he served as President of the United States.
He didn't?
Nope. He believed that it was beneath the dignity of the President of this country to shake hands with other people.
Well, presidents aren't like that today. They shake hands, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Well, if presidents today shake hands with people, why do you suppose George Washington wouldn't do it?
Well, I'll tell you why. Remember, George Washington was the first president of this country. And at that particular time, which was in the early days of America, almost all countries had kings.
Yes.
Well, kings didn't shake hands with people.
No, the people always bowed to the king.
That's right. So George Washington felt that even though he wasn't a king, the president of our country should have the same respect as a king.
Oh, I see. Well, that's different. It wasn't because he didn't want to shake hands with him.
No, it's just that because he was president, he thought he shouldn't shake hands.
Well, that's different, and that's very interesting.
Yes, yes, it is.
Now, will you please read me the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Beetle and his soldier friend Killer, who loves the girls, are at a roller skating rink. Killer says,
Hey, this would be a good place to meet girls.
Beetle says,
Just skate in the wrong direction and you'll meet plenty.
they skate past a very lovely blonde. As she goes by, Killer looks back over his shoulder.
Hey, she looks nice.
And then, Beetle looks over the wall at Killer and asks,
Did you hurt yourself, Killer?
Second picture, bottom row, Killer is back on the rink again. The lovely blonde has asked him to play Crack the Whip, a game where all the skaters line up and skate holding on to each other. Killer is the last one in line. Faster and faster they go. And then the lead man yells, Here we go! Crack it! He swings around, and the line begins to swing out farther and farther. And Killer, who's on the end, is swung around twice as fast as the rest. And then the line is jerked to a stop, and Killer is snapped loose. He sails through the air upside down past Beetle, who says,
How you doing, Killer?
And out the window Killer goes. Last picture, Beetle is standing outside the rink beside Killer, who is lying on the ground without his shoes on. 2 men are going back into the skating rink carrying Killer's skates. Killer groans,
Hey, they didn't have to get so rough.
Beetle says,
Well, they thought you were trying to get away without returning your skates.
Wasn't that funny?
Yeah.
Killer didn't know that they were playing Crack the Whip.
No, he was so busy talking to the lovely blonde.
Yes, and then when they cracked the whip, he wasn't ready for it, and he didn't hang on tightly enough, and away he went.
Oh, he certainly gets into more trouble.
Yes, he certainly gets into more trouble.
Well, now let's go over the page.
Oh, look, here's Prince Val and his little son, Prince Arn. What's he doing?
Well, let's read and see what little Prince Arn is up to. Here we go with Prince Val. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Today, Val is so busy talking with Alida, his wife, that he's paying no attention to little Prince Arn. And Prince Arn feels lonesome, so he decides to go on a great adventure. Little Arn loads his pack with food for his long journey. And then last picture, top row, awakens his pack of hunting dog, an old, tired, scrubby-looking creature who came from no one knows where, and who isn't any particular family of dog. In short, he's just plain dog. And little Prince Arn, who has imagined him to be a very brave dog, has named him Sir Gawain. Of course, since little Arn is a small chap, there's the problem of getting out of the castle. However, Arn, who knows all of the tricks of strategy, becoming a great fighter, hides behind a post and throws a rock at the sentry.
Hey, who threw that?
When the sentry leaves his post to search for the unseen assailant, little Arn, followed by his brave hunting dog, calmly walks out of the castle and across the drawbridge, first picture, second row, into the wide, wide world. Late in the afternoon, last picture, second row, he stops in the depths of a huge forest to get his bearings. He estimates roughly that he and his pack of hunting dog must have journeyed 100 leagues, and now he finds himself face to face with his first adventure, famine. Arn is hungry. He unslings his pack like an old campaigner, settles down to fortify himself with a solid meal of cookies, not forgetting to fortify his pack of hunting dog with every other bite. Then, first picture, bottom row, he leans back against his pack of hunting dog, and the two of them fall asleep. When they awaken, day is waning, and Arn commands that they turn homeward. Tomorrow they will explore the rest of the world. But last picture, the way is blocked by a wild animal so huge that Arn is sure it can only be the king stag of Thule. Arn crouches, holding his lance in hand. His pack of hunting dog sits back on his haunches and cocks his ears. And the enemy, in reality, a lovely little fawn, stares back at them with gentle, curious eyes. How will our little hero defend himself against such a ferocious enemy?
Isn't that funny? Little Arn pretends to be such a big, brave, bold hero.
Yes, and he keeps thinking about his one dog as being a pack of hunting dogs.
And the dog looks so tired, I don't think he could have licked a flea.
No, and little Prince Arn sees that pretty little doe in the forest.
Look how he crouches, so brave to fight it. I wonder what'll happen.
Well, next week, I'm afraid we'll find that out. Now let's turn over the page.
Oh, look, there's Peter Pan on page 4. And you remember last week, Peter Pan had taught the Darling children how to fly, and they were on their way to Neverland.
And Captain Hook, the ferocious pirate who hates Peter Pan, saw them approaching, and when they stopped in a cloud, began shooting at them.
And Peter had sent Tinkerbell on ahead, and he told her to lead the children to Neverland where they would be safe.
But Tinkerbell, who was jealous of Wendy because Peter likes Wendy so much, went on ahead so fast that she left the children far behind her.
Oh, I wonder what'll happen to the children left alone in the sky.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Peter Pan. Pirates, crocodiles, Peter Pan, whisk up music for Never Never Land. As Tinkerbell disappears in the distance, Wendy shouts, "Tinkerbell, wait! We can't keep up with you!" And then suddenly from below there comes a shower of missiles, stones, clubs, rocks. "Help! Help!" It startles the children so that when they try to avoid being hit, they stop flying and start to fall out of the sky. Quickly, John opens his umbrella and catches Michael, and the two float down like in a parachute. Suddenly, Peter shoots down from the sky and catches Wendy just in time. And Peter and the children land safely. Last picture, top row, a group of tough-looking little boys shout,
Hey, Pan, we got her. Yeah, we shot her down.
First picture, bottom row, Peter faces the little boys.
You blockheads, you might have killed her. Yeah, but we only followed your orders. Yeah, Tinkerbell said you shoot her down.
Peter realizes what Tinkerbell has done.
Tinkerbell? Tink, come here. Yes, you. Come here.
Fourth picture, bottom row, Peter gives Tinkerbell a good scolding for what she had tried to do to the children.
Tink, you're guilty of high treason. I hereby banish you from Neverland forever.
Wendy says, "Oh, Peter, not forever." Last picture, Peter says,
Well, for a week then.
and Tinkerbell, looking very sad, flies away. completely unaware that her week's banishment will have fateful consequences for Peter Pan and the others.
Well, I'll bet you she's sorry.
Well, I'll bet you she is, too. That wasn't at all nice of her to have told the boys to throw the rocks at Wendy and Michael and John.
No, it wasn't, and I hope she's learned her lesson and just will be nice from now on.
So do I.
But I wonder what's going to happen to Peter and the others during the week she's gone.
Well, next week we'll find out something about that. Now, look across the page. There's Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes, and you remember that Roy had found that outlaw camp and rescued little Tim from the cabin where the outlaws had locked him out.
Yes, and Tim had told Roy that the outlaws had tricked his Uncle Doleful to the Tomahawk mine by sending a phony message. And Roy realizes the outlaws are planning on killing Doleful to get him out of the way so they can get control of the mine.
I wonder if Roy will get there in time.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo! Going at breakneck speed, Doleful is nearing the mine in a buckboard. He comes around a curve, last picture top row, and sees Fancy Pharaoh and his henchmen blocking the road with drawn guns. He reins in the team. Fancy says, "All right, climb down, Hawkins."
Should I plug him now, boss?
First picture bottom row, Pharaoh says, "Put away your gun, Cranky. This is going to look accidental." "All right, Bullwhip, tie his hands and feet, then toss him in the back of the wagon."
Oh, now I get it. We spooked the team, and a wagon goes crashing over the cliff at breakneck curve.
Quickly, Doleful is tied hand and foot. Then he's tossed in the wagon, and the horses are sent down the road at a gallop.
Hey, get up there! Get up there! Hey!
Away goes the wagon carrying Doleful, bound hand and foot.
They'd rent your ornery hide, Fancy Pharaoh! This is murder! Help! Help!
Faster and faster, the runaway horses gallop. They sweep down the hill at breakneck speed. At that moment, Roy and Tim, who have taken a shortcut, hear the racket and see the wagon approaching.
Hey, Roy, look! Uncle Doleful's tied up in that runaway wagon.
Well, it's no time now to stop the team, Tim. I've got to try and rope him. Here, give me my lariat, quick! Last picture, Tim hands Roy his lariat, which is all twisted up and tied in knots.
Well, here, Roy, I tied a few knots in it. I'm sorry.
Great guns, son, the rope's useless.
Oh, that terrible boy tying knots in that rope that way. How can Roy ever save Doleful now if he can't use that rope?
I wonder, too. He said there's no time to stop the horses.
Oh, that Tim, I'm so angry at him. If his uncle gets killed, it'll all be his fault.
Yes, just about. Which is a good reason why children shouldn't use things that belong to grown-ups as their toys.
Yes. I wonder how Roy will ever save Doleful's life.
Well, we'll have to wait until next week to find out. Now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
Oh, look, Flash Gordon.
Yes, Flash Gordon. And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on page 6 of the first section, Flash Gordon.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Rigga-digga-doon-doon, saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash is on the planet Venus. After an air battle with King Stang, Flash gave Stang and the scaleman Kaga the slip and landed at an underground glass city, hoping to find friends. Flash and Dale are greeted by Queen Trill, ruler of the underground city. Queen Trill also is an enemy of King Stang and decides to help Flash. She orders her subjects to hide Flash's jet car. Barely has Flash's ship been hidden, and the caverns echo with the roar of an approaching jet craft. Flash and Dale seek cover as they see Kaga and Stang alighting from the ship. Stang steps out and snaps at Trill.
Flash Gordon landed here, I'm sure of it.
Last picture, top row, the Queen denies that Flash is there. Stang snaps.
You're hiding, Gordon.
And then he raises a supersonic whistle to his lips. Trill's eyes show terror. She knows that a shrill blast of the whistle holds the power to shatter her fragile silicon nerve system. First picture, bottom row, Flash, who sees what's happening, slips from his hiding place. And the next instant... I got you! And a burst from the spray gun demolishes the supersonic whistle and sends Stang sprawling. Taken by surprise, Kaga offers no resistance. Queen Trill moves quickly to Kaga's side, telling him that his people and hers always were friends before Stang stirred up trouble. Kaga answers,
I was a fool to trust him. The tyrant used me as a tool. Let our people return to their ways of friendship.
Kaga is as good as his word. After a few days of rest in the Glass City, Flash, last picture, is given a crew of Cave World technicians to help him in the task of constructing a spaceship that will carry him and his party back to their native Earth.
Oh, goody. Flash fixed that old King Stang just the way he deserved.
Yes, and now Flash will get a ship built, and soon he can start for Earth again.
Oh, I hope he'll get there safely this time. Do you think he will?
Well, next week maybe we'll find the answer to that. Now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, and I know where to find them. On the first page of the second section. And here they are.
Fine, and here we go with the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood and Blondie are to go to a masquerade party. That's a party where everybody dresses up in unusual costumes. Blondie says to Dagwood,
Darling, it's time for you to start dressing for the masquerade.
A cloud comes over Dagwood's face. I'm not going! Second picture, Blondie holds up a little boy's suit.
Look at the cute Buster Brown costume I got for you to wear.
Another cloud comes over Dagwood's face. I'm not going! Suddenly there's a... It's Dagwood dashing out of the door, but there's another. And Blondie is caught and tackled him. No, let me go, will you? I hate costume parties. I'm not going. But Blondie drags him in the house by one foot.
Come, dear, we mustn't be late.
First picture, second row, Blondie asks the children.
Will you children help me get Daddy into his costume?
Oh, sure, Mama. Yeah, that'll be more fun than homework.
So the three of them tackle Dagwood to try to put the costume on him. But Dagwood fights back. Finally, Cookie, who's sitting on one of Dagwood's legs, shouts,
It's no use, Mama.
and Alexander, who's trying to hold down the other leg, shouts,
Hey, Pop's determined not to go.
Last picture, second row, Blondie has stuck her head out the window and called to Tootsie Woodley for help. Tootsie sticks her head out of her window and says, Well, Herbert has some men friends over here playing cards.
Ask them if they'll help me get Dagwood into his Buster Brown costume.
First picture, third row. Herb Woodley and three of his friends march over to Dagwood's house. Up the steps and into the house. Big smiles on their faces at the thought of putting Dagwood in a Buster Brown suit. Herb says, this we're going to enjoy. And as soon as they get into the house, they tackle Dagwood, throw him on the floor, rip off his clothes, and shove him into the Buster Brown suit. No, let me go! I'll call the police! I'll call the fire department! I'll call out the Marines!
Don't forget the blonde wig.
And then, last picture, third row, it's over. The men toss Dagwood on the floor, and he lies there, stockings to his knees, shoes with silver buckles, short pants, a blouse and a tie with ruffles at the cuffs, a blonde wig, and a Buster Brown hat. And Herb laughs. He'll sure win a prize in that costume, Blondie. And the men leave.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
A half hour later, Blondie is all dressed up in a beautiful gown, looking like a princess. The children look at her. First picture, bottom row. Alexander says,
Gee, you look pretty in your costume, Mama.
We're all ready to go.
and she comes down the stairs. And then stops horrified. For she sees Dagwood leaning against the banister, dressed in his own clothes again.
Dagwood, where's your costume?
And a cloud comes over Dagwood's face.
I'm not going.
And Last picture, Blondie is in Herb Woodley's house again, interrupting the men's card game.
I hate to bother you, but would you please put Dagwood's costume on him again?
And the men and Herb look up and go...
Oh, can you imagine that? That stubborn man. After all the trouble everybody went to put that costume on him, he takes it off again.
Well, I don't blame Dagwood for not wanting to wear a Buster Brown costume.
Oh, but masquerade parties are fun.
Yes, but she could have got him a costume like, well, a knight in armor.
Why that?
Well, when you dance, if anybody bumps into you, they won't hurt you.
Oh, that's silly.
Yes, but sensible.
Do you think Dagwood would have gone then?
Well, I'm not sure. You never can tell what Dagwood's going to do.
No, and that's just why I like him. He does such funny things.
Yes. Well, now, how would you like to see what's happening with Dick?
Oh, I like that very much.
All right, then, let's go to the very last page.
Oh, and here he is, Dick's adventure.
Yes, and this is really some adventure because Dick is in the early days of America when the British and the Americans were at war. And Dick and his friend, Major Villaire, had escaped from the pirates' camp.
And they were going to tell General Jackson that the British had offered the pirate Jean Lafitte lots of money if he would help fight the Americans.
Yes, but Lafitte had captured Dick and the Major again. And Lafitte said to them, "If you are going to see General Jackson and tell him about me, I will go along with you and tell him myself."
I wonder why he said that.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for adventurous Dick. Under the skillful guidance of Lafitte and his pirates, they arrive at Andrew Jackson's encampment just outside New Orleans. As Lafitte and Dick and the Major approach the camp, the sentry recognizes Lafitte, lowers his gun, and calls the guard. And last picture, top row, the notorious pirate, Jean Lafitte, is captured and marched off. The captain of the guard snaps,
He'll be hung before morning.
Quickly, Major Villaire and Dick seek out General Jackson. First picture, second row, they are in the general's tent. Major Villaire is speaking.
But, sir, Jean Lafitte has given himself up voluntarily, but not to be hung. He braves your wrath to bring information. The British are about to attack New Orleans. Lafitte has ships, men, guns. We, sir, have not enough of any. Pardon him, and he and his men will give us their blood and their treasure.
But Jackson bristles. I want nothing to do with a pirate. So the hangman's noose is prepared. Last picture, second row, Dick and the Major slowly leave Jackson's headquarters and see preparations made for the execution of the pirate. And first picture, bottom row, Lafitte in his cell. The smiling pirate ceases to smile. But last picture, that night, in the bayou country below the city, red-coated British veterans, heavily armed, have gathered silently and are on the march.
Oh, General Jackson wouldn't listen to Dick and the Major. Oh, isn't that terrible?
Yes, it is, especially since Lafitte wants to help the Americans fight the British.
And especially since the British wanted him to help them and he refused. Do you think they'll really hang him?
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until next week to find out about that. But now look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, and I'm anxious to read that because you remember Rusty ran away from the Milestone Farm and joined the carnival.
Yes, and he's going to work in one of the sideshows of the carnival for a man who is hatching up a crooked scheme against the owner of the carnival.
And Rusty was in the dressing tent last week, remember? And then he saw some kind of purplishy-colored glasses, and he was looking at them.
Yes, and then Necro, the magician that Rusty is to work for, came into the tent and seemed very upset when he saw Rusty with the glasses in his hands.
I wonder why.
Well, maybe we can find out more about that right now. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Necro looks at Rusty.
Hey, what do you do with my glasses, kid? Put them down, and don't touch them again.
Oh, sure, Mr. Necro. I'm sorry, sir. I was only...
Okay, skip the alibis. Now, just remember, I don't like snoopers. Now, pay attention, and I'll explain your job.
Meanwhile, Rusty's friend Stovepipe is strolling down the midway at the carnival.
He sees the owner of the carnival, Denver Dooley, approach the entrance of the tent of Lal Gunda, the fortune teller. In real life, Lal Gunda is Beetle, Necro's companion in crime. Stovepipe says to Dooley,
Well, well, don't tell me, Dooley, that you were about to patronize this fortune-telling charlatan.
I am, Doc. And what's more, I'm told that this one's no fake.
First picture, bottom row, Denver Dooley is sitting in the tent. The lights are soft and low. The crook Beagle with a turban and fortune teller's costume on sits before a crystal ball. He speaks.
Lal Gunda see plenty much good fortune for you. Stars and planets say now is best time for take chance. No can lose. No kidding.
After the last show that night, Rusty joined Stovepipe at the tent where he works.
Well, I'm all through for tonight, Mr. Stovepipe. You ready to go home?
Yes, yes, all ready, my lad. How was your initial performances? Hey, wait, my boy. Step back in the shadow. They step back in the shadow. They see Necro the magician coming down the midway from one direction. He meets Dooley. They hear Dooley say,
Oh, hi there, Necro. On your way home?
Well, possibly. But I was hoping I might find someone who was in the mood for a modest game of poker.
Dooley thinks to himself,
Poker, huh? And that fortune teller said this is the time to take a chance. He said I can't lose.
Last picture, they hear Dooley call.
Oh, hey, Necro, wait. I'd like to get into that game.
Necro answers,
Well, okay, Dooley, if you wanna.
Oh, that man Necro. You remember last week he was planning on a card game that he was going to try to get Dooley to join with him.
That's right, and he said something about with my tricks, specs, and cards that he'd be able to beat Dooley.
Oh, and now Dooley's going to play cards with him, and I'll just bet you Necro will cheat and Dooley might lose all his money.
That's Necro's plan, and next week we'll find out more about this. But now that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I know a riddle. Fine, thanks.
Oh, quick, what is the riddle?
What is the difference between a cat and a match?
The difference between a cat and a match?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that really is a... my, a cat and a match.
Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid that doesn't strike a spark in my brain. I give up. What is the difference between a cat and a match?
A cat lights on its feet, and a match lights on its head.
Oh, that's very good.
Thank you. Now you tell me one.
All right. What's the difference between a sewing machine and a kiss?
A sewing machine and a kiss?
Uh-huh.
I don't think I'll even try to work on that. I give up. What is the difference between a sewing machine and a kiss?
Well, a sewing machine so seems nice. And a kiss seems so nice.
Oh, that's very funny.
I'm glad you liked it.
Oh, I did. Now, will you please read me the funny?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the first section, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Down at the army post, the sergeant has his men at work doing some repairs on the barracks, the place where the soldiers sleep. He says to one of the men,
All right, nail up those loose boards in the ceiling while I find someone to help you with the rest of the work.
A few minutes later, upstairs in the barracks, our hero Beetle is sitting on one of the cots, lost in thought. And when Beetle gets lost in thought, his mind goes far, far away. Then suddenly he hears something. He wonders what it is. And then realizes it's the pounding that's been going on for the last 10 minutes. Beetle speaks, and he asks himself a very wise question.
I wonder who's doing the pounding down there.
Just then, the sergeant sticks his head over the top of the stairs.
Ellie, come down here. I need you.
Yes, sir.
Beetle stands up and tries to take a step, but finds he can't move his feet.
And what in the... Hey,
Last picture, top row, the sergeant walks over to Beetle, leans over him, and roars in Beetle's face.
Beetle, don't stand there like you're nailed to the floor. I said move.
Beetle leans way back.
I heard you the first time, Sarge.
Still, Beetle doesn't move. The sergeant is furious. He grabs Beetle by the shirt, first picture, bottom row, gives him a pull.
Come on, you move.
Hey, but Sarge, my feet seem to be glued.
It's your head that's glued.
And the sergeant pulls on Beetle's shirt.
I'll get you to move if it's the last thing I do.
And off comes Beetle's shirt, and the sergeant falls backward and topples out the window.
Gee, I can't even get my feet loose so I can go to the window to see if he's hurted.
5 minutes later, the sergeant comes charging up the stairs with a gun and bayonet.
By golly, Bailey, I'm going to take you in for a court-martial.
No, Sarge, no, not the bayonet, no.
The sergeant gives Beetle a poke with the bayonet. And last picture, Beetle, with 2 pieces of board nailed to his shoes, heads for the door, followed by the sergeant who prods him with the bayonet.
Insubordination.
No, Sarge, no.
Refusing to obey an order.
No, Sarge, please.
Neglect the duty.
No, Sarge, please.
Wasn't that silly?
Yeah.
The man below used such long nails that when he fixed the ceiling, the nails came through the floor into the soles of Beetle's shoes.
And Beetle was nailed to the floor and didn't know what had happened to him.
And wasn't that funny when the sergeant pulled at Beetle and the shirt came loose and the sergeant went sailing out the window?
Well, let's hope that Beetle is out of trouble by next week. Now, let's turn over the page.
Oh, look, there's little Prince Arn, and he went on a hunting trip last week, you remember?
Yes, and he came out into a forest, face to face with what little Prince Arn thought was a wild animal.
Yes, but it was only a little fawn. That's a baby deer.
Yes.
And Arn is pretending it's a great wild animal. I wonder what he'll do.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur. Hackett, Brackett, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. Little Prince Arn, who is about to start for home with his old hunting dog, hears a noise in the bushes. He sees a wild animal staring ferociously at him. At least, that's what little Prince Arn thinks. But it's only a little baby deer who looks curiously at Prince Arn. Bravely, Arn draws his gleaming sword. And at the noise, the wild animal flees in panic. Arn, feeling very proud to think that he's frightened away the wild deer, sheathes his sword proudly. And then he realizes the tension of the terrific battle he almost has had made him terrifically hungry. Once more, the cruel fangs of famine threaten the explorers. And this time, the danger is real. All the cookies are gone. Only some bread and some meal are left. Last picture, top row, our little hunter sits down, opens his pack, and he and his brave dog eat the last of their food. After he has eaten, Arn looks around. He stands at the edge of a huge cliff and looks at the valley below, first picture, second row. And he thinks, when he becomes a warrior, he'll conquer this land and be its king. He decides, here where he stands, he'll build his castle. But meantime, he looks out over a darkening world and remembers how nice it used to be in Mommy's arms. Darkness is beginning to fall. And last picture, second row, as Arn watches, the forest below grows dark. It looks as if almost anything is more than likely to be lurking there. Arn is surprised to find the world so large and so lonely. It's comforting to hear the sound of distant horns. First picture, bottom row, late that night, a peasant who lives in the forest hears the sound of a howling dog, the sound of a lost soul wailing in the darkness. The peasant lights his lantern, saying to his wife, such a woeful sound can only mean distress. Through the night, the peasant wanders toward the sound, and the sound leads him to a weird and wonderful dog who is calling attention to the fact that a small boy is in dire need of comfort. Well, well, look who's here. And then the peasant hears the sound of other hunting horns in the distance. He reads their meaning. He is sure that the parents of the little boy he has just found are seeking to find him. The peasant puts his horn to his mouth again and makes a sound that means all clear or danger is past.
The horns that man hears in the distance are Prince Val and the people from the castle searching for little Prince Arn.
I'll bet it is, too, because now that it's dark, they've certainly missed Arn and know that he must be outside the castle.
And I'm so glad that dog howled and the man heard the dog and came and found little Prince Arn because he looked so lonesome there in the dark.
Yes, he did. But I'm sure he'll soon be back safe at home again after this adventure. Now let's turn over the page and go past Little Iodine. And look, on page 5, there's Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes, Roy Rogers. And a terrible thing happened last week, you remember? Those outlaws captured Doleful Hawkins, that's Roy's friend, and tied him up and put him in the wagon and made the horses run away. And the reason they did this is because they wanted Doleful to be killed.
And Roy came along then and saw the runaway horses, and he was going to lasso them, but he found that the little boy, Tim, who was riding with him, had tied a lot of knots in his lariat.
And now Roy can't lasso the horses and stop them. What'll he do?
Well, let's read and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Unable to use the lariat, Roy heads Trigger down the grade after the runaway horses. Faster and faster Trigger goes, closing the gap between the runaways and Roy. Then in a moment, Trigger is beside the wagon. Roy says to Tim, "All right, you stay on Trigger, Tim. I'll try to stop the team." And Roy reaches over, grabs hold of the wagon, pulls himself out of the saddle and into the wagon. There, now. All right, old fellow, I'll get him stopped in a minute. Quickly, he grabs the reins, last picture, top row, and pushes the foot brake with all his might. All right, come on now, you critters. Pull up there, will you? Whoa, whoa. Whoa now, boy. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, take it easy there. Slowly, slowly, the team slows down. And first picture, bottom row, they are stopped. The boy, Tim, gallops up and reins in beside the wagon. Doleful says, "Roy, you stopped him. And now, quick now, untie me. Fancy Fair and his men are up the road. They laid a tramp." Tim says,
Well, don't worry. I'll take care of them.
and off Tim rides. Roy shouts, "Now keep out of this, lad. This is men's work. Come on back." A few moments later, back down the road, the outlaws are talking about Doleful. Bullwhip is saying,
Well, boss, I reckon Doleful Hawkins had a fatal accident by now, huh? Well, when do you grab his company's ore hauling contract, eh?
Pharaoh answers, Well, first, let's make sure he went over the cliff, Bullwhip. They look up at the sound of horses' hoofs. Creaky says,
Hey, it's Doleful's brat nephew. How'd he get here? We left him locked up back in the shack.
Tim rides up and stops.
It's all your fault. My uncle went over the cliff. He's hurt bad. I'm going to fetch a doctor.
But last picture, Fancy Fair was grabbed Tim's bridle. You're going no place, kid. We'll take care of your uncle. Let's go.
Oh, my goodness. Why did that boy ride back to those outlaws and let himself get captured like that?
That boy does some of the craziest things. But he must have some scheme in his mind this time.
What kind of a scheme?
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until next week to find that out. But now let's turn over the page, go past Buzz Sawyer, and look there. On page 7, there's Peter Pan.
Oh, yes, Peter Pan. And at last, Peter has brought the 3 darling children, Michael, Wendy, and John, to Neverland.
Yes, Neverland. That little island where boys who don't want to grow up fly to, where they can play and play to their heart's content.
Yes, and there's Indians and pirates in Neverland.
Especially the famous pirate Captain Hook, who hates Peter Pan and has been trying to capture him.
Well, and now that the darling children are in Neverland, I wonder what's going to happen
Well,
now.
let's read now and find out. Here we go with Peter Pan. Say the magic words with me. Pirates, crocodiles, Peter Pie Pan. Whisk up music for Never Neverland. With Tinkerbell banished for a week, and the little tough boys friendly to the 3 darling children, Wendy, Peter, and John are anxious to explore Neverland. Wendy says,
Oh, Peter, let's see the mermaids first.
and one of the tough little boys shouts,
Oh, let's go hunting.
John very soberly raises his umbrella and says,
Well, personally, I should prefer to see the Aborigines.
and little Michael chirps.
Yes, and the Indians, too.
Peter says,
All right, men. Go out and capture a few Indians. John, you be the leader.
and then Peter takes Wendy by the hand, and away he flies to show her the mermaids. Last picture, top row, Michael lines all the little boys up. And first picture, bottom row, away they march, looking for the Indians. Last picture, a little rowboat pulls away from Captain Hook's famous pirate ship. In it are Hook and his faithful man, Smee. They're heading on a mysterious mission. And Smee says,
Will she talk, Captain?
and Hook answers,
Well, a little persuasion might be in order.
I wonder what the mysterious mission is that Captain Hook is on.
I wonder, too.
And will Wendy see the mermaids? And then will the boys see the Indians?
All of these things we'll find out next week. Now, let's turn over the page. And look, on the last page of the first section, there's Flash Gordon.
Oh, yes, and I'm anxious to read Flash.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, Flash Gordon.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash, who has been on the planet Venus and has gone through many adventures, has finally overthrown the tyrant King Stang and brought peace to the planet. He's been rewarded with a large crew of Venusian technicians who have built Flash's new ship so he may return to Earth. His ship is powered by thorium atom fuel, a different kind of fuel than is used on Earth. And today, after bidding his friends on Venus goodbye, Flash blasts off. The new ship speeds them swiftly toward Earth. Dale is frankly homesick as she watches her native world grow larger in the viewing screen. But her daydreams are rudely shattered when Flash reports grimly, Our thorium fuel is running low. We can coast to Earth, but if we do, we'll crash like a flaming meteor. Last picture, top row, in desperate haste, Zarkov and Flash weigh their next move. Finally, Zarkov hits upon a plan. We may have enough fuel to reach the moon's orbit, Flash. If we do, the weaker gravity there will break our fall. Flash heads the ship toward the moon, which glows eerily in space. As they come closer, Flash, who is watching on his radar screen, exclaims, "Hey, look, there's a new space station on the back of the moon." Zarkov breaks in,
Well, let's land there. Maybe they can refuel us.
Skillfully, Flash manipulates his craft's braking rockets. The soft pumice dust of the moon's surface is going to make the landing hazardous. Slowly, the ship settles down, tail first. It shudders for a moment and then topples sideways. Last picture. Wearing spacesuits, they climb out of the escape hatch. And then Flash sees a heavily armed tank leave the mysterious space station and move toward them. And through Flash's helmet radio comes a harsh voice warning,
Don't move, or we'll fire.
Oh, I wonder whether this will be a friend or a foe.
I wonder too.
They act like foes because they're coming in a tractor with a gun.
Tanks.
You're welcome.
No, I mean the tractor with a gun is a tank like they use in war.
Oh, well, I'm anxious to find out whether Flash and Dale will be safe.
Well, we'll find that out next week, I hope. Now let's pick up the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
Oh, yes, because we'll find Dagwood there, I know.
You're right. And here we go with Dagwood and Blondie on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zubby, conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood and Herb Woodley, his neighbor, have agreed to stop fighting, which makes the Bumsteads very happy. Last picture, top row, Dagwood, to prove his friendliness, goes over to the Woodley house. To show Herb he really means he's going to be friends.
Oh, Herb, I thought you might enjoy this book I just finished reading.
Herb smiles and replies,
Oh, thank you, my good friend. Here, take this jigsaw puzzle to while away your spare moments.
First picture, second row, Blondie and Tootsie Woodley are having tea.
Oh, isn't it lovely, Tootsie? It's so peaceful around here since our husbands decided to give up that senseless brawling.
Yes, it's too good to be true.
A half hour later, Herb, who's been reading the book, says,
A fine thing when a grown man is so starved for entertainment that he has to read a book.
And last picture, second row, Dagwood, who's been working the jigsaw puzzle, complains,
I never thought I'd come to this, working jigsaw puzzles to fill in my spare moments.
He gets up and walks to the window. He looks out, first picture, third row, and sees Herb leaning on his windowsill, bored to death. Dagwood sighs,
Boring, isn't it?
Yeah, it's terrible. Let's take a walk.
10 minutes later, second picture, third row, Dagwood and Herb pass by a sporting goods store. Herb stops, points to the window.
Hey, look, Dagwood, do you see what I see? Boxing gloves.
Dagwood shakes his head.
Get thee behind me, Satan. We agreed not to fight anymore.
Last picture, third row, Herb puts his arm around Dagwood's shoulder.
But, my dear friend, boxing is exercise. It's not vulgar fighting.
A smile comes over Dagwood's face.
You're winning me over.
First picture, bottom row, half hour later, Herb and Dagwood are in the Bumstead house, the boxing gloves on, sparring with each other. Dagwood gives Herb a punch in the jaw.
Remember, Herbert, no hard feelings.
Herb socks Dagwood in the side of the head.
No, of course not. This is just good, healthy exercise.
And they swing harder. And harder. And harder. The sound of the battle brings Blondie and Tootsie on the run.
Oh, no.
And then both boys deliver a terrific punch. And they fall to the floor, last picture, and turn their groggy faces to the girls, and Dagwood puffs,
Isn't it wonderful? We found a way to punch each other without being mad.
Did Did you ever see such silly men? They just don't seem to be happy unless they're fighting.
Oh, they're really a crazy pair.
I guess that's why they're in the funny papers, because they do such crazy things.
Yes, I guess that's why. Well, now would you like to see what's happening to Dick and the pirate Jean Lafitte?
Oh, yes, I would, because you remember that Dick had brought Jean Lafitte, that pirate, to see General Jackson.
Yes, because the British and the Americans are at war, and the British had offered Jean Lafitte lots of money if he would help the British fight the Americans.
But instead, Jean Lafitte wants to help the Americans fight the British. But General Jackson said he wouldn't have anything to do with Lafitte because he was a pirate. And so they're going to hang him. I wonder if that'll really happen.
Well, let's read and find out. Here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. From his cell window, Jean Lafitte watches as the gallows is prepared. He wonders, is he really so close to death? At that instant, he hears footsteps. And last picture, top row, the cell is opened, and the prisoner is marched out. Straight toward the gallows they go. And then, to the surprise of Lafitte, he is marched past the gallows and toward the headquarters of General Jackson. First picture, second row, Lafitte is brought in and stands face to face with General Andrew Jackson, the tough frontier fighter. Jackson's eyes narrow with the hatred he feels for all criminals and lawbreakers. And he snaps,
Lafitte, you deserve to be hung. I'll delay the execution, but on one condition. If and when the British attack New Orleans, I expect you to be fighting on our side.
Lafitte promises his whole fleet of armed privateers and bloodthirsty buccaneers. Perhaps I will save you the trouble of hanging me by getting myself killed. A quick farewell, and Lafitte is gone. First picture, bottom row, an hour later, a breathless horseman, who might be a pirate, gallops into camp, and he announces,
And the British are on the march. 10,000 of them.
and he sways for a second and falls from the saddle. Last picture, Dick kneels beside the messenger and exclaims,
He's got a bullet in his chest.
I wonder how it happens that the British are coming to attack just an hour after Lafitte has gone away. Do you think that after all Lafitte is helping the British?
Oh, I can't think that, even though it does look suspicious.
Yeah, it certainly does look suspicious. After all, Lafitte did capture Dick, you know.
Yes, but after all, too, he did come to General Jackson on his own. We'll find out more about this mysterious thing next week. But now, look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, Rusty Riley. And I'm very anxious to read this because you remember that magician, that man named Necro, and his friend Beetle, that fortune teller, and they have a scheme to try to get all of Denver Dooley's money away from him.
That's right, they are. Necro and Beagle plan to trick Dooley, the owner of the carnival, into a card game.
And it looks like Dooley's going to get into that card game with Necro because you remember last week, Rusty and his friend Stovepipe heard Dooley and Necro talking outside the tent just after the show.
Well, let's read now and find out if Necro's scheme is going to work. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Stovepipe and Rusty hear Dooley say,
You want to get up a little poker game, huh? Well, I'm your man. Just say where.
and they hear Necro answer,
Well, my tent's as good as any place. In 20 minutes, okay?
The two men walk off. Stovepipe says to Rusty,
I pulled you back into the shadows because I didn't want Dooley to see you, not to eavesdrop, but now I think it's the most fortunate thing that I did.
Why, Mr. Stovepipe?
last picture, top row, Stovepipe says,
Meet me at the main gate, Rusty. I've got to see Dooley before he gets into that game.
Okay, Mr. Stovepipe, I'm kind of hungry, so I'll be at the hot dog stand.
First picture, bottom row, Stovepipe is talking with Dooley.
Now listen, Denver. Don't be sore at my butting in, but I heard you tell Necro that you planned to play poker with him. I'm surprised to see an old carnival man like you playing with a card mechanic.
Now, don't worry, Doc. I wasn't born yesterday. I can take care of myself. And besides, this is my lucky day. I can't lose.
About the same time, Rusty has to go back to the tent. He hears voices inside, and he stops, saying to himself,
Hey, Mr. Necro must be in there. There's a light. He seems to be talking to someone.
Rusty listens, and he hears Beagle saying,
Well, I guess I did a good job telling old Dooley he couldn't lose. He sure swallowed it.
and then Rusty hears Necro answer,
He's a made-to-order sucker, all right. I caught that nosy kid fooling with my special specs, but I don't think he's on to what I use him for. All right, hand me those marked cards, Beagle, and then scram.
Last picture, Rusty seeks out Stovepipe.
Hey, jeepers, Mr. Stovepipe, you better come with me. There's a place between Necro's tent and the merry-go-round where we can hide. Hurry, hurry.
Well, I fail to grasp the cause for his excitement, lad, but lead on, my lad. Lead on.
Ooh, now Rusty knows that Necro is going to cheat Mr. Dooley in that card game.
That's right. Those cards have marks on them that Necro can read with those special glasses he has, so he'll know which are the winning cards and which the losing cards.
And that's not fair, is it?
No, it's not. But next week we'll find out how this turns out. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello. Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine, thank you. How are you?
Oh, I'm just fine, too.
You know something interesting?
I'm not sure that I do.
Well, I do. We have a little canary at our house, and I stuck my finger in the cage, and the canary bit me.
It did?
Yes. Can you imagine a little teeny-weeny canary biting a great big person like me?
That is amazing. But I know something else that's kind of strange, too.
What?
Well, today, on the page which has Believe It or Not by Ripley, there's an interesting fact.
About a canary?
No, it's about a swallow and a butterfly.
Tell me about it.
Well, a man named David Thompson says he saw a butterfly that chased a swallow away.
You mean a little butterfly with its little little legs and soft wings chased away a real live swallow?
Yes. And you know, a swallow is a much larger bird than a canary, and it's a much, much bigger thing than a butterfly.
Yes. I'm really surprised at that.
I thought you would be. Well, you look at Believe It or Not by Ripley and see it for yourself.
I always look. I like Believe It or Not by Ripley. He tells very interesting things.
Yes, he does, doesn't he?
And there's lots more interesting things I'd like to find out about in the funnies.
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read them in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. It's a rainy day at the army post where Beetle finds most of his troubles. Beetle and a squad of men are busy cleaning up the grounds in a steady downpour of rain. Beetle's sergeant exclaims,
Oh, what a headache. Hey, Beetle, run over to the dispensary and get me an aspirin.
Yes, sir.
Beetle trudges over to the dispensary, the place where you can get aspirin tablets. He sees a sign tacked on the door. Closed after 3 p.m. All cases will be treated at the hospital.
Oh, rats. The hospital is 3 miles from here.
Third picture, Beetle, now soaking wet from the rain, approaches the hospital.
Darn, I'm getting a blister on my foot.
Last picture, top row, Beetle enters the hospital and approaches the desk. A man carrying a stretcher knocks Beetle in the head with it.
Ow!
Oops, I'm sorry, Mac. Beetle stands groggily by the desk. But before he can ask for the aspirin, the girl there tells him,
Take that seat by the door and wait your turn.
Beetle goes over to the seat by the door, which is next to an open window. People come in and people go out. And every time the door is opened, the wind blows through, creating a draft. And Beetle, who is soaking wet, gets chilled and begins to sneeze.
It's you!
Well, by now, Beetle is feeling pretty rotten. He's worn out from the 3-mile walk in the rain, his head aches from the hit in the head, and he's awfully cold from sitting in the draft. He leans back and puts his hand on the windowsill to steady himself.
Oh.
The receptionist hears Beetle's groan, and seeing him shivering, comes over to him.
I better close this window.
And she slams the window down on Beetle's hand.
Ow! My fingers, my hand, only fingers.
Oh, just a minute. I'll open it so you can get your hand out. And she opens the window, and Beetle bends over holding his aching hand. Just then, the door behind him opens, knocking Beetle out of the window. And last picture, Beetle is in the hospital again, this time in bed. His leg is bandaged, hung on a stretcher, his hand is bandaged, and he's thoroughly sick. And the nurse is saying to the doctor,
He said he just needed an aspirin.
and the doctor replies, "Brave lad, won't admit how bad off he is."
Oh, poor Beetle. All that trouble just to get an aspirin tablet.
Yes, and now he's lying in the hospital all bandaged up. He really gets into trouble, doesn't he?
He really gets into trouble, doesn't he?
Yes. Well, now what would you like to read next?
Oh, I'm anxious to read Peter Pan because John and Michael are in Neverland and they're going looking for the Indians.
Oh, yes. Well, let's turn over the page then. Go past Little Iodine. Oh, and look, here on page 3 is Prince Val. And you remember last week, little Arn, who had been lost, was found by a woodcutter who lived in the forest.
Yes, does he take little Prince Arn home again?
Yes, he starts taking little Arn home, and Sir Gawain, who was looking for little Arn, meets them. And he takes Arn onto his horse and rides back to the castle to his father and mother.
Oh, I'm glad he's home safe and sound.
Yes, he is. Well, now let's turn over the page. And look, here on page 5, Peter Pan.
Oh, yes, Peter Pan, that cute little fellow who lives up in the strange land called Neverland.
Yes, Neverland, where little boys and girls never grow up. They just stay little boys and girls so they can keep playing all the time.
That's fun. Well, that's what's happening today.
Well, today, John and Michael and all the other boys in Neverland are on their way searching for the Indians.
I wonder if they find them.
Well, let's read and find out right now. Here we go with Peter Pan. Say the magic words with me. Pirates, crocodiles, Peter Pan. Whisk up music for Never Neverland. While Peter Pan and Wendy visit Mermaid Lagoon, John leads the lost boys in a search for the Indians of Neverland. Away they march, following John, their leader.
We're following the leader wherever he may go. We're after fighting Indians because he told us so. Oh, a teedle-dee-dum, a teedle-dee-dum. Hey, look.
Suddenly, last picture, top row, in a little grove of fir trees, John stops.
Hey, what is it, huh? What is it, huh?
Well, look. And John points at the ground with his umbrella.
Hey, footsteps.
Yes, Indian footsteps.
Hey, gee, what do you know about that Indian footsteps? Yeah, Indian footsteps. Hey, look at that. What's your Indian footsteps?
First picture, bottom row, John says,
Gentlemen, we must plan our strategy. The initial phase is an encircling maneuver.
And as John explains his plan of attack on the Indians, little Michael is the only one who sees the fir trees closing in.
Now, then we simply surround them and take them by surprise.
Little Michael sees the fir trees moving closer and closer around the boys. He exclaims,
Hey, John!
but it's too late. Hands reach out from the fir trees, and the boys are captured by the Indians.
Me got 'em.
And John's plan for a surprise attack on the Indians turns out to be a real surprise on the boys. And last picture, the little hunters now prisoners, are hauled toward the Indian camp.
Oh, isn't that too bad? Those Indians were hiding in the fir trees, and John, who was the leader, didn't see them.
No, he was so busy keeping his eyes on the ground, looking at the footsteps, that when he looked up, it was too late.
Oh, I wonder what the Indians will do to the boys. Tie them to the stake?
Well, that's something we'll have to find out next week. Now, let's turn over the page and see who's there.
Oh, look, my favorite, Donald Duckle.
And we'll read your favorite right now. Here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeege-em, squiddly chick-a-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack-quack. Donald gets a phone call from his girlfriend, Daisy.
Yes, hello.
Oh, Donald, I'm at Minnie's. Will you run over to my house and take my wash down? I think it's going to rain.
Oh, well, okay.
A few minutes later, Donald is at Daisy's house taking her wash off the clothesline. There's a clap of thunder, and then it begins to rain.
Uh-oh.
Donald sweeps the last piece of clothing off the line, tosses it into a basket, picks up the basket,
I'll just make it to my place.
and he dashes for his house. He doesn't see a telephone pole which is running his way. At last picture, top row, Donald picks himself up, starts tossing the scattered clothes back in the basket as the rain pours down. And then he dashes for his house again. Second picture, bottom row, he stops on his doorstep. He searches in his pockets. And then he exclaims,
Drat, my key. I've lost it.
he hears the phone ringing, so he dashes around the house. Opens a window, climbs halfway through, picks up the receiver.
Hello?
Oh, Donald, this is Daisy. I'm just calling to see if you got the wash in before it rains.
And last picture, Daisy hears,
Off all the doggone stupid thing about all women.
What a temper.
Yes, what a temper.
Poor Donald. He tried so hard and he didn't get the clothes in out of the rain after all.
and after all the trouble he had, I don't blame him for losing his temper when Daisy called that second time.
No, I don't either.
Well, now look across the page. There on page 7 is Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes, Roy Rogers. You remember last week Roy saved his friend Doleful Hawkins from being killed when the outlaws tied Doleful up and threw him in the wagon, and they made the horses hitched to the wagon run away.
Yes, you see, the outlaws wanted to kill Doleful. But Roy rode up just in time and stopped the horses and saved Doleful's life in the nick of time.
And then little Tim, that's Doleful's nephew, who was riding Trigger, rode back to the outlaws, and now the outlaws have captured Tim again. And I can't understand why Tim had to go and get himself captured.
Well, he's a very strange little boy. He has some crazy idea in mind, I think. So let's read now and find out what happens next. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Tim has boldly galloped up to the outlaws and, putting on an act, begins to cry, saying that his uncle Doleful has been badly hurt. The outlaws had expected Doleful would be killed. They gallop back down the road in the direction Tim came from, taking Tim with them, now a prisoner. Bullwhip says,
I thought we took care of Doleful Hawkins when we spooked his oil wagon team toward Breakneck Curve.
Pharaoh, the leader, answers, well, something must have gone wrong, Bullwhip. At that moment, they gallop under an overhanging bluff. Suddenly, two figures leap from the bluff onto the outlaws.
Hey, look out there, will you?
It's Doleful who tackles Creaky, knocking him off his horse, and Roy, who drops between Pharaoh and Bullwhip, jerking them to the ground.
All right, now we'll take care of you, Pharaoh.
Roy quickly leaps to his feet and swings at Bullwhip. All right. Bullwhip goes reeling back, first pitch to bottom row. Pharaoh scrambles to his feet, whips out his gun. All right, hold it, Rogers, or I'll blast you wide open. Tim pulls out a water gun and squirts water in his eyes, spoiling his aim.
My eyes.
With Bullwhip and Pharaoh out of the way, Roy runs after Creaky, who's knocked Doleful down. He whirls Creaky around and has the drop on him. All right, Creaky. The sheriff wants you and your pal Bullwhip for the murder of Doleful's boss. Last picture, Creaky stands hands up and says,
Fancy Pharaoh made us kill Hank Breton so he could grab the company's ore hauling contract.
Suddenly, Doleful exclaims,
Hey, Roy, Pharaoh's getting away, and Tim's taking out after him. We gotta stop him.
Wasn't that wonderful, the way Roy and Dolfo jumped on those men as they galloped under that bluff?
It certainly was.
And the way Roy knocked that bullwhip down and saved Dolfo just when Creaky was just about to hit him with that rock.
Oh, that Roy Rogers. He's really some fighter.
Yes, but now that Tim is going to get into trouble again.
Yes.
Just look at him, galloping after a grown-up outlaw all by himself.
Well, we'll find out next week if he gets into any more trouble, and we'll also find out what Roy does about it. Now let's turn over to the very last page of the first section.
All right. Oh, look, there's Flash Gordon.
And we'll read Flash Gordon in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, Flash Gordon.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash Gordon and Dale and their friend Zarkov were in a new rocket ship built for them by the Venusians on their way back to Earth and home. Flash noticed they were running out of fuel, and fearing they couldn't make it to Earth, they decided to land on the moon, hoping to find friends and fuel to continue. As they climb out of their spaceship, they are confronted by an armed tractor. On his receiver set in his space helmet, Flash receives an order in perfect English, obviously the voice of an Earthman.
March toward the lunar base.
Flash, glancing at the cannons which menace him from the space tractor, realizes they have no choice but to obey. So, followed by the tractor, Flash and his friends march toward a strange building which juts out of the earth like a large pumpkin. Last picture, top row, tuned in on the tractor wavelength, Flash hears the driver radio a moon station.
Mark to Dr. Stella. Rocket pilot claims to be Flash Gordon.
And then, surprisingly, Flash hears a woman's voice answer. She warns the man on the tractor to beware and says that Flash Gordon was killed by a comet.
An imposter, huh? All right, we'll watch him.
First picture, bottom row, Flash and his friends are ushered into the strange building that serves as the air base on the moon. The base is an odd sight, part fortress and part science lab. It's crammed with the most advanced star radars, rocket launchers, and nuclear devices. With a wave of his gun, a guard motions Flash into Dr. Stella's office. Flash stops in front of the woman who apparently is a leader of the fortress. She stares at him searchingly. Then she tells him that she's seen pictures of Gordon, and that since he looks like Flash Gordon, that he could be someone pretending to be Gordon. A space spy, maybe, trying to ferret out the secrets of this outpost of Earth. And then she says, "We'll soon find out." Flash is given a shot of hypnoserum that'll put him to sleep, but enable him to answer any questions that are asked him while he is sleeping. Question after question is asked Flash. And then, last picture, while Flash still sleeps, Stella whispers to her aide, "He's really Gordon. As long as he remains here, our secret is in danger. Watch him."
Ooh, now she knows that he really is Flash Gordon.
Yes, now she knows. And because she knows what a dangerous man Flash is, he's even in greater danger.
Well, if she's honest, why doesn't she want him to know what they're doing on the moon there?
Well, apparently the secret she wants to keep from him is not an honest one.
That's just what I was thinking. I wonder what that secret is.
Well, maybe next week we'll find that out. Now let's go to the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
Oh, yes, and here's Dagwood, who does such funny things.
Well, let's see what funny thing he does today. Here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie is shopping today. She sees a hat in a store window and likes it so much she goes in to try it on. As Blondie admires herself's second picture in the new hat, the saleslady says, "It's $7.95.
Oh, it was made for me. I'll take it.
Last picture, top row, out on the street, Blondie is hit by a thought.
Oh, dear, I forgot about Dagwood. He'll hit the ceiling if I come home with another new hat.
And first picture, second row, Blondie is back in the hat shop again.
Have you a real expensive hat?
Well, this exclusive model costs $40. Would you like to try it on?
No, I just want to take it home on approval.
Oh, certainly, Mrs. Bumstead. And that evening, last picture, second row, Blondie comes into the living room where Dagwood is reading a paper. And she's wearing her new hat. She walks in front of Dagwood.
Darling, how do you like my new hat?
Dagwood looks up from his paper. Well, how much it cost? First picture, third row, Blondie answers.
$40.
And Dagwood really hits the ceiling. Outrageous! You think I made of money? You think I'm a millionaire? He drops from the ceiling to his chair. And Blondie says,
I have another little hat here, dear, for only $7.95.
$7.95? Last picture, third row, Blondie puts the cheap hat on, the one she wanted in the first place.
Do you like it?
It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. It was made for you. By all means, keep it.
Well, all right, dear, if you say so.
First picture, bottom row, Blondie is in the hat shop again.
I'm returning the $40 hat. Thank you for letting me borrow it.
Second picture, bottom row, she's back home again. As she comes in the door, Dagwood says, Gee, I love your little hat, dear. You have such good taste.
Thank you, dear.
And last picture, she looks at herself in the mirror, admiring her pretty little hat. And she says softly to herself,
It's simple when you know how. Wasn't that a smart trick that Blondie played on Dagwood?
Yes, it certainly was. Taking the expensive hat home and making Dagwood think she had bought it when she hadn't bought it at all.
That was just a trick to make Dagwood happy that she only bought a cheap hat.
Yes. Well, as she says, it's simple when you know how.
Yes.
Well, now it's time for Dick's Adventure.
Oh, yes, and I'm anxious to read that.
All right, let's go to the very last page of Puck the Comic Weekly.
And here he is. And you remember that Dick is in the early days of America when the Americans and the British were at war.
Yes, sir. The Americans were led by General Andrew Jackson.
And he had another name because sometimes they called him Old Hickory.
Yes, that was because he was tough. And you see, hickory wood is tough wood.
Yes, and you remember that pirate, Jean Lafitte, that he had offered to help the Americans fight the British?
Yes, but at first General Jackson didn't want to accept Lafitte's help because Jackson didn't like pirates.
And then, all of a sudden, he changed his mind, didn't he?
Yes, he changed his mind. Then he let Lafitte go to get his men.
And then a messenger rode into camp and said that the British were marching to attack the Americans. And I wonder if we'll have a battle today.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. That's the music for Adventurous Dick. Last picture, top row. The countryside beyond the colorful old city of New Orleans swarms with defenders. French, Spanish, Creoles, and above all, with Tennesseans like Old Hickory himself. Rough, tough hunters who can bark a squirrel at 100 yards and a redcoat at 150. First picture, second row, Dick stands beside General Jackson, waiting for the first sight of the British Army, which is on the march. Dick remembers that the British are 10,000 strong, while Old Hickory's fighters number only 5,000. And then the British regulars in perfect formation, in brilliant red coats, come into sight. Straight toward the field where the battle is to take place they come. They look for the sight of the American army, but see nothing but trees and bushes and silent breastworks. Then suddenly, last picture, second row, 5,000 American rifles spit hot lead and cold death from hidden places. The British ranks are broken, but swiftly they reform. The officers beat their men with swords, forcing them back into rank. At them, men! At them! Over there! Forward! Time and again, the British charge the Americans. Forward! Forward! Time and again they are driven back. And then, finally, the battle is over.
The British have been stopped by the hidden, withering fire of Tennessee rifles, and New Orleans is saved. Last picture, through a wildly jubilant city, Dick walks proudly with the reformed pirate Jean Lafitte. No one knows that though the battle for New Orleans has been fought and won, the United States and Great Britain had already signed a treaty of peace in Ghent 2 weeks before. Yes, and one of the reasons they won was because Jean Lafitte, that pirate, had helped the Americans.
Yes, and just think, the Americans only had half as many men as the British.
Yes, but they had a better way of fighting. The plans of Old Hickory and Jean Lafitte were too smart for the British.
Yes, they were. Oh, that was a good story.
Yes, you bet it was. Well, now look underneath Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, and Rusty Riley, you remember that Rusty Riley is with the carnival, and he's with his friend Stovepipe.
Yes, and the carnival is owned by Denver Dooley. And Dooley has hired a couple of new acts to work with his carnival.
Yes, but what Mr. Dooley doesn't know is that two of the people that he has hired are crooks. And one is named Necro, he's a magician, and the other is named Beetle. He's kind of some sort of a fortune teller.
Yes, and Beagle and Necro have tricked Dooley into a card game.
And the crooks are going to cheat and try to win all of Dooley's money. But Rusty knows about this, and he's told Stovepipe about it, and I'll bet you he'll find a way to stop these crooks.
Well, let's read now and see if he does. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. After overhearing the conversation between Necro and Beagle, Rusty finds Stovepipe and leads him back to the tent. As they go, third picture top row, Rusty tells Stovepipe what he heard.
Well, he said Mr. Dooley was a made-to-order sucker, he said. And then he said that nosy kid was fooling with my special specs.
Ah, yes, you no doubt are the nosy kid, Rusty. Tell me, did he mention marked cards? Last picture top row, Rusty exclaims,
Jeepers, yes, how'd you know that? He said, give me those marked cards and scram.
I fear that my long experience in this profession has educated me in the devious ways of many deplorable characters. Let us hurry, my boy. First picture bottom row, they cautiously approach Necro's tent. Rusty whispers,
Yeah, this is the place I meant, among these boxes. It's real dark, and you can see in the tent through the back flap.
Yes, we're right in time, my boy. Dooley just came in. They peek through a crack in the tent.
Hey, look, Mr. Stovepipe. Mr. Necro's wearing those queer purplish glasses I told you about.
A little later, inside the tent, the card game between Necro, who's wearing the purplish glasses, and Dooley goes on. Necro says,
The Three Kings beat me. It's your pot. Your luck's really running high, Dooley.
Dooley chuckles.
Well, I warned you I couldn't lose tonight. Well, how about it? You want to quit?
Outside the tent, Rusty whispers,
Gee Willikins, Mr. Stovepipe, Mr. Dooley is winning.
Quiet, my boy. Wait. Inside the tent, Necro says,
Well, one more hand, Dooley. Double the amount that's on the table. Then we'll quit. What do you say? Okey doke for me. It's your deal.
Last picture, Stovepipe says,
This is what I was waiting for. Quick, Rusty. Run to the main gate and get the policeman who's stationed there.
Policeman? Okay.
Oh, goody. Stovepipe's going to send Rusty to get a policeman.
Yes, now if Necro pulls any funny stuff, Stovepipe will have him arrested.
Yes, and if he does, Mr. Dooley will find out that Rusty was really the one who stopped Necro from cheating him. And then Mr. Dooley will see that Rusty's the hero.
Yes, you bet he will. But we'll find that out next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, Honey and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now, but be sure to meet me and my little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
comic weekly man, the jolly comic weekly man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly man, the jolly Comic Weekly man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine, thank you. How are you?
Oh, I'm just fine, too. And I have an announcement that's going to make you very, very happy.
All your announcements make me very happy. So quick, tell me, what's this one going to be?
Well, you know there's going to be a special coronation ceremony for the Queen of England in June.
Oh, yes, yes. They're going to crown her.
Yes, that's right. They're going to put a crown on her head. And, of course, when a queen is crowned, she has to wear a very specially beautiful gown.
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, today in the American Weekly, there is a picture of the gown that Queen Elizabeth is going to wear at the ceremony.
There he is?
Yes, and what's more, there's a picture of her robe and her crown, and all of them are in cutouts.
You mean so that I can cut them out and put them on my doll?
That's it, exactly.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I thought you'd be pleased, so you look for it in the American Weekly. That's the magazine section in today's paper.
Oh, I certainly will. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now will you please read me the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. An officer at Special Services, which is a branch of the armed services that provides entertainment for the soldiers, calls the USO, the place where they're going to put on a show. And he says, I've located a boy who does a comedy act for your USO show.
Oh, fine, fine. Send him over.
A little later, Beetle Bailey comes up to the steps of the USO building. He says to himself,
Golly, all the hotels are filled and I haven't slept all night. I wonder if the USO has any place to sleep.
He goes in and walks up to the desk and says to a young man who is the receptionist,
I'm from Camp Swampy, and I...
Yeah, I know.
The man at the desk looks at Beetle's funny face, at Beetle's cap drooping over his eyes, at Beetle's funny hair sticking out from under the cap,
You're gonna be.
at the big pipe Beetle has in his mouth,
It's so funny working.
at his shirt bulging up out of his trousers.
Oh, I've never seen anything like that. That's great, yeah.
And he thinks Beetle's the comedian that's being sent over.
Yeah, sure. Oh, what a good...
Last picture, top row. Beetle, unable to figure out why the man is laughing, says,
Well, I just wondered if you had a cot I could use.
and then a girl comes into the room and giggles.
Oh, sure, we'll put it right on the stage for you.
First picture, bottom row, we're in the USO Theater where the show is being put on. The girl, who is mistress of ceremonies, is standing out in front of the curtain, and she announces,
And now, a comedy act by one of Camp Swampy's own GIs.
The fellow who was sitting at the desk when Beetle came in turns to the manager of the theater who's standing beside him and says,
Wait till you see him. It kills you just to look at him. Yeah, look. See him?
The curtain is drawn, and there on the stage lies Beetle on a cot.
Oh, look at him. He's sleeping. Listen to them snores. Sounds like a hyena.
Ain't it funny, huh?
The audience begins to laugh at Beetle's funny snores. The manager of the theater sees Beetle sleep on, but do nothing else. Finally, he says, Yeah, it's pretty funny, but I think he's dragging it out too much. Beetle snores on. The people in the audience wait for Beetle to do something else that's funny. When he doesn't, they start to get sleepy themselves. Yeah, look, the audience is going to sleep.
Just then, the boy, the special services officer had sent over to do the comedy act, comes up to the manager and says, "Hiya! The special service officer sent me over here." The manager groans,
Oh, no, not another one.
and last picture, Beetle comes flying out of the door of the USO. He bounces down the steps.
Oh, take your crummy yak back to the barracks.
Beetle looks up and sees the comedian sitting on the steps.
Hey, they sure have a rough way of getting you up in there.
And the comedian answers,
You're lucky. They didn't even give me a chance to put on my get-up.
Wasn't that funny? The man in the USO office thought Beetle was the comedian just because Beetle looked funny.
Yeah, and I thought that when he wanted a cut, that it was part of his act.
I thought it was awfully funny to see Beetle lying on the stage snoring away.
So did I, but I guess that manager didn't.
No, he was so mad he didn't even let the real comedian do his act just because he was a soldier, too.
Yes. Well, now, how would you like to read Peter Pan?
Oh, I'd love to read Peter Pan.
Very well, then. Let's go over the page, past Little Iodine, go past Prince Val, and turn over another page. Go past page 4, then turn over page 5, and there on page 6 is Peter Pan.
Yes, and you remember that the Darling children are in Neverland.
Yes, the place where boys who don't want to grow up can go.
And last week, while Peter took Wendy off the shore of the mermaids, all the boys, led by John, went looking for the Indians.
Yeah, but the boys got themselves into trouble. They were captured by the Indians.
And the Indians took them to camp and tied them up. I wonder what'll happen.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Peter Pan. Say the magic words with me. Crocodiles, pirates, Peter Pan, whisk up music for Never Never Land. John and his little army have been captured by the very Indians they were seeking. And now the boys are tied to a totem pole in the center of the Indian camp. The Indians sit in a circle around the boys, beating on their tom-toms. Second picture, John Darling, who was the leader on this little expedition, says,
I'm frightfully sorry, old chaps. It's all my fault. Hey, look, here comes the chief.
And the chief, a huge fat fellow, walks over to them, stops in front of them, folds his arms, and says,
How?
Last picture, top row, the chief goes on.
For many moons, red men fight pale-faced boys. Sometime you win. Sometime we win.
One of the boys answers,
Okay, chief, you win this time. Now turn us loose.
First picture, bottom row, the chief replies,
This time, no turn 'em loose.
Now, this isn't according to the rules, because the Indians and the boys have always played a game. The Indians capture the boys, they turn the boys loose. The boys capture the Indians, they turn the Indians loose. One of the boys nervously laughs.
The chief's a great spoofer.
Me no spoof 'em. Where you hide, Princess Tiger Lily?
John answers,
Why, we haven't even seen her.
Fourth picture, bottom row, the chief roars,
Heap big lie. If Tiger Lily not back by sunset, burn 'em at stake.
And at this fateful moment, last picture, Tiger Lily is helpless in the clutches of the infamous Captain Hook and is being rowed to a secret island where Captain Hook plans to keep her prisoner.
Oh, that isn't fair. When Captain Hook captured Tiger Lily, he spoiled the game between the boys and the Indians.
Yes, because now the Indians are playing for real. They're going to punish the boys because Tiger Lily has been captured.
The chief thinks the boys have captured Tiger Lily, doesn't he?
Yes, and unless some way can be found to get Tiger Lily back before sunset, those boys are going to be in an awful lot of trouble.
Oh, I wonder, do you think that will happen?
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until next week to find that out. But now look across the page. There's Donald Duck.
Oh, my favorite.
And we'll read your favorite right now. Here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddly chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack quack. Donald is downtown. He's very hungry, so he goes into a restaurant to get dinner. Third picture, top row. He looks at the menu and says to the waiter,
I'll take the bed ham, please.
Oh, yes, sir. An excellent choice, sir. An hour later, last picture top row, Donald, finished with his dinner, waves to the waiter who's coming toward Donald's table.
My check, please.
But the waiter pays no attention to Donald, goes on by to another table.
I guess he didn't hear me.
First picture bottom row, the waiter goes past Donald again. Donald calls,
Pardon me. May I have my check now?
The waiter pays no attention to Donald.
What's the matter? He got hair in his ears?
A few minutes later, the waiter is pouring coffee. Donald yells,
Carl, I want my check.
The waiter doesn't answer. So Donald grabs his cap.
Okay, if that's the way they feel.
He starts for the door. Opens the door and is grabbed by the collar and whisked back into the restaurant. And last picture, the waiter holds Donald by the collar and says to the cashier,
Trying to sneak out without paying, sir.
Oh, poor Donald. That's not fair.
No.
Donald tried and tried to pay, and the waiter didn't pay any attention
And
to
then
him.
when Donald got up to leave, the waiter says he's trying to get away without paying. You know, I don't blame Donald.
Neither do I. If that waiter couldn't be polite and take Donald's money, I don't blame Donald for walking off.
Neither do I. I think I might do the same.
And so would I.
Yes, and I'll meet you in jail. Well, now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
Oh, look, Roy Rogers.
Yeah, that's right. Over the page and Roy Rogers. And you remember that Roy was helping his friend Doleful Hawkins, who was in trouble with the outlaws.
Yes, and you remember that last week Roy and Dopal had captured two of the outlaws in a terrible fight, but the leader of the outlaws got away.
And little Tim, Doleful's nephew, rode after Fancy Pharaoh, the leader.
You know, he could get killed.
Yes.
I wonder what'll happen.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-bi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-bi-yo. Roy leaps on one of the outlaws' horses and gallops in the direction that Tim and Fancy Pharaoh had taken. He comes around a bend in the road, third picture top row, and sees Pharaoh and Tim standing in the road. Hey, whoa there, Trigger. Hey, what happened? You all right, Tim?
Oh, sure, Roy. Trigger caught up with Fancy Pharaoh easy. Me, Big Chief Tim Hawkins, hit him with stone from slingshot.
Roy looks at Pharaoh and sees a big lump on his head, which now has no hair on it. Last picture top row, Tim holds up a toupee.
Hey, look, Roy. I scalped the dude.
Well, I'll be doggone, Tim. He wears a bogus top piece. Pharaoh starts to run away again. Roy whips out his lasso, and first picture bottom row flips it over Pharaoh's shoulder. All right, not so fast there, Pharaoh. You're joining your two pals on a trip to the Hoosgow. Tim takes aim with a slingshot and... and hits Pharaoh where it hurts the most. Pharaoh exclaims,
Okay, just keep that little hyena away from me, will you? Jail will be a relief.
In no time at all, the outlaws, all trussed up, are loaded in a wagon, ready to be hauled to the sheriff. Roy says, All right, take it from here, Doleful. I'm heading for Tumult City. And Doleful, who worries about everything, answers,
Thanks, Roy. Tim and me'll fulfill my dead boss's ore-hauling contract, but something else is bound to happen. Goodbye.
So long,
A short time later, Roy, who's heading for Tumult City, sees two scarecrows standing in a field. Hey, I wonder why Homesteader put two scarecrows in the field so close together, Trigger. As he comes closer, last picture, he sees something that opens his eyes. Great guns, Trigger. That scarecrow is running.
Well, after all the trouble he caused, Tim turned out to be a help to Roy, didn't he?
Yes, he captured Fancy Pharaoh all by himself.
He's a very unusual boy, that Tim.
Yes, he is. You know, I think I'd feel just the way that Fancy Pharaoh does. I'd rather be in jail than be around that Tim.
I think I would, too. But I wonder what this mystery is about the scarecrows running away.
Well, I think we'll find that this begins a new adventure, and we'll find out more about that next week. Now, let's pick up the second section of Buck the Comic Weekly.
All right. And here's that funny Dagwood on the first page.
And I'll read Dagwood and Blondie in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. I'm a food, I'm a fum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. A salesman has called at the Bumstead house and is trying to sell Blondie a little gadget.
You put it on the wall.
Blondie keeps saying,
No, I'm sorry. I don't want any. No, I'm sorry. I don't want any.
And she actually opened a piece of Norwegian Danish sardines.
No, I'm sorry. I don't want any.
And then a bright idea pops into Blondie's mind. And last picture, top row, Dagwood is at the door.
I'd like to show you a very nice...
Oh, sorry. No, I don't want any. Goodbye.
But instead of leaving, the salesman comes into the house, shutting the door behind him.
And you'll find that it will look amazing.
No, we don't want any.
Then Dagwood turns his back on the salesman and walks into the living room, thinking the salesman will leave.
I'd like to show you a very
But instead, the salesman, who has very squeaky shoes, follows him into the living room, first picture, second row.
You put it on
I tell you, I'm not interested.
Then Dagwood goes upstairs. The salesman squeaks after
I
him.
remember I was something like
No.
Last picture, second row, Dagwood is coming out of the house, trying to get away from the salesman, who still squeaks after him.
No, I said.
I remember.
First picture, third row, Dagwood comes up to the Woodley house. He rings the doorbell.
Would you like to see some testimonial letters from satisfied customers?
No.
The door is opened, and Dagwood walks into the Woodley house, and the salesman squeaks in after him.
It's priced for quick.
And the salesman sees Herb Woodley.
Oh, how do you do? I'd like to show you a very
And the salesman starts to give Herb Woodley the pitch. Last picture, third row, Dagwood comes out the back door of the Woodley house, a big, satisfied smile on his face. And he hears the salesman saying to Herb,
Amazing.
first picture, bottom row, we're in the Woodley house. The salesman is following Herb around the table, and Herb is yelling,
I'm not interested.
10 minutes later in the Bumstead house, Blondie says to Dagwood,
Dagwood, there's a doorbell.
Oh, you answered, will you, dear? I'm going to finish my nap.
and Dagwood plops down on the sofa and immediately falls asleep. Last picture, there's a... And Herb Woodley, with a plank in his hand, is standing over Dagwood, ready to give him a good clout. And then the salesman steps in the door and says...
I'd like to show you a very nice little house.
Oh, look, Herb is furious because Dagwood brought that salesman over to his house.
Yes, it looks like Dagwood is going to get a good clout on the head.
Yes, that salesman certainly doesn't take no for an answer, does he?
No, he doesn't. I would say that he is a pest.
Yes, I would say he's quite a pest.
Yes. Well, now that we've agreed on that, let's turn over the page.
Oh, look, there's Dick's Adventures.
Yes, Dick's Adventures. And today I think Dick is beginning a new adventure.
Oh, please, quick, read it to me so I can see what it is.
Very well. Here we go with Dick's Adventures in Dreamland. Say the magic words with me, please. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick and his dad are on a motor trip down in Texas. They pass by a famous old mission, a place where the priests used to live in the early days of America. Dick's dad says, "Hey, have a look over there, Dick. That's the old mission, the Alamo. Remember the Alamo?" Hey, Dick. He's dreaming again. And in his sleep, Dick's dreams carry him back. And last picture, top row, Dick sees himself riding a stagecoach in the early days of America in the year 1835. He's talking with a driver who's saying, "So you're figuring to live in Texas, eh?" On and on the coach goes, past pine forest bordering dark bayous, into long prairies where startled antelope run. And at last, first picture, second row, the coach comes to a customs outpost and grinds to a stop.
Oh, there, whoa. All right, everybody out.
As they unload the coach, the driver says to Dick, second picture, "Well, lad, we're over the border. You're in Mexico."
Hey, but driver, I thought we were going to Texas.
Oh, sure, lad. And Texas is in Mexico.
Last picture, second row. While the customs officials are doing their work, Dick strolls off to the old mission nearby, which is at the edge of the early settlement. He walks through some grass that's taller than he is. He doesn't notice a wild boar with long tusks peering at Dick with red eyes. He doesn't see the boar charge at him from the reeds until too late. First picture bottom row, Dick hears the sound behind him and whirls around in horror. He thinks he's a goner, but suddenly a knife streaks past Dick. It sinks into the boar's brain as though fired by a gun, and the boar drops to the ground dead. Last picture, Dick looks up to see a tall stranger in frontier clothes. The stranger says,
Hey, you gotta keep your eyes open for razorbacks, lad. And other varmints, too.
And Dick, marveling at the accurate throw, stares in awe at a curiously shaped blade and wonders if he is looking at a Bowie knife. The stranger is James Bowie.
Oh, I wonder if that really is James Bowie.
Oh, you know who he is then, do you?
Oh, yes. He was a famous man in the early days of America.
That's right, and he invented a very special knife.
Like the one we see there in that last picture?
Yes, and ever since then, that knife has been known as the Bowie knife.
Well, he surely knows how to use it.
That's a good thing he does, because he saved Dick's life.
This is an exciting adventure Dick is having.
And we'll find out more about it next week. But now look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes. And you remember that Rusty is with the carnival with his friend Stovepipe.
And Rusty had brought Stovepipe to the tent where the crook named Specs is playing a game of cards with Denver Dooley, the owner of the carnival.
And Specs is cheating at cards so that he can try to win all of Mr. Dooley's money.
That's right. And Stovepipe, who's watching the game from outside the tent, has sent Rusty to get a policeman.
Yes, and I wonder what's going to happen.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty hurries off to get the policeman. As last picture top row, Stovepipe watches the card game and sees the stakes go higher and higher. And then he hears Specs say,
Okay, Dooley, just to make it exciting, I'll raise you $10,000.
Dooley looks at his hand and then says to himself,
Well, I'm holding 3 kings and a pair of jacks. He can't possibly beat that.
Dooley says,
Well, I haven't got 10 grand more in cash, but I'll put up the carnival. All right?
Yeah, all right, Dooley. First picture bottom row, Dooley shows his cards.
3 kings and a pair of jacks. Beat that if you can, neck row.
Specs smiles cruelly and says,
Sorry, Dooley, but you're looking at the new owner of the carnival. Take a gander at 3 aces and a pair of queens.
Dooley stares in horror, realizing he's lost his carnival and all of his money to Specs. And then Stovepipe steps into the tent.
One moment, friend Dooley. I fear this deplorable character has been a trifle dishonest.
Specs rises from his chair, removing the purplish glasses.
Hey, listen, you antique fugitive from a barber shop. Nobody calls me a crook and gets away with it. I'll tear you apart.
Stovepipe picks up the glasses.
Obliging of you to take off your spectacles. Yeah, hold them, Denver. We'll need them.
Last picture, Specs seizes Stovepipe by the throat.
You asked for it, you nosy ham, and now I'm going to...
Suddenly, Rusty and the policeman enter the tent, and the policeman barks,
You're gonna what? You start any rough stuff, and I'll run you in. Now, suppose you gents tell me what's going on here.
Oh, hooray! Rusty got there in time with the policeman.
Yes, just in time to stop Specs from beating up on Stovepipe.
Yes, and now the policeman will learn what happened, and then Stovepipe will show him those marked cards and the purple glasses and just show that Specs was cheating.
And it'll all be because Rusty noticed all of this in the first place.
Yes, Rusty will be a hero.
You bet he will. Well, now let's turn over the page, go past Annie Rooney on page 4, turn over page 5, and there, on page 6, is Flash Gordon.
And you remember Flash Gordon had landed on the moon.
Yes, he was on his way back to Earth and was running short of fuel, so he had to land.
And then he was captured by some people, and they gave him some kind of stuff to put him to sleep, but it would still let him talk when they asked him questions, so they could find out everything about him, but Flash doesn't know this.
That's right. They gave him hypnoserum, and they found out everything about Flash while he was sleeping.
And when the woman found out that he was really Flash, she said that they must be careful that he didn't learn their secret. I wonder what their secret is.
Well, let's read now and see if we can find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. After his grilling under the influence of the truth serum, Flash wakens, finds himself on the sofa in the observatory. Dr. Stella tells him that she's very sorry she suspected him of being a space pirate and tells him that they shall be her guests until the next shuttle rocket arrives to ferry him back to Earth. As Flash leaves the laboratory to rejoin Dale and Zarkov, Stella whispers to her assistant, Keep a close watch on him, Mark. It's just a hunch, but I think he suspects that we are the ones who are hijacking Earth's cargo rockets. Mark nods grimly.
Well, perhaps a fatal accident may befall the young man before the shuttle rocket arrives.
Last picture, top row, alone with Dale and Zarkov. Flash wastes no time on explanations. Listen, something's wrong here. Now, don't ask me any questions. Just follow me. Somehow we must refuel our rocket and get away. First picture, bottom row, Dale and Zarkov manage to solve the operation of the airlock, permitting Flash to emerge on the moon's surface. But they're not unobserved. By phone, Mark reports to Zello. Gordon is leaving the airlock.
The time will soon be ripe for that little accident.
Second picture, bottom row. Dale, her heart pounding wildly, watches through a viewport as Flash slithers through the powdery soil. Every step in the treacherous footing is a supreme effort to the Earthman, who's all too aware of the need for speed on his mission across the bleak moonscape into the perils of the unknown. On and on, Flash plods. And then, suddenly, he stops short. Last picture. Ahead of him is the very spot where a few short hours ago he landed his crippled rocket ship in a desperate search for fuel. But now, the huge craft has vanished into empty space.
Well, I wonder what happened to the ship.
I wonder, too. This is very mysterious.
And I'm so worried because that man Mark knows what Flash is doing.
And he's planning for some accident to happen to Flash.
I wonder what kind of an accident. One that will kill Flash?
That's something we'll have to wait until next week to find out. But now that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room.
Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello. Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Eager and anxious. How are you?
I am just fine, but I'm eager and anxious to find out what you're eager and anxious about.
Well, I'm eager to know what happens to the boys in Peter Pan because last week the Indians captured them and tied them to a stake, and the chief said he was going to burn them at sundown if Tiger Lily, that's the chief's daughter, wasn't returned. And the boys can't return Tiger Lily because Captain Hook has captured her.
Well, that's something to be eager and anxious about.
Yes, it is. Also, I'm eager to find out more about what's going to happen to Dick because he met Jim Bowie, who has a special kind of knife that he invented that's very unusual.
Yes, it is.
So then could we please hurry and read the funnies, please? Could we hurry?
Puck the Comic Weekly. Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Today, Beetle and his friend Killer are standing in front of the staff office. Killer has a camera and is taking Beetle's picture. Beetle looks pretty sad. Killer says,
Well, don't just stand looking into the camera. Can't you do something active?
Well, how about tossing a ball up?
Well, it's better than dropping your face down.
so Beetle takes the ball out of his pocket and tosses it up. The ball lands on the roof and is caught in the rain trough.
Uh-oh. Well, just a minute till I get the ball back.
So Beetle climbs up on the porch railing. Then he leans way over and reaches in the rain trough for the ball. Just then, last picture, top row, the door opens.
Whoops.
And there's Beetle hanging over the sergeant, his fingertips touching the rain trough and his toes hooked over the top of the door. The sergeant yells,
Yeah, what's going on out here?
and then Beetle loses his hold. First picture, bottom row, he falls under the sergeant.
Hey, it's a parachute attack.
Beetle hangs under the sergeant, hands over the sergeant's eyes.
Hey, help, I can't see.
The sergeant, who was holding a fire extinguisher, stumbles off the porch.
Oops, I tripped.
The fire extinguisher goes off, and Beetle is squirted by the fluid.
Hey, run, that stuff will ruin your uniform.
Beetle dashes around the corner and leaps into a garbage can. And last picture, Killer, who is still holding the camera, says,
That was a little too active. I couldn't get you in focus.
and Beetle, who is upside down in the garbage can, waves his legs and yells,
Get me out of here.
Wasn't that funny? When Beetle was reaching up in the rain trough, the sergeant opens the door and Beetle fell right onto the sergeant.
Yes, poor Beetle. No matter what he tries, it always comes out wrong.
Yes, but I love him because he's so funny.
Yes, so did I.
Oh, now could you hurry up and meet Peter Pan?
Oh, yes, because the boys were captured by the Indians last week.
Yes, and I want to know what happened.
Very well, let's turn over the page. Go past Little Iodine and Prince Val, who is getting ready for a long trip. Turn over that page. Go past page 4. Turn over page 5. Go past Buzz Sawyer on page 6. And there, on page 7, is Peter Pan.
And you remember last week the boys had been captured by the Indians and tied to a stake.
And that wasn't too unusual, because the boys in Neverland always played a game with the Indians. You see, if the boys captured the Indians, they'd let the Indians go. That's next day. If the Indians captured the boys, next day the Indians would let the boys go.
Yes, it was always a game that they played.
Yes, that's right. But this time, the chief wouldn't let the boys go because he said someone had captured Tiger Lily, the Indian chief's daughter.
Yes, and he said that if Tiger Lily weren't returned by sunset, the boys would all be burned at the stake.
Yes, and Peter Pan has gone away with Wendy and doesn't know what's happened to the boys.
And he doesn't know either that Captain Hook, that pirate, has captured Tiger Lily and is taking her away in a boat.
Well, let's read and see what happens next. Here we go with Peter Pan. Say the magic words with me. Pirates, crocodiles, Peter Pan, whisk up music for Never Never Land. Unaware that her brothers and the lost boys have been captured by the Indians, Wendy flies with Peter Pan to Mermaid Lagoon. They land on the edge of a rock beside the lagoon, and Wendy sees beautiful mermaids, strange creatures, half fish and half women. Some are swimming, some are drying their hair on the rocks. Wendy says, Oh, just imagine real live mermaids.
Yeah, come on and meet him.
The mermaids all see Peter and greet him.
Hi, everybody. Okay, sure.
So the mermaids quickly swim to the rock where Peter is sitting. They gather around him as Peter begins to tell a story.
Well, there I was in Marooner's Rock, surrounded by 40 or 50 pirates. And then all of a sudden...
Last picture, top row, Peter stops suddenly.
Shh. Listen.
First picture, bottom row, Peter scrambles to the top of the rocks. Looks out over the bay.
Yep. It's Captain Hook, all right.
At the mention of Captain Hook's name, the mermaids all leap into the water. Peter seizes Wendy by the hand.
Quick, Wendy, come on.
And away they fly. In no time at all, they're on the trail of Captain Hook's boat.
Hey, look. They've captured Tiger Lily. They're taking her to Skull Rock. We must see what they're up to.
At that moment, last picture, the water behind Captain Hook's boat is split, and the head of the giant crocodile, who wants to eat Captain Hook, appears. And unseen by Hook, the crocodile slithers steadily after Hook's boat.
Oh, goody. Now Peter knows that Captain Hook has Tiger Lily.
And what's more, he's on Hook's trail. And if I know Peter, he's going to cause Captain Hook a lot of trouble.
Yes, and don't forget that crocodile. Maybe that crocodile helped Peter fight Hook.
Well, we'll find that out next week. Well, now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, and I just love that Dagwood. He does such funny things.
Yes, well, let's turn over the page and pick up page 1 of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly. And here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood's doorbell rings. Dagwood opens the door, and there stands Mr. Beasley, the mailman, with his whistle in his face. Dagwood greets him.
Oh, hello, Mr. Beasley. How are you?
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Beasley, can I borrow your whistle to referee Alexander's basketball game today?
Before Beasley has a chance to say yes or no, Dagwood jerks the whistle out of his hands. Beasley goes out of the door sadly.
I feel naked without my whistle.
Dagwood gives the whistle a toot.
This is great. I'll be just like a professional referee with this whistle.
Last picture, top row, the mailman is down the street. He comes up to a house, rings the doorbell.
Now I have to ring doorbells just like a common, ordinary person.
First picture, second row, the door is open.
Oh.
And Beasley is whopped on the head with an umbrella. He lies on the ground, his head throbbing. The lady of the house bends over him.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Beasley, but you rang my bell just like a bill collector who's been pestering me.
A few minutes later, Beasley staggers up to another house. He rings the doorbell. The door opens.
Ain't got you good for nothing. Uh-oh.
First picture, third row, Beasley lies on the ground, his head throbbing worse than ever. A man kneels beside him, holding up Beasley's head.
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Beasley, but I thought you were my brother-in-law.
Second picture, third row, we're at the basketball game. Dagwood's having a terrific time refereeing the game. Last picture, third row, the mailman staggers up to another door. He rings the doorbell. The door opens. Oh. There lies Beasley on the ground, a lump on his head big as an apple, and throbbing worse than ever. Two dogs snarl at him, and the lady of the house says,
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Beasley, but my dogs and I thought you were my first husband. He rang like that.
First picture, bottom row, we're back at the basketball game again. There's a very exciting play. One of the players dashes past Dagwood, knocks him off his feet. Hey! Another player makes a leap at the ball. His fist swings back into Dagwood's mouth. At that moment, Beasley comes in the door of the gym.
A basketball game or no basketball game, I'm going to get my whistle back.
Just then, Dagwood's son, Alexander, and another boy come out of the gym, carrying Dagwood. Alexander sees Mr. Beasley.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Beasley, but Pop swallowed your whistle during an exciting play.
And as they carry Dagwood out, Mr. Beasley hears...
Wasn't that funny? How every time the mailman opened the door, someone popped him on the head.
Yes, and how tragic for poor Dagwood to have that whistle rammed down his throat by that overeager basketball player.
Oh, that's so funny. That whistle blowing inside of Dagwood.
Yes, every time he takes a breath, the whistle sounds.
Oh, I love that Dagwood. He's so funny.
Yes, he is. Well, now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
Oh, look, there's Flash Gordon. You remember? He's on the moon.
Oh, that's right, and he was captured by Dr. Stella, a beautiful woman, and her henchman, a man named Mark.
And they're both bad people.
Yes, they're planning on trying to get rid of Flash by some kind of an accident.
And you remember that Flash escaped from the place where he was being kept prisoner, and he started to go to the place where he had left his spaceship.
And when he got there, he was horrified to find that his ship had disappeared.
I wonder what'll happen now.
Well, let's read and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Stunned by the disappearance of his crippled spaceship, Flash gropes his way through the powdery surface of the moon. His mind is so full of the disaster that has befallen his party that he fails to notice the approach of a tiny rocket jeep piloted by the treacherous Mark. Flash's preoccupation with his troubles is almost fatal. There's no sound to warn him that Mark is bearing down, intent on staging the carefully planned accident. A deft turn of his jeep, and Mark hurls Flash into the surface pumice, unconscious. As Flash lies there, not making a move, last picture top row, Mark lands his tiny craft. Mark hurries swiftly to Flash's side. He drains Flash's oxygen tanks. These are small tanks which Flash carries, which feed air into the helmet that Flash wears. The air Flash depends upon to stay alive. Then Mark scatters boulders around Flash's body to make it appear that Flash has been the victim of an accidental slide of sun-cracked rocks.
There. That should make it look like an accidental death.
Mark reports to Dr. Stella, telling her what he's done. The two of them quickly plan a little act that they'll put on in front of Dale and Zarkov. First picture bottom row, they go to see Dale and Zarkov. Stella looks around the room, asks where Flash is. Dale, alarmed at Flash's failure to return, stammers that he went out through the airlock. Stella pretends to be concerned for Flash's safety and says they better go in search of him at once. And in a few minutes, the big tractor rumbles out through the airlock with Dale and Zarkov as anxious passengers. Craftily, Mark steers the tractor on an aimless route that avoids the spot where Flash was struck down. But finally, he guides the vehicle to the scene of the accident. Then Dale sees Flash half buried by the rocks. She shouts, and the tractor comes to a stop. The door opens, and Dale scarcely waits for the tractor to halt before she darts to Flash's side. Quickly, they start pulling the rocks off Flash. Zarkov, seeing the look of fear on Dale's face, says to her,
We'll revive him.
but his heart is heavy with despair.
Oh, that Mark, I hate him. He's cruel, and he's mean, and he's bad, and he's cruel.
Yes, he is. The way he and Stella pretend to be friends when they're trying to kill Flash.
Do you think Flash is dead?
Well, he's certainly gone through a rough time, having the air drained out of his tanks and having those rocks piled on him.
Well, I should think that they would crush him.
Well, we'll find out next week. Now look across the page. There's Dick's Adventure.
Oh, yes, and I'm anxious to read that.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the third page of the second section, Dick's Adventure.
Magic words for the music, please.
Say them with me, please. To rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for adventurous Dick. Dick is dreaming that he's in the early days of America, the year 1835. He's in a stagecoach on his way to Texas, before Texas was a state. In those days, Texas was part of Mexico. The stagecoach had stopped at an outpost settlement so the passengers would be examined by the customs officers before crossing the border into Texas. Dick had wandered off to the edge of the settlement. A wild boar had charged at him from the tall grass, and just when it looked like Dick would be killed, a knife whizzed through the air and killed the wild boar. Dick is talking with the man who had saved his life. As he stares at the knife, the man drawls,
My name is Jim Bowie. Welcome to Texas.
As they walk back to the stagecoach, last picture top row, Dick exclaims, Hey, that's the most wonderful knife I've ever seen.
Well, I designed it myself with my brother Resin. None other like it in the world. Folks call it the Bowie knife.
First picture, second row, Bowie sheathes the blade.
But I don't like using it, Dick, even when I have to.
They climb aboard the coach. And once again, they're on their way.
Yep there! Yep!
On and on, the coach rattles westward. Across broad prairies toward San Antonio. As the miles slip by, frequent rests are needed. Dick gets to know the fellow passengers. Famous names in American history. Davy Crockett, Bill Travis, Sam Houston, and Stephen Austin. Last picture, second row. As they stop for a rest, Dick watches Austin talking with a couple of the men. Bowie tells Dick, Austin's just come out of jail. First picture, bottom row, Dick hears Austin saying, Texas is a big place. It needs freedom like a bird needs wings. But I was thrown into a dungeon when I asked for it. Finally, last picture, the stagecoach reaches San Antonio. A crowd of native Texans cheers the visiting group as they climb out. Davy Crockett, Bill Travis, Sam Houston, and Stephen Austin are all courageous men who have the welfare of Texas close to their hearts, and they're popular men. As Austin comes forth, a shout goes up. Liberty in Texas!
Famous men because I read about them in history in school.
Yes, I thought you had. They're very famous. They had a lot to do with the early days of Texas.
And will we be reading about that next week?
Yes, next week and the weeks to follow, I'm sure.
Ooh, I won't miss that because stories about Texas are always good.
Oh, you bet they are. And Texas is a wonderful state.
Yes.
Well, now look underneath Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Yes, and I'm anxious to read this because you remember that Rusty is with the carnival.
And he has a very good friend who's with this carnival, a man named Stovepipe who's helped Rusty when he was in trouble.
And he's helped Rusty again because Rusty discovered that a man named Specs, who has a magic act with the carnival, has tricked the owner of the carnival into a crooked card game.
Yes, but Stovepipe had sent Rusty for a policeman. And just at the moment when Dooley lost everything he owned to the magician, Stovepipe stepped into the tent with the policeman.
And I'm anxious to hear what's going to happen now.
Well, let's find out. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. The policeman stopped Specs from beating up on Stovepipe.
All right, here, what's going on here? This kid grabbed me outside the grounds and said a cop was needed in here. What's the squeal?
Stovepipe turns to Dooley, second picture, and says, My reason for interfering here, Dooley, was that I didn't wish to see my old friend cheated out of his carnival by the use of marked cards. Dooley answers,
Oh, I'm afraid you're mistaken, Doc. I looked those cards over plenty. They aren't marked.
Last picture, top row, Stovepipe says, Yes, no doubt you examined the cards, Denver, but you overlooked the fact that modern science can be the tool of the swindler. Put on those spectacles and take another look. Dooley puts the purplish glasses on and looks at the cards through them. He exclaims,
By jingle, you're right. They are marked. Through these glasses, the marks show up plainly.
Specs realizes he's caught. First picture, bottom row, the officer asks Dooley,
Well, what do you want to do about this, mister? You can't bring a charge of cheating in a gambling game. Matter of fact, you're both on the wrong side of the law playing poker for money.
Well, I don't want to make any charge, officer. I just want that crook off my lot. And that phony Hindu crystal gazer, too. And quick.
A little later, Rusty, Stovepipe, and Dooley are in Denver Dooley's trailer. Dooley is saying,
Doc, I don't know how to thank you. Hadn't been for you, my stupid weakness for gambling would have cost me my carnival.
Stovepipe replies, but Denver, I merely assisted. The real hero of this exploit is my young friend here, Rusty Riley. It was his sharpness which really saved you. Dooley looks at Rusty and then exclaims,
Rusty Riley. Why, of course, now I recognize you. You're that runaway kid.
Oh, please, Mr. Dooley, I'm not...
One moment, Rusty. Let me explain. Denver, this boy is not a runaway in the usual sense. I know his story, and I assure you there are extenuating circumstances. His motives are admirable. Last picture, Stovepipe goes on. Now that Rusty has revealed the base intentions of Mr. Necro, he is no longer employed. Perhaps you can find a place for him, eh, Denver?
Well, now I am on a spot. I'm closing up after this Brownsdale run and going abroad to sign up talent. I'm real sorry, Rusty.
Rusty swallows his disappointment and says,
Well, that's all right, Mr. Dooley. Flip and I'll be pushing along.
Does that mean that after Rusty has saved Mr. Dooley from losing his carnival and everything, that Mr. Dooley isn't going to help Rusty?
Well, it does look that way, because Dooley says he's going to close the carnival down to go to Europe for a while.
And Rusty says that he and Flip will go someplace to live.
Yes. Well, let's hope that stovepipe will think of something. Now I think it's time for Roy Rogers. So let's turn over the page, go past the Lone Ranger, and there on page 5 is Roy Rogers.
Yes, and this week I think Roy's going to begin a new adventure because you remember that as he was riding along, he saw 2 scarecrows in a field.
And then one of the scarecrows began to run away.
That's very mysterious. I wonder what that's all about.
Well, let's read and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-bi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-bi-yo. As the scarecrow runs away, Roy shouts, "Hey, wait up, old-timer, wait up!" The man stops and looks back. Seeing that Roy is friendly, he waits as Roy rides up beside him.
Hey, you sure scared me, cowboy. I thought you was one of them sodbusters. They call me Scarecrow Katy, and a lot of other names, too.
Well, I'm Roy Rogers. I'm sorry I spooked you.
That's all right. I was studying a covey of bob-white quail over yonder. I love birds. They're my friends.
The old man talks. Some birds fly up and sit on his shoulder. Roy says, "Hey, maybe you can tell me the trail to Tumult City, Katy."
Oh, sure. 6 miles east as the crow flies. I got a daughter there. I named her Oriole.
At that moment, first picture bottom row, Roy looks up and sees the scarecrow beside the road on fire. He sees 2 men running toward the scarecrow, and hears one shout,
Hey, hurry, son! Somebody set fire to the straw on that scarecrow!
Roy sees the other man knock the scarecrow down and start beating the flames out. And then he hears the other one shout,
Hey, Paul, there's Scarecrow Katy. He did this. Let's get him.
and he sees the young man pull a gun to his shoulder and start to shoot at the old man. Third picture bottom row. Old man Katy starts to run, shouting,
Hey, don't let them terrible trench get me, Rogers. Spark from my pipe must have started the blaze. That they'd never believe me.
Last picture, Roy, gun in hand, rides toward the 2 men. The younger of them aims his rifle at Roy, saying,
Cowboy Paul, probably one of Scarecrow Katy's night riders are trying to run us nesters out of this valley. Well, I got a bead on him.
Roy shouts, "Hey, hold it there, gents. You're slinging that lead mighty liberal-like."
I like that old man. He's nice to birds.
Yes, the birds love him. See how they flew to him and sat on his shoulder?
Yes, but I don't like those 2 men who started shooting at him right away. They didn't even give him a chance to explain what happened.
No, those are 2 tough hombres, and I'm afraid we're going to have more trouble with them.
Do you think Roy can make them listen?
Well, we'll wait till next week to find that out. Now let's turn over the page, go past Dinglehoofer, and look on page 7. There's Donald Duck.
Oh, Donald Duck, my favorite.
And we'll read your favorite right now. Here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddy, chick-a-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. It's a rainy day, and Donald's nephews are coming down the street. They see a long, skinny dog sitting in the rain. Dewey says,
Gee, he's lost.
Louie says,
And we take him into the house to dry, then check the neighborhood for his owner.
A short time later, Donald comes home. He opens the door and is met by the dog who growls and lunges at him. Last picture top row, Donald slams the door in the dog's face. And second picture bottom row, dashes down the street.
Help! Please! Help! Please!
A half hour later, fourth picture bottom row, the door to Donald's house opens quietly. And Donald and a policeman carrying a gun tiptoe into the house.
Careful, officer. It's a killer.
But there's not a sound. They tiptoe through the hallway, then into the living room. And there, last picture, is the ferocious dog sound asleep, surrounded by Donald's nephews, who are using him for a pillow. And the policeman stares at Donald like this. And Donald feels just like this.
Wasn't that a good joke on Donald?
Yes, he told the policeman the dog was ferocious, a man killer and everything. And when the policeman comes in the house, the dog is sound asleep with Donald's nephews.
Doesn't Donald have a funny look on his face?
Yes, he does. He feels pretty silly.
Poor Donald. Everything always turns out wrong for him.
Yes, well, now that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information.
Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine, thank you. But I'm very anxious today.
Well, who are you anxious about now?
I'm very anxious about Rusty Riley because you remember last week Rusty Riley was to go live with a nice old lady on a farm. But when he got there, he found out that there was a younger woman who was pretending to be an old lady.
That's right.
And I'm wondering, is this young lady who's pretending to be the old lady a crook? And is the man named Mel who was with her there planning to do something terrible to Rusty? Or will Rusty find out that something is wrong and escape before anything bad can happen to him?
Well, you really are anxious, aren't you?
Yes. So could we please read the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Outside on the parade grounds, the soldiers are busy marching up and down, practicing their maneuvers. But Beetle has got into trouble again, and he's been sent to the kitchen to do kitchen police. And today we find him and his friend, Carrot, busy peeling potatoes. Beetle sighs.
I wish they gave medals for being on KP.
Carrot answers, "Hey, by golly, you really deserve one." Carrot stands up and snaps to attention. He holds out a leaf of a tree. "Private Bailey, I am proud to present you with this oak leaf cluster."
Hey, who are you supposed to be?
At that moment, a butterfly lands on Carrot's shoulder. "I'm a butterfly colonel." Whereupon Beetle joins the game, snaps to attention, looks at the potatoes, and says,
"Troops, attention! The colonel is ready to inspect."
Then Beetle holds up one potato and shouts,
"Eyes front."
Last picture, top row, Carrot, pretending to be an officer inspecting his troops, marches up and down in front of the potato sacks.
A pretty baggy-looking bunch you have here.
First picture, bottom row, Beetle shouts,
"Attention! To orders!"
Uniform today will be jackets. I have spoken.
By this time, Carrot, thoroughly carried away, shouts,
"Passing with you!"
Beetle sticks his hand in his jacket and stands like Napoleon. At that moment, the sergeant, who has heard the shouting, approaches.
Okay, you guys. Pipe down and get back to work.
Whereupon Carrot grabs the sergeant's tie and roars back,
What's this? Insubordination?
and the sergeant goes,
What?
At last,
last picture, Beetle and Carrot are beside a stack of potatoes twice as high, and they peel away and peel away. Beetle looks at all the potatoes and sighs.
It was insubordination, all right.
And Carrot apologizes.
I got carried away.
Oh, that was funny. The way they pretended to be officers and pretended the potatoes were soldiers. And Carrot got carried away when the sergeant came up and he grabbed his tie and yelled, "What's this? Insubordination?"
Yes, insubordination. And he was the one who was guilty of it.
That was very funny. What's insubordination?
Well, insubordination is when somebody rises up against the authorities who are over him.
Oh, then Carrot did a terrible thing.
Oh, yes, something that'll cause him a lot of trouble. Well, now let's see what Donald Duck is doing today,
Oh,
huh?
yes, because I just love Donald.
Very well, then, let's turn over the page, go past Little Iodine, past Prince Val, who's on page 3 and who's making a trip into dangerous territory today. Turn over that page, and here we are on page 4 with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddy, chicka-chack. Let's have music to better quack, quack. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and Donald is sound asleep. He snores away when all of a sudden his alarm clock rings. And his nephew, Dewey, trots into Donald's room, shakes Uncle Donald,
Hey, wake up, Uncle Donald. This is the day we're going hunting.
and Donald wakes up, climbs out of bed, and second picture picks up a sheet of paper with a schedule written on it. And he says to his 3 nephews who are lined up before him,
Okay, synchronize your watches. Okay, it's 3 a.m. Now first, get dressed.
And a few minutes later, third picture, top row, the nephews dressed in their hunting clothes stand in front of Donald, who checks his schedule.
Okay, boys, report in.
Dewey says,
I have the gun and ammunition. Check.
last picture, top row, Huey says,
And I have the blankets and the hot water bottles. Check.
first picture, bottom row, Louie says,
And I have the coffee and the food. Okay, let's go.
half hour later, they're buzzing along a country road. Dewey looks at his watch.
We're 1 minute and 6 seconds behind schedule, Uncle Donald. Don't worry. We'll be on the lake and ready to blast by shooting time.
"15 minutes later, they're on the lake, rowing to the spot where they're going to do their shooting. Dewey looks at his watch again.
10 minutes to sunrise, Uncle Donald. Don't worry. We'll make it.
Finally, the boat comes to a stop. Donald looks at his watch.
We made it. 3 minutes to sunrise and shooting time. Drop anchor.
They drop the anchor.
Now, we'll wait for the ducks to come in. And boy, oh boy, we'll blast them.
15 minutes later, the sun is almost up. The ducks fly in. But instead of blasting away, Donald and his nephews are sound asleep, and they snore, and the wild ducks go.
Oh, what a good joke on Donald.
Yes, after all that preparation, working out the schedule and everything, he and his nephews are so tired that they're sound asleep.
And in come the ducks and fly around and quack, quack, and still Donald sleeps.
Some hunter.
Yes, some hunter.
Well, now look across the page.
Oh, there's Peter Pan.
Yes, Peter Pan. And last week, Peter and Captain Hook were fighting on the edge of a cliff.
And Captain Hook's foot slipped and he fell over the cliff.
But his hook caught in a rock, and there he hung in the air.
And then the crocodile that wants to eat Captain Hook came up out of the water, and that scared Captain Hook. I wonder if Captain Hook will fall in the crocodile's mouth and be gobbled up.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Peter Pan. Say the magic words with me. Pirates, crocodiles, Peter Pan. Whisk up music for Never Never Land. As the crocodile who has swallowed the alarm clock opens his mouth, Hook hears the menacing sound. He looks down and shrieks, "No, no, no, no!" And then his hook gives way, and he falls toward the open mouth of the crocodile. "No, no!" And the two plunge in the water below. They disappear from sight. Peter and Wendy wonder what's going on in the water below. And then the crocodile's head appears again. And there, third picture, top row, is Captain Hook, his arms and legs wrapped around the crocodile's mouth, holding it closed. Smee, the captain's man, rows toward him and shouts,
Stay right where you are, Captain. I'll save you.
At that moment, the crocodile makes a super crocodile effort, pulls his jaws open, and sends Hook flying in the air. No! As Hook comes flying down, oh, no. The crocodile snaps his jaws shut on Hook's coattails. Hook leaps for the boat.
Quick, Captain.
Lands in the boat. Row for the ship, Smee. Row for the ship. Smee rows for the ship, with the crocodile in hot pursuit. And as they disappear, Peter laughs.
The codfish got away.
And then suddenly, Wendy exclaims, "Peter, what about Tiger Lily?" Peter looks around at Tiger Lily, the Indian chief's daughter, whom Hook had left on a rock in the water. He sees the tide is coming in, and now the water is up around Tiger Lily's throat. Peter dives for her.
Hey, Tiger Lily! Oh, Tiger Lily!
Oh, I wonder if Peter will get to Tiger Lily in time. After all, she's bound by those ropes that Captain Hook tied around her.
Let's hope he makes it. I'm sure he will.
Yes, but Tiger Lily is very heavy, and Peter's just a boy. Can he carry her through the air?
Well, we'll find out about that next week. And maybe we'll see whether Captain Hook made his escape from the crocodile. Now let's turn over the page. Now look, on page 7, there's Flash Gordon.
Oh, yes, Flash Gordon. And you remember that Flash is on the moon, where he had to land when he had trouble with his rocket ship.
Yes, and there he found a beautiful woman named Dr. Stella and her assistant, a man named Mark.
Yes, but they were crooks, and they caused Flash a lot of trouble.
And Flash discovered last week that Mark had taken off in Flash's rocket ship and was trying to overtake a rocket ship from Earth that was carrying a valuable load of freight.
And Mark was going to try to rob that ship.
Yes, and then Flash would be blamed for it because it was Flash's ship that Mark was using.
I wonder if he got away with it.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. From their lair behind the moon, the space bandits, Mark and Dr. Stella, use Flash's stolen rocket to hijack a richly laden freighter from Earth. Pulling alongside the cargo craft, Mark orders it to land. When his command is ignored, the ruthless space pirate launches a guided missile at his quarry. There's a terrific roar as the shot strikes home in the crew's headquarters. Back at the moon station, Flash swiftly takes advantage of the opportunity offered by Mark's absence. From a locker, Flash takes 3 space suits, and as he and his friends, Dale and Zarkov, don them, he explains. Now listen, we're up against overwhelming numbers, but I have a scheme. Flash's plan is simple but dangerous. With his rocket pistol, he blasts open a viewport. The pressurized air pours out of the station into empty space. The pirate guards, realizing their air has escaped, become panicky. They know they can't live without air. Some of them frantically try to put on spacesuits. Others vainly struggle to seal the leaking viewport. First picture, bottom row, before the stunned space outlaws know what's happened to them. Flash brushes past them and forces open the hatch that leads to the sealed underground laboratory. A sudden onrush of air proves that someone is inside, keeping up emergency pressure in this last-ditch hideout. A glance shows Flash that the sole occupant of the laboratory is the pirate queen, Stella. Huddled in a corner, weak from the sudden loss of air, she summons her waning strength to fire her blast gun as Flash's form is silhouetted in the hatchway. But her aim is unsteady and the shot goes wild. Last picture, Flash picks up the suffocating queen. Dale arrives on the scene. Flash orders, "Quick, tell Zarkov to stand guard. I'll take Stella into the airlock. Unless she gets oxygen in a hurry, she's doomed."
Oh, hooray, goody. Flash has captured Dr. Stella, and now he's the boss.
Yes, it looks like he is. He's unconscious, and at the moment, Flash is the boss.
That was smart of him to think of putting his spacesuit on and then let the air out of the room.
Yes, because his suit manufactures oxygen so he can breathe.
Yes, but the others can't when they don't have their spacesuits on, can
No,
they?
they can't.
Well, I wonder if Flash will capture Mark and the others when they return to the rocket ship.
Well, that's something we'll find out next week. Now, let's turn over the page and see who's there.
All right. Oh, look, there's Dick's Adventures on the last page of the first section.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, Dick's Adventures.
Magic words for the music, please.
Say them with me, please. Riggedy pack a zack a zick. Let's have music for Adventure to Stick. Dick is dreaming that he's in the early days of America, in the territory of Texas. At this time, Texas still belonged to Mexico. Dick is with his friend Jim Bowie, who has been working to secure Texas freedom from Mexico. He and Dick have been pursued by Mexican soldiers. When their escape was cut off, they dashed into the old city hall and made their way to the bell tower. But they're only safe there for a short time before they hear the sound of a battering ram below. When Dick looks over the edge of the tower, he sees the Mexican soldiers with a huge timber battering against the door. And then the door gives way and the soldiers burst in. Last picture, second row, the soldiers search in the half-darkness of the building, looking for the two Texas rebels. And then one of them sees the stairway. And in a second, the soldiers are heading for the tower. First picture, second row, Dick, who is looking down the stairs, exclaims, "Jim, they're coming up!" For a second, it looks as if Jim and Dick are trapped. But then suddenly, Jim exclaims, "Hey, Dick, the bell!" And he springs to the cradle on which the bell hangs.
But quick, Dick, pull. Let's rip it loose.
Desperation gives them strength. With all their might, they lift. And the bell slips off its frame. For a second, it is poised on the edge of the staircase. Already the soldiers are swarming up. Bowie shouts, "Here we are! We're coming down!" And he gives the bell a push. And it roars down the staircase onto the soldiers below. First picture, third row, the fantastic weapon clangs down in terrifying destruction, knocking the soldiers down like 10 pins. And then a second later, a rope appears from the bell tower. And in the confusion, Dick and Jim Bowie, last picture, slide down the rope. All right, come on, Dick, fast. And Jim and Dick make their escape. You bet it was, using the bell the way they did, rolling it down the soldiers.
Yes, it just knocked them down like it was a bowling ball.
It was a lucky thing that rope was there for Dick and Jim to slide down.
Yes, but I'm afraid they'll be in more trouble with the Mexicans.
Yes, so am I. We'll have to wait until next week to find that out. Now look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, and I'm anxious to see what happens to him because Rusty has come to Denver Dooley's farm, you remember?
Yes, Rusty's to have a job on the farm taking care of Dooley's horses. And he's supposed to live with Dooley's sister.
Yes, and Mr. Dooley said that she was an old lady. But instead, when Rusty got out to the farm, he found a young lady who was pretending to be old.
And also, there was a man there who was pretending to be the hired man.
But I know he's not the hired man. He's up to some crooked scheme, and he's planning something against Rusty. I wonder what this is all about.
Well, let's read now and see if we can see what this is all about. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty's been taken to his room by the lady downstairs, and he says to himself,
"It sure is a nice place to live. Miss Dooley's real swell, but Mr. Dooley said she was his older sister. And the man at the station said she was a nice old lady, but gee, Miss Dooley looks young enough to be Mr. Dooley's daughter."
And then he tries the radio, but it doesn't work. He thinks the antenna needs fixing, so he tries to get on the roof by way of the attic. But fourth picture, top row, he finds the door to the attic locked.
Golly, there's a big heavy lock on this door. I guess they must keep a lot of valuable stuff up in the attic.
Last picture, top row, he says to himself,
Oh, well, I'll ask Miss Dooley later if I can go up there. Right now, I'll go look at the horses I'm supposed to take care of.
First picture, bottom row, Rusty comes into the barn, takes one look at the horses, and exclaims,
Sheepers, the poor things. They're in awful shape.
he looks for feed right away.
Hey, those poor horses are half starved. They haven't been brushed down in months. I hope I can find some oats. Oh, shucks, the feed bin's empty.
Just then the barn door opens, and in comes Mel, the suspicious character who's pretending to be the hired man.
Oh, hello, Mel. I was just going to look for you. The horses need feed. They're in awful bad shape. Isn't there any feed?
Mel stammers, well, they've been sick. The feed man didn't show up, and, hey, wait here. I'll speak to Miss Julie. Last picture, Mel is in the house talking to the girl who's pretending to be Miss Dooley.
Hey, listen, Trixie, that kid knows too much about horses. They gotta have feed. He's likely to tell Dooley. We gotta spend a few bucks.
Trixie answers,
Oh, all right. No need to make any commotion of it. It's a way to get another check cashed.
Oh, isn't it terrible the way those two people are treating those horses?
yes, it is. You should never treat animals that way. Tie them up and then not bring them food or water.
No, because the poor animals can't help themselves. I just hate people who are cruel to animals.
I feel the same way.
I wonder what happened to the real Miss Dooley.
Well, maybe.
I wonder if they're holding her prisoners someplace.
Well,
Do you suppose that Mel and Trixie are a couple of robbers who are hiding away there?
Well, we'll find out more about that next week. Now it's time to go to the second section.
Oh, yes, and here's Dagwood. That funny Dagwood.
Yes, here's Dagwood on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly. And here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie and her neighbor, Tootsie Woodley, are standing out by the back fence talking.
I'm trying to figure out what to cook for supper tonight.
Yes, it is a problem, isn't it?
At that moment, Alexander rides his bicycle up to Dagwood, who's talking to Herb Woodley in front of the house.
Hey, Pop, will you watch my bike for me while I change my clothes?
Oh, sure, son.
Moment later, last picture top row, Blondie and Tootsie are still talking about plans for supper.
I can't give him chicken croquettes. He doesn't like that.
Suddenly, Dagwood comes whizzing toward them on a bicycle.
Hey, look! No hands!
Don't look. He's just showing off.
And Dagwood whizzes out of sight. Blondie leans back against the fence, first picture, second row.
It's too late to start a stew.
Tootsie throws up her hands in resignation.
Honestly, sometimes I think there's nothing left to cook.
And then Herb comes whizzing toward them on the bicycle. He's standing on the seat on one foot, holding the other high in the air.
Hey, look at this!
The girls pay no attention to him, and Herb sails out of sight. First picture, third row, Blondie says,
I wouldn't dare give Dagwood fish again. We've had it 3 nights in a row.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Mr. Dithers gave you all those mackerel he caught on his fishing trip.
And then the bicycle appears again. This time, Dagwood and Herb are both riding it. Dagwood is sitting backwards on the handlebars, and Herb is upside down, standing on his head on the seat.
Yippee! Don't look.
The girls turn their backs on the boys as the bicycle goes past.
Boy, we should be in the circus.
Last picture, third row, Blondie says,
Let's see, what else is there? Chops, steak, spare ribs, and sauerkraut.
Frankfurters and beans are nice for a change.
when suddenly there is a...
Hey, what are you doing? How much money?
What now?
The girls dash around the corner. Second picture, bottom row, they see Herb and Dagwood lying on the ground under a fish cart, and they're surrounded by fish. And the fish peddler shouts,
You'll pay me for every one of these fish, or I call the police.
And last picture, Herb and Dagwood, with their arms full of fish, are going up the walk, followed by Blondie and Tootsie. And Blondie says,
Well, anyway, we know what we're going to have for supper. Oh, those silly boys, showing off in front of the girls.
Yes, I'm afraid their enthusiasm carried them too far.
Yes, it carried them right into the fish cart.
And into another fish dinner.
Yes.
Well, let's turn over the page now and see who we find. Let's go past the Lone Ranger on page 2 And there on page 3 under Snuffy Smith is Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes, and Roy Rogers. And you remember that Roy got into real trouble last week.
Yes, the cattlemen are trying to drive some farmers named Trent out of the country.
And the cattlemen rode to the Trent farm and shot their horses and cows and all the animals last week, you remember?
Yes, and one of these cattlemen was dressed just like Scarecrow Katy, a nice old man.
And so the Trents think that he is to blame for all their trouble, but he's not.
No, he's not. But the Trents have been trying to catch Scarecrow Katy, and so far, Roy has prevented that.
But last week in the fight with the Trents, Roy got knocked subconscious. I wonder what'll happen next.
Yes, Roy was knocked unconscious, so let's see what happens. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. A-yip-I-O, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. A-yip-I-O. Hug Trent and his father stand over Roy's unconscious body. And then a man gallops up.
Hey, Trent! Scarecrow Katy and his gang just raided your farm. Hurry, and we can pick up their trail.
Quickly, the Trents and their friends mount up.
Boy, come on, Pug, let's go!
As soon as the Trents have disappeared, Katie's daughter Oriole appears from out of the brush behind the building. She thanks Roy for helping her escape from the Trents. Roy gets to his feet, mounts Trigger, last picture top row.
After I make sure you safely reach your father's hideaway, Miss Katy, I aim to find out why he's blamed for leading the war on the Valley Nesters.
Meanwhile, first picture bottom row, at a cabin on a nearby ranch. A man who is wearing clothes that look exactly like Scarecrow Katy is undressing. A cattleman enters.
Hey, hide them clothes good, Snapper. We don't want somebody finding out you ain't the real Scarecrow Katy. Oh, relax, Pete.
Then Snapper takes a map out of his pocket, and pointing to it, he says,
Soon as we run the Trents out, we tear down their blasted fences so our steers can use their water hole, savvy? Yeah, sure. And that poor old loco, Katy, hombre, gets the blame. Yeah, pretty slick.
A short time later, at Scarecrow Katy's hiding place, the sound of horses' hoofs floats through the air to the old man's ears. Quickly, he unloosens a falcon, a bird he has trained for hunting.
I hear somebody coming, Black Lady. If it's anybody but my daughter, don't let him reach you. Now fly.
The bird flies off. Last picture, Roy and Oriole are riding up the trail toward Katy's hiding place. Suddenly, the bird swoops out of the air. Straight for Roy, it dives. The girl shrieks, Roy, watch out! That's Daddy's trained falcon. He'll claw your eyes out.
It's flying straight for Roy's face.
Yes, and look at those sharp claws.
Oh, I wonder if Oriole will be able to stop that bird from hurting
Well,
Roy.
that's something I'm afraid we'll have to wait until next week to find out. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine, thank you. How are you?
Oh, I'm just fine, too. And I think it's time that I asked you a riddle again.
Yes, I think it's time, too.
All right, why is a dog's tail like the center of a tree?
Oh, that's hard.
Oh, that's wrong.
Why is the dog's tail like the center of a tree? Because... No, that isn't it. Because... No, that isn't it. Because...
Nope, that isn't it either.
Oh, all right, I give up. Why is the dog's tail like the center of a tree?
Because it's farthest from the bark.
Oh, that's very funny. A dog's tail is farthest from his mouth, and that's what he barks with. And the center of the tree is farthest from the bark.
That's right.
Oh, that was good. Now will you please read me the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the first section, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Today, we're out at the Army camp where Beetle Sergeant has lined a squad of men up on the parade grounds, all ready to put them through marching maneuvers. He roars.
I'll teach you men to obey orders if it's the last thing I do. Hard! Hutch! Hut, no, hey, ho! Hut, no, three, four. Eyes front!
The sergeant marches a few feet ahead of his men, looking back over his shoulder at them.
Hut, no, three, four. Be alert now! Hut, no, three, four. Keep going!
Last picture top row, the sergeant marches into a telephone pole.
1, 2, 3, go!
And he slumps to the ground unconscious. The men don't see what's happened and march on straight for the gate leading out of the parade ground. Not hearing any commands to the contrary, out the gate they go. First picture bottom row, they're marching along the highway. Beetle says,
Hey, where do you think he's taking us?
We're not paid to think.
Hey, we're not paid. Period. Second picture bottom row, they march down the main street of a town. Third picture bottom row, they head straight for a truck that has the end gate down. They don't hear any commands to stop, so they march straight up the gate and onto the truck. Beetle exclaims,
Hey, we're going right onto a truck.
Well, I don't hear him telling us to stop.
A truck driver, who happens to be a soldier from the camp, says,
Hey, you guys want to ride? I'm going back to camp.
Last picture, the truck roars back into camp. The men see the sergeant lying on the ground by the telephone pole, and one says,
Hi, how'd he get back here so quick?
And the sergeant opens his eyes and sees the men on the truck, and he goes,
What?
Wasn't that funny? The way the sergeant starts the men marching and then marches into the post and knocks himself subconscious.
Then the men keep marching and marching until they end up marching onto the truck.
And of course they can't march over the top of the truck, so they just stop there.
And then they get a ride back to camp.
I'll bet you that made them glad.
Yes, you bet it did. Now, what would you like to read?
Oh, I'm anxious to read Peter Pan.
Very well. Let's go over the page past Little Iodine, over to page 3, where you'll find Prince Val. Turn over that page. And here we are on page 4 with Peter Pan. And you remember that Peter had rescued Tiger Lily, the Indian chief's daughter, from Captain Hook.
And that saved the life of all the boys, because the chief was going to have the boys burned at sunrise if Tiger Lily wasn't returned to camp, because he thought that the boys had taken Tiger Lily.
Yes, so it looks as though the boys' lives will be saved. Let's read now and see if that happens. Here we go with Peter Pan. Say the magic words with me. Pirates, crocodiles, Peter Pan, whisk up music for Never Never Land. Peter Pan has rescued Tiger Lily and brought her back to the Indian chief. And now a great celebration fills the Indian camp. The boys have been released according to the chief's promise, and Peter Pan stands in front of the Indian chief with a long Indian headdress that reaches from the top of his head to the ground. The chief says,
Peter Pan, mighty warrior, be glad to make 'em little flying eagle.
And the boys yell,
Hooray, hooray for Flying Eagle! Hooray for the big chief! Hooray for Peter!
Last picture, top row, from a distance, a forlorn figure watches. It is the pixie, Tinkerbell, whom Peter had banished for a week because of her jealousy over Wendy. Meanwhile, first picture, bottom row, back on the pirate ship, Captain Hook is recovering from his watery struggle with the crocodile. Hook has a bad cold, and he's sitting in a chair with a hot water bottle on his head and his feet in a tub of steaming water. His man Smee pours in more hot water as Hook groans,
Oh, that cursed Peter Pan.
Smee says,
Hey, Captain, I hears there's trouble brewing on the island. Woman trouble. Peter Pan has banished Tinkerbell.
Tinkerbell? Banished?
Aye, Captain. Tink's terrible jealous of Wendy. Tried to do her in, she did.
Fourth picture, bottom row, Hook leaps to his feet.
That's it, Smee. That's it. A jealous female can be tricked into revealing Peter Pan's hiding place.
And last picture, he exclaims,
You will go ashore at once. Pick up Tinkerbell and bring her to me.
Oh, I'm so glad the boys are safe again and that Tiger Lily was returned.
Yes, Peter saved everybody's life, Tiger Lily and all the boys.
Yes, but what is this plot that Captain Hook's got that he wants to capture Tinkerbell?
Well, that's something we'll have to wait until next week to find out. Now look across the page. There's Donald Duck.
Oh, Donald Duckle, my favorite.
And I'll read your favorite right away. Here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squilly chicka chack. Let's have music to fit a quack quack. It's early in the morning. Donald is sound asleep. There's a sound at the window. Donald wakes up.
What's that?
Then Donald realizes that the sound is coming from the window.
Oh, gee, I almost forgot.
He gets out of bed and runs to the window. He opens it and sees a burglar standing down below.
Oh, yeah. Hey, quiet now. Put up the ladder. Okay, pal.
The burglar puts the ladder against the window. And last picture, top row, he climbs up.
Hey, quiet now. Quiet.
And Donald begins to hand the burglar big packages.
It's a cinch. I got 'em all wrapped up. Okay.
Third picture, bottom row, Donald is standing beside the truck, which is loaded high with the packages that Donald has given to the burglar. And then the truck drives off.
Good luck, pal.
Sometime later, at 7 o'clock, the alarm clock goes off. Donald's nephews dash into the room.
Hey, Uncle Donald! A catastrophe!
Last picture, Donald sits up. And Louis says,
Burglars have swiped our bebop record collection.
Donald smiles and says,
How sad.
And he thinks to himself,
Boy, oh boy, am I glad.
Oh, that wasn't nice of Donald at all. He hired the burglar to come and steal the boys' collection of records. Why?
Well, you know, sometimes children play only one kind of record, and it's the bebop kind, and it can drive their parents crazy.
But that's no reason to give the records away.
Well, then it's up to the children not to play the records so loud, and not to play them so often.
Well, I guess that's only fair.
Yes, you bet it is. Now let's turn over the page and go to Flash Gordon.
Yes, because Flash is on the moon, where he'd been having terrible trouble with Dr. Stella. That was the leader of the crooked band of outlaws.
Yes, and after many dangerous adventures, Flash has finally captured Dr. Stella and the outlaws.
Yes, but Mark has gone off in Flash's rocket ship, and he's trying to capture a ship that's coming from Earth that's loaded with expensive goods.
Yes.
I wonder what'll happen when Mark returns.
Well, let's read now and find out. That's important because Mark is an outlaw. Here we go with Flash Gordon. A rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, sask-a-matash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash sees that Dr. Stella is going to be all right, so he locks her in the airlock. Then, searching the moon station thoroughly, Flash and Zarkov find that Mark has taken most of the pirate crew on his rocket trip to hijack the passing sky freighter. Flash says, "Now look, before we do anything else, we'll replace this smashed viewport. I want the place airtight before the outlaws return." Last picture, top row. As the air pressure builds up to normal again, Flash discards his spacesuit and hurries to the instrument room. He takes a quick look in the viewport, and he sees that Mark is returning with the captured cargo carrier. Swiftly, Flash and Zarkov prepare to ambush the returning raiders. They take their post in a gun emplacement. Flash tells Zarkov, "We'll strike when they're most vulnerable." At the moment, they pile out of the rocket. However, unknown to Flash, one of the crew at the moon station has revived enough to send a frantic message to the pirate's rocket. And Mark is stunned as the words come through his earphones.
Gordon has taken over the base. Stella is a prisoner. You are flying into a trap.
Inside of the rocket ship, Mark shouts to the pirates.
Change course. We'll land at the underground hangar.
And a few minutes later, the pirates' rocket and the captured cargo craft approach the protected hideout. Huge doors swing open automatically, and the rocket ships glide in and land underground. Then the doors silently close behind them, completely hiding the ships. Mark has evolved a plan to deal with Flash. He says through tight lips,
Gordon's waiting to ambush us. Well, we'll see who gets ambushed.
Isn't that terrible? Just when I thought Flash was going to capture everybody, one of the outlaws has to warn Mark.
Yes, and now Mark and his ship are safe.
And what's more, Mark's got a plan now where he thinks he can beat Flash. I wonder whether he can.
Well, that's something we'll have to wait until next week to find out. Now let's turn over to the last page of the first section.
Oh, and here's Dick's adventure.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, Dick's Adventures.
Magic words for the music, please.
Say them with me, please. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick is in the early days of America, when Texas belonged to Mexico, and when the powerful Mexican general Santa Anna was ruling the territory with a cruel hand. The Americans were trying to secure their liberty. One of the leaders was Jim Bowie, who had become a good friend of Dick's. Last week, you remember, Mexican soldiers had trapped Dick and Bowie in the old city hall, but they'd succeeded in making their escape. And now, today, Dick and Bowie race down the street with the soldiers after them. Last picture, top row, seeing the soldiers behind them, Bowie leaps over a wall into a mission patio. Dick follows in a second. And Bowie sees an old well ahead of him. He stops beside it.
Here, wait, Dick, wait. This is our best chance. Grab the rope and slide down.
Dick grabs the rope to which a bucket is suspended, and down he goes. A second later, Bowie slides down the rope. First picture, bottom row, Bowie points to the bucket that's floating on the surface.
That bucket is your new hat, Dick. Get under it fast. Mine'll be down in a second.
Bowie cuts the rope, and the other bucket, which is now hanging by the pulley at the top of the well, comes plunging down. Quickly, Bowie and Dick pull the buckets over their heads, and then stand quietly in the water. A second later, the soldiers who have been following them come to the well. They look down and see the two buckets floating on the water below. The captain mutters,
It is in abandoned well. See, there are the 2 buckets floating at the bottom. Let us search for those rascals elsewhere.
Oh, wasn't that a clever trick to slide down the rope and hide in the water?
Yes, and by putting the buckets over their heads, they couldn't be seen by anybody. That Bowie's a very smart man.
Yes, he was. But how are they going to get out of the well now? After all, boys cut the rope.
Well, that's a trick we'll have to wait until next week to find out. Now look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, and you remember? Rusty Riley is on Denver Dooley's farm. Mr. Dooley had given Rusty a job there to take care of the horses.
Yes, and Rusty arrived at the farm expecting to find a nice old lady. But instead, he found a woman who was rather young, who was pretending to be Mrs. Dooley, and a man named Mel who says he's the hired man.
And there are 2 people there who are up to something crooked, I know.
Yes, those 2 people are crooked. When Rusty came out to the barn to find the horses, he found there was no oats, and that the horses hadn't been fed for a long time.
And that's a very cruel thing to do, to tie animals up and not give them any feed, because, after all, they can't help themselves.
No, they can't.
I wonder who those 2 people are who treat animals that way. And I wonder what's happening to the real Miss Dooley.
Well, let's read now and see if we can get any idea of that. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Mel, the man who is pretending to be the hired man, is in the house talking to the girl named Trixie.
I told you those horses would have to have oats. They look like they're ready for the glue factory. Suppose that kid tells Dooley.
The girl starts writing a check saying, "All right, send him down to the feed store with this check and tell him to bring back the change. We don't want him writing to Dooley yet. In 2 weeks, we'll have the old gal clean as a plucked goose. Then he can squawk his head off." A few minutes later, Mel comes out to the barn. He finds Rusty taking the horses out to water them. Mel says,
Here, Rusty. Miss Dooley says to take this check to the feed store in Honey Hollow. Get a bag of oats and bring her the change. Take the station wagon. You can drive, can't you?
Oh, sure, Mel. I can drive. Okay.
and he goes on last picture, top row.
I'm going to put both of these horses out in the field where they can get some sun. How do I get to the feed store?
Oh, it's right by the bridge, Rusty. And the grocer's name is Jim Woods. Hurry right back now.
Short time later, Rusty enters Jim Wood's store, walks up to the counter.
Oh, I want a bag of oats and a couple of bales of hay. It's for Miss Dooley, and she says to take it out of this check.
Well, you're new out there, ain't you? The old lady's still too sick to come into town, is she?
Well, why does everybody call Miss Dooley an old lady? She isn't old at all, and she isn't sick.
Yeah, now look here, son. I known the Dooleys ever since Denver bought that farm, and I know that Sally Dooley won't ever see 70 again.
Short time later, Rusty is back at the farm. He gets out of the car and comes up to Mel.
Oh, here's the change from the check, Mel. Mr. Woods seems to think that Miss Dooley is sick, and he says she's real old, over 70.
Mel answers,
Oh, the old goat's got her mixed up with somebody else, Rusty. Forget it. And unload that feed.
At last picture, Mel is in the house again, talking to Trixie.
Now listen, Trixie, I think the kid's getting too curious. Those yokels in town have been asking about the old lady, and you don't look like no grandma.
Trixie takes off her glasses and says, I was afraid of that. Well, Mel, the time has come to take care of the old lady and clear out.
I'm glad that Rusty got that feed. Now the horses will be fed and taken care of kindly.
Yes, they will.
And now Rusty's learned something from the man in the store that might make him suspicious enough to talk to the police.
Yes, you never know.
I hope it works, because that girl Trixie said they'd have to take care of the old lady, and that might mean they'll be doing something terrible to her.
Well, maybe we'll find out about that next week. Now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
And here they are on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Geek.
Yes, and here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Today, Dagwood is laying down the law to Blondie.
We simply have to cut down household expenses.
How?
Well, for instance, this article tells how to cook a wonderful dinner for 4 people for only $1.
Okay, we'll try it.
Last picture, top row. Dagwood is at the grocery store ordering groceries.
Well, let's see. 2 carrots, 1 tomato, noodles, hamburger.
First picture, second row. Dagwood comes into the house again with his arm full of groceries.
It came to $1 even. Just think of it. $1 for a family feast.
I'll start cooking it right away.
Dagwood puts the groceries down and helps Blondie under the coat.
Oh, no, you don't. You go to Mrs. Woodley's. I'll cook it myself, and I'll call you when it's ready.
Last picture, second row. Dagwood's busy cooking the dinner.
We'll be able to cut our expenses 50%. A high cost of living won't bother us anymore.
A half hour later, first picture, third row, Dagwood has his meal well along. He dips his spoon in the kettle and tastes his famous preparation.
Ah, it's coming along fine. Well, now I'll just take a nap for 20 minutes while it cooks.
A few minutes later, Dagwood is on the sofa taking his nap, and he dreams that he's chopping down a tree. A tree that's called the High Cost of Living. Last picture, third row, Tootsie Woodley looks out of the window of her house, and then she turns to Blondie, who is visiting her, and exclaims,
Blondie, look at the smoke pouring from your kitchen.
Okay, men, right in here. Right in here. Bring in that hole. Bring in those axes.
First picture, bottom row, Blondie and the fire department dash through the living room of the Bumstead house. Dagwood wakes up and exclaims,
Hey, what's all the excitement?
They all dash out into the kitchen, and then they all stop. For there they see the cloud of smoke is coming from the top of the stove, and the fire chief says,
Hey, what's that?
It's the $1 dinner burnt black.
And last picture, the whole family is in a restaurant downtown, and Blondie is saying to the waiter,
I'll have a tenderloin steak.
and Cookie says,
Yes, I'll have steak, too.
and Alexander says,
Yeah, I'll have chicken.
and as Dagwood thinks of all the money this dinner is going to cost him, he grinds his teeth in anger.
Oh, poor Dagwood. Wasn't that too bad?
Yes, it was. That was a mighty expensive nap that he took.
Yes, that was a mighty expensive nap that he took.
Next time, you better let Blondie try to prepare that $1 dinner if he expects to save any money.
Yes.
Well, now I'm sure that you want to read Roy Rogers.
Oh, you know I do.
Very well. Turn over the page. Go past the Lone Ranger. Turn over page 3. And here we are on page 4 with Roy Rogers.
And you remember, Roy was on his way to see Scarecrow Katie. That's that nice old man who likes birds.
Yes. He was going to tell Katie that he's in danger.
And you remember last week, those cattlemen, they're trying to drive the farmers out of the country, and they had caused a lot of damage to the home of the Trents. Those are the leaders of the farmers.
Yes, and one of the cattlemen was dressed like Scarecrow Katie. And the Trents think that Katie is the leader of the cattlemen.
And as Roy was coming right near to Katie's place, he sent a trained falcon after Roy.
Yes, and the bird flew straight at Roy and started to dive for his eyes.
I wonder if he'll hurt Roy.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers. Yip-I-O. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Yip-I-O. Roy and Katie's daughter, Oriole, approach Katie's hiding place. But the bird that Katie had sent for Roy dived straight for him.
Now, get away there, will you? Beat it.
Hey, up, Trigger! Thinking quickly, Roy heads for the river nearby. Trigger leaps in the water. And Roy dives underneath where the bird can't reach him. When Roy emerges, he sees Old Man Katie running toward them. The old man calls to the falcon,
Here, stop it, Black Lady. Come here. That's my friend. Hey, gosh, Roy, I'm sorry.
Roy comes out of the water and says to Katie, Well, say, if this is the way you welcome friends, I'd hate to be an enemy, Katie. Phew. Last picture, top row, the three of them head for Katie's shack. Oriole tells her father that the farmers think that he has led the raid on the Trent farm and killed all of Trent's animals.
Why, they're loco, Oriole. I've been here with my birds all the time. Hey, come on inside and get dry, Rogers.
First picture, bottom row. They go inside the cabin. Say, now look, Katie. You're being used as a scapegoat. Ranchers must masquerade as you in these attacks on the homesteaders.
Yeah, but the ranchers are my friends, Roy. Snapper Sloan even found this place for me to hide out.
A short time later, Snapper Sloan, one of the ranchers who had led the raid on the Trent farm, dressed in Scarecrow Katie's clothes, is on the trail, heading for Katie's hideout.
Hurry up, Pete. We gotta make sure Scarecrow Katie ain't caught by that posse of nesters. They know he's hiding somewheres in these woods. Yeah, if they string him up, you got nobody to blame the raids on.
A few minutes later, Roy comes out of Katie's shack. He is saying to Katie,
You know, Katie, the fact that Sloan, your rancher pal, wants you to stay undercover looks mighty suspicious to me. I reckon I'll have a little talk with him.
At that moment, Snapper Sloan has dismounted and is just coming around the corner of the cabin. He hears what Roy says. He steps out. Last picture holding a gun on Roy says,
All right, start spieling, cowboy, and it better be good.
Katie exclaims,
Snapper Sloan.
Oh, I'm certainly glad that Scarecrow Katie called off that bird before Roy came up from under the water.
Yes, that saved Roy from being scratched up.
Yes, but now what's going to happen? Now that Snapper Sloan heard what Roy said.
That looks mighty dangerous because what Roy has just said has forced Snapper Sloan to come out in the open. And it looks like a showdown between Sloan and his cattlemen and Roy and Old Man Katie.
I wonder what'll happen.
Well, we'll find that out next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend Miss Honey next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, do-do-do-do. Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine, thank you. How are you?
Oh, I'm just fine, too. But you know, there's one question in my mind.
What's that?
Are you working real hard in school?
Oh, yes, I am.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, because it won't be long now before the school year will be over.
No, it won't. Only about another month and a half, isn't that right?
Yes, and that means it isn't long until examination time. And that'll be your last chance to improve your marks this year.
Yes, I know. So I'm studying real hard so I can learn as much as I can before school gets out.
Oh, that's fine. I can see you want to get good marks.
Oh, yes, I do, because good marks are a sign of how well you've learned what you studied.
That's right. It tells you how well you remember what you studied.
Yes, that's right.
Well, I'm glad to know that you're working real hard.
Thank you. Now, will you please read me the funny?
Puck the Comic Weekly? Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man.
Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the first section, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Half the guys in camp have been issued passes permitting them to go to town, but Beetle and Killer have to stay at camp. They're walking over to the camp service club. Beetle complains,
Why won't they give us all passes to town?
Killer replies,
Why, half of us are going to stay here for the security of the post.
They start to cross the road just as a car approaches. But the fellows pay no attention. The driver swerves off the road to avoid hitting them and crashes into a telephone pole.
You pedestrians! Watch where you're going!
Last picture, top row. They're in the service club washroom. Beetle, who's finished washing his hands, turns his back on the running faucet.
Do you really think the camp would be in danger if we weren't here?
Killer suddenly exclaims,
Hey, you left your faucet on. The water's running all over the floor.
First picture, bottom row, they're relaxing on a sofa in the service club. Killer's saying,
You know, if we weren't on duty, anything might happen.
Beetle empties his pipe in the wastebasket.
Well, it's good to know we're here for some useful purpose.
Suddenly, Beetle hears the club hostess shouting,
Fire! Fire!
He looks around to see the wastebasket on fire. He and Killer dash for the fire extinguishers.
Hey, come on, Beetle, come on.
It's a good thing we're around.
They turn on the fire extinguishers. The chemical squirts out all over the room.
Hey, turn that off! You're ruining my uniform!
Turn it the other way, you fool! The fire's over there, not my sweater.
Hey, throw those guys out of here, somebody! They'll wreck the place!
Last picture, Beetle and Killer have been brought before the sergeant by the military police. The sergeant is saying,
Here's 2 passes. Now get going.
But what about the security of the post?
The military police answers,
That's why we're giving you the 2 passes.
Oh, those boys. They always get into trouble. No matter what they do, they get into trouble.
Yes, and I think I agree with the officer. Everything is safer around the camp if Beetle's sent off to town.
Yes.
Nothing is safe with him around.
Yes, nothing is safe with him around.
Now let's see what's happening to Peter Pan. Turn over the page, go past Little Iodine, across page 3 past Prince Val. Turn over that page, and here on page 4 is Peter Pan.
Yes, Peter Pan. And you remember that Captain Hook, who hates Peter Pan, found Peter's hiding place.
That's right. Last week, the pirates captured all the children.
And then Captain Hook dropped the package down the hollow tree, and I'm sure there's a bomb in it.
Well, I wouldn't be a bit surprised because Captain Hook wants to get rid of Peter Pan.
And last week, Peter picked up the package, and I wonder if it will explode.
Well, let's read and find out. Here we go with Peter Pan. Say the magic words with me. Pirates, crocodiles, Peter Pan, whisk up music for Never Never Land. Unaware that Wendy and the boys have been seized by the pirates, Peter examines the mysterious package left by Captain Hook. He finds a note on the package.
To Peter, with love from Wendy. Do not open till 6 o'clock.
Little Tinkerbell, who had been captured by Captain Hook and made a prisoner in a small lantern, listens as the pirates bring the children aboard the ship. And she sees the children tied to the main mast. Then she sees Captain Hook take out a book and hold out a pen and say to the children,
Now, me hearties, the choice is up to you. Sign up for the crew or walk the plank.
Last picture, top row, Wendy answers proudly,
Captain Hook will not join your crew. Peter Pan will save us.
The pirates roar with laughter. Second picture, bottom row, Captain Hook walks over to Wendy and bows before her.
Pardon me, my dear, but you're not in on our little joke. You see, we left a present for Peter.
The captain's man, Smee, adds,
Yeah, a sort of surprise package.
Yes, indeed, my dear. It contains an ingenious device set for 6 o'clock, when Peter Pan will be blasted out of Neverland forever.
That last picture, Tinkerbell hears Hook's dreadful words. She frantically hurls herself against her glass prison, trying to escape.
I was right. I said a bomb was in that package, and I was right.
Yes, you were right.
And Peter was sitting holding that package in his lap. Oh, I hope Tinkerbell escapes so she can warn Peter not to open the package.
So do I.
Well, do you think she will escape?
Well, maybe we'll find out about that next week. I'll look across the page. There's Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes. And you remember last week, Roy learned that Snapper Sloan, the cattleman, had been leading the raids against the farmers.
That's right. Roy was hot on the trail of Sloan and his sidekick, Pete. And Pete looked over his shoulder and saw Roy approaching and warned Snapper Sloan.
And then Snapper Sloan pulled out his gun and knocked Pete subconscious. I wonder why he did that to his own partner.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Snapper Sloan reins in and leaps off his horse. He drags Pete's body off the road over to a rock, then props it up against the rock overlooking the road.
Sorry I had to knock you out, Pete, but I'm going to use you to draw Roger's fire. Then I can catch him off guard at no risk.
A few minutes later, Roy, who is following the tracks, comes around a bend. He sees the figure in the shadow of the rock. Hey, that looks like Sloan's sidekick, Pete, guarding the trail, Trigger. Roy fires. Pete's hat flies off, but Pete doesn't fire back. Roy dismounts, cautiously approaches Pete, last picture top row. Well, that's funny. I didn't even try to hit him, yet he seems groggy. First picture bottom row, Roy orders, all right, toss away your rifle, Pete, and start talking. Where's Snapper Sloan? Pete, who's coming to, drops his rifle and then says,
Hey, it's coming back to me. He conked me on the head when he saw you were trailing us. But why?
At that moment, Snapper Sloan steps out from behind some bushes, gun aimed at Roy's back.
Because I needed Pete for bait to get the drop on you, Rogers. Drop your guns.
Roy drops his gun and says, well, now, before you put a slug into me, how about spilling why you want to run the nesters out of the valley, Sloan?
Farm fences keep steers from grass and water holes, Rogers.
Suddenly, Trigger, who's behind Sloan, rears up and knocks Sloan over. Now Pete reaches for his rifle. Roy gives the rifle a kick. No, you don't, Pete. Nice work, Trigger.
Oh, wasn't that wonderful?
Yeah.
Just when it looked like Snapper Sloan was going to shoot Roy, Trigger knocked him over and saved Roy's life.
Yes, what a wonderful horse Trigger is.
Yes, and now Roy kicked the gun out of Pete's hands, too. I wonder if that means that Roy is in command of the situation.
Well, we'll find out about that next week. Now it's time for Flash Gordon. So let's go to the very last page of the first section.
Oh, yes. And here's Flash. And he's on the moon, you remember? And he's having lots of trouble.
Yes, you bet he is. He's encountered some space pirates who were under the leadership of a man named Mark, who had captured Zarkov and Dale, Flash's friends.
But Flash finally got his rocket ship back, and he escaped, and now Flash has a chance to fight Mark with good weapons. Oh, I wonder whether he'll be able to save Zarkov and Dale now and defeat Mark.
Well, let's read and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-rig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Zooming his rocket high over the pirate stronghold, Flash telecasts an ultimatum. Mark, release Dale and Zarkov immediately, or your base will be blasted off the face of the moon. Mark's only answer is a burst of gunfire. Then Mark issues a command to his crew. Launch a pursuit rocket! The pursuit craft roars into the air. But this time, the pirates are not attacking a clumsy, helpless space freighter. Flash circles with a swift change of course. He blasts the pirate craft with a single lethal atom charge.
Mark has seen what happened on his telescreen. And enraged by the loss of his rocket ship, Mark broadcasts a grim threat.
This is my last warning, Gordon. Land your rocket and surrender, or you will never see Dale and Zarkov alive again.
First picture, bottom row. Flash stalls for time. He pretends to follow Mark's orders. He points his ship down toward the moon base. And he says, "All right, clear the rocket pit for my landing." Gliding toward the rocket pit. Last picture. Flash takes a desperate gamble. Changing course at the last moment, he aims his craft at the thin shell of the moon station as far as possible from the area in which Dale and Zarkov are held captive. Straight for it he dives. There is a thunderous blast and a blinding flame as the rocket rips into the moon station. Then all is deathly quiet.
Ooh, that was terribly dangerous. Diving that rocket ship straight down to the moon base.
Yes, I can't think of anything more dangerous than that. Flash really took a chance.
How could Flash ever crash like that and not be killed?
I was thinking the same thing.
Do you think Dale and Zarkov will be alive?
Well, that's something we'll find out next week. Now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
And here they are on the first page of the second section.
And I'll read them in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie and the kids have left the house for the afternoon. Last picture, top row, Dagwood is in the bathroom enjoying a soothing, relaxing soak in the bathtub.
Ah, peace and quiet. There's nothing so good for the nerves as to lie in a tub of steaming water and soak. Uh-oh, the doorbell. I'm in the tub. Who's at the door?
But there's no answer.
Oh, dear.
Dagwood climbs out of the tub and opens the bathroom window. Sticks his head out, first picture, second row.
Who's at the door?
A voice floats up.
It's Mr. Dithers, Dagwood. I have to talk to you about these blueprints at once.
A few minutes later, second picture, second row. Mr. Dithers is sitting on a stool beside the bathtub, showing Dagwood the blueprints.
Now, we'll send that set and keep this in our files.
And Dagwood, who's still in the bathtub, answers,
Yeah, that's the way I do it.
Now, if we can only figure out a way.
Last picture, second row. Blondie comes to a fruit stand.
Oh, those delicious-looking berries. They'll be wonderful for canning.
Yes, ma'am, they are. And they look wonderful in jars.
First picture, third row, Blondie exclaims.
I want my husband to see them before I decide.
The berry man picks up 2 cartons of berries.
I'll deliver them personally, Mrs. Bomstad.
Second picture, third row, the berry man comes up to the Bumstead house. The door opens, and Mr. Dithers comes out.
Oh, he's upstairs in the bathtub. First door to your left.
Thank you.
Last picture, third row, the berry man appears in the door of the bathroom. Dagwood looks up, sees a bar of soap on the floor.
Hey, watch out for that soap.
But it's too late.
Oh, dear.
And first picture, bottom row, the berries are all over the bathroom. And the berry man is in the tub with Dagwood. Dagwood looks around the room disgustedly. The berry man says sweetly,
Well, where do you keep your broom? I'll help you clean it up. I'm not going to clean it up. I'm going to get dressed and go to the movies.
An hour later, Blondie, back from shopping, looks through the house for Dagwood. She comes into the bathroom.
and she sees berries on the floor, in the tub, on the walls, and on the ceiling. And she goes...
Someday I'm going to stay home and see what goes on around here while I'm away. Poor Dagwood. He didn't have much peace and quiet, did he?
No, he didn't. And didn't Blondie look surprised when she saw her berries in the bathtub?
Yes. What will she do with them?
Run the cold water out, run the hot water in, and make berry sauce in the bathtub.
Oh, that's funny. Make berry sauce in the bathtub.
Now let's turn over the page. And look, on page 3 of the second section, there's Donald Duck.
Oh, my favorite.
And I'll read your favorite right away. Here we go with Donald Duckle. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squilly chicka chack. Let's have music, you better quack, quack. It's a very rainy day. Donald and his nephews come home and make a rush for the door. But the door is locked, and Donald can't find the key.
Are you sure we had it when we left?
Louie says,
Well, not positive.
and Huey exclaims,
It's not in the mailbox
and Dewey says,
or under the mat.
and Louie says,
Hey, why don't you bust the window and spend $10? No, sir, Red.
So Donald walks over to a tree that stands close to the house and starts to climb up. He tries again, but he can't make it.
Come on, boost. Give me a push, will you? What's the matter with you? Give me a push.
So his nephews give him a push, and slowly Donald goes up the tree. Then he crawls out along a branch and drops from the tree onto the roof. And last picture top row, he reaches down and opens an upstairs window. First picture bottom row, he hangs onto the eaves.
Oh, boy. Hope I missed it.
And then swings himself through the window and lands on the floor. So hard, his head aches.
Oh, boy.
He staggers to his feet and weaves his way down the stairs.
Oh, wow.
His head aching harder with every step. And then he stops in amazement. For there, in the house at the foot of the stairs, stands Louie, Dewey, and Huey. And Dewey holds up the key in triumph and says proudly,
Louie had it in his hat.
and Donald exclaims,
Oh, I'm going to trouble
Poor Donald. After all that work to get in the house, climbing on the roof and everything, then he discovers that the boys had the key after all.
Yes, I don't blame him for being angry.
No, neither do I. Poor Donald, everything turns out the wrong way for him.
Yes. Well, now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
Oh, look, Dick's Adventure.
Yes, on the very last page of Puck the Comic Weekly. And as you remember, Dick is in the early days of America.
Yes, that's right. He's in Texas. And at that time, Texas had just won its freedom from Mexico and a cruel Mexican general named General Santa Anna.
Yes, right. But Dick's friend, Jim Bowie, had heard that the Mexicans under General Santa Anna were on their way to attack the Texans again.
And so Dick and Jim Bowie, they rode out to investigate. Wonder what they will learn.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy pack, a zack, a zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. From the Texas bluffs overlooking the Rio Grande River, Dick and Jim Bowie sight General Santa Anna's advancing army, some 4,000 strong. Bowie says to Dick,
All right, Dick. We got to warn the others so we can prepare a defense.
Last picture top row, after a long, hard ride, they reach San Antonio. Learning the ominous news, the fighters for Texas independence make an immediate decision to fight. First picture, second row, General Sam Houston has saddled up and is ready to ride off to raise an army across Texas. Bowie says to Dick, You better go with him, Dick. Nobody's got much of a chance here. And then he adds grimly, But I'm staying. Last picture, second row. Dick looks over the assembled men. He sees that Davy Crockett, William Travis, and about 200 others are also making no attempt to leave. Bowie drawls,
Might be able to slow Santa Ana down a bit until Sam Houston gets his army ready.
First picture, bottom row, Bowie turns to Dick and says,
Well, go ahead, boy. Catch up with Sam before it's too late.
No. If you're staying, Jim, I'm staying. I'll stay and fight, too.
And last picture, all that day and all through the night, the small band of defenders move ammunition and supplies behind the strong walls of the deserted mission of the Alamo. And as dawn breaks, the dust of Santa Ana's approaching hordes is already rising above the nearby hilltops.
The Texans have only 200 men.
That's right, and 4,000 soldiers in the approaching Mexican army.
And the Texans are going to stay there and fight?
Yes, as Bowie said, they're going to fight a delaying action that'll hold the Texans for a while General Sam Houston can raise a big army.
Oh, but how can they ever hope to fight 4,000 soldiers?
Well, I'm wondering the same thing. And we'll find out more about that next week. But now look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes. And you remember, Rusty's at Denver Dooley's farm.
That's right. And when he got to the farm, he found that there were 2 crooks on the place who had locked Miss Dooley up in the attic.
Yes, Rusty discovered that when the 2 crooks were in town. And Rusty was going to call the police when the crooks came back and caught him with the phone in his hand.
And the crooks decided it was time to leave the place. And Trixie, the girl who seems to be the boss of the 2, had told Mel, who was posing as the hired man, to take care of Rusty and Miss Dooley.
I'm sure she means to do something dangerous to them. I wonder what it will be.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Mel has put Miss Dooley in the back seat of the car. First picture, he tells Rusty,
All right, get behind the wheel of that car, kid, and drive to the place I tell you. I'll be in the back seat with a gun, so don't get any ideas.
Collie, you got poor Miss Dooley in there. You shouldn't do this. She's sick.
Second picture. Rusty's been directed to drive the car to a place out in the woods where a door opens to an underground room. As Rusty stops the car, he says,
What are we going to do here? This is just an old spring house.
Exactly. And it's going to be the permanent address of you and the old woman from now on.
Mel forces Rusty and Miss Dooley to get out of the car.
All right. Get in there.
Rusty and Miss Dooley go into the spring house. Last picture, top row. Mel starts to close the door. Rusty says,
Jeepers, mister, you can't leave us locked up in this place. Miss Dooley, she's awful sick. She'll die.
Yeah, very sad. But you shouldn't have been so nosy.
Meanwhile, first picture, bottom row, in the town of Honey Hollow, the banker and Jim Woods have come to talk to the sheriff because they've been wondering why Miss Dooley hasn't been seen in town for some time. The sheriff is saying,
You say you think something's wrong out at the Dooley farm? Well, you better give me the facts, Sam.
Well, it's really just a hunch, Sheriff, but I agree with Jim Woods that it wouldn't hurt to run out there. Now, come on, Sheriff. I got my car outside.
Short time later, the sheriff and the 2 men are ringing Miss Dooley's doorbell.
Queer nobody answers the bell. Wait here. I'm going to take a look in the barn.
Yeah, there surely ought to be somebody around.
A few minutes later, the sheriff joins Jim and Sam at the house again.
Nothing in the barn but 2 half-starved horses. Come on, we're going in the house.
Jim Woods tries the door. Why, hey, the door isn't locked. They go into the house and find it a shambles.
Good night. Look at this room.
Yeah, looks like they made a quick getaway. But darned if I know why.
They go out of the house again. Rusty's dog Flip sees them and runs about barking nervously. Last picture, Jim Woods exclaims,
Hey, wait a minute, Sheriff. That pup was with the boy who cashed the check in my feed store. Now, look, he's sure acting funny.
Oh, I'm glad the sheriff and the others came there.
So am I, but it's too bad they didn't get there a little sooner.
Yes, could have caught the crooks before they locked Rusty and Miss Dooley out.
Yes, they would have. But don't forget, though, they see Rusty's dog Flip.
Oh, yes, and maybe Flip will lead them to where Rusty's locked up.
Well, let's hope he does. We'll find out next week if that happens. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I am the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm just fine, too, thank you.
That's fine. Now, the riddle.
What riddle?
Well, you haven't asked me a riddle lately, so today I'd like a riddle.
All right, then, here's a riddle. Why can't you have a nose 12 inches long?
Let's see. Because it would get squeezed when you close the window?
Nope.
When you close the door?
Nope.
When you close the...
Nope.
Oh, all right, I give up. Why can't you have a nose 12 inches long?
Because then it would be a foot.
Oh, that's funny. 12 inches is a foot. Oh, that's very funny. That's why you can't have a nose 12 inches long.
Well, I'm glad you like it. Now you tell me a riddle.
I'd rather tell you a joke.
All right, tell me a joke.
All right, here's the joke. Teacher, where are elephants found? Pupil, elephants are so large, they never get lost. Do you get it?
Oh, yeah. That's very funny. Elephants are so large they never get lost. So naturally, you can't find them.
I thought you would like it. Now would you please read me the funny?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Beetle is working in the kitchen helping the cook at the army camp today. When in comes a sergeant. He's carrying two little plants that are in old coffee cans.
Hey, Beetle, the captain wants his coleus plants watered and put out in the sun.
Well, you find the water over there.
I'll set 'em here, and you water 'em for me, Beetle.
The sergeant sets the plants on the table beside 3 cans of coffee. So there on the table are 5 cans marked coffee, 2 of them filled with dirt in which 2 teeny-weeny plants are planted. Beetle walks over to fill a pitcher of water. When the cook yells,
Hey, Beetle, you open those coffee cans yet?
Yeah, they're right beside you.
Oh, yeah, I see 'em.
the cook reaches down and starts to empty the contents of the coffee cans in a pot of boiling water on the stove.
Oh, I love coffee. I hate tea. I hate the sergeant, but I love me.
Last Last picture, top row. A few minutes later, the captain is showing the colonel through the camp. He comes into the kitchen, saying proudly, "Our cook has one specialty, coffee." The colonel replies, "Oh, really? Well, I'm a coffee expert myself. I'd like to try a cup." First picture, bottom row. The cook says proudly, "Yes, sir. I just finished a fresh brew." And he pours the captain and the colonel a cup of coffee. At that moment, Beetle is at the table looking at the empty coffee cans.
Now, that's odd. What happened to the coleus?
The colonel takes a sip of his coffee.
I never knew GI coffee could taste so good.
The captain sips his. He looks into his cup, sees a little plant there.
My coleus!
Last picture, the cook, looking very unhappy now that he's a private again, is making a new pot of coffee, and Beetle is leaning on the table. He says,
"Well, back to the old grind, Cookie?"
And the cook shakes his head and says sadly,
I still don't understand what this is all about.
Oh, that's Colonel, and he says he's an expert on coffee.
He is some expert. He drinks coffee with mud and plants in it and says he never knew coffee could taste so good.
And the look on the captain's face when he saw his coleus plant in the coffee. Wasn't that funny?
Yes, it certainly was.
I just love that Beetle Bailey. The funniest things happen.
Yes, they surely do. Well, now I know who you want to read.
Guess who?
Donald Duck.
How does it guess?
Well, I think I'm beginning to know what you like.
Yes, you do.
Very well, then. Let's turn over the page, go past Prince Val, who is sailing to Ireland on a mission for his father. Turn over that page, go past Little Iodine on page 4, turn over page 5, and there on page 6 is Donald Duck.
Yes, Donald Duckle, my favorite.
And here we go with Donald Duckle. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddy chicka jack. Let's have music to fit a quack quack. Donald's nephews have been wondering about those flying saucers that have been appearing mysteriously in the skies for some time. So Huey asks Uncle Donald.
Hey, Uncle Donald, do flying saucers come from Mars or Venus?
And Donald replies,
Hey, look, boys. Flying saucers are only illusions.
You mean there are no saucers? Or no little green men?
Right. Logical people like me don't see 'em. Do I? And if I did, I'd know that it was just a
hallucination, Uncle Donald.
Yeah, a hallucination, yes. And I certainly wouldn't get excited.
The boys look at Donald for a second, then turn around and walk out of the house. Last picture, top row. Huey says,
He sure thinks he knows everything. Yeah. Let's fix him for once.
First picture, bottom row. The boys are lined up before their school teacher.
Hey, Miss Jones, may we borrow our costumes for the school play? We want to practice.
Why, of course, boys. How nice.
Short time later, Donald is sitting at home reading a book when he goes to the door and opens it. And there, standing in the door, are 3 frogs, 3 feet high. And one says,
Could we use your phone? Our saucer broke down and...
And there lies Donald on the floor in a dead faint.
He said he wouldn't get excited. And he didn't. No, he fainted too fast.
And last picture, Donald is in bed with a bandage over the bump on the back of his head where he hit the floor. And is that bump aching? His nephews Louie, Huey, and Dewey are bringing him a snack. And Dewey says,
Here's your tea, Uncle Donald. I didn't think you'd want it on, pardon the expression, saucer.
Wasn't that funny?
Yeah.
Donald said he didn't believe in men from Mars or other planet.
No, and when the boys played the trick on him by dressing up in their school costumes, Donald takes one look and falls to the ground in a faint.
Oh, that Donald. He's a big old bragger.
Yeah, and a funny one at that.
He certainly is funny.
Well, now look across the page. There's Peter Pan.
Oh, and I'm anxious to read that because you remember all the children in Neverland had been captured by that fierce pirate, Captain Hook.
That's right, and he had told the children that if they didn't join his pirate crew, they'd have to walk the plank.
And when you walk the plank, that means that you walk out on the plank that's stuck out on the side of the ship, and you drop into the ocean below, and you drown dead.
That's right. And remember, the children refused to join Captain Hook's pirate crew.
And you remember last week Wendy walked the plank, and when she fell over, there wasn't any sound of a splash. No, nothing. And the pirates thought surely the ship was bewitched. Wonder what really happened.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Peter Pan. Say the magic words with me. Pirates, crocodiles, Peter Pan. Whisk up music for Never Never Land. The pirates stand at the edge of the ship's rail, trembling for fear their ship is bewitched. They haven't seen Peter Pan, who can fly, and had come flying fast as a bullet, and unseen by the pirates. Peter had skimmed over the water and caught Wendy just as she fell. He whisks her up to the crow's nest to the top of the ship's mast. And then, standing on a spar, Peter from above shouts,
Captain Hook, you're a codfish.
The pirates look up, and Hook exclaims,
Oh, no, it can't be.
and the children look up and exclaim with joy.
Hey, look, it's Peter Pan. Yeah, Peter Pan and Wendy.
And then Peter is joined by Tinkerbell.
Hey, Tink, you untie the boys while I take care of Hook.
And Tinker flies down as Peter draws his dagger. Then Peter dives for Captain Hook, last picture, top row.
Peter Pan, I'll have your gizzard.
Yeah? Well, let's see if you can get it, Captain Hook.
And the duel is on. By this time, Tinkerbell has cut the rope that ties the children. And John says,
All right, boys, to the top of the mast.
and the children clamber into the rigging.
After them, men, after them.
As Peter and Captain Hook duel, the boys scamper up the rigging to the crow's nest, with the pirates hot after them. First picture bottom row, the boys swat the pirates over the head with umbrellas or clubs and the toys they brought with them.
Let them have it, men.
The pirates topple over backwards and fall to the deck. By now, Captain Hook is really exhausted, and Peter has him pinned against the mast. His hat is pulled down over his nose, and he gasps.
You wouldn't finish old Hook, would you, lad? I'll go away forever. I'll do anything you say.
Well, all right, if you say you're a codfish.
Oh, I'm a codfish.
Last picture, the children cheer Peter's victory over Captain Hook.
Captain Hook is a codfish, a codfish, a codfish. Captain Hook is a codfish.
Oh, wasn't it wonderful the way Peter defeated Captain Hook in that duel?
Yes, especially when you consider that Peter had only a dagger, but Captain Hook had a long sword.
Oh, that Peter, he's really a great hero.
You bet he is. And the other boys and Wendy. Wasn't it thrilling how they beat off the pirates when they came up after them on the rigging?
Yes, that was really thrilling. Peter made Captain Hook admit that he was a codfish.
You bet he did.
I wonder what'll happen next.
Well, we'll find out next week. Now let's turn over the page. And here on the last page of the first section is Dick's Adventure.
Oh, yes. And last week, you remember, Dick's adventures with Jim Bowie in Texas ended. And so Dick must be going to begin a new adventure today.
Well, let's read and find out. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick has been talking in his sleep. His mother and father have come into the room, and his father is saying, Why, listen, dear, Dick's mumbling, a Hudson River dragon in his sleep. What's he dreaming about anyway?
Hudson River dragon. Hudson River.
Back we go. And in Dick's dreams, we're back to the year 1807. Dick is sitting in a buggy, which is standing in front of the gate of a beautiful home. A pretty girl comes to the gate, last picture, top row. It's his cousin, Sarah Fulton. Dick exclaims gaily,
Hey, get your party dress, Sarah. We've both been invited to the engagement party of Uncle Robert to Harriet Livingston at Claremont.
A short time later, Dick and Sarah are riding along a road which is laid out along the Hudson River. In these far-off years, transportation is pleasantly leisurely. Over the majestic Hudson, the sun starts sinking in a blaze of glory. Dick reins in the buggy at a particularly charming spot to look at a sailboat in the river.
Whoa, boy, whoa.
Last picture, second row, Dick remarks,
You know, Uncle Bob Fulton says he's got a new invention that's going to make all sailboats useless.
It is dusk as Dick and Sarah approach Claremont, when suddenly, last picture, the horse bolts in terror. From around the bend of the river comes a frightful monster shooting fire and smoke. It's a paddle wheeler steamer with smoke and fire pouring from the smokestack. Faster and faster runs the horse as Sarah throws her arms around Dick in terror.
Why should the horse run away when it sees that steamship coming along?
Well, because back in those days, they only had sailboats. And this is the first time that horse has seen a steamship belching fire and smoke.
Oh, so that's why the horse is scared.
Yeah, that's why.
Well, is that the steamboat that Robert Fulton invented?
Oh, you read about that in school, have you?
Yes, I did.
Well, I think that might be it.
I wonder what'll happen to Dick and Sarah. They're right there at the edge of the river. You don't think they'll tip over and be thrown down the rocks by the river?
Well, that's something to worry about, and we'll find out about that next week. But now look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, and I'm anxious to read that.
And I'll read it in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, at the bottom of the page, Rusty Riley.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. The two crooks who had held Miss Dooley prisoner in her own home have been captured by the sheriff, and Miss Dooley has been taken to town and put under a doctor's care. Rusty has been left alone on the farm to take care of the horses. When he came out to the barn, he met a strange man who tells Rusty, third picture, top row, Now, look, son, my name's Clinton. I'm a private investigator. Here's my police card. I'm looking for a horse named Silver Lad.
A detective? Gee, Mr. Clinton, we got two horses, but I don't think that's the name of either one.
Last picture, top row, Rusty goes on.
Golly, I never heard of a private eye looking for a horse. Was it stolen or something?
No, nothing like that. See, my client is a rich horse breeder. It seems that this nag is the last of a certain bloodline. He wants him bad, so he hired me to find him. Now, let me take a look at your horses. First picture, bottom row. They walk over to the pasture. Clinton looks at the horses and exclaims, Holy smoke, I must be wrong again. Nobody would pay a guy $50 a day in expenses to find those.
Well, they're fine horses, Mr. Clinton. They just need to be cared for. Oh, say, here comes the sheriff. He might help you.
The car pulls up and the sheriff gets out.
Well, Rusty, we landed a couple of big fish. Mel and Trixie were wanted by the FBI for forgery and check passing. Got their jobs here with forged references. Oh, who's this gent?
Oh, this is Mr. Clinton, Sheriff. He's a private eye. He's looking for a certain horse.
Yeah, a horse named Silver Lad, Sheriff. Sold as a yearling in Lexington. Supposed to have been bought later by Denver Dooley while his carnival was playing there.
Well, let's go see Dooley's sister in the hospital. Like as not, she can settle it.
Short time later, Clinton has returned to the Dooley farm. He comes to the barn where Rusty is working.
Well, I hit the jackpot, Rusty. One of the horses is Silver Lad, all right. I phoned my client, and he'll be here tomorrow.
Yes, sir. I'll look after him till he comes. Gee, if he buys Silver Lad, maybe he'll give me a job.
Oh, that would be wonderful if Rusty could get a job taking care of the horses with the other man.
Yes, it would, because you remember Rusty thought he'd have to leave the Dooley farm since Miss Dooley was sick.
Yes. Oh, I hope that'll work out so that Rusty can have that job because, you know, ever since he ran away from the Milestone farm, I've been really worried about
Well, maybe
him.
one of these days Tex will find Rusty and bring him back to home where he belongs.
I hope so.
Meanwhile, we'll have to wait until next week to find out about what happens. But now it's time for Dagwood and Blondie.
And here they are on the first page of the second section.
Yes, the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly. And here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafu, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie is very displeased with her son Alexander today.
Just wait till your father comes home. I'll have him take care of you.
At that moment, the door opens, and in comes Dagwood.
Dagwood, you will have to punish Alexander. He was careless and disobedient.
Alexander, stand in a corner. Last picture, top row, Blondie says.
Dagwood, he's too old to have to stand in the corner for punishment.
Well, what shall I do to him then? Blondie thinks. First picture, second row, an idea pops into her mind.
How about not giving him his allowance this week?
Oh, no, that won't work. He's already collected his allowance for 3 weeks in advance.
Yeah, and I'm too young to go to jail.
Let's send him up to his room without supper.
No, that's no good. He's dieting anyway. And he has books and magazines up there he can read. Blondie thinks again. Last picture, second row, out comes another idea.
How about a good old-fashioned spanking?
Nothing doing. He's too big. I'd rather wrestle a wildcat. By this time, Alexander, first picture, third row, is smiling. He sits in a chair and calmly listens to his mother and father try to figure out a way to punish him. There must be some way to discipline a boy his age.
It's the father's duty.
Well, if he'd just tell me what he did, I could make the punishment fit the crime.
He left our new lawnmower outdoors last night in the rain, and it got all rusty.
Last picture, third row. Dagwood's face falls.
What's the matter, Dagwood?
I have a confession. First picture, bottom row. Dagwood says sheepishly, I'm the guilty one. I left the lawnmower out last night.
Oh, goody. Oh, that makes it so much easier.
And she grabs Dagwood by the ear. Ow! And pulls him to the kitchen.
There are 1,000 ways to punish a husband.
Last picture, Dagwood is in the kitchen washing dishes, very unhappily. Alexander says,
Gee, I'm sorry, Pop. I tried to take the rap for you.
Thanks. From now on, we're going to eat on paper plates.
Wasn't that funny? After all the trouble of trying to figure out how to punish Alexander, Blondie finds out that Dagwood was the careless one.
Yeah, they certainly had quite a problem trying to figure out how to punish Alexander before they found out Dagwood was to blame.
Yes, didn't they?
Oh, those Bumsteds. They're some family.
Yes, those Bumsteds, they're some family.
Well, now let's turn over the page, go past the Lone Ranger, and there on page 3 of the second section is Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes, and you remember last week, Roy rescued his friend Wildwood O'Dowd from the runaway balloon.
And while he was helping her out of it, 2 crooks who had been following the balloon saw what was happening. And they'd stopped on a bluff overlooking the valley where Roy had stopped the balloon.
And the crooks talked about something that was hidden in the balloon. Probably it's gold or something.
Yes, and one of the crooks is aiming his gun at Roy's back.
Oh, I hope he doesn't shoot Roy.
Well, let's read and see what happens next. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. A-yip-I-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. A-yip-I-yo. As the man named Ham is about to pull the trigger, his pal Smiley suddenly exclaims,
Hey, wait, Ham. Don't plug the strangers. I see riders on the horizon. They might hear the shot.
Oh, okay, Smiley. We'll sneak up on them then. You grab the sandbag we want off the basket car. Come on, hurry.
Quickly, the 2 outlaws tie handkerchiefs over their faces, and they sneak up behind Roy and Wildwood, last picture, top row. Holding his gun on Roy, Ham snarls,
Reach, cowboy! Crawl under that balloon cloth and stay there.
Roy exclaims, Well, road agents interested in balloons is a new twist. Well, come on, Wildwood. Don't argue with a rifle. By this time, Roy had let the air out of the balloon, and it lies flat on the ground. Roy notices that the 2 outlaws are standing on the balloon. First picture, bottom row. As Roy bends down to crawl under the balloon, he gives it a sudden jerk.
Hey!
Ham's feet are pulled out from under him. Roy leaps at him. As they struggle, Smiley steps up behind Roy. A small bag is in his hand. He swings.
There's more than sand in this bag, cowboy.
Sometime later, two riders approach. They rein in beside the deflated balloon. One of the men is J. Lucian Dangerfield, manager of the carnival, whom we met some time ago in Roy's Adventures. Dangerfield exclaims,
Egad, there's the errant balloon, Jimmy. Our search is over. Another of J. Lucian Dangerfield's colossal presentations has come to an unhappy end, alas.
Hey, look at those lumps. There's something under it, J.L.
The men dismount and walk over to the balloon and lift it up and look underneath last picture.
Hey, holy cow, look.
Oh, the pity of it all. News of this tragedy will ruin my carnival.
Oh, I wonder who's under the balloon. Roy and Wildwood or the two crooks?
I wonder, too.
I wonder why Dangerfield thinks it's going to ruin his carnival.
Well, maybe we'll find out more about that next week. Now let's turn over to the very last page.
All right. Oh, there's Flash Gordon. And you remember, he was on his way back to Earth from his adventure on the moon.
Yes, that's right.
I wonder if he gets back safely.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Closer and closer to Earth speeds Flash's rocket ship. And then Flash exclaims, Dale, Earth! A moment later, they're over the airport. Carefully, Flash lands his ship. He opens the hatch. We're back home again, Dale. The news of Flash's arrival gets around quickly. At last picture top row, he's mobbed by newsmen.
Hey, the Air Force will want to see you.
How about talking to us newsmen first, huh?
Yeah, how about that?
Hey, the first thing we want to do is to have a good old Earth meal. So first stop, gentlemen, is the dining room. It's sometime later. First picture bottom row, Flash and Dale are out for the evening, having dinner at a famous night spot. Dale is happy to be back home, and she's suggesting to Flash that maybe they can stay home this time and settle down. Flash smiles. Yes, Dale, I'm tired of wandering. Wish we could.
Oh, Flash!
It's Flash's friend Zarkov with another man. They join Flash and Dale at the table. Zarkov says,
Flash, I'm glad you're still here. The Colonel has something extraordinary to tell you.
Gordon, it's fate that brought you back at this time. We've discovered another satellite behind the moon. A habitable satellite. For a long time, the Colonel talks, explaining his plans to Flash. Last picture, as they're leaving the club, the Colonel is saying, We want you to take an expedition there and explore it. We're particularly anxious to claim it for our country. Will you lead such an expedition for us? Think it over. You needn't answer now. Dale turns to Flash and says, Oh, Flash, no.
Oh, that means that Flash would have to go away on another long trip, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Would it be dangerous?
Oh, I think it would be.
Another adventure, hmm?
Oh, I'm sure it'd be an adventure.
I know Dale would like to settle down and have a nice little home like they do in the movies and live happily ever after, but I hope Flash will go because he's a hero and I just love his adventures. You think he will?
Well, we'll find out about that next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And the date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm very, very happy.
Well, tell me, why are you so happy today?
Because there's only a very few more days of school left, and then I can have a vacation for the whole summer.
Oh, yes. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, it is. Just think, I can play and play and play and not have to worry about work all the time.
Oh, but you did like going to school, didn't you?
Yes, I did. But I like to have vacation for a change.
Well, I don't blame you. I think a vacation for a change is a very good thing.
Yes, you get a chance to rest and to relax and to forget about worries for a while.
Well, I think that's a very good thing for an old lady like you.
I'm not an old lady.
Well, no, but you sounded like one talking about worries and everything.
Well, I do worry while I'm in school because I want to get good marks and do good work, and because that's what you go to school for, isn't it?
Yes, it certainly is.
Well, you see?
Yes, I think I do see. Well, I hope you have a nice summer vacation. But I do hope you're not going to take a vacation from me.
Oh, no, I won't. I'll be here every Sunday if you will.
Oh, I most certainly will.
Goody. Now can we read the funnies now?
Puck the Comic Weekly? Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Today, Beetle Bailey and Private Zero, who thinks everything Beetle does is just wonderful, are going to the sergeant's office. One of the soldiers looks at Zero and says, "That way he imitates Beetle is a crime to humanity." Beetle and Zero go up the steps and into the sergeant's office. The sergeant yells,
Hey, watch that floor. It's just been waxed.
but Beetle's feet slip out from under him. Hey, hey! And one foot comes up in the air and kicks the sergeant.
Oh, I told you! How could any one person be so stupid?
Last picture, top row, Private Zero, who always imitates Beetle, takes a slide and kicks the sergeant.
Oh!
First picture, bottom row, the sergeant, aching from the two kicks, roars,
Get out of my sight! I can't stand to look at you!
The feeling is mutual.
And Zero echoes,
Yeah, I got a mutual feeling, too.
and out the door the boys go. Second picture, bottom row, Beetle says,
Hey, let's go get a bottle of soda on you.
Oh, why get it on me? Why not drink it?
A short time later, Beetle and Private Zero are in the PX having a bottle of soda. Beetle says disgustedly,
Oh, phooey. The soda's flat.
he goes to the window.
You gonna pour it out?
Yeah, I'm going to pour it out the window.
At that moment, the sergeant is approaching the PX.
Oh, I need to calm down. Maybe a bottle of soda would cool me off.
When suddenly, a bottle of soda held in Zero's hand comes out the window and is emptied under the sergeant.
Oh,
A few minutes later, last picture, Beetle and Zero come out of the PX.
Now I think I'll take a shower.
Yeah, me too.
And the sergeant, who's been waiting for them, aims a water hose at them and...
Hey! I didn't mean no!
Me too.
Wasn't that funny? Everything that Beetle did, Zero does. He even slipped on the floor and kicked the sergeant.
and emptied the soda out the window the way Beetle did.
And soaked the sergeant with soda.
Yeah, no wonder that sergeant got mad.
Yes, but he got even with those boys.
Yes, you bet he did.
Well, now let's see what's happening to Roy Rogers, shall we?
Oh, yes, because Roy was in trouble.
Very well, then. Let's turn over the page, go past Ripley, past Prince Val, who has a terrible fight with a big, husky fellow in Ireland, and whips him. Then turn over the page, cross over the page, and turn over page 5. And there on page 6 of the first section is Roy Rogers.
And you remember Roy was helping his friend Wildwood O'Dowd, who got caught in the runaway balloon.
Yes, and 2 crooks had secreted their loot on the balloon. And when they saw Roy and Wildwood on the ground with the collapsed balloon, they sneaked up on Roy.
There was a big fight, and the crooks knocked Roy out and tied Roy and Wildwood up and put them under the balloon. I wonder if they're still alive.
Well, we ought to find that out right now because J.L. Dangerfield, owner of the carnival and the balloon, has just ridden up. So here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo! Dangerfield's man, Jimmy, lifts up the balloon. Dangerfield sees Roy and Wildwood lying under it, bound and gagged.
Egad, Roy Rogers, my old friend.
Quickly, Dangerfield and Jimmy untie Roy and Wildwood.
Zounds, the minions of the law shall hear of this.
Last picture, top row, Wildwood tells Dangerfield about the bag the crooks took from the basket car. Roy says,
I've got an idea about this. Let's return to the carnival. I want to talk with your regular balloonist.
Short time later, Roy and the others ride up to the carnival. They see a sign staked out in front which reads, Closed by order of the sheriff.
No one can do this to J. Lucian Dangerfield. Or can they?
They see the sheriff near the office wagon.
I say, Sheriff, what's this all about?
Well, Dangerfield, the Cedar Creek Railroad payroll has been stolen. The robbers trailed straight to your showgrounds.
But there must be some mistake, Sheriff. My life is an open book.
Roy turns to Wildwood and says,
Hey, things are starting to fit together, Wildwood. Hey, where's that balloonist whose place you took when he accidentally got clawed by that bear?
Wildwood points out the tent, saying that his name is Mike Cole. Last picture, Roy says,
Well, you wait here, will you, Wildwood? I want to talk to Mike Cole.
And inside the tent, Mike Cole, who has overheard what Roy has said, draws a gun. And hearing Roy's footsteps approach, mutters,
If he's wise my balloon was carrying the railroad payroll, I'll take care of him quick.
Oh, now we know what was in that little bag that the bandits took from the balloon.
Yes, it was the railroad payroll. Mike Cole had put it on the balloon so he could take it to the bandits.
But he couldn't, though, because his arm got hurt, you remember?
Yes, and Dangerfield sent Wildwood O'Dowd up in the balloon instead.
Now we know exactly what happened. But look, Roy's going into Mike Cole's tent, and Mike Cole has a gun, and Roy doesn't know it. I wonder if Roy'll get shot.
Well, we'll find out about that next week. But now look across the page. There's Peter Pan.
Oh, yes, you remember? Last week, Peter defeated Captain Hook in a duel, and he made Captain Hook say, I am a codfish.
Yes, you bet he did. But now Captain Hook and the pirates are the prisoners of Peter and all the boys in Neverland.
I wonder what Peter will do to Captain Hook now.
Well, let's read and find out. Here we go with Peter Pan. Say the magic words with me. Pirates, crocodiles, Peter Pan, whisk up music for Never Neverland. Peter has captured Captain Hook's ship. The pirates are ordered into one of the boats, which is lowered, and away they row into the seas beyond Neverland.
Row, you bilge rats, row!
The children line the rail of the ship and shout,
Captain Hook is a codfish, a codfish, a codfish.
And the crocodile follows behind, hoping Hook will fall overboard and provide him a good meal. Then Peter turns around to the children and takes command of the ship.
All right, men. Man the capstan. Hoist anchor. Heave those halyards. We're casting off. We're sailing home to London.
Up comes the anchor.
Now to sprinkle some pixie dust on the ship.
And last picture, top row, the ship, transformed by pixie dust into a golden galleon, soars into space above Neverland.
Up, up, up into the air it goes. And they're on their way to return the darling children to their home in London. First picture, bottom row. In the middle of the night in London, Nana, the children's nurse dog, sees the ship come sailing toward the house. She watches with wonder as the great golden ship floats to rest outside the nursery window. A plank is extended from the ship's rail to the nursery window, and Wendy and Michael and John cross over to their own room again. Third picture, bottom row, Peter calls to them.
Well, goodbye, Wendy, John, Michael. Don't grow up too fast.
And one of the boys on the ship says,
Well, we don't want to grow up at all, Pan. We're going to stay with you.
Tinkerbell waves goodbye. And then the ship is off on the return trip again. Last picture, Wendy waves from the window.
It's not really goodbye, Peter. I know we'll see you again.
Peter and his loyal crew set sail for the second star to the right, then straight on till morning and Neverland. The end.
Oh, hooray! Peter and the children have chased Captain Hook and the pirates away for good, haven't they?
Yes, it looks as if they have.
And now Wendy and John and Michael are home safe again.
Yes, what a wonderful adventure they had.
Yes, it was exciting. Is that the end?
I'm afraid it is.
That was wonderful. Thank you for reading me the story of Peter Pan.
You're welcome. I loved the story as much as you did. And since you like Walt Disney's Peter Pan so much, you'll be happy to know that next week there'll be another Walt Disney story in the Comic Weekly.
What's the name of it?
The Sword and the Rose.
Ooh, that sounds like a good story. Swords means it must be adventure.
Well, I'll bet you're right. And you can find out next week.
Good, I will.
Fine. Now let's turn over the page. And on the last page of the first section, there's Flash Gordon.
Yes, Flash. And you remember last week the captain of the Air Force wanted Flash to go on a new adventure.
Yes, a new planet had been discovered in the skies, and they want Flash to investigate.
I wonder if he's going on this trip, though, because you remember Dale didn't want him to.
No, she didn't. Well, let's find out now. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash has agreed to head the expedition to explore the new planet Titan. Everything is in readiness for the trip. He says farewell to his old friend Zarkov, and then last picture, top row, he takes off. Destination, the planet Titan. Well on their way, first picture, bottom row, the pilot says to Flash, Well, Flash, run away. With the things we find on Titan, we'll be rich when we return. Flash says, Are your dials reading normal? Hey, there's something bagging inside this storage locker. Flash opens the locker. And then exclaims, Dale. Sure enough, it's Dale who steps out into Flash's arms. Listen, I thought I told you not to come. Dale tells Flash not to be angry with her, that she couldn't bear being left behind. And, of course, there's nothing Flash can say. Last picture, he shows her around the interior of the ship. She sees a pair of gigantic handcuffs and huge chains. She turns to Flash with something like horror on her face and asks, What do you expect to find on Titan?
Flash went away on an adventure?
No, Dale likes to always be with Flash.
That's because she loves him.
And perhaps because she has the same adventurous spirit that Flash has.
I wonder what kind of adventure they're going to have if Flash takes handcuffs big enough to hold a giant with him.
Well, maybe we'll find that out next week. Now it's time to pick up the first page of the second section of the Comic Weekly.
And there's Dagwood and Bundy.
And I'll read them in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, ramafum, zem, zem, zummy. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. The
Bumsteads and their neighbors, the Woodleys, are on a picnic today out in the country. They've just unloaded the car and are spreading all of their stuff on the ground
Isn't this fun?
when a farmer comes up and snaps,
This is private property. You'll have to have your picnic up on that hill.
Last picture, top row, they've packed everything and climbed to the top of the hill. Herb puffs.
This is a good place for our camp.
First picture, second row, Dagwood says, "Okay, get the lunch started and the fire going, girls."
Yeah, we'll catch a mess of fish for you.
Isn't this fun?
And off the boys go to catch fish as the girls prepare to make the lunch.
Isn't it wonderful to get away from the stove and the sink, Blondie?
Yes. One of us will have to go back down the hill for water.
20 minutes later, last picture, second row, Dagwood and Herb are out on the lake fishing. Herb exclaims,
Hey, these mosquitoes are driving me crazy.
Yeah, and to think of all the fuss I make if just one gets in my bedroom.
First picture, third row, Blondie comes up the hill carrying a thermos jug of fresh water.
Oh, my. I walked 2 miles for this water, but it was fun.
And Tootsie's been having her troubles.
Oh, Blondie, the ants eat up the food as fast as I uncover it.
Back on the lake, Herb suddenly exclaims,
Hey, Dagwood, I've got a bite, Dagwood. Oh, boy, isn't this fun?
Suddenly, Dagwood goes headfirst into the water. Last picture, third row, Herb reels in his line.
Boy, oh, boy, what fun. Golly, boy, oh, boy, what a bite. This is a big one. Boy, look at my pole bend.
When out of the water at the end of his line comes a fishpole with Dagwood on the end of it.
Hey, you.
Yeah. Our lines were caught together.
15 minutes later, Herb staggers up to the top of the hill, carrying Dagwood, who's practically unconscious from being underwater so long. He dumps Dagwood onto the ground in front of Blondie.
There. This is all I could catch. Go ahead and fry it.
And Blondie, who's been struggling with the fire, exclaims,
The smoke from the fire is asphyxiating us.
Yes, and the ants have eaten up half our food, Herb.
2 hours later, a car pulls up in front of the Bumstead house. And out pile Blondie, Dagwood, Tootsie, and Herb, their arms full of the stuff they took on their picnic. Second picture, bottom row, they dash for the house. Dagwood shouts,
Home sweet home.
Isn't this fun?
And last picture, they have the food spread out on the kitchen table. And as the men start to gulp it down, Dagwood says,
There's no place like the kitchen for a picnic.
Isn't this fun? Well, that was some picnic.
Yes, after all that trouble, they have their picnic at home.
And Dagwood says, there's no place like a kitchen for a picnic. And Blondie says, isn't this fun?
Yes, some family.
Some family.
Well, now let's turn over the page and go past Little Iodine, cross over the page past the Lone Ranger, turn over that page, and here on page 5 is Donald Duck.
Oh, Donald Duck, my favorite.
And we'll read your favorite right away. Here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddly chicka chack. Let's have music to fit a quack quack. Donald has decided he wants to buy himself a bird, and he's in a pet shop looking at a pretty little parakeet that has a price tag under it reading $10. Donald looks at the bird.
Wow, cute, but $10 is a lot of dough.
But he turns it over in his mind.
I'll take this one.
Yes, sir, son. $10.
And the cost of a cage?
Oh, tut, son. No cage for this bird. Just an exercise square, that's all. $1.
Short time later, Donald is at home with his bird, and he exclaims,
Imagine, so tame it doesn't need a cage.
He sets the little parakeet on its perch on a table.
There you are, Birdie, safe and sound in your new home.
And then fourth picture, top row, Donald picks up a book and settles down to read.
Now, let's see. Oh, yes. The Mama Bear said to the Papa Bear,
when the bird flies over to Donald and sits right on Donald's head.
Wow, wow, wow. What do you know?
Donald takes the bird off his head, carries him back to his perch, last picture, top row.
Well, look, Bertie. Here's your perch. Not my head.
Donald goes back to his chair and starts to read again.
The mama bear said to the papa bear.
When the bird flies through the air and lands on Donald's head again. A half hour later, Donald walks into the pet shop, the bird still sitting on his head. He says to the proprietor,
Give me my dough back. This midget buzzard won't stay off my head.
Oh, dear, dear, dear. I'm terribly sorry. I should have known better. I gave you a mama bird instead of a papa bird. I'll exchange it.
And last picture, the pet shop proprietor takes the bird off Donald's head, saying,
Naughty girl, trying to hatch the gentleman's head.
And Donald goes,
Wasn't that funny? The little bird sitting on Donald's head all the time. And didn't Donald look funny when the man said to the parakeet, Naughty girl, trying to hatch the gentleman's head?
Donald didn't think that a bird would think his head was an egg.
No.
Well, now let's turn over the page. And here we are on the last page of the Comic Weekly with Dick's Adventures.
Oh, yes, and you remember Dick is in the early days of America when people only had sailboats.
And Dick and a nice girl named Sarah were riding along the river in a horse and buggy.
And they saw a boat come around the bend of the river, and smoke was pouring out of the chimney on it.
And the horse became frightened and started to run away.
I wonder if Dick and Sarah will be hurt in the runaway.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. The runaway horse gallops madly down the road.
Whoa there. Whoa, boy. Easy there. Easy.
Slowly, the horse responds to Dick's masterly hold on the reins, and he finally comes to a stop. Crowds of frightened farmers have lined the riverbank, first picture, second row. One of them shouts,
Hey, the river's burning. It's the devil's work.
Last picture, second row, Dick tells them,
Hey, there's nothing to worry about. It's only a new kind of boat. My friend Robert Fulton invented it.
First picture, bottom row, they see the boat veer in toward the great riverfront estate of Chancellor Robert R. Livingston.
Hey, come on, Sarah. Let's get over there quick.
By the time that Dick and Sarah reach the pier, last picture, the monster looks peaceful enough now. It's lying alongside a pier, and a pleasant-faced man is smiling.
Well, any passengers?
And Dick shouts,
Yeah, us! Us!
Oh, wasn't that silly, those people saying that the river was burning up? Who ever heard of water burning up?
Well, you must remember, though, that in those days, no one had ever seen anything like that out on the river.
I wonder if Dick will take a ride on it next week.
Well, we'll find out. But now look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley. And remember, a strange man came to the Dooley place last week where Rusty's staying, and he was asking Rusty about a horse named Silver Lad.
Yes, he found out that Silver Lad was one of the horses owned by the Dooleys, and so a man's coming to buy the horse today, and Rusty's hoping the man will let him go along with the horse to take care of it because Rusty needs a job.
That's right, he does. And now maybe we'll find out whether Rusty gets that job or not. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. The man who had come looking for the horse is talking to Rusty.
My client will be here shortly, lad. Sure looks as if I found the horse he's looking for. Miss Dooley says she'll be glad to sell him.
Well, gee, I wish you'd buy both of the horses and give me a job taking care of them, because I got 'em looking a lot better already. And besides, mister, I need a job with a place to live.
Well, you can't tell, son. Maybe he will.
Short time later, Rusty is sitting in the barn thinking about the situation when he hears a car pull up. Last picture, top row, he hears a voice say,
My boss sent me instead of coming himself. Where's the horse, and who do I do business with? Why, you pay Mr. Sam White at the bank, but there's a slight hitch. There's another horse, a mare, that... you see, Miss Dooley will sell Silver Lad only if you take the mare, too.
First picture, bottom row, Rusty hears the detective go on.
Well, one other thing. There's a boy who's been working as a stable boy here. Could you by any chance give him a job? Well, I'm sorry, but I don't have the authority to hire anybody. No, I'm afraid I can't.
Rusty sighs and says, Well, that's that. Come on, Flip. He goes out of the barn and starts to walk down the road. The man who had come in the car sees him. Second picture, bottom row, he suddenly says, Hey, is that the boy you were talking about? Great guns. Either I'm dreaming or...
Hey, wait a second, lad.
Rusty looks around and exclaims, Jeepers! And then he shouts, last picture, Tex! Sure enough, it's Tex, Rusty's old pal from Milestone Farm, who holds out his arms and joyfully exclaims,
Rusty.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? The man who's buying the silver lad must be Mr. Miles of the Milestone Farm.
Yes, and he has sent Tex to get the horse.
Isn't it lucky that Tex saw Rusty going down the road?
You bet it was.
Oh, and now Rusty will go back with Tex to the Milestone Farm, won't he?
Well, I have a hunch he will, but to make sure about that, you see me right here next week.
I certainly will.
Well, now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week, when I read Puck the Comic Weekly.
For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness, right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, 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 hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine, thank you. And I'm very anxious.
I'll bet I can guess why.
You're right. It's what you told me about last week, about the new Walt Disney story.
Aha, you didn't forget.
No, I should say not, because Walt Disney stories are always wonderful.
Yes, you bet they are. And today we're going to begin another story in those wonderful Walt Disney colors, a story called The Sword and the Rose.
What's it about?
Well, we'll start reading it pretty quick, but I'll give you a hint. It's set in the early days of England, about the year 1514, when King Henry was king of England.
Is it about knights? Because it says sword.
Yes, it's back in the days when knighthood was in flower, and brave men fought for the hand of beautiful women.
I can't wait.
Well, then we better get started right away.
Yes, please, quick. Read me the funny.
Puck the Comic Weekly. Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. The boys at the Army camp are really fed up with the way the Army life is run. They're tired of parades, of having to be on duty all the time, and of not having the kind of fun they'd like to have. And so they've made up a list of protests and suggestions which they intend to hand in to the sergeant. Beetle is writing up the list. His friend Killer says, I bet the sergeant won't even read our list of gripes and suggestions. Beetle speaks up like a hero.
We have a right to speak our minds.
And Private Zero,
who always does whatever Beetle does, makes a long speech agreeing with Beetle. He says, yeah. Beetle stands up with the completed list of suggestions.
There are some very level-headed suggestions here.
Third picture, top row. Beetle enters the sergeant's office, ready to shove the list of suggestions under the sergeant's nose. But the place is empty.
Oh, darn it. He's not in.
Last picture, top row. Beetle lays the sheets of suggestions on the desk.
I'll just leave the list here on his clipboard where he'll be sure to find it.
Keep in line there, soldier! What do you think this is? A conga line?
As the men are being put through their drills, the sergeant is standing aside talking to the captain.
Do you have some orders for today, sir?
The captain replies,
Yes. I left a list on your clipboard.
Yes, sir. I'll have them carried out immediately, sir.
The sergeant goes into his office. He picks up the sheet of paper attached to his clipboard and starts to read it.
No more. Let the men make sure they are served.
By this time, the sergeant is practically rolly-eyed.
If I didn't have 15 years toward retirement, I'd tear up these orders and go AWOL.
Last picture. The captain hears music and the sound of a party. He looks across the parade ground and sees something he's never seen in the Army. His soldiers are having a picnic. Their guns are dumped in the ash can. Beetle is lying on the ground, and over him stands a beautiful blonde dropping grapes in his mouth. Zero and Killer are being served ice cream sodas by another beautiful blonde. And the sergeant is tied to a post, his shirt ripped off. And one of the soldiers stands behind him with a long whip, ready to give the sergeant 10 lashes on the bare back. The captain exclaims,
Well, what's going on here?
And the sergeant exclaims,
You mean these aren't your orders, sir?
No. But don't stop. This is better than what I ordered. Oh, miss, may I have a grape, please?
Wasn't that funny? When the sergeant went to his desk to get the captain's orders, he didn't see them because Beetle had put his suggestions on top of the captain's.
Yeah, and the sergeant didn't take the trouble to look at the page underneath, and so he went ahead and carried out all of Beetle's suggestions, thinking he was carrying out the captain's orders.
Well, I'll bet you those soldiers were surprised to find that the sergeants put them through orders, giving them such a good time.
I'll bet they were, too. Oh, that Beetle, he's some fellow.
Yes, that Beetle, he's some fellow.
Now we'll start that new Walt Disney story straight from the treasury of classic tales. Turn over the page, go past Little Iodine and Prince Val, turn over that page, and here on page 4 is our new story, The Sword and the Rose, from the famous adventure novel When Knighthood Was in Flower. It's Merry, Merry England, when knighthood was in flower. Music to bewitch our story hour. We're at Windsor Castle in the year 1514, almost 450 years ago. This is the court of King Henry VIII, one of the most famous kings of England. A famous wrestling match is in progress. King Henry has matched his best wrestlers against the champions of France. This was the day when lords and ladies enjoyed sports and when the lords themselves participated in them the way that a schoolboy does today. The Duke of Buckingham, one of King Henry's favorites, is wrestling a marquis from France. The Duke sticks out his foot, seizes the wrist of the champion, expertly gives him a flip, and the Frenchman spins over and falls to the ground defeated.
Bravo! Well done, my lord!
The Duke of Buckingham stands up in triumph over the fallen Frenchman. Last picture, top row, all eyes are on the victorious Duke. All except those of Mary Tudor, sister of the king. Her gaze is centered on the man at the Duke's side, Charles Brandon, gentleman adventurer just returned from the foreign wars. And now, at her suggestion, Henry issues a command.
Oh, Master Brandon, let's see how you would fare against the mighty Buckingham.
Brandon looks very surprised to hear the king ask him, an ordinary soldier, to wrestle the famous Duke. But Brandon quickly strips down to his tights, then steps into the ring. He approaches the Duke, watching him carefully. Suddenly, the Duke leaps forward. With a quick blow, shoves his elbow into Brandon's throat. Then he seizes Brandon in an arm lock. Well done, well done! Brandon slips out of the arm lock, gets the Duke off balance, lifts him on his shoulders, spins him around, and throws him to the ground.
Bravo! Well done, well executed.
As the crowd roars, Brandon bows humbly to the Duke, saying respectfully, "May it please your grace." Last picture, King Henry applauds.
Well done, fellow. You're a credit to England.
And then the king's sister, Mary, says softly to the king, "Master Brandon would make a handsome captain of the guards."
Yes. And so he shall be.
And so Charles Brandon makes an auspicious entry into the court of Henry VIII.
Ooh, that's an exciting story.
I thought you'd like it.
I do. And wasn't that a good idea, the king's sister?
Oh, yes, it was. I think that Mary might be falling in love with Brandon.
You mean love at first sight?
Looks like it could be.
Ooh, and just because Brandon defeated the famous Duke in the wrestling match, is he going to be captain of the guard?
He will. And next week we'll probably see that happen.
Ooh, that's wonderful. I just can't wait.
Well, neither can I, but we're going to have to. Well, now let's go across the page past the Lone Ranger. Turn over that page, go across page 6, and there on page 7 is Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes. And you remember Roy Rogers had met his old friend Wildwood O'Dowd. She's a cowgirl. And J. Lucian Dangerfield, who's the owner of a carnival.
And the sheriff had taken charge of the carnival because the railroad payroll had been stolen. And the trail of the crooks led straight to the carnival.
Naturally, because one of the crooks works at the carnival. There's a man named Mike Cole, and he's one of the crooks. And I'm worried because Roy has suspicions about Mike Cole, and he's going to go into Mike Cole's tent to talk to him.
And Mike Cole heard Roy talking to Wildwood through the tent wall. And he's waiting for Roy with a gun.
I wonder what will happen.
Well, let's read and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. As Dangerfield wonders what to do about this grave situation, Roy is inside Mike Coe's tent searching for the stolen payroll. Third picture, top row, Coe snorts.
You got a nerve, Rogers, going through my stuff. I've been laid up ever since Nellie the Tiger clawed me. I had nothing to do with stealing that railroad payroll.
Well, all right, then. You got nothing to worry about then, Mike. Last picture, top row, Roy suddenly exclaims. My hunch paid off. Here's the stolen railroad strongbox.
Well, that won't prove anything, Rogers.
First picture, bottom row, Roy turns to Coe, holding up the empty box. Well, the money's gone, Coe. You transferred it to one of the balloon ballast bags before you got hurt. Suddenly, Coe draws his gun from under the bandage that holds his injured arm.
All right, drop that box, Rogers. You figured right. But you won't live to squeal on me.
Roy swiftly swings the metal box, knocking the gun out of Coe's hand.
Now you'll do some squealing, Mike. Oh, blast you.
Then quickly, Roy picks up the gun and, standing over Coe, says, "All right, now talk, Coe. Who were the men out on the plains who grabbed the ballast bag with the money when the balloon landed?"
Lay off, Rogers. Lay off. I'll spill it.
At that moment, outside of the tent, third picture, bottom row, the other two crooks, Ham and Smiley, are standing listening. They've heard everything that's happened. Smiley says,
"Hey, I reckon we got here just in time, Ham."
Last picture, Ham, who is the leader, points to the tiger cage.
All right, come on, Smiley. We'll let Nellie the Tiger take care of them two in the tent, and it'll look like an accident.
Oh, isn't that awful? Just when it looked like Roy was in control of the situation, the other two crooks were coming to Mike Cole's tent to talk to him, and now they've heard everything that went on.
Yes, and now they're going to turn the tiger loose, hoping the tiger will kill both Mike Coe and Roy.
My, you think that will happen?
Well, we'll find out about that next week. Now let's turn over the page. And here on the last page of the first section is Flash Gordon.
Yes, you remember? Flash is starting on a new expedition to a new planet.
Yes, the planet Titan, a mysterious place that not very much is known about.
That's why why they're sending Flash there.
Yes.
And you remember that Flash had told Dale not to come along because it was dangerous. But when the rocket ship was up in the air, he found Dale was hiding on the ship.
So Dale is going along now because it's too late to turn back.
Yes, and she saw some giant handcuffs, and she's wondering what kind of people they expect to find on the planet. And I've been wondering, too.
Well, let's read now and see if we can find out anything about this mysterious planet. Here we go with Flash Gordon. A rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Dale looks at the equipment on the rocket ship, the pistols, rifles, huge handcuffs, and she wonders what they expect to find on Titan. Flash stammers, we don't know, honey. We've had some rather odd reports, and, well, we want to be prepared. The pilot exclaims,
Don't know my eye. Why, we know enough to know we have no room for nosy females.
All right, stow it, Midas.
Don't tell me to stow it, Gordon. I'll say what I please.
Suddenly, the observer exclaims, Titan! Quickly, everybody snaps to their stations. Last picture, top row, the observer points at a large globe in space.
Look, there it is. Titan, dead on course.
Quickly, Flash orders, man your stations. Get ready to fire number 1 rocket tube. Stand by. A moment later, they come in for a landing. First picture, bottom row, switches are thrown. Reverse rockets roar. And the huge ship slowly settles. Flash is the first to emerge from the rocket ship. Titan. Just like back on Earth. As Flash starts to clamber down, Midas starts to come down saying,
And I shall be the first Earthman to set foot on it. Hold it. Now, listen, Gordon, what's up? You just missed my head.
Last picture, Flash picks up an insect as large as a 10-pound lobster. Yes, but I didn't miss this. An ant the size of a Gila monster. We'll sleep inside the ship tonight.
I don't think I like that Midas.
I'm not sure that I do either. He looks like a troublemaker.
Yes, he does. This must be a very strange planet. They find ants as big as lobsters.
Yeah, and if that's so, I wonder how big the people there are.
I wonder, too.
Well, maybe we'll find out more about that next week. Now it's time to pick up the second section of the Comic Weekly.
Oh, yes, and there's that funny Dagwood.
And we'll find out what happens to that funny Dagwood in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie says to Dagwood,
Dagwood, our ladies' neighborhood club is having a meeting at Mrs. McNuff's house tonight.
Really?
Dagwood says,
Oh, boy. All the wives at the meeting and all the husbands home alone. What an opportunity for a game.
And by the time you can go, Dagwood's at Herb Woodley's door, last picture, top row.
Game starts at my house right away. Come on, Herb.
Fine, I'll be there.
And down the street, Dagwood goes, from one house to the other.
Come on, boys. Game's at my house.
To the Jones house, to the Lewis's house, to the Allen's house, to the Snurkles house.
Boy, I feel like Paul Revere gathering the Minutemen.
And last picture, second row, he's back home in the kitchen, sawing away at a chunk of meat.
This'll make me the most popular man in the neighborhood. I'll make up a stack of sandwiches.
First picture, third row, Herb and the rest of the men come into the living room. There stands a table with chairs around it and cards and poker chips already out.
Fine chairs, boys. Everything's ready for the game.
Boy, oh boy. For once we can have a game without being caught by the women.
Over at the McNuff house, where all the women are gathered for their meeting, Mrs. McNuff comes downstairs and exclaims,
Oh, Blondie, bad news. My little Cynthia's come down with the mumps.
Oh, how terrible, Mrs. McNuff. What'll we do?
Well, could we gather at your house?
Why, of course. Just bring all the girls there.
First picture, bottom row. At the Bumstead house, the boys are playing poker.
I'll bid 10 cents. I'll make it 15 cents.
Suddenly, the door opens.
and in walk the women.
So sweet of you to invite us, Blondie.
The men take one look. Hey, our wives! And out the window they go.
Out of my way! Go me first! Look out! Let me out of here!
That last picture, they dash down the street, throwing things at Dagwood, who is out front trying to get away from them. And as the bricks hit Dagwood, he moans,
No! I wish I had Paul Revere's horse now!
Oh, poor Dagwood. Look what happened to him. Those men have all turned on him as though it were his fault.
Yes, how did he know that Mrs. McNuff's baby would come down with the mumps?
Well, I guess the women don't like to have their husbands take hard.
No, I guess they don't. They certainly found that out.
Yes, they certainly found that out.
Well, now let's turn over the page.
All right. Oh, look, there's my favorite, Brer Rabbit.
Yes, Brer Rabbit.
Please read that.
I most certainly will. So here we go with Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
Sometimes Brer Rabbit is a bigger goose than Mr. Goose.
Today, Brer Rabbit is walking down the road when he hears a voice behind him.
Oh, Brer Rabbit, wait up, wait up. I's got a new trick to show you.
It's Mr. Goose. Brer Rabbit stops, and Mr. Goose waddles up.
Yep, I just invented a brand new one. I want to show you first.
Well, what is it?
Now, you promises that you won't tell nobody.
Yeah, I promise you. What's the trick, Mr. Goose?
Last picture, top row. Brer Goose announces solemnly,
The flying money trick. Now, as you got a $2 bill...
A $2 bill?
Yeah.
Well, sure.
Well, you give it to me, and I'll show you.
Okey-dokey.
First picture, bottom row. Brer Goose takes the $2 bill.
Now, the first thing I does is fold the bill so it looks like a butterfly.
Oh, I see. And then you're going to make it fly, huh?
Second picture, bottom row. Brer Goose holds it up, saying,
Yeah, see? A butterfly.
Yeah, but it ain't flying.
Brer Goose says,
Well, now, Brer Rabbit, I is making the money fly.
And he leaps in the air and flies off with Brer Rabbit's money.
Hey, wait, you...
And last picture, Brer Rabbit stands in the road watching Brer Goose disappear in the distance.
Uh-oh. I is being outfoxed by a goose.
And Uncle Remus says,
The fool spends a lot of time practicing.
Brer Rabbit really was outfoxed.
Yes, he thought that Brer Goose was going to show him a trick that he could play on other people.
And instead, the trick was played on Brer Rabbit.
Yep, that was one time Brer Rabbit got fooled. Well, now I'm sure you'd like to see what's happening to Dick in the early days of America.
Oh, yes, I would.
Very well, then, let's turn to the very last page of the Comic Weekly. And here we are with Dick's Adventures.
And you remember that Dick is in the early days of America.
Yes, the year 1807. And you remember that he and his friend Sarah were going to a party at Robert Livingston's house.
And they were riding along the river when all of a sudden they saw a steamboat sending up clouds of smoke and fire.
And this is something that no one had ever seen in those days, because at that time all of the ships were sailing vessels.
And this boat was Robert Fulton's new invention. It was the first steamboat.
That's right. And Dick and Sarah hurried down to where the boat had pulled in at the dock.
Now, please read. I'd like to find out what happens.
All right, here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. A large crowd has gathered around the boat. Robert Fulton is all set to take the boat on a test run. He looks at Dick and says,
Well, step aboard, Dick.
And in a second, everybody's aboard. And so begins for Dick a never-to-be-forgotten voyage up the Hudson River in the year 1807. As they get underway, last picture top row, Dick walks around the strange-looking craft. It's powered by steam from a wood-burning boiler. Two big gears turn cumbersome side paddles which shower the deck with water. An elegant company of ladies and gentlemen are aboard. Robert Fulton proudly points first picture, second row, at the most beautiful girl on the ship. And then he says to Dick, Dick, if all goes well,
and we reach New York again, Harriet Livingston promises to be my bride.
Oh, gosh. I hope you make it.
Last picture, second row. That night, the Clermont, for that's the name of the boat, puffing fire and smoke, reaches Albany, and half the voyage is done. First picture, bottom row. Next morning, the return voyage gets underway. But almost immediately, trouble starts. In sight of the crowds lining both banks, the monster, as so many people call it, comes to a dead stop. Last picture, Robert Fulton's elegant passengers murmur,
Well, I told you so. Yes, that's a foolish scheme. Oh, I wish we were out of it.
And Dick looks uneasily at Fulton, wondering what he's going to do.
Oh, did the steamer break down?
Well, something went out of commission.
Isn't it terrible it had to happen when everybody's there to say, I told you so?
Well, let's hope that Robert Fulton corrects what's wrong and gets the ship underway again.
Do you think he will?
We'll find that out next week. But now, look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes. And this I'm very anxious to read because you remember last week Tex came to the Dooley farm where Rusty was.
Yes, he came there to buy a horse called Silver Lad for Mr. Miles. And was he surprised when he saw Rusty was here on the farm?
Yes, and I hope now that Tex will take Rusty back to the Milestone farm because that's really Rusty's home.
Well, let's see if he does. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Tex gives Rusty a big hug.
Why, Rusty, you little maverick, am I glad to see you.
Jeepers, Tex, that sure goes for me, too.
Well, what in Sam Hill are you doing here?
Well, you see, when Denver Dooley closed his carnival, he sent me here to look after his 2 horses.
The detective who had found Silver Lad for Mr. Miles smiles.
Well, I see I don't have to introduce you two. Oh, no, sirree. Listen, mister. My boss, Mr. Miles, will be happier to get Rusty back than to get 10 horses like Silver Lad.
Yeah, but Tex, golly, I can't go back.
Tex looks at Rusty in surprise. Last picture, top row, Rusty exclaims,
I guess you're forgetting I left Milestone Farm on account of my crooked Uncle Rufus looking for me there.
No, I ain't forgetting, son. But that horned toad is a settin' in a nice Kentucky jail, and he won't be troubling anybody for some years.
Oh, well, that's a relief.
Then, first picture, bottom row, Rusty points the horses out to Tex.
Well, there are the horses, Tex. They were half starved when I first came, but they're beginning to look much better.
Well, we'll have 'em in good shape in no time. And Mr. Miles wants to enter Silver Lad in the Lexington Junior League Horse Show.
And then Tex turns to the detective.
Oh, Clinton, here's a certified check. You go to the bank and sew up the deal while Rusty and I get the horses in the van.
Right, Mr. Purdy. I'll be back with the papers inside an hour. Meanwhile, at a small farm near Lexington, Kentucky, third picture, bottom row, 2 men are talking.
Well, boss, it looks like Quentin Miles beat us to that nag Silver Lad. I just got it by the grapevine that a private eye named Clinton found him, and Miles's trainer is going after him.
Here, wait a second. Slow up. Where is the horse? How'd you find out? Last picture, the first man says,
I know a cutie who runs a switchboard in Clinton's home office. She did a little listening in. It's a village in Pennsylvania called Honey Hollow.
The man who seems to be the boss says, Get a Pennsy road map. You and Porky got yourself a job.
Oh, isn't it wonderful that Rusty's crooked uncle can't cause Rusty any more trouble?
It certainly is, and now Rusty can go back to Milestone Farm again where he belongs.
Yes, but it looks like those 2 men down there are planning something looks like trouble to me.
Yes, well, we'll find out about that next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly.
For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Oh, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm just fine. Because just think, next week is the 4th of July.
That's right. And do you know why we celebrate the 4th of July?
Yes, because it's Independence Day.
Yes, but why is it Independence Day?
Well, that was the day that the Americans said that they weren't going to let the English rule them anymore.
Yeah, that's right, too. But do you know why?
Well, I think it was because the English king was very unfair to the Americans, sort of like a tyrant.
That's right. You know what I think would be a good idea?
What?
You celebrate the 4th of July by getting a book and learning how the king was unfair and why our forefathers fought for their independence and how they won their freedom from that English king.
George Washington was our leader, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. You read about his life and you learn the story of America's freedom.
All right, I will.
And you'll find out that you'll know something extra and interesting by the time you get back to school in the fall.
Ooh, that'll be nice. Now can you read the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Today, Beetle and one of his pals at the Army base have made themselves some lemonade, but it's not very cool. Beetle's friend says,
You know, a sea-ration lemonade wouldn't taste bad if it was cold. Hey, you know what? The captain has plenty of ice in his water cooler.
And by the time you can go, Beetle is filching a chunk of ice from the captain's water cooler. And he's on his way back to his pal with it. When...
Bailey!
Beetle looks around.
Uh-oh.
And there's the captain and the sergeant approaching. Beetle whips his hands behind him so the captain can't see the stolen chunk of ice.
Sir?
Last picture, top row, the captain snaps.
I just inspected your tent, and I have a list of complaints.
Beetle begins to shiver.
Could you complain later, sir?
Stand still, Beetle.
First picture, bottom row, the captain reads the list of complaints.
Get rid of that jar of lightning bugs, your rock collection, and that crate of comic books.
By this time, Beetle's hands are so cold from holding the ice that he's twisting in agony and his teeth are chattering.
Bailey, stop wriggling.
10 minutes later, the captain has finished the list of complaints, and the sergeant is saying,
And throw away that lasso, your bag of marbles, and your box tops, too.
By now, Beetle's hands are so cold he's really in agony. The captain says,
You'll have to be punished. Wash your hands and report for KP.
With a big smile, Beetle yells,
Yes, sir.
And dashes off.
Well, I never saw anyone so anxious to go on KP.
And the sergeant says,
Oh, we have him scared at last, sir. Did you notice how his teeth chattered?
And last picture, Beetle is back with his pal. He plunges his ice-cold hands in the lemonade to warm them up.
Hey, get your hands out of my lemonade.
Well, you wanted it cooled off, didn't you?
Doesn't Beetle look funny standing there with that ice in his hand?
Yes, and wasn't it funny when he stuck his hands in the lemonade to thaw them out?
Yes, he ought to cool off his friend's lemonade all right with those ice-cold hands.
Yes, but I don't think his friend will drink it.
Yeah, I know I wouldn't.
No. Well, now let's turn over the page and go past Little Iodine, cross over past Prince Val, who is in Ireland on a new adventure, turn over that page, and here on page 4 of the first section is Donald Duck.
Oh, my favorite, Donald Duckle. What does he do today?
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddly chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack-quack. Today, Donald's nephew, Huey, dashes into the living room.
Hey, fellas, he's at it again.
Dewey exclaims,
Oh, no, honest? Yeah, he's out in the garage, mixing it right now.
whereupon Louie says,
Okay, man, you know your jobs.
and fourth picture top row, the boys are setting up a cot. Last picture top row, they set it up in the corner of the living room. First picture bottom row, Louie brings in a lamp and books. And in comes Huey with sandwiches, and Dewey with a thermos of coffee. And then the boys leave the house, as Donald comes in carrying a gallon of varnish and a paintbrush.
Hi, Uncle Donald. Hiya, boys.
And Donald sets to work varnishing the floor. 3 hours later, last picture, Donald suddenly exclaims,
Uh-oh.
for in front of him is the almost completely varnished floor, the door, and the windows. He looks behind him
Uh-oh.
and sees the corner, no door, no window, the cot, the lamp, the books, sandwiches, coffee, and he goes...
Oh, isn't that funny? The boys remember that the last time Donald varnished the floor, he varnished himself into a corner.
Yes, and then he couldn't get out because the varnish was still wet, and he had to sit in the corner and wait until it dried.
And so the boys wanted to make Donald comfortable until the varnish dried.
Yes, they're pretty clever little chaps.
Yes, they're pretty clever little chaps.
Well, now let's see what Roy Rogers is up to, shall we?
Oh, yes, because he's really having trouble.
All right, very well. Let's go across page 5, turn over that page, go across page 6, and there on page 7 is Roy Rogers.
And you remember, some crooks have robbed the railroad payroll, and the trail led straight to the carnival owned by Roy's friend.
And Roy had searched the tent of a man named Mike Coe, who works in the carnival, and he found the empty payroll box.
And Roy told Cole he'd better talk and tell who else was in the gang, or he'd be put in jail.
And at that moment, the other two crooks, Ham and Smiley, were listening outside the tent, and they heard Mike Coe say he'd tell Roy everything.
I wonder what they will do.
Well, let's read and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Yip-I-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Yip-I-yo. On a little hill above Mike Coe's tent stands the tiger cage. The outlaws head for it. Ham, the leader of the two, pulls the blocks out from under the wheels.
All right. Unlock the cage, Smiley.
Okay, Ham.
It's open. All right, now get behind the cage and give it a push. It'll roll down on that tent, and Roger's goose will be cooked. All right, push. There it goes.
Down the hill the cage rolls with a terrified tiger inside. Last picture top row, it rolls against the tent, knocking it over. A can of kerosene is tumbled over inside the tent. A cigarette falls to the ground, and the tent is on fire. The wagon is tipped over, and the tiger leaps out unseen by anyone. Dangerfield and Wildwood O'Dowd hear the commotion and come running up. Second picture bottom row, they see Roy lying on the ground.
Egad, Roy, what happened?
Tiger wagon.
Broke loose. Mike's cigarette started fire.
Mike confessed but didn't name his pals. I think the tiger got him. All the smoke, I couldn't tell for sure. And then Wildwood sees the tiger slinking through the flames. Trigger is nearby. In a second, Wildwood has snatched Roy's rifle from the saddle. Last picture, she takes aim, saying, "She's crazed from the fire, Roy. I'll drop her with your rifle." Roy, blinded by the smoke, exclaims, "Oh, it's empty, Wildwood, and I can't see enough to use my 6 guns." And there's Roy blinded by the smoke, and he can't see to use his gun. And Wildwood with an empty rifle in her hands.
Oh, what'll happen? The tiger is walking straight at Roy.
Well, we'll have to wait until next week to find that out. But now let's turn over the page. And look, here on the last page of the first section is Flash Gordon.
Oh, yes, Flash. And you remember that he just began a new expedition to investigate a new planet.
Yes, a planet named Titan. Titan's a word meaning huge, big, gigantic.
Also very large.
Yes.
And I'll bet you they've named it that because remember when Flash landed on Titan, he killed an ant that was as big as a lobster. And lobster is the size of a small cat.
That's right, and that's a mighty big ant.
Yes. I wonder what else they'll find on Titan.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-rig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash's party has spent the night aboard the rocket ship. The morning of their first day, at sunup, they are all packed and ready to explore the planet. The first man in the door says, "Well, let's see what sunrise on Titan looks like." And then he stops in the door in amazement. For outside of the door of their ship stands grass as tall as a man. Hey, what's going on here? Is this the same place we landed yesterday? Last picture, top row. As they make their way through the tall grass, one of the men says, "This grass wasn't the same yesterday. It's taller. Must have shot up overnight." Flash turns to the pilot. "Well, you're the only man who's been here before, Midas. What's up?" First picture, bottom row. Midas answers, "Well, when I last landed here, I only stayed for about an hour. I didn't see much. But I did see traces and signs of strange things. I saw enough to know that everything is big here. Bigger than on Earth." He pauses to light a match. Throws the empty matchbook to the ground. As they continue on their way, he says, "You know, I saw enough to know that there are humans here. Big humans." Last picture, as Flash's party moves along the trail into the distance, the discarded matchbook is picked up with curiosity by a hand that reaches out from the underbrush. A frighteningly large hand. The hand of a giant.
Ooh, that's amazing. Grass that grows as tall as a man overnight.
Yes, and Midas says that everything on Titan is big there, bigger than on Earth.
The hand of that giant looks almost as big as a whole human being.
So it does.
I wonder how big the people on Titan are.
Well, maybe we'll find that out next week. But now let's turn to the second section of the Comic Weekly.
Yes, and on the first page, there's that funny Dagwood. I wonder what happens to him today.
Well, we'll find out in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim, Zam, Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. One of the water pipes in the Bumstead house has sprung a leak. Blondie asked Dagwood if he shouldn't call a plumber.
Oh, nonsense. I can fix that little leak myself.
A few minutes later, Blondie and Dagwood are in the basement looking at the leak. A few drops of water have trickled out, and they've made a little puddle on the basement floor. Blondie decides that it's really not very much.
No, it's nothing. I'll go next door and borrow some of Herb's tools, and I'll have it fixed in a jiffy.
Last picture, top row. Herb and Dagwood are returning to the Bumstead house with tools.
Hey, I'll help you with it, Dagwood. I love to work on plumbing. Okay, Herb. 2 heads are better than 1.
First picture, second row. Herb looks at the teeny-weeny leak in the pipe. Oh, we can fix that in a jiffy and save you a plumber's bill.
Yeah, but be careful not to soil your nice new slacks, Herb. You take that joint, and I'll take this one.
About this time, Mr. McNuff, one of the neighbors, is at the Woodley house asking for Herb. Herb's wife tells him,
Oh, Herb is helping Dagwood with some plumbing, Mr. McNuff.
Oh, good, good. I'll get a few of my wrenches and help him.
10 minutes later, first picture, third row, Mr. McNuff, followed by Mr. Schnurkel, comes into the Bumstead house carrying tools, ready to lend a helping hand.
Oh, hiya, Dagwood. Snurkle and I come along to help.
Oh, thanks, fellas. It's just a little leak. We should have it fixed in no time.
Yeah, sure. Just a little leak. We'll have it fixed in no time.
So the men all tackle the pipes.
Okay, Snurkle, you'll take that joint and I'll fix it.
Last picture, third row, Tootsie Woodley and Blondie are in the kitchen. Blondie says the boys will be hungry as bears when they get finished, and Tootsie answers,
Yes, we'll fix up a nice lunch for the boys.
First picture, bottom row, in the basement, the boys are working away on the pipes. Suddenly, there is a... 15 minutes later, Blondie is at the cellar door with the plumber. Last picture, they look into the cellar, which is now 3/4 full of water. And they see Dagwood, Herb Woodley, McNuff, and Schnurkel swimming for their lives. And the plumber shakes his head and groans,
Oh, why is it all husbands think they're plumbers?
Well, don't stand there. Throw us water wings.
Wasn't that funny? All those men and all those tools and all there was to fix was a teeny-weeny drip. And look what happened.
Yes, they broke the pipes and flooded the cellar, and the water poured out so fast they didn't have a chance to find the stairs to get out.
That plumber's going to have some job to fix the pipes now because they're all underwater.
Yep, that'll be quite an expensive repair job.
Yep, that'll be quite an expensive repair job.
Well, now let's turn over the page and see what we find.
Oh, here's Brer Rabbit.
Oh, yes, right under the Lone Ranger.
Read that, please. I just love Brer Rabbit.
Very well, here we go with Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
Sometimes Brer Rabbit don't know enough to let well enough alone.
Today, Brer Rabbit enters Dr. Crane's office.
Oh, Dr. Crane, I want you to inoculate me against Brer Fox.
What's that? You mean vaccinate you with a foxpox syrup?
Yeah. Inoculate me with the foxpox vaccination.
All right, Brer Rabbit, roll up your pants leg.
So Dr. Crane picks up a bottle of medicine called foxpox. Brer Rabbit rolls up his pants leg to get the vaccination of foxpox so that he can't be outfoxed by Brer Fox again. Dr. Crane gives him a jab with a needle.
Oh, that tickles.
You mean it don't hurt?
No, it just tickles.
Dr. Crane pulls out the needle.
There. Now, if Brer Fox bites you, he'll get the lockjaw.
Last picture, top row, Brer Rabbit is skipping down the road, happy as can be, because now he's sure Brer Fox can't ever outfox him again.
I'll just skip over and give Brer Fox a whirl at temptation.
First picture, bottom row, Brer Rabbit skips through a bunch of leaves in the road, and...
Hey, what? Wait up.
And there lies Brer Rabbit at the bottom of a pit, a trap, a deep hole that he can't climb out of.
Uh-oh. This is some of Brer Fox's doings. I guess the foxpox vaccination wasn't strong enough.
Not too much later, Dr. Crane comes flying along. He sees the hole in the ground and hears Brer Rabbit yelling,
Help! Help, Dr. Crane! Help!
Dr. Crane exclaims,
Uh-oh. Looks like Brer Rabbit's vaccination didn't take.
Dr. Crane lands beside the deep hole, lowers his umbrella. Brer Rabbit takes hold, and Doc Crane pulls Brer Rabbit out.
Thank you, Dr. Crane.
Well, you was lucky, Brer Rabbit, that I was a-flying by.
Yes, sir. And we has got to change the scheme.
Why, how so?
Last picture, Brer Rabbit exclaims.
Doc, we's got the inoculation backwards. You is got to vaccinate Brer Fox with the rabbit pox.
And Uncle Remus says,
Ounce of prevention ain't always enough.
Oh, I think Brer Rabbit's kind of silly.
yes, I kind of think he is, too. Who ever heard of getting vaccinated to prevent somebody else from outsmarting you?
I never did.
No, neither did I. And I'm afraid that Brer Rabbit was taking too much of a chance by trying to find a way to tempt Brer Fox to catch him.
Yes.
Well, let's hope that Brer Rabbit learned a lesson.
Yes.
Now let's turn over the page. Oh, and look, here's Walt Disney's new story, The Sword and the Rose.
Oh, and it's a wonderful story because it's in the early days of England when Henry was the king.
Yes, it was the year 1514 at the court of the king. It was a gay day. Wrestling matches were being held.
And the king asked a handsome man named Charles Brandon to wrestle the duke, and Charles Brandon won. And I'm glad because he's brave and daring and handsome.
And then the king appointed Charles Brandon captain of his guard.
I wonder what'll happen next. I hope something nice because he's handsome and brave and daring.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Walt Disney's story, The Sword and the Rose. It's merry, merry England when knighthood was in flower. Music to bewitch our story hour. Unaware that King Henry's sister, the impetuous Mary Tudor, was responsible for his appointment to the king's guards, Charles Brandon, gentleman adventurer, meets his friend Caskoden at the court.
By Jove, Brandon, you make a handsome captain of the guards.
Oh, I feel more like a monkey in a red suit, with a message from the Queen to Princess Mary.
Be wary, my lad, lest you lose your heart to my Lady Mary.
Oh, we guardsmen know better than to look above us. A virtual stranger to Windsor Castle, the new guardsman finally finds a group of ladies in a lower garden. The ladies see him approaching. They exclaim in amazement at the handsome figure that Brandon cuts. First picture, bottom row, he asks, "Oh, ladies, have I the honor to find the Princess Mary among you?" The princess, who is in the group, decides to test the mettle of the new guardsman, and she says,
Is the Princess Mary of so little consequence that she's not known to a mighty captain of the guard?
Instantly, Brandon accepts the challenge and decides to play the princess's little game. Oh, forgive a blundering stranger at the court, milady. Since Princess Mary is reputed to be gracious, I presume she cannot be here. A lady in waiting says, "Insolent fellow." And last picture, Mary smiles.
Perhaps. But he acts like a man.
Oh, isn't he handsome in his new uniform?
He is.
And I like the way he spoke up to the princess when she said what she did to him, even if she was fooling.
Yes, so did I.
And I'm glad that the princess admires him instead of getting mad. I like her for that.
So do I. It looks as though the princess has developed quite a liking for Charles Brandon.
Yes, I don't blame her because he's handsome and brave and daring.
I don't blame her either.
You think she will fall in love with him?
Well, maybe we'll find out more about that next week. But now I'll bet you'd like to know what happens next to Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, please.
And we'll find Rusty on the last page of the Comic Weekly. So let's go to the very last page, and here he is under Dick's adventures. And you know that Dick is with Robert Fulton, who has invented a new steamboat, and they're having trouble making that boat run. Next week, we'll find out more about that. But now let's see what happens to Rusty.
Yes, and you remember last week, Tex found Rusty again.
Yes, that's right. Tex came to the Dooley farm to buy a horse named Silver Lad, and he found Rusty there.
And they're just about ready to start back home with the horses.
Yes, but there are two men who want to get Silver Lad because he's a very valuable horse.
And these two men, I think, are crooks. They're going to try a crooked way to get Silver Lad away from Tex. I wonder if they really will.
Well, maybe we can find out more about them and their scheme today. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Mr. Clinton, the detective who found Silver Lad for Mr. Miles, has given Tex the bill of sale for the horses, and Clinton leaves for home. Tex and Rusty plan to start for the Milestone farm next morning. Third picture, top row. As they talk, Rusty says,
You know, Tex, I've been wondering why Mr. Miles is so crazy to get Silver Lad that he hires a detective to find him. Is Silver Lad so special?
Oh, he sure is special, Rusty. You see, due to a disastrous stable fire, Silver Lad's the only survivor of a famous line of hunters. Last picture, top row. They walk over to the paddock to take a look at Silver Lad. Mr. Miles is determined to keep the line a-going, and he hopes to show Silver Lad at the Lexington Junior League Horse Show.
Oh, jeepers, Tex, that's a real important show. We'll sure have to work on Silver Lad to get him right for it.
Meanwhile, first picture, bottom row, at a breeding farm of Velvet Cane near Lexington, Kentucky. Velvet Cane is holding a meeting with two of his men in his office.
Now listen, Scrub, I don't want Quentin Miles to get Silver Lad to Milestone Farm for a while. And it's going to be up to you two boys to see to it that he doesn't.
Well, I don't get it, Val. What's the gimmick?
I'm not in the game of raising horses for a hobby. That big shot from South America is ready to give me top price for all my yearling hunters.
Well,
don't be stupid, Scrub. Silver Lad is from the world's most famous line of hunters. Everybody thinks the line ended in that stable fire. Now, if my customer knew that Milestone Farm was going to raise horses from that line...
The man named Scrub, who seems to be Kane's right-hand man, exclaims last picture.
Oh, I get it now. In that case, your big shot would call off his deal and wait to buy Milestone horses.
Yeah, that's right.
And Porky, a tough-looking guy, nods.
So you want Scrub and me to snatch the nag, right?
Right. And I want that horse hidden, and hidden good, till my deal is settled. Now let's look at this road map.
Oh, now we know all about Silver Lad and why that man Velvet Cane doesn't want Mr. Miles to get Silver Lad.
Yes, Kane raises horses and sells them to an important man in South America, a rich man. And he's afraid that if this South American learns that Mr. Miles is raising better horses than he does...
The man from South America will buy from Mr. Miles instead of from Velvet Cane.
That's right.
Oh, I hope his men don't do anything to hurt Silver Lad or Rusty or Tex. You think they will?
Well, we'll have to wait until next week to find that out. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Hello.
Oh, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I'm just fine. Except it has been kind of warm.
Yes, it has been. What do you do about the heat?
Oh, I just perspire.
Yes, I guess that's just about all anybody can do. Unless you want to sit on a cake of ice.
Oh, then I'd be happy.
Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Why?
Because if you sat on a cake of ice, you'd turn blue.
Oh, that's funny. but I do cool off when my father sprinkles the garden.
Well, that's a nice way of doing it. I'm sure you must look very pretty among all the other roses with dewdrops on you all.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, we haven't read Prince Val lately, and I've been reading him by myself, and he's in Ireland. And I wonder, can we read him today? Because it's an interesting adventure.
Why, we certainly can.
Oh, fine. Could we please go right to the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And since you're so anxious to see what's happening to Prince Val, let's go right past Beetle Bailey on the first page, turn over to page 2, and here on page 3 is Prince Valiant in the days of King Arthur.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Hecket, Brecket, Grey Malkin, and Quince. Music romantic for a fair, fair prince. On a mission for his father, Prince Val has come to Ireland, a land of brave and hardy fighting men. Val had met Brian O'Curry, a leader of one of the bravest clans in Ireland. And on their way through the countryside, Val and Brian O'Curry had encountered the forces of Sutton of Wexford. The clans of the two men engaged in a big fight. All day it had lasted, until finally a monk called Patrick has appeared and stopped the bloody fight, saying,
"Let your leaders bear the honor of your clan and decide the issue."
So the two leaders square off against each other with swords and shields. And then the duel begins. The great strength of Brian O'Curry is pitted against the shrewd ferocity of Sutton of Wexford. And mightily they fight. Last picture, top row, the sodden turf turns to mud under their feet as they struggle endlessly. And then the sword of Brian bites deeply into the helmet of Sutton. And first picture, second row, he falls. He gasps.
"Ah, you have killed me, Brian O'Curry. And our long years of fighting are at an end. My brain is cleft from crown to ear. I die."
Last picture, second row. Brian O'Curry takes the battered head of Sutton in his arms. Tears run down his hairy cheeks as he sobs.
Oh, a dull world it will be, with no Sutton to fight. Oh, the splendid warfare we have had.
First picture, bottom row, Val grins. I've been in Ireland long enough to suspect that you can't hurt a gale with a blow on the head. Let me see that mortal wound. Nasty scalp wound. Bind it up. Sutton's head is bandaged, and he finds he's able to move about all right. The dead are buried, and the wounded are cared for. And then the two clans put up the pavilions and bring out the mead to drink a toast of peace. A man named O'Doherty holds the glass. Last picture, Patrick says to Val,
"Now come, Sir Valiant, spend a night in my pavilion. When enemies become friends and cement their friendship with mead, there is little chance for sleep."
Oh, I think that was an excellent idea of Patrick's to make the leaders do the fighting.
So do I. Lots of lives were saved that way.
And anyway, I think that if two leaders cause trouble, it isn't fair to ask somebody else to do the fighting.
I think you have a very good point. If only the leaders would do the fighting, we'd have no war.
Yes, that's what I think. Patrick is a wise man.
Yes, he certainly is. Well, now look across the page. There's Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes. And you remember that Roy and Wildwood O'Dowd were going to investigate some camp?
Yes, it was a construction camp. Roy thought the crooks who had robbed the railroad payroll might be found there.
And they were there, and there were three of them, and they know that Roy is coming. And you remember last week the leader, who's holding a great big hammer, said he'll take care of Roy Rogers. I wonder what'll happen.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys.
Yip-I-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Yip-I-yo. As Roy and Wildwood O'Dowd approach, the leader of the outlaws points behind a pile of railroad ties, saying,
All right, I'll try to find out how much they know. Hide here and keep me covered. Hey, hello. You looking for somebody? I'm Hard Rock Higgins, construction foreman.
Roy answers, Yeah, maybe you can help us. I'm investigating a railroad payroll robbery that took place at this camp. First picture bottom row, Higgins answers,
Sorry, Rogers. I told the sheriff all I know about the payroll robbery.
Wildwood can't control her tongue, and she spits out that 2 men were sneaking away from the carnival after Mike Cole was killed. Yeah, and we trailed them here, Higgins. Just then there's a sound of falling timber, and Ham, who has climbed to the top of the railroad ties, slips and falls. Last picture, Roy pulls a gun and rushes past Higgins. Hey, somebody's behind those railroad ties. Higgins swings his hammer, saying,
Well, you'll never make it, Rogers.
And Roy doesn't see what's happening.
Oh, if he hits Roy, Roy'll be killed. Oh, I hope Roy turns around.
Well, maybe Wildwood will do something to stop Roy from being killed. We'll find out if she does next week. Now let's turn over the page. And here on page 6 is Walt Disney's story, The Sword and the Rose.
Oh, yes. And it's in the early days of England when Henry was king.
And remember that the Princess Mary, who was Henry's sister, had followed the king and some of the nobles.
And Charles Brandon, who's handsome and brave and daring.
Yes, she'd follow them out into the countryside.
And then the Princess Mary's horse started to run away, and nobody saw it but Charles Brandon, and he rode after her. Oh, I wonder if he'll save her.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with The Sword and the Rose. It's merry, merry England when knighthood was in flower. Music to bewitch our story hour. Riding swiftly, Brandon soon overtakes the runaway horse. He reaches over and grabs the bridle and pulls in. As he reins in Mary's horse, it slows down quickly. And Brandon realizes that this was no runaway at all, that the princess had merely faked the runaway. The princess says,
Help me down, Master Brandon.
As he holds up his arms to help her down, she smiles into his eyes.
The way you scowl, I marvel that you came to my rescue at all.
It's the guardsman's duty to watch over the royal princess. The princess jumps down. First picture bottom row, still holding her arms around his neck, she looks into his eyes and says softly,
Can this be the bold Charles Brandon? Am I a statue on a pedestal?
You are a princess, milady. I am only a king's guardsman. At this moment, Lady Margaret rides into the dell and calls, Milady, come quickly. There's great news from France. Sometime later, Brandon and the Princess Mary ride into the courtyard. King Henry and the Duke of Buckingham are watching from a window. The king says,
My new captain of the guards has been struck down by my merry little sister.
And Buckingham replies, Yes, but have you ever seen the Lady Mary herself so smitten before? Last picture, the king chuckles.
No, by Lucifer, I haven't. But there's a physician to cure her infatuation for Brandon. King Louis of France.
Oh, now I know that Princess Mary is in love with Charles Brandon.
Yes, and I think that Brandon is in love with her. But he feels because she's a princess that he shouldn't be in love with her.
But why?
Well, because he's only an ordinary soldier or a man from the common people, while the princess is from royalty.
Oh, and princesses and kings are only supposed to marry other royalties?
Well, that's the way they tried to do it in those days.
Oh, and so that's why King Henry wants Mary to become interested in the King of France.
That's right.
Oh, I hope she doesn't give up Charles Brandon. Do you think she will?
Well, maybe we'll find out more about that next week. But now let's go to the very last page of the first section. And here we are with Dick's Adventures.
Oh, yes, and I'm sure that today Dick's going to start a new adventure, and I wonder what it'll be.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick is fishing with his Uncle Jim.
After a while, he becomes lazy and drowsy and leans back against a tree. His Uncle Jim has been telling Dick about his grandfather and the early days of America. Dick, who is becoming sleepy, says drowsily,
Gee whiz, Uncle Jim. Did your grandfather really find gold in California in 1849? Oh, I sure wish I could have been there.
And Dick's eyes close. Suddenly, dreamland magic makes the years fade back. And Dick is a printer's devil in the drowsy shop of the California Star, a newspaper. Dick is busy setting to type. The editor, a man named Kemble, says first picture, second row.
The trouble with this newspaper, Dick, is that there's no real exciting news. California's one sunny day after another. We still have half a page to fill.
What about that letter you just received, sir?
The one from John Augustus Sutter? I don't believe a word of it. Well, time to go home, Dick.
Yeah, but maybe it's true, sir.
Now, mere rumor.
And then, last picture, second row, Kemble hears a commotion outside. He and Dick hurry out the door.
Hey, what's that crowd gathering for?
First picture, bottom row, they make their way to the center of a crowd and see three bearded men holding bags in their hands.
Hey, what's the excitement about?
And one of the men shouts,
Gold! The rivers are running with gold!
And last picture, breathlessly, Dick and editor Kemble rush back to the shop to put in print the most sensational story ever to hit California.
See, Mr. Kemble? Sutton must have discovered gold. Why, this is the greatest news in America.
Oh, that is exciting news. Gold being discovered.
Yes, and this was what Sutter had written to the editor in the letter that Dick referred to.
Oh, that'll make a big story in the newspaper.
Oh, you bet. A big story in the newspapers and an exciting story for us to read because that was an exciting day in American history. And we'll hear more about this next week. But now, look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, and Rusty's in the middle of a dangerous adventure.
And we'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, Rusty Riley.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Rusty Riley and Tex are heading for the Milestone Farm with Silver Lad, the last of a famous bloodline of hunting horses. This news has been heard by Velvet Kane, a not-too-honest man who also raises hunting horses. Velvet Kane doesn't want Silver Lad to reach the Milestone Farm before he can sign a contract with a wealthy South American. So Velvet Kane has sent two of his men to intercept the truck that Tex is driving. Kane's men have set up a detour sign that leads Tex and Rusty off the main highway. And at this moment, Tex finds his truck heading along a narrow path in the woods. He pulls into a stop. Rusty gets out.
Hey, there's something queer about this, Tex. This is a detour from the main highway. There should be a lot of cars using it. But there's just one set of tire tracks.
Well, that sure is queer, Rusty. Here, wait, I'll take a look.
There, you see, Tex?
Yeah, you're right, Rusty. Only one car has been over this road lately. If that detour sign's a practical joke, it ain't funny. Because we can't turn around.
Well, we just have to keep going, Tex. Must lead to a farm or something.
Last picture, top row, they approach a bridge.
Hey, that was a right good guess of yourn, lad. There's a light over yonder. Any kind of a house will have a turnaround space.
Yeah, and they can tell us anyway if this detour's on the level.
Meanwhile, first picture, bottom row, at the Milestone Farm, Mr. Miles has a visitor. It is the wealthy horseman from South America. Mr. Miles is saying,
I believe, Mr. Calderas, that you wish to purchase a number of yearlings of the bloodline of the famous hunter stallion, Gallant Corporal. Right?
That is correct, senor.
I would have paid any price to establish that line on my ranch. But alas, I am informed that the last of these hunters was lost in a stubble fire. So I am about to buy, as second choice, all the yearlings from a Senor Ken. I am not too happy, but I have no choice. I see. Well, if you haven't already closed the deal, you may be interested to know that I have just bought Silver Lad, a son of gallant corporal. Oh, but that is wonderful, Senor Miles. If that is true, I will contract for all the yearlings you will sell in the next 3 years. Well, Silver Lad is on his way here now. You can look him over at the Junior League Horse Show at the Lexington Trotters Track tomorrow. In a mountain shack where Kane's men are waiting for the truck carrying Silver Lad, Porky suddenly exclaims,
Hey, they're coming, Scrub. I can see the headlights through the trees.
Okay, Porky. Wait till they round the bend, and then sneak down to the bridge and plant that firecracker.
Oh, I'm glad that Mr. Miles told that man from South America that he's found Silver Lad.
Yes, because now Mr. Miles can sell horses to Caldaras.
And Mr. Caldaras will be getting the best horse.
Yes, if Velvet Kane's men don't blow up that bridge and wreck the truck.
Oh, do you think they will?
Well, we'll find out about that next week. Now it's time to go to the second section of Huck the Comic Weekly.
Oh, and I know who'll be there. That funny Dagwood.
And you're right. So here we go on the first page of the second section with Dagwood and Blondie. I'm a food, I'm a fum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood is at the office, busy working, when suddenly a shout splits the air.
Bumstead! Come into my office.
Yes, sir.
Bumstead, there's $10,000 in this envelope, and it has to get to the bank immediately.
Wow, $10,000. I'll take it right over myself.
And last picture, top row, Dagwood is sitting in the park on a bench between two hobos.
Gee, what a beautiful day.
Yeah, positively elegiastic.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now what am I offered for this beautiful hair shirt? This is no only hair shirt that I've on $20.
First picture, second row, Dagwood is watching an auction.
Do I have 15? Do I have 15? $15. Now, come on, ladies and gentlemen, don't put a... Gee, I love to watch auctions. 15, going, and sold with a man picking a lady's pocketbook.
Dagwood stalls one way and another, enjoying himself, until he sees that it's almost 3 o'clock. He dances around a corner for the bank and sees the guard locking up.
Hey, wait, I have to deposit this money. Let me in.
Last picture, second row, the guard pushes Dagwood back.
The bank is closed for the day. You'll have to come back tomorrow.
First picture, third row, Dagwood comes in the house.
Hey, Blondie, there's $10,000 in this envelope, and I've got to keep it overnight.
Blondie tells him he can't sleep with that money in the house. And Daisy the dog goes... And hours later, we see Dagwood sitting up in his pajamas, the dog beside him, a gun in his lap, a baseball bat in one hand, and bricks on the floor beside him, drinking a cup of coffee, trying to keep awake.
It's only 2 a.m., and I've done everything I can think of to keep me awake.
5:30 in the morning, Dagwood looks out the window. Last picture, third row. There are bags under his eyes. His cheeks are sagging. His eyes are so tired they're watering. And his mouth looks like a twisted scrawl.
It's getting daylight. Well, it won't be long now until the bank opens, and I can deposit this money.
First picture, bottom row. Dagwood is the first man in the bank. He hands the envelope with the $10,000 to the teller. And happy to have it out of his hands, he sighs,
Deposit this, please.
Yes, sir. Oh, thank heavens that's over.
The bank teller looks inside the envelope and then says,
But Mr. Bumstead, there's nothing in this envelope but an old canceled contract.
and Dagwood goes,
No!
Second picture, bottom row, Dagwood staggers into the office, hardly able to keep awake. And Mr. Dithers greets him.
Oh, Dagwood, dear boy, I gave you the wrong envelope last night. The one with the $10,000 sat on my desk all night. Oh!
And Dagwood slides to the floor and goes sound asleep. The last picture, Dithers drags him out of his office.
If you're going to sleep, you're going to sleep in your own office.
Wasn't that silly? After all the trouble that Dagwood went to stay awake and protect the money, then he finds out there was nothing in that envelope after all.
Yeah. Yes, but if he hadn't dawdled at the auction and in the park with the hobos, he would have gotten to the bank in time, and this wouldn't have happened to him. So I guess it's just his own fault.
Yes, I guess it's just his own fault. But I still don't blame him for being mad at Mr. Dithers for making a mistake.
No, neither do I. Well, now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
All right. Oh, look, on page 3, there's Donald Duck, my favorite.
And we'll read your favorite right away. Here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddy, chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Daisy has asked Donald if he will go skating with her.
It's a brand new rink, Donald. Will you take me?
Why, of course, Daisy, darling.
You do know how to skate.
But I was roller skating champ of my town.
A few minutes later, they're in Donald's car, heading for the skating rink. Daisy is saying,
But this is ice skating, Donald.
Skating, Toots. Relax.
Last picture, top row, we're at the skating rink. Donald and Daisy have their ice skates on. Daisy pushes off and sails across the ice as graceful as a gazelle. Then Donald gives himself a push, and his feet slip out from under him.
Uh-oh.
He shoots up in the air and comes down and lands flat on his face. Second picture, bottom row. And he crawls off the ice and calls back to Daisy.
Stay there, Toots. I'll be back in a minute.
Short time later, he enters a sporting goods store. And last picture, we're back at the skating rink. And there is Donald skating beside Daisy. She wearing ice skates, and Donald skimming over the ice on roller skates.
Like I said, Toots, I was roller skating champ of my town.
Wasn't that funny? Donald acted so smart about being such a fine skater. He said, skating is skating.
Yes, so when he tried out the ice skates, he found out he wasn't as good as he thought.
No, but doesn't he look funny skating there with roller skates when everybody else is ice skating?
Yes, he certainly does. Well, now look across the page. On page 4, there's Flash Gordon.
Oh, yes, and you remember that Flash is on a strange planet called Titan.
And remember that everything they've seen on Titan is positively huge.
Yes, there are giants there, but Flash and the others don't know that yet.
No, they don't. And the giants there are so huge that the hand of one of them could practically crush a man the size of Flash.
But Flash and the others haven't seen them yet because they keep in hiding. I wonder if they'll find one today. This suspense is killing me.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-dig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. As they face the huge cave, the pilot says, "Hey, there's no doubt about some huge man-like thing lives in there." Flash grimly starts toward the cave. "Well, what are we waiting for?" He says to two of his men, Hey, you two stand guard out here while we go in and take a look around. So, leaving the two men on guard outside, Flash, Dale, and the three of the others enter the cave. Last picture, top row. And whatever it certainly is primitive. Midas says,
Yeah, and dangerous. Look at that stone hatchet and that huge club. Hey, listen. Firing.
First picture, bottom row, Flash orders, quick, to the cave mouth. The guards are firing on something.
Hey, what's that grinding noise?
Suddenly, they see the cave opening disappear.
Now, look, something's pushed a boulder against the entrance.
Flash starts to scramble to the top of the boulder.
There's space at the top.
Maybe we can wriggle out.
Yeah, good idea.
Last picture, Midas sees the opening near the roof. He says,
Oh, we can get out easy enough.
Suddenly, Flash exclaims,
Hey, wait.
See there? And we see a giant hand waiting to seize whoever tries to crawl through. Whatever it is, it's waiting for us.
Oh, isn't that terrible? They're locked up in the cave.
Yes, made prisoners by the giant.
And he's waiting right there outside the cave to grab Flash and the others if they try to sneak out. Oh, I'm glad Flash saw that hand in time.
So am I.
My, I wonder what he will do.
Well, we'll find out next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello.
Oh, little Miss Honey. How are you today?
Oh, I'm hot.
Well, what have you been doing to keep cool?
Well, yesterday I went swimming in a lake.
But I'm sure you don't go swimming all by yourself.
Oh, no. I'd never go in the water by myself, not even in a small pond.
Well, I'm proud to meet a child who is careful when he or she is around water. And I'm sure you're always careful when you're in swimming in a crowded pool, too. And I know you wouldn't play dangerous tricks on anybody else.
Oh, no. And I'll never go into a river or a lake or an ocean without making sure that a grown-up is right there beside me, because you never know when you might find a deep spot and step into it way over your head.
Well, I can tell you right now, you're a good friend of mine, because anybody who takes such safety precautions around water as you do is someone I admire. And you know, you're a good example for everyone to follow.
Yes, I am I?
Yes, you are.
Now, could you please read the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Beetle and his company are out on an overnight bivouac, which means they're sleeping in tents on the ground. Beetle, who's been trying to go to sleep, exclaims,
Oh, the ground is too damp. I'm going to sleep up here in the back of the truck if no one catches me.
Next morning, as the sergeant is shaving, he says to one of his men,
Oh, Hot Rod, you better drive into town before breakfast and get those supplies.
Okay, Sarge.
Third picture, the truck is in town, and the driver has gone off to pick up his supplies. And then Beetle wakes up. He stands up in his underwear and stretches.
Oh, boy, that was a good night's sleep.
The lady who's walking by sees him standing on the truck in his underwear.
Oh, yoink! How did I get here in town?
And last picture, top row, he wraps a blanket around him, leaps off the truck, and dashes for a store in his bare feet.
Yeah, I gotta find some clothes. Hey, look, Mama, an Indian.
First picture, bottom row, he's in a store.
Quick, give me something to wear.
And 10 minutes later, Beetle is standing in front of a mirror, wearing a gay sports shirt and bright slacks. The clerk says,
That'll be $28.50, sir.
I don't have any money with me.
Then take them right off. Do you understand? Right off.
Fourth picture, bottom row, Beetle's hiding in an ash can. He sees Hot Rod, the guy who drove the truck into town, loading a bag of potatoes onto it.
Psst. Hey, Hot Rod, bring me a potato sack.
Hey, Beetle, you should be out on bivouac, not in an ash can.
And last picture, the truck pulls into camp again. And Beetle gets out of the truck wearing a potato sack. The sergeant takes one look at him and shouts,
Bailey, you've been absent without leave.
And Hot Rod laughs.
Absent without pants is more like it.
Oh, that was a big joke on Beetle.
Yes.
He climbed onto the truck and left his clothes on the ground when he went to sleep.
And he ends up back in camp in a potato sack, looking like a rotten potato.
Oh, that's funny, looking like a rotten potato.
Well, I'm sure he feels like one.
Yes.
Well, now, how would you like to see what's happening to Roy Rogers?
Oh, you know I would.
All right, then, turn over the page and go past Prince Val, who is in Ireland. Turn over page 3, and here on page 5 is Roy Rogers.
And you remember, Roy was trying to catch the man who robbed the railroad payroll.
And the trail that led him to the construction camp.
And the 3 crooks were there. And while Roy was talking to Hard Rock Higgins, that's the leader, one of the other crooks was going to shoot Roy.
But he slipped and fell, and Roy heard him, pulled his gun, and went after him.
And Higgins swung a great big hammer to hit Roy. I wonder what'll happen.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy dashes past Higgins. Higgins swings the hammer. Wildwood yells for Roy to duck. Roy quickly ducks, and the hammer sails over his head. Oh, blast it, I missed. Wildwood pulls the gun, and Higgins sees he's covered and holds up his hands. Then Ham, one of the other outlaws, runs for his horse. Roy shouts, Hey, hold up there, mister. The third outlaw, Smiley, starts for Roy to get him from behind. But he trips. Last picture, top row. Roy whirls around. Oh, no, you don't. Smiley is knocked out. First picture, bottom row, Roy exclaims, 2 men were hiding behind the ties. One got away. But I think this pair can tell us plenty about that payroll robbery. A few minutes later, Ham, the escaped outlaw, is burning leather, heading for the hideout to get all of the stolen loot for himself. At the same time, Dangerfield, the owner of the carnival, is approaching down the road. The outlaw sees him coming and reins in behind a rock. And last picture, as Dangerfield's wagon reaches the rock, Ham shouts,
All right, pull up there, Dangerfield. Whoa there, whoa. All right, Dangerfield, you're going to help me grab a bag of loot, dead or alive.
Oh, no, please, no violence. You shall have my complete cooperation.
Well, I don't think much of that Mr. Dangerfield saying that he'll do everything he can to help the outlaw. Dangerfield doesn't fight like Roy does.
No, he doesn't.
You think Roy will find the trail next week?
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to wait and find that out next week. But now let's turn over the page.
All right. Oh, look, Brer Rabbit.
And I know you want to read that.
Oh, yes, indeed.
All right, here we go with Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me, please. Hippity hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
This is about the time Brer Bar overslept his hibernating time.
Brer Rabbit is sitting on his porch reading the paper when Brer Coon and Brer Possum come running up.
Hey, Brer Rabbit, Brer Bar has overslept his hibernating time. Yeah, nobody can wake him up. Well, if you has tried everything, then I'll try something else. You better come on inside.
5 minutes later, Brer Rabbit is pouring something into a salt shaker.
This is my extra special magic wake-up powder.
First picture bottom row, Brer Coon and Brer Possum have led Brer Rabbit to Brer Bar's cave. And we see Brer Bar lying on his back, his hands folded over his chest, snoring away. Brer Rabbit whispers,
Now, everybody keep quiet and let Brer Bar do his grunting.
And then Brer Rabbit shakes his wake-up powder onto Brer Bar's belly.
Sprinkle, sprinkle, little dust. Now go ahead and do your worst.
Suddenly, Brer Bar's snoring is interrupted by a... And Brer Bar jumps to his feet and dashes down the road. And last picture. As Brer Bar disappears around the bend, Brer Possum asks,
Hey, what is that magic wake-up powder?
And Brer Rabbit answers,
Well, in the language of us creatures, it's what us call cow itch.
And Brer Coon exclaims,
Great day.
And Uncle Remus says,
Sometimes nonsense makes a lot of sense.
Brer Rabbit certainly woke Brer Bar up, didn't he?
Yes, you bet he did.
But how long will Brer Bar itch?
Oh, until he gets to the first stream where he can jump in, take a bath, and wash the itch powder off.
Oh, that Brer Rabbit, he's some trickster.
You bet, he's some trickster. Well, now let's turn over to the very last page of the first section. And look, here's Dick's Adventures.
Oh, yes. And you remember, Dick is in the early days of America in California, and he was working on a newspaper.
And you remember that last week some men came into this frontier town carrying gold.
Mm-hmm. And they said they discovered a rich gold mine. And I'm anxious to know more about it because gold is the richest thing in the world. So could we read, please?
Why, you bet we can. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Feverishly, Dick and Mr. Kemble work to get the news of the discovery of gold in their paper. Second picture, Kemble says,
Mark my words, Dick. No one's going to believe this silly yarn.
Well, gee, I don't know, Mr. Kemble. I got a hunch they will.
Last picture, top row, the door bursts open and a frenzied crowd surges in. They've heard of the discovery of the gold mine, and first picture, second row, the gold-crazed mob snatches the papers as fast as they come off the press.
Hey, it's true. Look, it says here gold mine near Sacramento. Hey, I'm going to get there and stake me out a claim. Yeah, me too. We'll be rich. Won't have to work another day in our lives.
Last picture, second row, editor Kemble pleads.
Now, don't think you're going to get rich just because somebody found a few ounces of gold. What do you mean, a few ounces? There's piles of it lying there in the ground just waiting for us to go get it. Yeah, and I'm leaving right now. Yeah, me too. Me too.
Last picture. At daybreak, after working all night putting out their paper, Dick and Kemble leave the office. As they head home, Dick says,
Hey, Mr. Kemble, how about us going ourselves and looking for gold?
And Kemble snorts.
What? You mean you believe it too, Dick? Oh, this is going to turn out to be the greatest hoax of the age.
Ooh, that was exciting because the men really believe that gold is there and that they'll get rich.
Yes, you bet they do.
You think they will? Dick thinks so.
Well, as in all things like this, there are those who will be lucky and those who've had a little more experience than the others, and these are the ones who'll get rich.
And the ones who are unlucky and don't know so much about how to do things, they're the ones who aren't successful?
Well, worse than that. They probably give up their jobs they already have.
and spend all of their savings trying to get rich. And they end up by losing everything.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yes, it is. But that's what happens when you're foolish.
Well, I wonder if Dick and Mr. Kimball will go out and try to get coal.
Well, we'll find out about that next week. But now look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley. And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, Rusty Riley.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. Tex and Rusty were on their way home to the Milestone Farm in the truck carrying Silver Lad, the last of a famous line of racehorses. A rival horse raiser, Velvet Kane, doesn't want Silver Lad to reach the Milestone Farm before Kane closes a deal to sell horses to a wealthy South American. He sent two of his men, Porky and Scrub, to make sure that Tex is prevented from delivering Silver Lad to the Milestone Farm. They've set up a detour sign which has led the truck off the main road, through some woods, across a bridge, and up to a shack where Porky and Scrub are waiting. As the truck pulls into the yard, Porky slips away to dynamite the bridge so Tex cannot get back onto the highway. Tex and Rusty get out of the truck. Scrub comes out of the shack to meet him. Tex says,
Excuse me, friend, but I'm getting a little worried about this detour. How far is it to the main highway?
Scrub replies,
Detour? Why, this ain't a detour, mister. This road ends just beyond here. How'd you get in on it? Why, there's a detour sign where this road leaves the highway. Says the highway's closed. Well, that sounds like some fool's idea of a gag. You better come on in the shack and have a cup of coffee.
Oh, thanks, friend. They go into the shack, last picture, top row.
Me and Rusty are due in Lexington tomorrow, so if you'll show us where we can turn the truck around.
Scrub leans back in his chair and smiles.
Well, mister, we can barely turn our jalopy around. But in the morning, we can try chopping a few saplings out. Then maybe we can find a way to get you.
First picture, bottom row, we're at the Milestone Farm. Mr. Miles is talking to his daughter, Patty.
I must admit that I'm a little worried that I haven't heard from Tex since he started.
And then he thinks,
if he only knew how really worried I am. I stand to lose Milestone Farm unless I put over that deal with Senor Calderas, and I must produce Silver Lad to do it.
And at the breeding farm of Velvet Kane, Senor Calderas, the wealthy buyer from South America, is saying,
I am most sorry, Mr. Kane, but I wish to cancel my order for your yearlings. I am going to deal with Milestone Farm. I have just learned I have acquired Silver Lad, son of gallant corporal.
Hey, don't be silly, Calderas. That's nothing but a rumor. You haven't seen that stallion, have you?
Well, Mr. Miles is going to show him at the horse show tomorrow. I have his word.
Well, word or no word, I got a grand that says he won't show Silver Lad. If he does, you can forget my yearlings. And last picture, back at the mountain shack. Porky has called Scrub outside.
Yeah, what is it, Porky? Hey, listen, Scrub. I planted the dynamite under the far end of the bridge. Then I went down the highway to take down the detour sign. Scrub, it's gone.
Yeah? Well, that ain't good. But just remember, nobody can prove we put it there.
Oh, isn't that too bad? Tex is driven right into the trap, and Porky's going to blow up the bridge so he can't turn his truck around and get back across it.
Yes.
And if he doesn't get back onto the road to bring Silver Lad to the Milestone Farm, Mr. Miles says he wouldn't be able to sell his horses to that man from South America, and then Mr. Miles will lose his farm, too, because he needs the money. Oh, I wonder what'll happen.
Well, let's hope that detour sign having disappeared will get Scrub and Porky into trouble and help Tex.
Oh, I hope so.
Well, now it's time to go to the second section of the Comic Weekly.
Oh, yes. And there's that funny to him today.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. The phone in Mr. Dither's office rings.
Yes, hello?
It's Blondie who says,
Mr. Dithers, ask Dagwood to stop at my dressmaker's and pick up my new dress for tonight.
last picture top row. Dithers answers,
Oh, don't worry, Blondie. I'll tell him.
I called you because I know he'd forget it.
Second picture, second row. The phone rings in Dagwood's office.
Hello? Dagwood Bumstead of the firm of Dithers and Company Incorporated, etc. speaking.
It's Mrs. Dithers who tells Dagwood,
Oh, Dagwood, would you please tell my husband to meet me at the Dale's restaurant at 6? We're going to dine there.
last picture, second row. Dagwood says,
Now, don't worry, Mrs. Dithers. I'll tell him.
I know, Dagwood. That's why I called you. I knew Julius would forget.
At the end of the day, Dagwood and Mr. Dithers are putting their coats on to go home. And then Dithers says,
Seems to me there was some kind of message for you. Message? Say, seems to me there was one for you, too. Now, what was it? Oh, dear.
An hour later, Dagwood and Mr. Dithers are down at the waterfront, still trying to remember what the message was. Dithers groans,
Oh, this is terrible. We don't dare go home until we remember those messages, Dagwood.
and Dagwood chews his fingernails.
Golly, it's getting dark.
And they think and think, trying to remember. Two hours later, the moon is high in the sky. Last picture, third row, Dithers suddenly shouts,
I remember the dress from the dressmaker's. Oh, yes, and you're to meet your wife at the Dale's restaurant. Hooray!
An hour later, first picture, bottom row, Mr. Dithers comes into his house. And there stands his wife, glowering at him. Dithers says,
Now, darling, I went to the restaurant just like you said, and you weren't there. I waited for you 3 hours and then came home. Now, dear, don't lose your temper.
About this time, Dagwood comes into his house. And there stands Blondie, impatiently waiting for him.
I went to the dressmaker's just like you said, dear, but her shop was closed.
That means we can't go to the dance tonight.
Now, Blondie, remember, I'm your lawfully wedded wife. I mean husband.
And a half hour later, Mr. Dithers, who is now a mess of bruises and bumps from the beating his wife has given him, is on the phone calling Dagwood.
Oh, hello, Dagwood. I'm calling to find out how you made out.
This is Blondie. Dagwood is in no condition to answer the phone.
Oh, those silly men. They just can't remember anything.
No, they can't remember a thing. Blondie was sure that Dagwood would forget if she called him. So she called Mr. Dithers to tell Dagwood, and then Mr. Dithers forgets.
And the same thing happens to Mrs. Dithers and Dagwood.
Yes. Well, after the beating those fellows took, I don't think they'll forget again.
No, I'm afraid not.
Aren't those people funny?
Yes, aren't those people funny?
Well, now I know you'd like to see what's happening in Walt Disney's story, The Sword and the Rose.
Oh, yes, please.
All right, then let's turn over the page and go past the little king on page 3. And here on page 4 of the second section is The Sword and the Rose.
Yes, and you remember, it's in the early days of England when Henry was king.
And his sister Mary had fallen in love with a captain of the guard.
Which isn't what they like to have happen because captains in the guard didn't marry princesses.
No, the king and the queen tried to make certain that anyone of the royal line would marry someone of another royal line.
Yes, but I wonder what will happen here because Princess Mary really loves Charles Brandon, and I don't blame her because he's brave and handsome and daring.
Yes, but King Henry has noticed Princess Mary is pretty fond of Charles Brandon. And the king had said he's going to break this up by having her marry the King of France.
Oh, I wonder if that'll really happen. I hope it doesn't.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with The Sword and the Rose. It's Merry, Merry England when knighthood was in flower. Music to bewitch our story hour. Charles Brandon, who is now in love with the Princess Mary, is talking to his friend Caskoden. Ah, Sir Edward, what am I to do? A mere guardsman, bewitched by the Princess Mary. And Caskoden replies, Aye, Charles. And you have cast a spell on Milady, too. And at the same time, in the princess's chambers, her lady-in-waiting, Margaret, and she are talking. Margaret tells the princess that she shouldn't fall in love with a commoner because King Henry has pledged her to marry the King of France. Last picture, top row, the princess answers that it's time that everybody understood that she'll wed whoever she chooses. At that moment, there's a knock on the door.
Well, Your Highness.
The Lady Margaret opens the door, and the chamberlain says, last picture, second row,
With license of Your Highness, the king commands you to the royal presence to meet the French ambassadors.
Mary answers, Inform the king I'm not disposed to come. First picture, bottom row, the quaking chamberlain returns to the king. He bows and says fearfully,
Your Grace, my liege, the princess says she will not come.
The king explodes.
What? Am I to be flouted under the Windsor roof? Defied?
And last picture, he leaps to his feet.
Arch thunder! If she'll not wait upon us, we'll wait upon her.
Ooh, the king is angry.
Oh, you bet he is.
He's going to talk to Mary himself, isn't he?
It looks that way.
Oh, I hope she's brave and doesn't let him scare her, though, because I want her to marry Charles Brandon because he's brave and handsome and daring.
Well, we'll find out more about this next week. Now let's turn over the page. And here on the last page of the Comic Weekly is Flash Gordon.
Oh, yes, and Flash is on the planet Titan.
Yes, and they're to investigate there to see what life on the planet is like. And they were trapped inside a cave.
Yes, and a big boulder was rolled against the opening of the cave.
And there's just a little tiny spot at the top that they might escape through.
Yes, but you remember that Flash saw a great big hand of a giant right outside the cave, and he's sure that the giant is waiting to capture them. I wonder what will happen today.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-rig-a-doon-doon, sash-ka-matash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. As they crouch on the top of the boulder, a foot away from the narrow opening, Flash, who has glimpsed the giant, says, well, whatever it is, it's hiding there, waiting to grab us as we crawl out of here one by one. Midas says, well, it's not going to get me. And he fires his rocket pistol. There, it's gone. Flash says, well, your shots didn't seem to bother it much. And then the pilot shouts, hey, I smell something burning. Flash looks around and sees the cave is beginning to fill with smoke. Last picture, top row, he exclaims, he's trying to smoke us out. We've got to act fast. Now, listen, cover me. I'll make a run for it. If I get outside, perhaps I can stop it. So, holding his rocket rifle in his hands, he makes a run for the opening. Here goes. He crawls out of the opening, but is suddenly knocked over by the giant hand. Hey! He falls headfirst into a huge basket. The smoke drives Midas and the pilot out of the cave. I can't stand this smoke. I'm getting out, too. But the giant hand scoops first Midas and then the pilot into the basket. And last picture, the three of them see Dale come tumbling down. Yeah, here comes Dale. Well, that makes the whole passel of us. Caught like fish in a basket.
Oh, they're all captured by the giant.
Yes, they're all captured now.
What'll happen to them? Will the giants kill them?
Well, next week we'll find that out. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly.
For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I'm very worried about several things.
Oh, and what are they?
Well, I'm worried about Flash because he's captured by the Giants. And I'm worried about Roy Rogers because one of the outlaws has escaped. And I'm worried about Rusty Riley because Tex and Rusty have driven right into a trap and don't know it.
Yeah, they're all in serious trouble today.
Yes. So could we please quick read the comics so I can see what's happening to them?
Well, yeah, certainly we can. You want to start right now?
Yes, please. So please read the funnies.
Puck the Comic Weekly.
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Bringing Up Father.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. A rig-a-doo-and-a-doo-and-a-rig. Let's have a merry Irish jig. Today, Jig's wife, Maggie, has gone out and locked him in the house to make sure that he doesn't get a chance to go out. Second picture, Jiggs looks out the window and sighs.
I might as well be in jail. No use trying to jump. It's 2 stories. I'll break my legs.
Last picture, top row, a truck pulls up and stops beneath his window.
Uh-oh. Now, where did that truck come from?
So Jiggs puts on his hat, first picture, second row, climbs out the window onto the truck.
Easy now. I'm not as young as I used to be. Hey. Well, I don't know where I'm going, but at least I'm out of the house.
Last picture, second row, the truck is out of town and is driving through a gigantic gate. Jig sees large stone buildings with barred windows all around him.
Uh-oh. Where am I? This place looks familiar.
First picture, bottom row, the truck comes to a stop. Jiggs climbs down off the truck, and an armed guard holding a machine gun exclaims,
Hey, what was you doing riding on the top there? The wagon too crowded?
You know, listen, how do I get out of here?
That's what all the guys in here would like to know. And Jiggs turns around, looks at the truck, and sees a sign painted on it that reads,
State Prison Patrol Wagon.
And the guard says,
All right, listen, Bub, you can explain your story to the warden.
Last picture, Jiggs is in a cell, playing cards with a prisoner who's wearing a striped uniform. And Jiggs, who loves to play cards, smiles cheerfully and says to the guard at the door,
You can tell the warden when he's finished to come in and join us.
The guard says,
Well, now, I'm off duty in a minute. Can I join in?
And the prisoner who's playing with Jiggs complains,
Gee whiz. No privacy in this place.
Wasn't that funny? Jiggs was locked up in the house, and when he took that truck ride, he found that he was locked up in the jail.
Yes.
But at least he thinks he's having more fun in jail than he would have at home alone.
Yes, you remember he said when he was looking out the window at his house, he might just as well be in jail.
Yes, well, he's there now.
And what surprised me is that he's enjoying himself.
Yeah, it's all that Jigs. He's some character.
Yes, that Jigs. He's some character.
And there's another character that you're fond of that we might read next.
Oh, I'll bet you it's Donald Duck.
You bet you're right. So let's turn over the page and go past Little Iodine and Prince Val, who's in Ireland trying to see King Rory and is having a very difficult time there. Then turn over that page, and here we are with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squilly chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Donald is looking at a calendar, and he sees that it is vacation time. He says,
By golly, this year we'll take a vacation in style.
Last picture, top row, he's at a travel bureau to select a place to go on his vacation. He says to the clerk,
Show me some of your best tours, pal. I got itchy feet.
First picture, second row, the clerk says,
Oh, yes. Itchy feet. Let me see. Oh, here we are.
And he hands Donald a circular on Africa. Donald exclaims,
Round trip, $3,000. Wow!
And don't forget, it includes a hunting license for one elephant.
Maybe something a bit closer to home. You see, I'm subject to homesickness.
Oh, yes, certainly. Let me see. A deluxe Pacific cruise at 2,000, or the Riviera for one.
Last picture, second row, Donald says,
Maybe I better see America first.
Oh, good. Here's a luxury tour of the national parks for 500.
Yeah, sounds very interesting, pal. But would you excuse me, please? I gotta go home to set a mousetrap.
Second picture, bottom row, Donald's at home. He says to his nephews, Huey, Louie, and Dewey,
Well, boys, how about going camping for our vacation? Yippee! Keen! Swell! Okay, let's get packed.
That night, Donald is in his tent, ready to go to sleep, when he hears his nephew's voices coming from another tent.
Cheapskate! Piker! Tight one!
Donald yells,
Quit griping! You said you'd like a camping trip.
And last picture, we see the two tents pitched in Donald's backyard. And now Donald is sound asleep. And Louie, and Huey, and Dewey are sitting in the other tent. And Huey, hearing the snoring, says,
Listen to him. I wish I knew where I could get 50 mosquitoes. Yeah, big deal. Some camping trip. Yeah, 15 feet from the back doorstep.
Well, I don't blame the boys for being angry. I thought Donald was going to take them on a camping trip in the mountains by a river someplace or a lake someplace.
Yeah, to be honest about it, I thought that's what he was going to do, too.
And instead, they have to sleep in tents in their backyard. That is not much of a camping trip.
No, I'm afraid it is not either. Well, now...
Oh, now, could we please see what's happening to Flash Gordon? Because you remember last week they were all captured by that giant.
Oh, yes, that's right. They were investigating the planet Titan, and they found themselves locked in a cave.
And when they tried to escape, the giant scooped them into a big basket, and now they're prisoners. I wonder what will happen to them.
Well, let's read now and find out. So let's turn over page 5, and here on page 6 is Flash Gordon. A rig-a-rig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. The pilot exclaims, Hey, we're trapped. Caught like a basket of fish by this dumb brute. Flash snorts. Some dumb brute. He smokes us out of the cave one by one, grabs our equipment, and tosses us into this basket. He's dumb like a fox. Midas pulls his rocket pistol.
Well, he didn't take all our weapons. I could get a lucky shot.
He takes aim with the side of the basket and pulls the trigger. Suddenly, the basket is turned upside down, and the giant shakes them out of it. Last picture, top row, Flash says, Hey, you're spilling us out.
Yeah, no, we're really in for it.
First picture, bottom row, as they sit up on the ground, the giant scoops up Midas.
Hey!
And shakes him until a pistol drops out of his hand.
Hey!
Well, there goes our last pistol. Last picture, Dale stares at the giant, who towers above them and says, He has our guns, our pistols, everything. We'll never see Earth again. Flash comforts her. All right, now take it easy, Dale. There must be a way out. And Midas says,
Yeah, and I'm taking it. I'm going to run for it.
Oh, look at that giant. Did you see his hand was as big as Midas when he picked Midas up to shake the pistol loose?
Yes.
How can Flash and Dale ever get away from so powerful a person as that?
Well, I'm sure I don't know. We'll have to wait and find out more about this next week. But now look across the page. On page 7, there's the sword in the road.
Oh, yes, and I'm anxious to read that because it's in the early days of England when Henry was the king.
Yes, and Henry's sister, Mary Tudor, has fallen in love with a handsome captain of the guards named Charles Brandon.
And Charles Brandon loves Mary Tudor, too.
Yes, but the king wants her to marry the King of France. And he had ordered Mary to come to him so he could talk to her about it.
But Mary wouldn't come and talk to the king, and the king was furious. I wonder what he will do.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with the sword in the road. It's merry, merry England, when knighthood was in flower. Music to bewitch our story hour. Enraged by his sister's refusal to meet the French ambassadors with their marriage proposal from King Louis, Henry charges into her chambers. The king is followed by the ambassador from France. He stops before Mary, who is sitting on her bed. The king glowers. Last picture, top row, Mary says she understands that the gentlemen of France come with an offer of marriage from their king. First picture, bottom row, the French ambassador kneels and hands Mary a beautiful and valuable necklace. My august master sends this little token of his love for his queen-to-be. Mary looks at the necklace and then says, Go home and tell your silly old master it is thus I regard his suit, and tosses the jewels to the floor. King Henry roars,
By the soul of my father, you will marry Louis of France within a fortnight, or I'll have you whipped to death on Smithfield pillory.
Later, Mary sends for Charles Brandon, the guardsman for whose sake she has spurned a queen's crown. Instead, Brandon's friend Caskoden answers her summons. Mary looks at him in surprise. Last picture, Caskoden says, Your Highness, Charles has resigned his place at court and is off to Bristol, there to take ship for the New World.
Oh, that's terrible. Charles Brandon's going away.
Yes, I'm afraid he believes that he has no chance of ever marrying Mary and so wants to go away someplace so he can forget her.
But look at Mary. She's unhappy. She looks as if her heart is broken.
Yes, she does.
I wonder what she'll do now that the king is angry at her. Oh, my, I just wish she could stop Charles Brandon before he leaves. Do you think she will?
Well, we'll find out about that next week. Now it's time to pick up the first page of the second section.
Yes, and there's Dagwood and Blondie. I wonder what funny thing Dagwood does today.
Well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. I'm a food, I'm a fum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie says,
Dagwood, let's go next door and call on the Woodleys.
Fine, Blondie. I'm in the mood for a game of bridge.
As they go to the door, Dagwood says,
We'll go around the back way. It's shorter.
And at the Woodley house, Herb Woodley says to his wife, Tootsie, Hey, Tootsie, come on, let's drop in on the Bumsteads for a chat. What do you say?
Good idea, Herbert. I was bored with my book.
First picture, second row, they go out the door. Herb says, we'll go around the front. I want to turn off the hose.
Oh, I just love these little neighborly visits.
2 minutes later, the Woodleys are ringing the Bumsteads' front door. But, of course, there's no answer. Now, how do you like that? They won't answer the bell because they know it's us.
Oh, I'm sure they're home, Herb.
And at the same moment, Blondie and Dagwood are at the back door of the Woodley house, last picture, second row, knocking on their door. And, of course,
They don't answer.
Dagwood exclaims angrily,
They're playing possum because they saw us coming.
Getting no answer, Dagwood and Blondie dash home. Into the house, through the back door. Dagwood dashes for the phone, first picture, third row.
Oh, Dagwood, forget it.
No, I'm going to phone them to prove they're at home.
At this moment, the Woodleys have come in their front door. Herb dashes for the phone.
Well, maybe they really were out, Herbert.
Well, I'm going to phone and find out. And last picture, third row, Dagwood, who has tried to get the Woodleys on the phone, holds up the receiver to Blondie, and she hears
The busy signal.
Dagwood thunders.
That proves they're home. I'm going over and teach that guy a lesson.
First picture, bottom row, Herb, who has gotten the busy signal on the Bumstead line, slams down the receiver and thunders.
Their line is busy. Well, I'm going over and let him know what I think of him. Oh, Bumstead, there you are.
So, Woodley, hi-hat me, will you? Well,
Yeah, you'll what?
I'll knock your...
You'll knock what?
A moment later, the girls dash out of the house shouting,
Boys, stop. We can explain everything.
And last picture, the four of them are playing cards. Tootsie and Blondie and Herb, who has a black eye, and Dagwood, who has a black eye and a lump on her head. Tootsie says,
I enjoy these little evenings together so much.
and Blondie smiles.
Let's do it more often.
And Herb says, and Dagwood echoes,
4 hearts. Wasn't that funny? Nobody could catch anybody else at home, and yet everybody meant well.
Yes, but I'm afraid the men jump to conclusions too quickly.
Yes, they must have.
Yes, they must have.
What's conclusion?
Oh, making up your mind. And Dagwood and Herb made theirs up too soon.
Yes, they did.
Yes. Well, now let's turn over the page. And look, here's Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes, and you remember last week, Roy and Wildwood O'Dowd captured 2 of those crooks who had stolen the railroad payroll.
But the third outlaw, Ham Hawks, escaped.
And he met Mr. Dangerfield. That's the owner of the carnival. He met him on the road, and he stopped Dangerfield and said he was going to help him get away from Roy Rogers. I wonder how he will do that.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Hawks turns his horse loose.
Get up there.
Hawk's horse gallops away down the trail.
There. I'm riding with you, Dangerfield. It's slower on that wagon of yours, but if Rogers trails me, my cayuse will decoy him in the wrong direction.
Ham Hawks, you are hampering my efforts to locate Wildwood O'Dowd, the star performer in my carnival.
Ah, shut up. Now listen, we're heading for Red Horse Bridge, where the loot from the railroad robbery is stashed.
I yield to your wishes.
Meanwhile, Roy is on his way to Red Horse Bridge and is nearing it, last picture, top row. I have a hunch that Ham Hawks will be here soon, Trigger. He'll be surprised to find out that his pal Hard Rock Higgins told me where the money's hidden. Roy rides onto the covered bridge, pulls himself out of the saddle, first picture, bottom row, then climbs up on the beams. Okay, Trigger, get out of sight now. It seems funny that Hard Rock told me about this hideout. Guess he didn't want Ham to get away with all the loot. Roy finds a little room above the bridge. He climbs into it. Now, let me see. Yeah, he said the money's hidden in that barrel. He heads toward the barrel, when suddenly a trapdoor opens, and Roy falls to the bridge below. Last picture, Dangerfield and Ham Hawks ride up to the bridge. Dangerfield reins in and sees the body lying on the bridge.
Why, it's my bosom friend, Roy Rogers. And he's hurt.
Hawks starts to climb out, gun in hand.
Yeah. He fell through the trap door we rigged for snoopers, Dangerfield. And now I'll finish the job.
Ooh, this is terrible. Roy has ridden right into a trap, and he doesn't know it.
Now he's lying unconscious, and Ham Hawks will be standing over him with a gun in his hand.
Oh, I hope that cowardly Dangerfield will get some gumption for a change and help Roy.
So do I. Well, we'll find out next week if he does. Now let's go to the very last page of Puck the Comic Weekly, and here's Dick's Adventures.
Yes, and you remember that Dick is in the early days of America working on a newspaper office in California.
And news came to the little frontier town that a gold mine has been discovered.
And everybody in the town just sort of went crazy and started to go off to dig for gold themselves.
Yes, they all thought they'd get rich quick.
And Dick said he'd like to go too, but Editor Kemble didn't want to. I wonder if he will go.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick and Kemble are walking down the street on their way home from working all night on the newspaper. Kemble doesn't believe that gold has really been found. And as they turn a corner, they meet a mob of men hurrying out of town.
So long, Kemble! We're on our way to get rich! Yeah, we'll see you with gold all over us.
First picture, second row, Kemble and Dick look down the street. They see shopkeepers nailing up their doors, windows being boarded up, stores being closed, as the men go off to prospect for gold. And as Kemble sees the whole town being emptied, he says, "Why, the whole city's gone crazy, even the kids." They go to their boarding house and find it completely deserted. The cook is putting on his coat, ready to leave. He yells,
Fix your own meals. I'll be a millionaire in a week.
You see, Mr. Kemble, everybody's going. Let's us go, too. They can't all be wrong.
Last picture, second row. Dick's insistence wins out. Though still unconvinced that the rivers of California are flowing with gold, Kemble decides to see what it's all about with his own eyes. Dick urges, "Come on, let's get a couple of horses." Last picture, we're on the road with Dick and Kemble. A long train of wagons and families are on their way to seek for gold. But every horse had been bought or stolen, so Dick and Kemble must travel on foot. Kemble's not happy. Dick says,
"They can't all be wrong."
Kemble snorts, "They're fools, and I'm going to prove it."
Just look, everybody's just left everything they have to go and hunt for gold.
Yes, and at last Dick and Kemble have joined them.
I wonder who's right, Dick or Mr. Kemble.
Well, maybe we'll find that Dick and Mr. Kemble are both a little bit right. That's usually the case.
I guess so.
Yes. Well, now look below Dick's Adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, and you remember Rusty and Tex were taking a very valuable racehorse named Silver Lad back to the Milestone Farm.
Yes, a man named Velvet Kane didn't want the horse to get to the Milestone Farm, so he sent two of his men, Porky and Scrub, to see to it the horse doesn't reach Milestone before Kane can sign a contract selling his horses to a wealthy South American.
And I'm worried because Kane's men set up a detour sign leading off the road, and Tex came off the road and ended up by a little bit of a shack in the mountains. And there isn't any place to turn the truck around and get back on the road again. I wonder what Tex will do.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for us, Horse and Rusty. Mr. Miles is worried because he hasn't heard from Tex. And at the mountain cabin outside under the trees, Velvet Kane's man Scrub is talking to Porky.
Well, I think it's going to be hard to talk that big cowpoke out of chopping a clearing here tonight. Getting the van turned around.
Well, how about me tapping him on the noggin, huh?
No. Bell's instructions are to do no beating up. Now, you get back to the bridge. If he gets turned around, I'll blow 2 blasts on the jalopy horn.
Okay, Scrub.
I'll guarantee he won't cross that bridge after I fire that dynamite.
A short time later, Tex and Rusty, last picture top row, have gone out in the darkness, and Tex has begun to chop down some of the trees to make a clearing to turn the truck around so he can get back on the highway again. Rusty says,
Golly, Tex, you sure are in a hurry to get home. Wouldn't it be better to do this clearing by daylight?
Well, Rusty, I wasn't going to tell you. But Mr. Miles has had some bad luck financially. Can't explain right now. But he stands to lose the milestone unless we get Silver Lad by Lexington tomorrow.
A few miles away, at a sheriff's office, a farmer comes in carrying the detour sign that Kane's men had moved.
Hey, Tom, I found this detour sign set up on the highway where that dead-end dirt road forks off. What's the idea? State road ain't closed, eh?
Sheriff replies,
Well, that sign was stolen from that washout at Trouton Run. Say, now, ain't there a cabin somewhere up that road? I was just thinking, Bert, it wouldn't be a bad gimmick for a hijacker to get a truck to go up that dirt road a ways. I got a mind to take a couple of deputies and investigate.
Doggone, Sheriff, you're smart as one of them private eyes.
Meanwhile, at the Junior League Horse Show in Kentucky, in the barn assigned to the Milestone Farm, Mr. Miles enters.
Oh, Jimmy, has Tex called?
Why, no, boss, he hasn't. When that South American gent was here, he thinks you're bluffing about Silver Lad. I think he's about ready to sign a contract with Velvet Cane.
At last picture, back in the mountains, Porky, kneeling near a plunger with a line connected to the dynamite that's been planted beneath the bridge, says,
Yeah, they stopped chopping. Must have cleared a turnaround. As soon as I hear two blasts in the jalopy horn, down goes this plunger.
That means if he pushes on the plunger, the bridge will be blown up, doesn't it?
That's exactly what it means.
And if he blows up the bridge, Tex and Rusty will never be able to get back on the highway.
That's right, and if Tex doesn't get on the highway with a truck, Mr. Miles will lose the order to sell horses to the South Americans.
Oh, and that means Mr. Miles might even lose his farm. Why, I hope that sheriff gets there in time to stop them from blowing up that bridge. You think he will?
Well, we'll find out about that next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I've got to go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Wiggly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date. And a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Yesterday I went on a picnic out in the country. Fine, thank you. And I saw the most beautiful butterflies.
I didn't know that butterflies.
No, not that kind. kind of butter. Butter can't fly. Anybody knows that. I mean, butterflies.
Oh, yes, the ones with beautiful wings.
And we caught several of them, and I'm starting to make a collection of butterflies.
Well, I think that's a nice idea.
And at night, my father caught a great big blue moth.
Oh, he did?
Mm-hmm. It's bigger than a butterfly. It's the Luna moth.
Oh, yes, I know them. They're a light bluish green. But when they die, the blue coloring fades away and they become white.
Oh, they do?
Yes, but a Luna moth would look lovely in your collection.
Well, that's very interesting. I'll tell my father that.
Yes, do that.
Oh, now could we please read the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Beetle comes into the sergeant's office. He walks over and leans to the sergeant's desk and says,
Sarge, why don't I ever get a promotion like the other guys?
The sergeant goes,
How can you ask me a thing like that? Come here. Sit in my chair. Put yourself in my place for a minute. Now pretend I'm you. I've just been AWOL. I've been goofing off on the PX all week. Flunked inspection. Fouled up the whole company. I tromp in, my hat on, lean on your desk, and ask, Sarge, why don't I get a promotion?
Last picture, top row, Beetle leaps to his feet.
You got a nerve asking me a thing like that?
First picture, bottom row, he slaps the sergeant to the face.
You lazy, good-for-nothing chowhound.
He knocks the sergeant to the floor.
Hey!
He jumps on him.
It's all I can do to control myself.
Hey!
I try to be kind and understanding, and this is the thanks I get. Now get out of here before I lose my temper.
No.
And last picture, Beetle walks by the sergeant who is lying on the ground. The sergeant shakes his head.
At least he knows how I feel about him now.
Beetle says to himself,
I think I'll ask him for a promotion tomorrow.
Oh, well, Beetle never will get a raise in salary if he treats the sergeant like that.
Well, I don't think Beetle was thinking about getting a raise in salary. I think he enjoyed beating the sergeant up. That way, he got even with the sergeant for all the things the sergeant had done to him.
Oh, he just used this as an excuse to beat the sergeant?
Yes, that's what I think.
Well, and that's why he wants to ask him for a promotion again tomorrow so he can beat him up again?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, that Beetle, he's some fellow.
Yes, he is. Well, now let's turn over the page and go past Little Iodine and Prince Val, who's having an audience with King Rory, one of the famous kings of Ireland. Turn over that page, and here on page 5 is Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes, and you remember last week Roy walked into a trap that was set for him at the covered bridge.
Yes, he fell through a trap door and was knocked unconscious. And then, a moment later, Ham Hawks, the outlaw who had captured Dangerfield, owner of the carnival, rode up.
And Hawks said that he was going to shoot Roy. I wonder if he will.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy lies unconscious on the bridge. Ham Hawks, gun in hand, walks toward him. Dangerfield shouts,
Stop! You can't do this! It's murder!
Shut up and stay away, Dangerfield.
Hawks stops beside Roy, raises his pistol. Suddenly, Dangerfield, with the courage born of desperation, whips off his cape and with a leap throws it over Hawks' head.
Hey, what's that?
The gun goes off in the excitement, but misses Roy. Hawks shakes Dangerfield off. Last picture, top row.
Roy, bestir yourself! Help! Aid! Succor!
At this moment, Roy opens his eyes and through dazed eyes sees Hawks going for Dangerfield. Roy pulls his gun, first picture, bottom row, and snaps, All right, Ham Hawks, freeze.
Rogers, you. Don't move. Hawk slips his arms. Now, Dangerfield, you saved my life. Dangerfield strikes a dramatic pose and boasts.
My strength was as the strength of 10, Roy, because my heart is pure.
Meanwhile, at the camp, Wildwood O'Dowd is guarding the 2 captured outlaws that Roy left in her hands. They've been sitting in the sun. Hard Rock Higgins asks for a drink of water. Wildwood O'Dowd scoops a cup of it out of the pail, then goes to him and holds out the cup.
Well, come a little closer. I can't do nothing with my arms and legs tied.
Wildwood takes a step closer. Last picture, Higgins leans forward as though to drink from the cup, then suddenly swings his head up and hits Wildwood a vicious blow on the jaw.
Yeah, I guess that takes care of her.
Oh, isn't that terrible? Just when Roy had captured Hamhawk, then these other 2 are going to escape. That means more trouble.
Yes, it does, because Roy thinks these 2 outlaws are tied up safely.
Oh, I wonder how this will ever turn out.
Well, maybe next week we'll find out about it. Now, let's turn over the page.
Oh, and look here on page 6. Here's Uncle Remus. I just love him.
So do I. So let's read Uncle Remus right now. Here we go, with Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
When Mammy Bammy tells Brer Rabbit's fortune, she generally hits it on the head.
Brer Rabbit is having his future told by Mammy Bammy, who does it by feeling the bumps on Rabbit's head. That's called phrenology. First picture, she says,
I sees by the phrenology bumps on your head that you is going to get a big surprise.
I is?
Yes, sir. This here big lump says it's coming fast and quick. Is? Yes, sir, Brer Rabbit. Tonight you is in for a big surprise.
Well, that's good news. I better get going.
Last picture, top row, Brer Rabbit goes out of her tent.
Thanks for the phrenology, Mammy Bammy. I don't want to keep my big surprise waiting.
And he dashes down the road. First picture, bottom row, he says,
Yeah, I wonder if I was going to get my big surprise before I get home.
He looks back over his shoulder to see if he can see his surprise, and then crashes into a tree. And all goes black. And then came the light. Several hours later, Brer Rabbit comes to. He's lying in bed, and old Doc Crane is taking his pulse. Brer Rabbit groans.
What happened? You did. I surprised to see that you is living.
Last picture, Brer Rabbit groans.
I guess that's the big surprise I was in for.
And Uncle Remus says,
The reward is often in what didn't happen.
Oh, wasn't that too bad?
Yes, little old rabbit. Brer Rabbit expects to get a wonderful surprise, and instead...
Forgets to look where he's going and bangs into a tree.
Well, that was some surprise.
Yes, and Mammy Bammy said he would get it that night.
Well, he did.
I guess that's the way most of the time with fortune tellers.
Yes, from my own experience, I would say that nothing I was told that would happen to me ever came true. Nothing good, that is.
Me neither.
But I can tell you right now, if you'll pick up the first page of the second section, we can read Dagwood and Blondie.
Oh, and I'm anxious to read that because Dagwood does such funny things.
Yes, he does. Well, here we go, on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie tells Dagwood.
Dagwood, the professor is coming today to give Cookie her first violin lesson.
Oh, good.
I have to shop. Can you take care of things while I'm away?
Oh, sure. Now stop worrying, Blondie. Remember, I'm an old musician myself.
A short time later, the doorbell rings. Dagwood goes to the door and opens it. And last picture, top row, in comes the professor of music.
Well, Professor, welcome. Your pupils all ready.
Grazie.
First picture, second row, the music professor sits down in front of Cookie. Buongiorno. Cookie sits down in front of the music professor.
Huh?
She looks at him. He's a little queer-looking fellow. A bald head with bushy locks of hair that grow out from behind his ears and the back of his neck. He's wearing baggy trousers, a black coat, and a big, flourishing tie. And he has big, bushy eyebrows, a long nose, and a big, curly mustache. He holds up the violin and says,
And now, Cookie, this is what I call a violin. This is the front, and this is the back of it.
Uh-huh. Where do you blow it?
Oh, no, darling. This you don't play with the mouth. You play with the arm.
Oh, you mean you blow on the arm?
Oh, no, darling. This is what you...
Second picture, second row, Dagwood is upstairs rummaging in the attic. Daisy, the dog, watches him curiously.
Daisy, I'll bet you never knew I played trombone in our school band. Now, where did Mama hide it? Ah, here it is.
Dagwood trots down the stairs and into the living room.
So, you see, Cookie, you play it with the bow, which is this long stick.
Dagwood quietly puts his trombone to his mouth, last picture, second row, and... And the scared professor is lying on the floor. First picture, third row, he gets up. Picks up his violin and music, muttering to himself.
Professor, you mind if I sit and watch the lesson? Maybe I can learn something.
The professor says nothing, sits down in silent anger, grits his teeth.
Now, Professor, don't pay any attention to me. You just go ahead as though I weren't here.
Last picture, third row, the professor holds up a sheet of music, looks at Dagwood angrily, then points to one of the notes and says to Cookie,
Now, that's what we call a full note.
First picture, bottom row, Dagwood jumps to his feet, puts his trombone to his mouth, and... And the professor is on the floor again. Dagwood smiles.
A full note.
And I am a fool, way up to my ears at these interruptions.
A moment later, the door opens, and in comes Blondie. And out goes the professor without saying a word. Blondie turns to Cookie.
Did the professor give you your lesson, Cookie?
No, but he taught Pop a lesson.
And last picture, Blondie walks into the living room. And there sits Dagwood with his trombone wrapped around his neck. Blondie takes one look at him.
Whom do you call to remove a trombone from a person's neck?
Dagwood gives her a thunderous look.
Try a plumber.
Oh, that professor taught Dagwood a lesson for butting in.
Yes, you bet he did. And now he's all tied up in his music.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, yes. We always love Dagwood and Blondie, don't we?
Yes.
Well, now let's turn over the page.
Oh, look, there's Flash Gordon, and I'm anxious to read that.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the second page of the second section, Flash Gordon.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Rig-a-rig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash, Dale, Midas, and the pilot have been captured by the giant on the planet Titan. The pilot, in desperation, starts to run away, hoping to escape. Midas shouts,
Hey, look, George is making a break for it. Stop, you fool!
As the giant bends down and scoops up George, Flash says, Here, this is our chance. It's now or never. Everybody scatter. Some of us are sure to get out of here. Last picture, top row, they make a dash for freedom. First picture, bottom row, the giant tosses George to the ground and starts after the others. Flash, hearing the steps, stops and heaves the basket into the path of the onrushing giant. The giant trips on the basket and falls. Last picture. Flash shouts, "All right, I've stopped him. Come on, Dale, fast."
Ooh, wasn't that lucky that Flash tripped the giant?
You bet it was.
Do you think they will escape now?
Well, that's hard to say. That giant is so big that when he gets to his feet, remember, he can cover a lot of ground fast. Of that, I'm sure.
Oh, I hope they get away.
Well, we'll find out more about that next week. But now I'm sure you'd like to find out what happens next in Walt Disney's story, The Sword and the Rose.
Oh, yes, I'd love to.
All right, then, let's turn over the page. And here on page 4 of the second section is The Sword and the Rose.
And this story is wonderful, and it's long ago in England when Henry was the king.
And the king's sister, Mary Tudor, had fallen in love with a man named Charles Brandon, who was captain of the guards.
But King Henry wants Mary to marry the King of France, but she said she wouldn't do it, and the king was furious. That's very angry, you know.
Yes, it is. And then she sent for Brandon to come to see her. But instead, his friend Caskoden came and told Mary that Charles Brandon was leaving the country.
That's because he loved Mary, and he thought that he would cause her trouble by staying in England. But I hope he doesn't go away because I want him to marry Mary. I wonder what will happen.
Well, let's read now and see what happens next. Here we go with The Sword and the Rose. It's merry, merry England, when knighthood was in flower. Music to bewitch our story hour. Charles Brandon has resigned his captaincy in the King's Guard and has gone aboard a ship that is preparing to sail to the New World. Aboard the Royal Hind, the name of the ship, in Bristol Harbor, he waits for a westerly wind that will take him away from England and the impetuous princess who has kindled his love. He sits at a table thinking, it could never be. Lady Mary was born to marry royally, not a mere guardsman as I. Last picture, top row, he's roused from his reverie by the opening of a door, and he sees a figure standing in the doorway, draped in a cape, and a voice says, "Charles." First picture, second row, Charles stares in surprise. He recognizes the voice, and then hears the captain of the ship shout,
"Weigh anchor! Weigh anchor! Weigh anchor!"
Through the open door, Charles sees the ship's men spring to action, hoisting the sails. Quickly, he closes the door, and last picture, second row, exclaims, "Princess Mary!" Mary tells him to be quiet, and she says that she has told the captain that she is shipping with Brandon, who is his master. First picture, bottom row, Brandon exclaims, "Why, you must be mad. No ship's captain will permit a woman on so long a voyage." Mary removes her cloak and says, "May not a gentleman take his page wherever he goes?" And Brandon sees she looks like a boy dressed in a page's costume. He stares at her in amazement. "Princess Mary, you'd hazard this for me?" Mary looks at him with love in her eyes and says, "I've defied my brother and spurned the King of France for you." Last picture, as Brandon tries to persuade Mary of the folly of attempting to masquerade as his page, an alert seaman pauses outside Brandon's cabin. The seaman hears the voices inside, turns to another, and exclaims,
"A woman's voice."
Yes, isn't that romantic, the way she came to Charles Brandon?
"Yes, it was."
That was because she loves him.
"Yes, it is."
I hope Charles Brandon lets her go along because I don't want them to be separated.
And neither do I.
But look at that tough-looking man who's listening at the door there. You think he's discovered their secret?
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until next week to find that out. But now let's go to the very last page of the Comic Weekly and see what's happening to Dick.
Oh, yes, because he's having a very exciting adventure. He's in the early days of America.
Yes, in the state of California. And gold was discovered at a place not too far from where Dick was.
And everybody in the town rushed off to try to dig for gold themselves.
And Dick has finally persuaded his friend, Editor Kimball, to join the gold seekers.
And last week they started out. I wonder what will happen. Will they find gold this week?
Well, let's find out right now. Here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me.
Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick and Editor Campbell have become part of the frenzied march to wealth, later to become known as the California Gold Rush of 1849. As they near the banks of the river, they hear sounds of anger rise from the crowd of gold seekers. The only way to get across the river is by a ferry boat, and the crowd is objecting to the high price the ferry boat owner is charging to take them across. First picture, second row, Dick hears the ferry boat owner say,
All the gold's on the other side of the river, gents. I'm only asking a paltry $25 a head to ferry you over. Now get aboard if you're coming. All right, I'll pay it, but it's an outrage.
Outraged, Campbell upbraids the ferryman as a brigand and a thief. But a gold-hungry mob swarms aboard just the same. As the ferry boat pushes off, loaded with men, last picture, second row, Campbell thunders,
I just won't be made a fool of by that thievish rascal. We'll find another way to get across, Dick.
Dick watches as the boat pulls away from shore. And then he sees it caught by the current and swept out into the middle of the stream. Then suddenly Dick stands petrified with horror. The boat is caught by a swirling current and smashed against the rock. It begins to sink and fall apart.
Hey, help the girl! Hey, we're sinking! We're sinking! Help! Help!
Every man aboard is pitched into the rushing river. And last picture, while those on shore are fishing out some very wet gold hunters, the rascally ferryman is yelling lustily from a rock in midstream.
$1,000 to the man who saved me!
Oh, I'm glad Dick didn't go on that boat.
So am I, because even though some of the people are being saved, it's quite possible that many of them will be drowned.
And Dick's just a little boy, and he might not be strong enough to swim all the way back to shore.
No, not against that swift current.
I wonder if anybody will save that greedy ferry boat captain.
Well, next week we'll find that out. But now, look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes. And you remember that Rusty and Tex were taking a very valuable horse back to the Milestone Farm.
But a man named Velvet Kane, who doesn't want the horse to get to Milestone Farm, has sent two of his men to delay Tex and Rusty.
And these men set up a sign that led Tex off the road through the forest and up beside a shack. And there's no room for Tex to turn his truck around.
So Tex has gone out in the dark to chop trees down to make a clearing so he can turn the truck around.
But one of Kane's men is going to blow the bridge up if Tex can turn the truck around.
Yeah, but don't forget that last week the sheriff discovered the displaced detour sign and has decided to investigate.
I wonder if the sheriff will get there in time.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. After chopping for hours, Tex finally says,
Well, Rusty, I reckon we've cleared enough of these saplings to turn the van around. We better get rolling.
But, Tex, I've been thinking of what you told me, though, about Mr. Miles' trouble. How can it save Milestone Farm if we get Silver Lad to Lexington by tomorrow?
Well, Rusty, I'll tell you. There's a big shot from South America who'll buy every yearling Milestone can raise if we can prove we got a stallion of the line of Gallant Corporal.
Oh, I see, Tex. And Silver Lad is the only one alive.
Last picture, top row, Tex says,
That's right, son. And this Senor Caldera's leaves for South America tomorrow. Now, if we don't produce Silver Lad, the contract goes to Velvet Kane, and the bank won't extend Mr. Miles's loans.
Oh, golly, let's get going. I'll put this axe back in the cabin where I borrowed it from.
First picture, bottom row, Rusty has returned the axe to the house. The wind has blown some letters to the floor. Rusty begins to pick them up. As he picks up one letter, Rusty looks at it and then exclaims,
Hey! Oh, Jiminy, wow! Wait till I tell Tex about this.
And a moment later, Tex is saying,
But, Rusty, are you sure? You positive you read it right?
Positive, Tex. 3 letters addressed to Mr. Markey at Great Oaks Farm. Isn't that Velvet Kane's place?
Meanwhile, in the car behind the cabin, Scrub, one of Kane's men, is watching the house carefully. He says to himself,
that big cowpoke starts. Well, 2 blasts on this horn, and Porky will blow a truss out from under the bridge.
And last picture. Not far off, a curious sheriff approaches the cabin with 2 deputies. Then the sheriff stumbles.
Hey, what's up, Bert?
Why, there seems to be a wire running through the grass. I tripped on it.
The other deputy says,
Yeah, but there don't seem to be no sign of hijackers like you thought.
Oh, I'm glad Rusty found that letter because I'm sure that made Tex suspect that something is wrong.
I think so, too.
And if the sheriff follows that wire, he'll find Porky or else he'll find the dynamite. And then maybe he can stop them from blowing up the bridge.
Well, let's hope he finds it before Tex starts to get in his truck.
Oh, yes, because the minute Tex gets in his truck, Scrub will give the signal and then Porky will blow up the bridge. I wonder what will happen.
Well, we'll find out for sure next week. Now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Little Miss Honey, how are you today?
Oh, I know a joke.
I'm fine, too, thanks. How are you?
Thank you. I'm fine, too. Why did the little boy throw the alarm clock out of the window?
Because he, didn't want to have it wake him up too early in the morning.
Nope.
Because he didn't want to...
Nope.
Oh, all right, then. I give up. Why did the little boy throw the alarm clock out of the window?
Because he wanted to see time fly.
Oh, that's very funny.
I thought you would like it. Would you like to hear another one?
Oh, yes, indeed, yes.
All right. Why did the little boy put the hammer under the pillow?
Because he didn't want his little brother to get it and smash up his bicycle?
No.
Because he...
Nope.
Okay, I give up then. Why did the little boy put the hammer under the pillow?
Because he wanted to hit the hay.
Oh, that was a very good joke.
Thank you. Now could we please read the funny?
Puck the Comic Weekly? Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Today, a magazine photographer comes to the army camp where Beetle is stationed. The photographer says to Beetle's hard-boiled sergeant, look, Admiral, our magazine wants to do a series on the typical trainee going through his paces.
I'll be glad to help. Beetle!
And third picture, top row, Beetle is climbing over a high board fence which is 12 feet off the ground. As Beetle sweats and strains, the photographer says,
That's it, that's it. I want to get a shot of you falling off on your face. Oh!
Last picture, top row. Beetle is hanging from a bar, chinning himself up and down. He's about to stop, and the photographer yells,
No, don't stop. Keep it up.
Yeah, but I've already done 25 chin-ups.
Yeah, but you haven't quite got the expression I want yet, Sonny.
First picture, bottom row, Beetle is crawling through an obstacle course with bullets zinging over his head.
That's fine. Now rip up your clothes some more. Okay, fellas, another blast of TNT. Hey! Oh!
Third picture, bottom row, Beetle is running through an obstacle course. As Beetle dashes across a log, the photographer yells,
Faster, boy! More action!
Beetle slips
Oh!
and falls into a pond of mud. The photographer yells,
Wonderful! Great human interest! Smear a little more mud on your face.
and he snaps the picture. Last picture, as Beetle's pals drag him out of the mud, the photographer says to the sergeant,
Wow, what a job. Thanks, Sergeant.
The sergeant yells,
Well, don't I get any money for this?
Oh, look at poor Beetle. Look at the way they made him work.
Yes, he certainly took a beating that time.
Yes, and then the photographer says that was hard work.
And can you imagine the sergeant asking if he doesn't get any money for this?
Why should he get any money? He didn't do anything.
No, nothing but order Beetle to do all the work. Well, now, how would you like to see what's happening to Roy Rogers?
Oh, I'd like to see that very much because Roy had captured one of the outlaws who robbed the railroad payroll.
Yes, but two of the other outlaws who were left under Wildwood O'Dowd's guard have tricked her and knocked her out.
And if they get away, they may capture Roy again.
Well, let's see if that happens. So let's turn over the page, go past Little Iodine and Prince Val, turn over that page, and here on page 4 is Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. At the railroad construction camp, Wildwood lies on the ground, stunned for a moment. Quickly, Higgins and Smiley start to untie each other's hands.
All right, hurry up. We gotta light out before Rogers gets back.
Meanwhile, Roy and Dangerfield are leaving the bridge with Ham Hawks, the third outlaw, who's now trussed up and lying in Dangerfield's wagon. Dangerfield says,
Egad, Roy, the local citizenry shall hear how I helped you capture Ham Hawks at the covered bridge.
Well, don't start talking till after you deliver him to the sheriff, Dangerfield. Well, we part here. I'll bring the stolen railroad payroll in after I pick up Wildwood and the other two prisoners.
Well, don't delay, Roy. I need Wildwood to perform in my carnival.
Meanwhile, at the railroad camp, Higgins and Smiley have freed each other and start for their horses. Wildwood, seeing they're not watching her, suddenly picks up a rifle and shoots Smiley's hat off.
Hey, the gal came, too. We forgot about her gun. Never mind her, Smiley. I see Rogers coming. Hurry.
First picture, bottom row, they scramble into the saddle. Wildwood fires again, this time at Higgins.
Ow, my arm!
And then Roy gallops around the bend. Higgins sees the game is up. They rein in and hold up their arms. Roy looks at Wildwood and the rifle she's holding and grins. Well, looks like I got you just in time, Wildwood. A short time later, Roy and Wildwood head for town with the captured outlaws. Roy exclaims, Whoa, whoa there. Listen, I hear shots. And then, last picture, he sees a stranger gallop toward them and shout desperately,
Help! Help! They chase me! They try to kill me! They say I ride a dead man's saddle!
Ooh, wasn't that wonderful the way that Wildwood fooled those outlaws?
You bet it was, pretending to be knocked out when she wasn't, And Roy arrived in the nick of time, didn't he?
Yes, just like my friend Nick Carter. He's my favorite detective. He always arrives on time.
Yes, you bet he does.
Now, Roy will turn the outlaws over to the sheriff.
Yeah, it looks like Roy's beginning a new adventure.
Yes, and I can't wait to see that.
Neither can I. Now let's go across the page, turn over page 5, and look, here on page 7 is Donald Duck.
Oh, my favorite.
And we'll read your favorite right now. Here we go with Donald Duck. Say the magic words with me. Squeeze 'em, squiddly ticket jack. Let's have music to fit a quack quack. It's a very warm day, and Donald's nephew Louie opened the refrigerator for a cold drink.
Hey, look, a bottle of strawberry pop.
Outside, Donald is mowing the lawn. And out of the house dash Louie, Huey, and Dewey.
Hey, Uncle Donald! Uncle Donald! There's a bottle of pop in the refrigerator. May we have it?
No. That's to cool me off when I'm done mowing the lawn.
Donald's nephews give him a dirty look and march back into the house. Last picture, top row. Donald says,
They were pretty mad. I wonder.
Donald tiptoes over to the window. Looks inside the kitchen, first picture, bottom row, and sees the boys putting the cold bottle of pop into the hot stove. And then he hears Huey say,
Boy, will he get a shower. Yeah. Be sure to give it a good shaking up.
and then Louie opens the oven door.
Now we can take it out. It's good and hot.
He hurries to the refrigerator with a bottle of hot pop and puts it back where Donald left it.
Now, come on. Let's get out of here before he comes in.
Fourth picture, bottom row, the boys are sitting under the kitchen window, listening carefully to hear what happens to Donald when he opens the bottle of pop. Louie says,
Boy, he'll think Old Faithful's busted loose in his face. Yeah, or a fire hose.
Suddenly, last picture, Donald sticks his head out of the window and opens the hot pop upside down over the boy.
Or Niagara Falls.
Oh, shame on them. They tried to trick Donald because he wouldn't give them the pop.
Yes, but they put the pop on the stove to make it warm,
Why was that?
so that when Donald opened up the bottle of pop, it would spurt right out into his face.
Oh, that's right. That's what happens when you open up the bottle and the stuff that's in it is warm. It just foams right out.
Mm-hmm. And the boys wanted to foam right up into Donald's face.
Well, this is one time that Donald fooled them.
You bet it is. Well, now let's turn over the page. And here on the last page of the first section is Flash Gordon.
And you remember that Flash and Dale are on the planet Titan, where they were captured by a great, big, huge giant. My, but he was big.
Yes, and one of the men in the party became hysterical and tried to run away. And while the giant turned to capture him, Flash and the others made a dash for freedom.
I wonder if Flash and Dale will escape.
Well, we'll find that out now. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rega-rega-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash and Dale dashed through the brush, crouching low. Run, Dale. That monster will only stay at the cave long enough to grab the rest before they escape. Then he'll come after us. Quick, into the underbrush. All right. That's good. We're hidden now. All right, stop and be quiet. Flash and Dale wait, hidden by the foliage. They don't wait long. Last picture, top row. Seconds later, a huge figure comes pounding up the trail. The ground shakes as the giant passes and fades away into the silent forest. First picture, bottom row, Flash and Dale step out. Flash sees the giant's footprints in the soft earth. Look at those footprints. Come on, honey. We must get back to the rocket for something to battle that thing with. After an hour of beating their way through dense undergrowth, Flash and Dale arrive at the point where they had left their rocket ship. They see that the grass has grown nearly as high as the ship itself. Flash stares in amazement. This is fantastic, Dale. In a single morning, the vegetation has almost engulfed our rocket. Let's get inside. A moment later, they're inside the ship. After a quick search, Flash stops beside the huge handcuffs which had been brought along to capture one of the giants. Well, not a weapon left in the ship. Only these handcuffs. But they may be just what the doctor ordered. Dale wonders how he can possibly come close enough to the giant to use the handcuffs. Flash thoughtfully answers, "Yeah, that's a problem. But I have a plan that just might work."
Oh, I'm glad that Flash escaped.
So am I.
And I wonder, were the others all captured by the giant?
I wonder that, too.
I wonder how Flash can ever expect to capture that big giant without any guns or anything.
Well, that's something we'll have to wait until next week to see. Now it's time to pick up the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
Oh, yes, and there's that funny, silly Dagwood.
And we'll find out in just a minute what Dagwood does today. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page of the second section, Dagwood and Blondie.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Ramafoo, ramafum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Blondie announces to Dagwood.
Oh, Dagwood, my diamond ring went down the drain pipe in the sink.
Oh, my goodness. Dagwood takes a look at the sink and moans, "I'll have to take the whole sink apart to get at the trap."
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, dear.
Well, hold up. Now, who's at the door?
Last picture, top row, Dagwood goes to the door. There stands his neighbor, Herb Woodley.
Oh, hi, Dagwood. I'm having an awful time. Can you help me fix a radio?
Come in and see what I'm doing.
First picture, second row, Dagwood shows Herb the sink, which is all torn apart.
I'm taking our whole sink apart to get Blondie's ring.
Ah, cute.
Well, I'm almost got it apart, so... All right, I'll come over and give you a hand.
Last picture, second row, they're in Herb's kitchen looking at the radio.
You sure the tubes are all okay?
Yeah, sure, Dagwood. It's a new radio. It's just not getting power.
Well, let's take it apart and see what we can find.
First picture, third row, Dagwood is sitting on the floor, taking the radio apart. He's holding up 2 hands full of wire with a lot of doodads and whatnot hanging onto them. Herb says,
You look like you're cleaning a chicken.
Don't worry. You'll be able to get it back together again.
And then in comes Herb's wife, Tootsie. She sees the mess on the floor and exclaims,
"Why, Herb, there was nothing wrong with the radio. I just borrowed the fuse to use in the laundry."
Oh, no.
Last picture, third row, Dagwood is going back to his house to finish his work on the sink.
Poor Herb. His wife certainly wasn't around when they passed out the brains.
First picture, bottom row, he goes in the house.
Blondie, hey, wait till I tell you the dumb stunt Mrs. Woodley just played on her husband.
Oh, Dagwood, darling, I have good news for you.
Yeah, what?
My ring didn't go down the drain. I found it hanging on a nail where I always put it.
Oh, no.
Last picture, in the middle of the night, Tootsie Woodley comes downstairs into the kitchen in her dressing gown.
Herbert, what's the light doing in Bumstead's kitchen at 3 a.m.?
Herb, who's having a terrible time getting his radio together, snarls,
He's still trying to put his sink together.
Oh, look at those poor men working all night long putting the radio and sink together.
And all because of a woman's forgetful mind.
Yes, those 2 women were certainly forgetful.
Yes, they were. They better cook their husbands some mighty good meals for a good long time to make up for this.
Yes, I think so. Oh, that Dagwood. The funniest things happened to him.
Yeah. Well, now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
Oh, look. It's Walt Disney's story, The Sword and the Rose.
And I know you're anxious to read that.
Oh, yes. It's in the early days of England when Henry was the king.
And Henry's sister, Princess Mary, had fallen in love with Charles Brandon, who had been a member of the King's Guard.
And Charles Brandon thought that he could never marry the princess, so he's gone on board a ship to sail to the New World, and I was so sad. But then, all of Mary, all dressed up like a page boy, came to the ship and to Charles Brandon, and she said that she was going to go with him.
But one of the sailors heard her voice through the door, and he knows now that there's a woman aboard.
And I wonder if that means that anything will happen to them.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with The Sword and the Rose. It's merry, merry England when knighthood was in flower. Music to bewitch our story hour. The sailor quickly reports to the captain of the ship that he had heard a woman's voice in Brandon's cabin. The captain hurries to the cabin, forces his way in, and exclaims,
Bilge and Bedlam, it is a girl.
One of the sailors jeers,
A pretty lad for a page.
and he touches Mary's curls. Brandon steps forward with clenched fists. How dare you touch her, you wretch?
Strike me, will you? I'll have your blood.
The sailor draws his sword, and Brandon whips out his. At last picture top row, the two men square off at each other. But Brandon is quickly seized from behind by several other sailors. First picture bottom row, Brandon is overpowered by a swarm of brawny seamen.
All right, bring him on deck. And the girl, too.
A few minutes later, on deck of the ship, the captain is saying to Brandon and Mary,
I could put you in irons for the whole voyage. But no Jonah of a woman sails on my ship. I'm putting you ashore in the longboat.
Meanwhile, a posse of the King's Lancers clatters through the outskirts of Bristol. They ride straight through the village and to the quay at the water's edge. Last picture, the grim group waits as the Royal Hind's longboat approaches the quay with a hapless guardsman and the runaway princess.
Ooh, those are the king's guards who've come searching for Mary, I'm sure.
Yes, and if the boat that Brandon is in stops at the quay,
The guards will certainly capture Brandon and the princess, and then what will happen?
well, that we'll have to wait until next week to find out. But now let's turn over the page.
All right. Oh, look, there's Dick's Adventures. And this is exciting because it's in the early days of America.
Yes, in the state of California.
And you remember, gold had been discovered, and everybody in the town that Dick was in had run off to dig for gold themselves so they could get rich.
And Dick and his friend Editor Kimball have gone, too. And remember that they'd come to a river, and the only way to get across was on a ferry boat.
But the ferryboat man was charging so much money that Editor Kimball refused to go on the boat.
And when the boat got out in the middle of the river, it was wrecked, and the people were thrown into the water.
And the ferryboat man was hanging onto a rock and yelling for help. Do you think anybody will save him?
Let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's Adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. A swindling, rascally ferryman who is charging cutthroat prices during the height of the California gold rush has accidentally capsized his own craft. And from midstream, he yells,
Help! $1,000 to anyone who can save me!
After a moment of hesitation, Dick and Editor Kimball plunge in to save the man. But the current is stronger than they thought, and 3 lives are in peril instead of 1. Last picture, top row, they are swept downstream. Then, suddenly, first picture, second row, are swept close to some rocks near the shore. And the 3 floundering swimmers are fished out by a couple of Indians and stagger to safety. They find themselves in an Indian camp. Last picture, second row, once on their feet again, Campbell says,
Now, don't forget, you owe the Indians $1,000 reward for saving your life.
The boatman swings at Campbell.
I'm not paying them a cent, and you neither.
First picture, bottom row, Dick shouts,
You're not getting away with this.
and Dick goes after the boatman, too. And then a quiet voice commands,
Pay them the $1,000, Pigpen.
The men stop fighting. Dick looks up and sees a tall man, neatly dressed, holding a gun. Pay them the $1,000, Pigpen. To Dick's surprise, the boatman immediately takes the money out of his pocket and hands it to the Indians. And then, last picture, the stranger with the gun says,
Now get off my property, all of you. I don't want any gold hunters here.
Well, I'm not sure that I would have saved that man's life the way he acted?
Well, I know how you feel, but it's a Christian thing to do.
I suppose so. But it wasn't Christian of that ferry boat man to hit Editor Kimball after he saved his life.
No, but you see, he lost out in the end. The strange man with the gun made the ferry boat man pay the Indians.
Yes. I wonder who that man is. He looks very interesting.
Yes, he does. Well, maybe we'll find out about this strange man next week. But now, look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes. And you remember that Rusty Riley and Tex were on their way to the Milestone Farm with a horse called Silver Lad.
And the horse has to be at the Milestone Farm by tomorrow. But some crooks have led Tex and Rusty into a trap.
They got them off the road among the trees, so Tex couldn't turn the truck around to get it back on the road.
Yes, but remember, last week, Tex chopped down enough trees to turn the truck around.
And then Rusty found some letters in the cabin showing that the two men that they'd met there were Velvet Kane's men. And Velvet Kane, you know he's a crook.
Yes, well, let's see what happens now that Tex and Rusty know who Scrub and Porky are. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. After hearing from Rusty that the two men, Scrub and Porky, are working for Velvet Kane, Tex says, "Stay here, Rusty. I'm going to have a word with that fella called Scrub Markey. Did you notice where he went?"
Well, he was sitting in that old car there's a couple of minutes ago, Tex.
Last picture, top row. Tex walks over to the car at the edge of the clearing. Scrub Markey is standing there.
"Markey, I got good reason to believe you're working for Velvet Kane. This here detour gag was to keep us from getting to Lexington in time. Well, it ain't going to work. Very smart of you to figure that out. But don't be too sure you're out of the woods, Purdy."
First picture, bottom row, Tex says,
"Well, we've turned around and we're ready to roll. Now, I warn you, I can get tough, so don't try to stop me." "Have it your own way, big boy. But if I was you, I wouldn't try driving over that bridge."
Tex walks to the truck.
"All right, come on, Rusty, let's go."
Okay, Tex. Well, what do you think he meant about the bridge?
Meanwhile, the sheriff, who had discovered the detour sign had been taken down, has followed the other road leading to the cabin to investigate. The sheriff had stumbled over the wire in the dark. He turns to his deputies and says,
"Now, you boys stay here in the road and stop anybody that comes along. I am going to follow up this wire."
"Right, Sheriff." The sheriff makes his way through the woods, following the wire. He finds that it leads to the bridge. Last picture, he follows it under the bridge and finds it comes to an end around 3 little sticks. The sheriff says to himself,
"Gee, horsefat. There's a charge of dynamite under this bridge truss."
Oh, goody. The sheriff has discovered the dynamite under the bridge.
"Yes, but if he doesn't hurry and cut that wire before Tex starts his truck, it may be blown up."
Oh, yes, because if Tex starts to leave the clearing, Scrub is going to blow 2 honks on his horn, and that will be the signal for Porky to set off the dynamite and blow up the bridge.
Well, if that happens before the sheriff cuts that wire, the dynamite might blow up in his face, and he'd be killed.
Oh, I wonder what will happen.
Well, we'll find out that next week. But now that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time. And here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck, the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I know a riddle. Fine, thank you. How are you?
Quite fine, thank you. What is the riddle?
If a boy wears his pants out, what will he do?
Ask his father for money to buy a new pair?
No.
Get a job delivering newspapers so he can make enough money to buy a new pair?
No.
Oh, all right, I give up. If a boy wears his pants out, what will he do?
Wear them in again.
Oh, that's a good one. Of course, if he wears his pants out of the house, he'll wear them back into the house again.
Yes, I know another riddle, too, but I'm anxious to have you read the funnies, so I'll save it for next week.
Oh, fine.
So now could we please read the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly?
Yes.
Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now, here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, under Bringing Up Father, Beetle Bailey.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Toot me a toot and tweet me a tweedle. Squeeze out music for Bailey the Beetle. Out at the army camp where Beetle is stationed, Beetle and his friend Bammy are helping in the kitchen. Beetle sees the cook hand a pan full of meat and vegetable scraps to Bammy.
All right, here, Bammy. Put these bones and scraps in that pot where I'm saving the soup stock.
Oh, the captain ordered you to economize again, huh? Beetle watches as Bammy walks over to a big cauldron standing on a table and dumps the scraps into it. The cook roars.
All right, hurry and get the floor swept, Beetle.
Beetle starts to sweep up the floor, which is covered with tin cans, cigar butts, and a lot of other scraps.
There's only one thing that keeps me from punching him in the nose. It's that he'd punch me back.
Last picture, top row, Beetle sweeps the stuff into a dustpan, and then walks over to the big cauldron that Bammy had dumped the meat scraps into.
I'll save myself a trip outside and dump this where Bammy emptied the garbage.
First picture, bottom row, the cook comes back into the kitchen. Beetle points to the floor and says,
Now that's what I call a clean floor.
Yeah, it'll have to do. Now go on out and peel some spuds for supper while I cook lunch.
At noon, the officers line up for lunch. The captain is at the head of the line. He says,
Well, what's in the soup you got for lunch, Cookie?
Oh, just about everything, Captain.
Third picture, bottom row, Cookie lifts the cauldron off the stove.
Yeah, it's a real challenge to my cooking ability to make a good meal out of what I can scrape up.
And then Cookie dips out a ladle full of soup and empties it into the captain's soup bowl. And out come tin cans, cigar butts, broken plates, a pair of old rubbers, and the captain roars,
Cookie, I think you carried this economy business too far.
Hey, please, Cookie, stop it. Please, Cookie, stop it.
And last picture, the cook has set the cauldron back on the stove and has shoved Beetle into the kettle. And as Beetle struggles to get out, the cook roars,
You want to serve your country?
Yeah, of course I want to serve my country, but...
Fine, we'll serve you for lunch.
Oh, that was some joke on the cook.
Yes, Beetle thought that all of the scraps were going to be thrown out.
Yes, and all the time the cook was saving them to make soup.
Yes. Well, Beetle certainly got himself into trouble that time, dumping the stuff he swept off the floor into the soup stock.
Yes, that Beetle, he's some character.
Yes, that Beetle, he's some character. Well, now I'll bet you'd like to know what's happening to the princess in The Sword and the Rose.
Oh, yes, please.
All right, then, let's turn over the page and go past Little Iodine and Prince Val, turn over page 3, and there on page 5 is Walt Disney's The Sword and the Rose.
And you remember, it's in the early days of England when Henry was king.
Yes, and Henry's sister, the Princess Mary, has fallen in love with a captain of the guards named Charles Brandon.
And they tried to escape from England so that they could get married. Because, you see, they had to because King Henry wanted the princess to marry the King of France.
Yes, but last week they were put off the ship they tried to sail away on, and they've been sent back to shore.
And there stand the king's men waiting for them. I wonder what'll happen to them now. Do you think the king will punish Charles Brandon?
Well, let's find out right away. Here we go with the Sword and the Rose. It's merry, merry England when knighthood was in flower. Music to bewitch our story hour. The boat from the ship pulls up to the quay, and Mary and Charles Brandon step ashore from the longboat. The captain of the King's Lancers steps forward.
Charles Brandon, I'm charged to convey you to the Tower of London, arrested in the King's name for high treason. Your Highness will be escorted to the Royal Palace at Greenwich, where your brother, the King, awaits you.
Last picture top row, Charles is seized by two of the Lancers. Mary tells Charles not to despair, that she will never marry anyone but him. Next morning, at Greenwich Palace, first picture bottom row, the king is at breakfast. His chancellor is reading from a document.
And since abduction of the princess is an act of high treason, I have drawn up a warrant for the execution of Charles Brandon.
Ah, that traitor!
The king seizes the document and signs his name to the death warrant.
Causing trouble between England and France, endangering the marriage between the king's sister and Louis. There.
And then he returns to breakfast.
Now, my Lord Chancellor, you propose to stretch Brandon's neck or to shorten him?
Just then, Princess Mary enters the room, last picture, and is horrified to hear the chancellor saying,
My lord, a prisoner of such consequence deserves the dignity of the ceremonial acts.
Oh, this is awful. They're going to execute Charles Brandon.
Yes, they're going to execute him, and the king is going to have him killed to make certain that the princess won't marry him.
Well, he thinks that she'll marry the King of France, then?
I think that's the king's scheme.
Well, how can Charles Brandon ever be saved?
Now, maybe we'll find out about that next week. But now let's turn over the page and see who's there.
All right. Oh, look, Flash Gordon. And Flash is in terrible danger.
You bet he is. He and his companions have been exploring the planet Titan.
And they were pursued by a terrifically huge, great big giant.
But they escaped from the giant and ran into the rocket ship and found that all of their weapons were gone.
All except some huge handcuffs.
Yes, handcuffs big enough for a giant. And that gave Flash an idea.
I wonder what the idea is. I don't see how Flash could ever capture a great big giant like that.
Well, let's read and see what Flash's plan is. Here we go with Flash Gordon. Rig-a-rig-a-doon-doon, sash-ka-matash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. Flash and Dale are making their way through the brush, Flash carrying the huge handcuffs on his shoulders. Dale wonders how he can expect to handcuff a giant 10 feet high. Flash replies, I don't quite know myself, Dale. Hey, that old tree over there. That might be your answer. Second picture, Flash climbs the tree. Hey, his tree is hollowed right down to the base. Good. Last picture, top row. Flash fastens one of the handcuffs around a huge branch. There. And then he lets the other end drop down into the hollow tree. Now to set the trap. See, the open handcuff dangles down inside the tree trunk. First picture, bottom row, Flash scrambles down. Then he takes a long pole and begins to scratch an opening in the side of the tree that leads into the hollow trunk. See, here's my plan, Dale. The object is to snare the giant's wrist in the handcuff. First, I enlarge this opening at the base of the trunk enough for my body to pass through. Then, when the giant sees me, he'll come after me. And Flash tosses the stick aside. He climbs in through the hole in the side of the hollow tree. Then I slip through the hole and scramble up inside the trunk. The giant reaches his arm in after me, and I snap the cuff around his wrist. Suddenly, the giant's head appears in the bushes, and the giant starts to approach the tree. Last picture, Flash shouts, "Hey, run, honey. I'm coming down. I'll hold him off." Dale answers, "No, Flash, stay there. I can get through the hole in the trunk."
Ooh, that's a wonderful plan Flash had.
Yes, the giant doesn't see the handcuff dangling down inside the hollow tree trunk.
And Flash wants the giant to stick his hand through the hole in the hollow tree.
And when he reaches inside to feel around for Flash, Flash expects to fasten the handcuff to his wrist.
And then the giant will be caught.
Yes, and it might work if Dale gets through the hole in the trunk fast enough.
Ooh, I wonder if she will.
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until next week to find that out. Now, look across the page. There's Roy Rogers.
Oh, yes, and you remember Roy and Wildwood were taking the outlaws that had escaped to the sheriff when they heard somebody calling.
And Roy looked around and saw somebody galloping toward him and shouting for help.
And that means a new adventure, I'm sure.
You bet. So let's read now and find out what develops. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. Roy sees a young boy galloping toward him.
Hey, Senor Roy, two men, they chase me. They say I ride a dead man's saddle.
Why, it's my little friend Chili. Hey, Wildwood, you take a prisoner to the sheriff. I'll be along later. Wildwood rides off with the two outlaws. Roy helps Chili out of the saddle. All right, now, Chili, you tell me all about it.
Well, I find this saddle and a dead horse down in Stone Canyon. No one is around, so I take it. But then, Senor Roy, two hombres, they chase me. They say I steal it from a dead man. But this is not true.
That may be them now, Chili. You let me handle this. Last picture, top row, two horsemen ride up and rein in before Roy. One starts to dismount. Roy says, "Hey, you gents got some explaining to do. You're the ones that have been chasing this boy."
Now, take it easy, stranger. Pate Preston, who ran the newspaper on Birch Creek, was dry gulched on top of Stone Canyon. This boy's got his saddle.
First picture, bottom row, one of the men walks up to Chili, makes a grab for him.
I'll teach you to steal saddles, kid.
Hey, you leave that boy alone. Roy makes a leap and twists the man's arm behind him.
Hey, what's that?
The other man, who is obviously the leader of the two, says,
"Gaffer, you're a blundering fool. You scared the boy away. I only wanted to ask him some questions."
I'm sorry, boss. I let go my arm, cowboy.
Roy turns around to see that the boy's leaped into the saddle and has ridden off. He runs for Trigger, saying, "I'll catch Chili and see that the saddle's returned. You can find us in Birch Creek." Last picture, the leader of the two gets in the saddle.
All right, come on, Gaffer. We got to get that saddle somehow. It's worth a fortune to me.
But Gaffer has snatched the rifle out of the saddle scabbard and is aiming at the boy.
There's only one way to stop that kid, boss. My way.
Well, I think that's terrible for those two men to pick on that little boy like that.
Yes, it is, because it's obvious that these men must be crooks.
Yes, because look, that man named Gaffer is aiming right straight at Chili and is planning to shoot him dead. I hope he doesn't.
So do I. Well, maybe Roy will find a way to stop that. We'll find out next week. Now let's turn over the page. And here on the very last page of the first section is Dick's Adventures.
Oh, and I'm anxious to read that because Dick is searching for gold.
Well, we'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the last page of the first section, Dick's Adventures.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Say them with me, please. Rickety-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. Dick is in the early days of America in California. Gold has been discovered not far from the town where Dick was living with his friend Editor Kemble, publisher of a newspaper. Dick has convinced Kemble that he should join all the others who have gone seeking for gold. They had tried to save the life of a bargeman whose boat was wrecked in the river. When the lives of all three of them were endangered, they were saved by Indians. Kemble had ordered the bargeman to give the Indians the $1,000 reward he had promised anybody for saving his life. But instead of the reward, the bargeman began to fight Kemble. An angry man stopped the fight, made the bargeman pay the Indians $1,000,
and had ordered Dick and Kemble off his property. I'm John Augustus Sutter. I want no gold hunters here.
Oh, well, we're not looking for gold, Mr. Sutter. We're looking for a story.
Sutter smiles grimly. Well, I'm the only one who knows this gold rush story. It was on my land that this whole thing started.
Oh, golly, would you tell us, Mr. Sutter?
Last picture, top row. Sutter sits down on a stump and begins to tell them the story. I owned thousands of acres here. I had farms, stores, ships, shops. I was building this territory into something big. One day, the 19th of January, 1848, James Marshall, the builder of my new sawmill at Coloma, made a fantastic discovery. First picture, second row, Dick sees the story in his mind's eye as Sutter tells it. Examining the gravel in the unfinished mill race, he found some shining flakes. Late at night, in great secrecy, Marshall brought a pouch of the metal to me. We weighed it, then tested it with nitric acid. To my astonishment, it was gold. First picture, bottom row, Dick sees in his mind's eye the two men talking in the dark. I knew what would happen if the secret leaked out. No one would bother to work. Marshall and I swore silence. Last picture, Sutter goes on. But in spite of everything, a secret did leak out. Come, let me show you what's happening to my land.
Oh, wasn't it wonderful the way Dick got Mr. Sutter to talk to them?
Yes, it was. And now Sutter is no longer angry at them.
Well, I think it's good that they've made friends with the man who discovered the gold.
Yes, you bet it is. It's too bad, though, that his secret leaked out, isn't it?
Yes, it is, because so many people left all the work they'd been doing, and that's exactly what Mr. Sutter didn't want them to do.
Yes, he was a good man.
Yes. I wonder what'll happen next in the story.
Well, we'll find that out next week. But now look underneath Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes. And I'm anxious to see what's happening next because you remember Rusty and Tex had been tricked off the main highway by a couple of old crooks who didn't want Tex to bring Silver Lad, that wonderful racehorse, to Milestone Farm.
And last week, Tex discovered that the two men were working for Velvet Cane. And Tex told them he was going to try to get back on the highway and that they better not try to stop him.
And you remember the sheriff had learned about the road sign being changed and had come to investigate. And he found the dynamite that was going to blow up the bridge that Tex would have to cross. I wonder what he will do about that.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. The sheriff looks at the fuse tied to the dynamite. Well, blowing up bridges is a new wrinkle in hijacking, if that's what's going on here. I'll just disconnect this wire. In the truck, Tex and Rusty, a half hour later, are approaching the bridge. Suddenly, Rusty exclaims,
Hey, jeepers, Tex, there's 2 or 3 more men.
Yeah, and they're packing guns. Well, I ain't taking no chance with them. Tex stops the truck and gets out, last picture, top row. So, you're in this gang, too, eh? Velvet Cane certainly made sure we wouldn't make it to Lexington. Hey, we ain't in any gang, mister. We're sheriff's deputies. We were told to stop anybody who came along here. Then the sheriff approaches, first picture, bottom row. Oh, here's the sheriff now. He'll take over. Who are you, mister? What you doing back here? Tex answers, my name's Purdy. I'm trainer for Milestone Farm. We were tricked onto this road by a phony detour sign. There are 2 men, Sheriff. One's up at that cabin about 200 yards back. Yeah, well, I got the other one. He was going to blow up the bridge. And he's handcuffed now to an 8-inch sapling. Oh, look, Sheriff. This is Rusty Riley, and here's my identification. There's a horse in that van that's got to be in Lexington tomorrow. These owl hoots pulled this stunt to stop us. Can't you just let us go?
Yes, please, sir. It means a terrible lot to Mr. Miles.
The sheriff examines Tex's identification. Then nods. Milestone Farm, huh? Well,
Okay, go ahead. But I want you to testify later.
Next morning, as dawn brightens the sky, last picture, Tex and Rusty are nearing Milestone Farm in their truck, which carries Silverland, the horse that means so much to Mr. Miles.
Well, Rusty, just over those hills, and we'll be home.
Boy, that word home sounds good. I'll sure be glad to see Mr. Miles. And Patty, too.
The sheriff got there in time and captured the crook.
And he's believed Tex's story and was kind enough to let him go with Silverland.
And now they'll get Silver Lad to the horse show in time for Mr. Miles to prove to Senor...
Yes, that's right. That's Mr.
Yes, Senor Calderas that Mr. Miles has much better racehorses than Velvet King.
And that means that Senor Calderas will buy his horses from Mr. Miles.
And that'll save Mr. Miles' farm, won't it?
Yes. Well, maybe we'll find out about this for sure next week. Now it's time to pick up the second section of the Comic Weekly.
Oh, yes. And there's that funny, silly Dagwood.
And here we go right now on the first page of the second section with Dagwood and Blondie. Ramafoo, Ramafum, Zim Zam Zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. The paper hanger is at the Bumstead house. Dagwood comes home from work, and Blondie says, second picture,
Dagwood, will you meet us at the market in half an hour to help us carry home the groceries?
I'll be there.
And Dagwood goes into the living room, last picture, top row. He sees the paper hanger working.
How interesting.
The paper hanger looks at Dagwood disgustedly and mutters,
Uh-oh, the husband.
First picture, second row, Dagwood dips his finger into the paste bucket.
Isn't your paste too thick?
No. I've been mixing it for 30 years, and it's just right.
Dagwood picks up the paintbrush and starts to put some glue on a strip of paper.
Hey, you mind if I paste up one roll? Seems like so much fun.
The paper hanger doesn't say a thing, just turns his back on Dagwood in disgust. Dagwood, holding the paper covered with glue in his hands, walks over to the wall. Last picture, second row.
I got a few wrinkles in it, but I guess you can straighten that out.
Well, watch out, you're stepping in my paste.
Half hour later, first picture, third row, at the market, Blondie and Cookie and Daisy the dog, surrounded by piles of groceries, are waiting for Dagwood.
Now, why doesn't Daddy show up and help us home with these groceries?
Back at the house in the living room, Dagwood has gotten his sheet of paper tangled in the painter's.
Hey, your piece is stuck to mine.
He turns around. The paper gets wound around his shoulders. The paper hanger yells,
Stand still.
You stand still. You're getting me all tangled up.
And Dagwood turns around again, getting things into worse condition. The paper hanger gets furious and socks Dagwood. And, of course, Dagwood hits the painter. And here we go. Big fight.
That'll teach you.
What do you mean, teach me? I'm paying you.
First picture, bottom row, Blondie, Cookie, and Daisy the dog are on their way home carrying the groceries.
Believe me, if Dagwood hasn't a good excuse for not showing up, he's going to hear from me.
As they come up the steps, the door opens. And out comes the paper hanger.
Have you finished already?
Finish nothing. I quit.
Last picture, Blondie goes in the house. She sees a big lump covered with wallpaper stuck against the wall. And 2 feet are sticking out near the floor. Cookie says,
Is it anybody we know, Mama?
I'm afraid it is. Oh, look, that's Dagwood glued to the wall and covered by wallpaper.
Yeah, that paper hanger certainly fixed him for butting in.
Yes, and the room looked so nice before Dagwood came in.
Well, I'm sure that Dagwood will learn not to interfere anymore.
Yes, that should teach him a lesson.
Well, now I'm sure you'd like to see what's happening to Donald Duck.
Oh, yes, please.
All right, let's turn over the page and go past the Lone Ranger, turn over page 3, and here on page 4 of the second section is Donald Duckle. Say the magic words with me. Squeejum, squeejum, squiddy, chicka-chack. Let's have music to fit a quack, quack. Daisy, Donald's girlfriend, has stopped by Donald's house.
Oh, hiya, Daisy. You're just in time to make with advice.
Oh, you want suggestions,
Yeah, we're doing a real house cleaning. I'm scrubbing the floor, Louie's washing windows, Huey's in charge of dust, and Dewey does dishes.
So Daisy walks to the house. She says,
Take down all the curtains and wash them. Spray closets for moths.
last picture, top row, she looks at the stairs and says,
And take that stair carpet up and send it to the cleaners.
Oh, no.
Send it to the cleaners.
First picture, bottom row, Donald says,
Oh, Daisy, it's not really dirty, just dusty. A vacuum will...
Send it to the cleaners. That's a must.
Sometime later that afternoon, Daisy is weeding her flower garden. She hears a voice.
Hiya, Daisy. Well, we're almost done.
She looks up and sees Donald's head over the top of the fence.
Oh, how about the stair carpet?
Oh, that. We're taking it down there now.
Daisy stands up and sees Donald and his nephews carrying the carpet, which is so stiff with dirt that it is still in the shape of the stairs.
Yep, the cleaner said he couldn't get the carpet in his truck without breaking it.
Oh, who ever heard of a rug so dirty that when you picked it up it still looked like stairs?
We just heard about it now.
Oh, that Donald, he must be a very poor housekeeper.
Yes, you bet. Well, now that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man, and I'm here to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Yes, boys and girls, it's Comic Weekly time, and here I come right into your house to bring a little fun and happiness. Right out of the pages of Puck the Comic Weekly, straight into your living room, your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, little Miss Honey, how are you today?
I've got another riddle for you. Fine, thank you. So, would you like to hear it?
I'd love to hear it. Fine, thank you. Right away.
All right. What is the hardest thing about learning to ride a bicycle?
To balance yourself without falling off?
No.
To keep your feet from slipping off the pedals?
No.
To steer it straight instead of zigzagging so people won't think you're an egg beater?
No.
All right, I give up. What is the hardest thing about learning to ride a bicycle?
The sidewalk.
Oh, that's funny. If you fall off a bicycle, you go bang on a hard sidewalk.
And that's the hardest thing about learning to ride a bicycle.
Yeah.
Did you like it?
Oh, yes, it was very, very
I
good.
did too. Now can we please read the funnies?
Puck the Comic Weekly? Very well, I'll read that in just a moment. But before I do, let's listen to this nice man. Now here we go with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on the first page, Bringing Up Father.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. Rig-a-doo-na-doo-na-rig. Let's have a merry Irish jig. It's a rainy day, and there are leaks all over the roof of Jiggs's apartment. As the water pours in through the holes in the ceiling, Jiggs sets pails under the streams, but he finds that the water comes in faster than he can carry it out. Last picture, top row, Jiggs is on the phone talking to his landlord.
I don't care if you are busy. You gotta fix the roof. This apartment is a miniature of the Johnstown flood.
First picture, second row, the landlord answers.
Now, please don't bother me, Mr. Jiggs. I'm a busy man. Why don't you wait till the sun comes out?
Jiggs turns to the maid.
Listen, Greta. Go in the closet and get me that big drill. I'm gonna fix that landlord downstairs.
10 minutes later, last picture, second row, Jiggs is drilling a hole in the floor under the biggest leak.
Yeah, he'll know what rain is. There now. Now get me a funnel.
First picture, bottom row, the maid hands Jiggs a funnel. He puts the funnel in the hole he has drilled. And the water, coming through the leak in the ceiling, pours right into the funnel and through the hole in the floor into the landlord's apartment below. And Jiggs says,
"Ha ha! Won't he be surprised when he gets home?"
An hour later, a figure approaches the house, walking through the pouring rain. It's Jiggs' landlord.
Oh, boy. This is some rain. Well, I'll be glad to get home where it's dry.
He goes up the steps, opens the door.
Hey, what's this?
And he finds he's in water up to his knees. He looks up and sees the water pouring through the ceiling. And he goes...
Oh, that Jiggs. He certainly got even with his landlord.
You bet he did. And I'll bet now the landlord is sorry he was too busy to have the roof fixed.
Yes, it'll cost him a lot of money to get his furniture cleaned up.
Yes, you bet it will. Well, now let's turn over the page and go past Little Iodine and Prince Val on page 3. Turn over that page.
Oh, look, here's Brer Rabbit.
Yes, little old Brer Rabbit.
Oh, please read that.
I most certainly will. So here we go with Uncle Remus and his tales of Brer Rabbit. Say the magic words with me. Hippity-hoppity, make it a habit to give us music for old Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus says,
Brer Bar usually needs more help than he gives.
Brer Rabbit and Brer Bar have just come from the barber shop. They see Doc Crane come out of his office. Brer Rabbit, who loves to tease, says to Doc Crane with a twinkle in his eye,
Is you feeling all right, Doc Crane? You looks like you has got the miserosity.
I does?
And Doc Crane begins to feel a little dizzy.
Now that you mentions it, I does feel kind of woozy. I guess
Hey, he's fainting.
And Brer Rabbit catches Doc Crane and puts him on the sidewalk. Last picture, top row, he turns to Brer Bar.
Hey, quick, Brer Bar, get the smelling salts.
The smelly salts.
First picture, bottom row, Brer Bar comes out of the doctor's office with a bottle in his hands.
Here's the smelly salts. Whiff him quick.
Yeah, that'll fix him.
Brer Rabbit takes the cork off the bottle, lifts up Doc Crane's head, holds the bottle under Doc Crane's nose.
Now breathe deep, Doc. Breathe deep.
Whiff it hard.
Doc Crane takes a couple of deep sniffs. And suddenly his eyes close, and his head drops to the sidewalk.
Hey, what's wrong?
Yeah, hey.
Last picture, Brer Rabbit looks at the bottle he's holding and reads.
Chloroform. You crank-sided lummox, this is chloroform. This puts people to sleep.
How do I know? I can't read.
And Uncle Remus says,
The miseries begins when the wrong cure starts.
That bear bar, isn't he the dumb one?
Yes, dashes inside to get a bottle of smelling salts, which helps you wake up from a faint, and he comes out instead with chloroform, which puts you sound asleep.
And then he says he can't read.
Oh, he'd have been a lot smarter if he told that to Brer Rabbit before he ran inside.
Yes, that was a funny story.
Well, now look across the page. There's Roy Rogers.
Oh, and I'm anxious to read that because Roy is beginning a new adventure.
Yes, a little boy pursued by two men rode up, begging Roy to help him.
And the boy had found a saddle lying by the river, and he'd put it on his horse and rode away. And then two men came after him, and one of them wants the saddle for some strange reason.
Yes, and they want it so badly that one of the men was going to shoot the boy as he rode away last week.
I wonder if he will. That would be terrible.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys. Hi-yip-hi-yo, now here we go with Roy and Trigger. Hi-yip-hi-yo. The boy Chili rides off while the two men are talking to Roy. Roy heads after the boy on Trigger. One of the men, named Gaffer, picks up his rifle and takes aim at the boy.
I'll stop that kid, Cash, and Rogers, too.
The man named Cash knocks the rifle out of Gaffer's hand. Here, drop that gun, Gaffer. You want to ruin everything?
Why, what do you mean, ruin everything?
We'll follow him. Watch our chance and then grab that saddle. It's worth a fortune to me. Now, come on, let's go. Some distance away, Roy overtakes the runaway boy. Hey, Chili, ease up. Slow up, will you?
With those men, they say I steal the saddle from a dead man, Senor Roy. They'll put me in the calaboose.
And now, wait a minute. Slow down there, Chili. The boy slows down. And as they canter along, last picture top row, Roy says, now we'll see the dead man's niece in Bird's Creek. Maybe she'll know why that pair is so interested in an old saddle. First picture bottom row, Roy and Chili come to a stop before the newspaper office in Birch Creek. A beautiful young girl comes to the door. Roy greets her. Miss Preston, my young friend Chili found your uncle's saddle in Stone's Canyon. We're returning it. As Roy goes inside to talk to the girl, Chili says,
Hey, I'll wait out here, Senor Roy.
Roy learns from Miss Preston that her uncle had spent a lot of time in Stone Canyon, but had never told her why, that she must find out about her uncle's death. Roy says, well, I'll be glad to help track down the killers, Miss Preston. Roy Rogers is the name. And suddenly from outside,
Senor Roy, help!
Roy looks through the window and sees the man named Cash holding Chili, and Gaffer removing the saddle from Chili's horse. Roy makes a run. As he comes through the door, Cash sticks out his foot and trips Roy. And Gaffer runs down the street carrying the saddle.
Hey, Roy, that one has the saddle. Catch him!
Oh, isn't that terrible? Those two men sneaked up when Roy was inside the newspaper office.
Yes, and before Roy could get out, Gaffer had loosened the saddle and started to run off.
And I wonder if he'll get away with it now.
I wonder, too.
I wonder what's so important about that saddle. Why are they so anxious to get it?
Well, maybe we'll find out more about that next week. Now let's turn over the page. And look here, on page 6, here's Flash Gordon.
And you remember Flash is on a strange planet called Titan, where he's come face to face with a giant who's as big as a tall building.
And Flash has set a trap to try to catch the giant.
It's a very strange trap, too. Will you explain it again, please?
Certainly. Flash had discovered a hollow tree with an opening on the outside, about halfway up.
Mm-hmm. And on the inside of the hollow trunk of the tree, Flash had put a pair of giant handcuffs.
That's right. One of the handcuffs was locked around a huge branch, and Flash had let the other part of the handcuff hang down inside the hollow tree.
Oh, now I remember. Flash was going to try and trick the giant into reaching into the hole in the side of the tree and up into the hollow part of the tree.
That's right. And then Flash, who was inside the hollow tree, was going to try and snap the loose end of the handcuff around the giant's wrist.
And then the giant's arm would be caught in the tree from the shoulder on up, and the giant wouldn't be able to get away. I wonder if Flash will be able to make it work.
Well, let's read now and see if he does. Here we go with Flash Gordon. A rig-a-rig-a-doon-doon, Saskimatash. Let's have music for Heroic Flash. The giant has come out of the brush. He sees Dale standing at the foot of the tree. Dale tells Flash to stay where he is, that she'll climb through the hole in the tree trunk and try to trick the giant into reaching for her.
Well, then, Dale, hurry.
Dale scrambles up the side of the tree trunk. The giant's huge strides eat up the ground.
Dale, can you make it?
She scrambles through the hole into the tree. Inside the tree trunk, Flash reaches down.
All right, quick, give me your hand.
One pull, and Flash has Dale up beside him. All right, now let's hope that he doesn't decide to climb the tree. But luck is with Flash. Last picture top row, he sees the giant hand reach into the hollow tree and grope around, trying to grasp Dale. First picture bottom row, Flash, dodging the huge clawing hand, throws the handcuff about the giant's wrist and snaps it shut. The trap has been sprung. The giant thrashes and tugs wildly, but is unable to wrench his arm loose.
We've got him, Dale. We've got him.
Last picture, with the giant securely locked to the heavy tree trunk, Flash has released his crewmen from the monster's cave and brings them to the tree. Midas, seeing the huge prisoner, exclaims,
"Hey, we'll be able to exhibit this baby for plenty of money on Earth, Flash."
And Flash answers, "We didn't come here for the money, Midas."
Oh, wasn't that wonderful? Flash's plan worked.
Yes, you bet it did. The giant is his prisoner now, and Flash has released all of his friends from the cave where the giant had them trapped.
But how will they ever get the giant loose from the tree and make him a prisoner?
Well, that's the problem, and we'll have to wait until next week to see what Flash does about that. But now, look across the page.
Oh, there's Walt Disney's story, The Sword and the Rose.
And I'll read that in just a moment. But first, here's that nice man again with something interesting to say. Now, here we go again with Puck the Comic Weekly. And on page 7 of the first section, Walt Disney's The Sword and the Rose.
Magic words for the music, please.
Very well, my lady. It's merry, merry England when knighthood was in flower. Music to bewitch our story hour. We're in the early days of England when Henry was the king. Henry's impulsive sister, Mary, has fallen in love with Charles Brandon, who has been a captain in the king's guards. Henry had wished the princess to marry the King of France, but Mary refused and had tried to run away with Charles Brandon. The king had learned of their escape and had sent his guards after them. And Brandon and the princess were captured by the king's men and brought back to the castle. Next morning, the king is at breakfast. He has sent for Mary. She enters the room in time to see King Henry sign a death warrant. Charles Brandon is to be beheaded for high treason. Mary exclaims,
"Brother Henry, you mean Charles must suffer death?"
That's the usual result when the head is separated from the body.
Last picture, top row, she pleads.
"I forced myself on Charles. I tried to beguile him into taking me into the new world. If you must punish someone, punish me."
Your pleading comes too late. The death warrant is signed.
And first picture, bottom row, he turns on her.
"Oh, shameless creature. This fellow means more to you than an alliance between England and the power of France."
"Please, my brother, spare Charles Brandon. I'll do anything you ask."
"Will you marry Louis of France?"
Last picture as tears come from her eyes. Mary answers,
"Yes, even that, to save Charles."
And so Mary Tudor barters her happiness for the life of the man she loves.
Well, I think Henry is cruel to make Mary give up Charles Brandon, the man she loves.
I think he is too.
Do you think she really will marry the King of France so that Charles will live?
That's the way it looks.
And Charles Brandon and the princess never will be married?
Well, maybe something can happen to change all this.
My.
Maybe we'll find out more about that next week. But now let's turn over to the very last page of the first section. And here's Dick's adventure.
Oh, yes. And you remember Dick is in the early days of America in California.
Yes, and word had swept the country that gold had been discovered at a place called Sutter's Mill.
And everybody left their work and their homes and their stores and rushed out to dig for gold, hoping they'd all get rich.
And Dick and his friend Editor Kemble had gone along and had met up with John Sutter himself.
And John Sutter had told them how he had discovered the gold.
Yes, and how his land is now covered with gold seekers.
But he didn't want anyone to know the gold was there because he said everybody would leave the work they were doing, and that's just exactly what happened. I wonder what happens next.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go with Dick's adventures. Say the magic words with me. Riggedy-pack-a-zack-a-zick. Let's have music for Adventurous Dick. After telling his story of the discovery of gold, Sutter leads Dick and Kemble to the top of a hill. He points to the valley below.
Look, these fortune hunters, they've ruined me. Every man who used to work for me has run off to look for gold.
Dick sees what he means. For last picture, top row, as far as the eye can see, the land stretches away. Idle acres with grain withering on the stalk in the sun, and no one to take care of it. While in the riverbeds below, crowds of men are feverishly panning for a yellow metal that can mean a fortune. First picture, second row, Sutter mounts a horse.
I'm driving those fools off my property.
Guessing that Sutter hasn't got a chance against the horde of gold seekers, Dick and Kemble chase after him. Last picture, second row. From afar, they see Sutter order the men off the property. And then they see the gold diggers turn on Sutter and begin to beat him up.
Ah, go to us off, will you? Who do you think you are?
And in a moment, Sutter is left lying on the ground, helpless. First picture, bottom row, Dick and Kemble pick him up. Dick thinks what a pitiful situation this is. John Augustus Sutter, once the most powerful landowner in all California, is now a battered old man, ruined by the gold which his own land first yielded. Last picture, they return Sutter to his home and leave him in the hands of his faithful Indian servants. But they don't notice a shadowy figure stealing off with their horses.
Oh, isn't that cruel, the way those people beat up on Mr. Sutter?
Yes, it was. After all, it was his land that the gold seekers had overrun.
And he had a right to chase them off, but they didn't obey the law.
No, they didn't.
Oh, look, I wonder who that man is who's stealing their horses.
I don't know. Maybe we'll find out more about this next week. But now look below Dick's adventures. There's Rusty Riley.
Oh, yes, and you remember Tex and Rusty have finally gotten away from those two old crooks that had tried to stop them from bringing that wonderful racehorse Silver Lad to the Milestone Farm.
Yes, and it's a good thing that they're nearing home, because if the horse doesn't get to the Lexington racetrack today, Mr. Miles will lose out on the deal he's made to sell horses to the rich South Americans.
That's right, because then the man will buy the horses from Velvet Cane, and then Mr. Miles might lose his farm because Mr. Miles needs the money.
Yes, he does. Well, let's see if Tex gets there in time. Here we go with Rusty Riley. Gallop and run till the road is dusty. Give us music for his horse and Rusty. At the Lexington Horse Show, the South American, Senor Caldares, has waited for some time for Silver Lad to appear. Finally, he turns to Mr. Miles and says,
I am most sorry, Mr. Miles, but I am afraid I must award my contract to Mr. Kane. I have seen nothing of your stallion, Silver Lad.
Velvet Cane, who was staying close to Senor Caldares, smiled smugly.
Well, you know why, Senor Caldares. Because no such horse exists. Now, if you'd listened to me in the first place...
Mr. Miles shakes his head.
I cannot explain the delay, sir. Some sort of accident must have happened. However, I thank you for your patience, and I won't ask you to wait any longer.
Velvet Cane says,
All right, if you just step this way, Senor, I have the agreement all prepared.
Just then, last picture, top row, the stable boy Jimmy comes in. Hey, boss! Boss, he's here! Tex just drove in with a van.
Wait, Mr. Caldares. Just a moment. Yes, Mr. Miles.
Then first picture, bottom row, Tex walks in. Mr. Miles exclaims,
Tex, I was never happier to see anyone. Tell me quickly, have you got Silver Lad?
I sure have, boss. But no thanks to this maverick Kane. 2 of his hired owl hoots try to stop us from getting here.
Kane looks around nervously. Calderas exclaims,
Eh? What's this? Oh, Senor Calderas, this is my trainer, Tex Purdy. He has Silver Lad in our van.
Calderas looks scornfully at Velvet Kane.
I am most happy that you arrive in time, Mr. Tex. Apparently, I was about to close a deal with a crook.
Well, boss, I got Silver Lad and the filly in the van. But I've also got a young colt you'll be mighty glad to have at Milestone Farm.
A colt? What colt, Tex? From where? You didn't mention a colt.
You follow me.
And Tex leads Mr. Miles outside of the barn. He points to Rusty, last picture.
There he is. What do you say to that?
Rusty. Mr. Miles. Jeepers, am I glad to see you.
Tex got back in time.
Yes, and now Senor Calderas has learned that Velvet Kane is a big crook.
Yes, and now Senor Calderas is going to buy horses for Mr. Miles, and Mr. Miles will make lots of money, and his farm will be saved.
Yes, and isn't Mr. Miles surprised to see Rusty?
And happy, too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm glad Rusty's back at Milestone Farm again, because after being away so long, because that's really where Rusty belongs.
You bet. Next week, maybe we'll begin a new story with Tex and Rusty.
I'll be anxious to read that.
Yes. Well, now it's time to pick up the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly.
Yes, and there's Dagwood and Blondie. I wonder what funny thing happens to Dagwood today.
Well, let's read now and find out. Here we go on the first page of the second section of Puck the Comic Weekly with Dagwood and Blondie. I'm a food, I'm a fum, zim, zam, zombie. Conjure me music for Dagwood and Blondie. Dagwood is at an auction today.
Sold to the man in the bow tie for $6.
And out comes Dagwood carrying a moose head mounted on a plaque.
Boy, oh boy, a moose head. This will be wonderful to hang hats on at the office.
And a half hour later, Dagwood is hanging the moose head up in his office. His boss, Mr. Dithers, comes in, takes one look, and...
Get that flea-bitten thing out of this office in 10 seconds, or I'll fire you!
Well, you don't have to yell.
First picture, second row, Dagwood comes home with the moose head.
Oh, boy, Blondie loves animals. She'll be so delighted when she sees it hanging in our living room.
And a few minutes later, Dagwood is hanging the moose head up in the living room. Blondie walks in, takes one look, and...
Get it out of this house! Well, I've never heard people scream so.
And last picture, second row, Dagwood is out in the alley. He sees the hobo.
Oh, hey, how would you like a nice, friendly moose head? No, thanks. It'll look lovely in your home. No. It would never fit under a boxcar.
First picture, third row, Dagwood is giving the moose head to his neighbor, Herb Woodley.
That's for you, Herb, to make our friendship even greater.
Oh, Dagwood, it's beautiful. Thank you.
And Dagwood walks back to his house without the moose head.
Ha! That's one good thing about Herb. You can get rid of anything on him.
Last picture, third row, Herb brings the moose head into the kitchen, where his wife Tootsie is washing the dishes.
Hey, Tootsie, look what Dagwood gave me to hang over our mantelpiece.
Ah!
And first picture, bottom row, Tootsie is upstairs packing a grip.
I'm leaving you, Herbert, I'm leaving you. You're absolutely impossible.
Herb dashes down the stairs, out the door, across the lawn, finds Dagwood standing on the porch.
You ruined my home with this thing, and now I'm going to give it back in my own way.
No, Herb, no.
And last picture, Dagwood comes into the house, the moose head stuffed over his head, and he yells,
Brandy, get my lawyer on the phone. I'm suing Herb Woodley.
look at Dagwood. Doesn't he look funny with that moose head over his head?
That's some sight. A man's body and the head of a moose.
Poor Dagwood. Looks like he'll never get rid of that moose head.
No, I guess he better go back up to the North Woods and give it to a lady moose.
Oh, that's silly.
Well, it might work.
I doubt it.
Yes, so do I. Well, now, that's all the time I have. But before I go, here's that nice fellow with some more interesting information. Well, honey, and all you boys and girls, I gotta go now.
All right, Mr. Comic Weekly Man, but I'll be waiting for you next week.
Okay, that's a date, and a date with all you boys and girls. Be sure to meet me with our little friend, Miss Honey, next week when I read Puck the Comic Weekly. For I'm the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man. I'll be back to read the funnies to you happy boys and honeys. Don't forget, boys and girls, see you all next week. Your friend, the Comic Weekly Man, the jolly Comic Weekly Man.